In her previous life, Mu and Gu exerted every effort to marry Shen Mohuai. To her dismay, on the day of their wedding, Shen Mohuai abandoned her to lead his troops into battle. Upon his triumphant return, he brought with him a woman heavy with child, and Mu and Gu, the nominal princess, became the laughingstock of the entire capital. Subsequently, she was driven to ruin by the two, suffering endless humiliation until her demise. With the gift of rebirth, she yearns to cast the scoundrel and the vile woman into the deepest abyss of hell. However, she finds that the once aloof and disdainful man now trails her relentlessly. Divorce. I demand an immediate separation. Come, let us procreate, Shen Mohuai declared, hoisting the babbling princess and striding towards their chamber. Chapter 1. A rebirth encounter with a vile woman. Father, I should have heeded your advice. Marrying a demon was my folly, and I truly regret it. Mu and Ge huddled in a corner of the dungeon, murmuring in agony, tears streaming down her cheeks, filled with remorse. She had been imprisoned in this lightless dungeon for 3 years and 6 months, the air thick with the stench of decay and blood, enough to induce nausea. Now, she found herself part of the foulness. All she desired was to escape this torment. Even death seemed a luxury in the hands of Xia Wanyang. Mu and Ge closed her eyes in despair, only to be startled by the creaking of the door. Soon after, something crashed onto her. The object, round and slick, rolled beside her hand, its foulness and metallic scent sending a chill of dread through her. Mu and Ge, open your eyes and see what delightful gift I have brought you, Xia Wanyang's mocking voice echoed, laden with malice. Reluctantly, Mu and Ge felt an unseen force compelling her to open her eyes. When she beheld the object beside her, hand severed, had her vision blurred with horror. Father, Mu and Ge screamed, her voice splintering. She could not fathom that what lay beside her was her father's head. His visage appeared aged beyond recognition since their last encounter, pallid and devoid of life, with deep furrows etched into his forehead. His eyes were wide open, void of spirit, yet unyielding in their silent protest against his fate. Xia Wanyang, what have you done? My father is the prime minister, the most trusted minister of the emperor. He could not have been executed. You must be deceiving me. You have placed someone else's head here to torment me. Mu and Ge bellowed, suppressing her grief as she frantically searched the head's features for signs of disguise. Yet there were no traces whatsoever. Xia Wanyang, witnessing her distress, burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, you really think I am lying to you? No matter, I have plenty more. Search them well, and see if anywhere disguise. As she spoke, a throng of people entered behind Xia Wanyang, each bearing a tray. Terror surged within Mu and Ge like a tidal wave, yet there was no opportunity for refusal as they unveiled the black cloth, revealing a procession of familiar faces. Elder brother, second brother, third brother. Mu and Ge screamed in anguish, crawling towards her father's head. The once vibrant faces from her memories now lay lifeless, and she crumbled under the weight of despair. Tears mingled with blood as they streamed down her cheeks. Too overwhelmed by the blow, she spat blood repeatedly. Oh, how splendid! You are spitting blood. It was worth the effort to bring you these heads. How does it feel, Mu and Ge, to have your family reunited? Shouldn't you thank me?
Xia Wanyang asked cheerfully.
While Xia Wanyang was not conventionally beautiful, her demeanor could be charming when she smiled, yet to Mu and Ge, she appeared utterly loathsome. Xia Wanyang, you have taken everything from me, imprisoned and tormented me for years. Why must you also harm my family? Why this relentless pursuit of annihilation? Mu and Ge lamented, her heart heavy with sorrow. Because I find you insufferable. Xia Wanyang's smile faded, revealing a cruel glint in her eyes. I warned you not to contend with me. You chose to ignore me. Now, you shall pay the price for your foolishness. Is it not delightful that your entire family perishes while you alone survive? Devil, fiend, Mu and Ge muttered, gazing at the severed heads of her kin arranged before her. Xia Wanyang approached leisurely, relishing in Mu and Ge's despair. She lifted Mu and Ge's chin, scrutinizing her tear-streaked, bloodied visage with disdain. Look at you, a pitiful sight. Where is the regal bearing of a war princess? I warned you not to compete with me, yet you defied me. Your current fate is entirely your own doing.
Xia Wanyang spat venomously.
Fixated on her adversary's grotesque countenance, Mu and Ge summoned her strength and lunged at Xia Wanyang, biting fiercely into her neck like a vengeful spirit. Mu and Ge, you dare to harm me. I will. Before Xia Wanyang could finish, she felt an excruciating pain, blood gushing from her neck. Mu and Ge was forcibly pulled away, crashing against the wall, her head bleeding profusely, yet she laughed madly, oblivious to the pain. Xia Wanyang, you have ruined my life and destroyed my family even as a ghost. I shall not spare you. I curse you to suffer eternally, to find no rest or love. Xia Wanyang, even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Muinge's fierce curse resonated with madness. The once bright sunlight outside dimmed, and the sky darkened as winds, thunder, lightning, and rain descended simultaneously, instilling dread in the hearts of the populace, who sensed an ill omen. Xia Wanyang clutched her throat, yet could not stem the flow of blood, ultimately succumbing before Muinge. As she witnessed Xia Wanyang's demise, Muinge felt a blade sever her own head, yet the pain was inconsequential. She felt liberated at last. But on the path to the underworld, how could she face her parents and family? Muinge, you foolish girl, did you truly believe the prince married you out of love? It was merely due to your family's power and your father's coercion. The prince despises you, wishing for your death. The one he truly loves is me, and I carry his child. You still dare to covet his bed? Abandon that hope. As Muinge's mind throbbed with pain, she recognized the voice of Xia Wanyang, dripping with malice and mockery. Gritting her teeth, she raised her eyes to confront her nemesis. Upon seeing Xia Wanyang, her gaze ignited with hatred.
Xia Wanyang,
Muinge growled through clenched teeth. Chapter 2. She is the real wolf in sheep's clothing. Before Muinge could reach out to grasp Xia Wanyang's neck, the latter suddenly exclaimed, Sister, no. Help. Save me.
Ah.
In that moment, Muinge could only watch as Xia Wanyang clutched her hand, staggered back 2 steps, then released her grip and fell into the water with a splash. Her hand lingered in the air, creating the illusion that she had pushed Xia Wanyang into the water. Muinge's mind buzzed with confusion, ignoring the gathering crowd drawn by Xia Wanyang's screams and the frantic shouts of someone save her. Her gaze was fixated on Xia Wanyang struggling in the water, haunted by a singular thought. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if it had transpired before. Yet, she distinctly remembered perishing alongside Xia Wanyang in the dungeon. How could they possibly stand by the same pond again? As her mind swirled in disarray, she felt a tight grip around her wrist and heard an urgent whisper beside her. Miss, how could you have pushed Aunt Xia into the water? If the prince finds out, what will we do? The familiar voice of Ban Xia only deepened Mu and Ji's disorientation. She gazed at Ban Xia's anxious face, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream. What was happening? Wasn't Ban Xia brutally killed while protecting her? She recalled how Ban Xia had shielded her with her own body, even to the point of death, preventing those wicked servants from inflicting any harm. Ban Xia's blood had soaked her, and the piercing screams of agony echoed in Mu and Ji's mind, suffocating her with despair. Unable to contain herself, she grasped Ban Xia's wrist, her eyes reddened with unshed tears as she called out, Ban Xia, miss, why are you crying? Ban Xia exclaimed, panic-stricken at the sight of her mistress in tears. Muinge looked at Ban Xia's youthful face, filled with alarm, so vividly reminiscent of her memories. She murmured, Ban Xia, how old are you? The question left Ban Xia bewildered, unable to comprehend why, at such a critical moment, her mistress would indulge in such frivolity. Miss, please stop joking and think about what we should do next. Ban Xia, please tell me quickly. Muinge urged, clutching Ban Xia's hand with urgency. At that moment, a frenzied thought surged in her mind, one that only Ban Xia could validate. Seeing Mu and Ji's desperation, Ban Xia reluctantly complied, Miss, I am 16 this year. Muinge froze in place, astonished by Ban Xia's reply. Her widened eyes brimmed with disbelief. Ban Xia was the child Muinge had taken in when she was 7, at which time Ban Xia was merely 3. They had grown up together, and though they addressed each other as master and servant, their bond was akin to that of sisters. Muinge vividly recalled that Ban Xia had been 17 when she died protecting her, yet now Ban Xia claimed to be only 16. She could not be mistaken about the passage of time. Time could not reverse itself. This meant she had been reborn, transported back to the year she turned 20, before the most arduous and terrifying tragedies had commenced. As this realization dawned upon her, she suddenly heard Ban Xia's panicked voice. Not good, the prince is coming. Following Ban Xia's gaze, Muinge saw a figure swiftly approaching the pond from the opposite corridor. He leapt onto a stone by the pond and, with a deft push, propelled himself into the water. He did not sink but appeared to walk upon the surface, swiftly reaching the floundering Xia Wanyang, grasping her shoulder and lifting her from the water. With a few graceful steps upon the water's surface, he brought Xia Wanyang to the shore, landing near Muinge. This sequence of movements was fluid and ethereal, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, silencing the clamoring crowd that had attempted to save her, but had failed. Soon, the air erupted with cheers and exclamations of admiration. "Your Highness is magnificent. The prince is truly remarkable." Amidst the cacophony of praise, Muan-go could only focus on Shen Mohuai. Despite the years apart, he remained as striking and ethereal as ever, effortlessly commanding attention whenever he appeared. Had she not suffered confinement and torment at his and Xia Wanyang's hands, losing her family in the process, she might have succumbed to his charm once more. Yet, at this moment, Muan-go harbored only a desire for vengeance against Shen Mohuai, to avenge herself and her family's downfall. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, as it finally caught Shen Mohuai's attention. However, it was but a fleeting glance. He swept his eyes over her as if she were unworthy of his notice. Shen Mohuai turned his attention back to Xia Wanyang, his expression softening. "Are you all right? How did you end up in the water?" "Your Highness, it was my sister, she." Xia Wanyang stammered, casting a fearful glance at Muan-go before feigning weakness, attempting to lean into Shen Mohuai's embrace. "Your Highness, the cloak has arrived." Shen Mohuai accepted the cloak from a nearby servant, draping it over Xia Wanyang, enveloping her entirely and obstructing her attempt to nestle against him. "Your Highness, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was the princess who deliberately pushed Aunt Xia into the pond. The princess intended to kill her. I implore you to seek justice for Aunt Xia." Chuiya's tearful pleas drew the attention of all present servants, who turned their gazes toward Muan-go, whispering amongst themselves. Goodness, who would have thought the princess, appearing so delicate, could possess such a venomous heart? Isn't this precisely the case of knowing a person's face but not their heart? The depths of high society are treacherous, and the seemingly harmless may harbor the cruelest intentions. You may not know, but our princess was not always so docile. Before her marriage, she was a notorious figure in the capital. Wild as a man, many speculated she would remain unmarried. When the prince took her as his wife, it astonished everyone. What's so astonishing? The prince married her under the emperor's decree, not by his own will. Who would dare defy a royal command? Despite marrying her, on their wedding night, he reportedly did not even enter the bridal chamber, leaving immediately to lead troops into battle due to an emergency at the border. What? Does that mean the prince and princess have yet to consummate their marriage? Indeed, yet even so, the princess remained faithfully at the palace, never leaving, until last year when the prince returned with Aunt Xia, utterly humiliating her. The prince never even glanced at the princess, but brought back Aunt Xia from the border. Does that not speak volumes about his true feelings? Moreover, it is said that since the prince's return, he has yet to enter the princess's chamber, which reveals the extent of his disdain for her. Were it not for the decree that united the prince and princess in matrimony, he might have long since divorced her and welcomed Lady Xia into his life. These malicious whispers pierced through Muan-go's ears, sending a chill down her spine. For years, while Shen Mohuai was absent from home, she had been the one managing the Duke of War's residence. She believed she had treated the household servants fairly, offering them generous allowances and benefits that were among the best in the capital. All of this wealth had come from her own private treasury. Yet, despite her years of kindness, such benevolence had not earned her their gratitude. Instead, they conspired against her in secret, looking down upon her. It was as if her genuine goodwill had been wasted on those who turned out to be nothing but ungrateful wretches. Reflecting on the term ungrateful wretch, Muan could not help but let out a bitter smile. If there were ever a true embodiment of an ungrateful wretch, it was she, Muan, who had become the largest wolf in sheep's clothing. In her previous life, Muan-go exerted every ounce of effort to marry Shen Mohuai. To her dismay, on the very day of their nuptials, he abandoned her to lead his troops into battle. Upon his triumphant return, he brought with him a woman heavy with child, transforming her, the nominal princess, into a jest for the entire capital. Subsequently, she was driven to ruin by the two of them, suffering immense humiliation before meeting her demise. With a twist of fate, she was reborn, her sole desire to send the scoundrel and the wretched woman to the deepest depths of hell. Yet, unexpectedly, the once aloof and contemptuous man now pursued her relentlessly. "Divorce immediately," she exclaimed. "Come, let us bear children," he declared, as he hoisted the babbling princess and dashed toward their chamber. Chapter 1. Encountering the wretched woman upon rebirth. "Father, I should have heeded your words. I married a demon. I was wrong, truly wrong," Muan-go murmured in anguish, curled in a corner of the dark dungeon, tears cascading down her cheeks, steeped in regret. She had languished in this lightless prison for 3 years and 6 months, the air thick with the stench of decay and blood, enough to induce retching. Now, she was but a part of this foulness. All she longed for was a swift end to her torment. Yet, in the hands of Xia Wanyang, even death seemed a luxury. As she helplessly closed her eyes, a creaking door interrupted her despair. Then, something heavy fell upon her. That object, round and grotesque, rolled to her side, its sticky texture and sanguine scent sending a chill of dread through her. Go, open your eyes and see what delightful gift I have brought you, Xia Wanyang's mocking voice echoed, though Go discerned the cruelty beneath it. Reluctant to engage with the triumphant Xia Wanyang, an unseen force compelled her to open her eyes. When she beheld the object at her side, severed head, her heart shattered. "Father," she shrieked, her voice a brittle cry. She could hardly fathom that the grisly sight beside her was her father's head. His visage, aged beyond recognition since their last meeting, was devoid of color, a pallid gray, marred with wrinkles and white hair. His eyes, wide open, remained vacant, silently conveying his unyielding spirit even in death. "Xia Wanyang, what have you done?" "My father is the Prime Minister, the Emperor's most trusted minister. He could not have been executed. You must be deceiving me. You have deliberately presented me with a false head, haven't you?" Go roared, stifling her grief as she groped the head's face, searching for signs of a disguise. But there were no traces whatsoever. Observing her desperation, Xia Wanyang erupted into laughter. Ha ha, tears streamed down her face as she pressed a handkerchief to her eyes, her mirth unabated. "Go, do you believe I am deceiving you? No matter, I have many more for you to see. Examine them closely and see if any bear the guise of a human mask." At her command, a procession of individuals entered behind her, each carrying a tray. Terror surged within Go like a torrent, yet she was denied the opportunity to refuse as they unveiled the black cloth, revealing a series of familiar faces. "Elder brother, second brother, third brother, aw." Go screamed in a fit of rage, crawling toward her father's head. The once vibrant figures from her memories now lay lifeless, their heads severed, pushing her to the brink of collapse. Her eyes, wide with fury, overflowed with tears that mingled with blood. The onslaught of grief overwhelmed her, and she coughed up blood repeatedly.
"Ah, you're spitting blood, oh delightful."
"It was worth all the trouble I took to bring you these heads. How does it feel, Go, to be reunited with your family? Shouldn't you express your gratitude?" Xia Wanyang asked, her smile no longer charming but rather grotesque in and Ji's eyes. "Xia Wanyang, you have taken everything from me, imprisoned and tormented me for years. Why must you also harm my family? Why pursue such relentless cruelty?" Go cried, her heart heavy with sorrow. "Of course, it is because I find you repugnant." Xia Wanyang's smile faded, revealing malice and cruelty. "I warned you not to compete with me for him, yet you refuse to listen. Since you dared to defy me, you shall pay a grievous price. Your entire family exterminated while you alone survive. How splendid is that?" "Devil," Demon Go murmured, gazing at the neatly arranged heads of her kin. Xia Wanyang approached leisurely, relishing and Ji's despair. She lifted Guest's chin, disdainfully observing her tear-streaked face. "Look at you, in this wretched and terrifying state. Where is the grace of a war princess? I told you not to contend with me, but you refused to heed my warnings. Your current plight is entirely your own doing."
Xia Wanyang jetted.
Fixing her gaze on Xia Wanyang's malevolent countenance, Go summoned all her strength and lunged at her, tackling her to the ground, akin to a vengeful spirit, fiercely sinking her teeth into her neck. Go, how dare you touch me? I will." Before Xia Wanyang could finish her threat, excruciating pain coursed through her as blood gushed from her neck. Go was forcibly pulled away by Xia Wanyang's subordinates and hurled against the wall, her head bloodied, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, laughing maniacally. "Xia Wanyang, you have destroyed my life and condemned my family. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. I curse you to suffer eternally, never to find peace or love. Xia Wanyang, even in death, I will drag you down with me." Ji's chilling curse resonated with a madness that darkened the once bright sky. Thunder, lightning, and torrential rain descended simultaneously, sending the townsfolk into a state of unease, sensing the ominous omen. Xia Wanyang clutched her neck, desperately trying to staunch the flow of blood, but she succumbed before any aid could arrive, dying before Ji's eyes. As she witnessed Xia Wanyang's demise, Muin-ge felt the blade of her assailant sever her head, yet pain eluded her. She felt liberated at last. However, on the road to the underworld, how could she face her parents and family? Muin-ge, you foolish girl, did you truly believe the prince married you out of love? He was merely compelled by your family's power and your father's coercion. The prince despises you, wishing for your death. The one he truly loves is me, and I carry his child. How dare you aspire to share his bed? Abandon that hope. Muin-ge's mind throbbed with pain, yet a voice droned on, filled with malice and mockery. Gritting her teeth, she forced her gaze upward, only to find the source was none other than Xia Wanyang, and hatred surged within her.
Xia Wanyang,
She hissed through clenched teeth. Chapter 2. She is the real betrayer. Before Muin-ge could reach out to grasp Xia Wanyang's neck, Xia Wanyang in front of her suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, no. Help.
save me. Ah,
Then, Muin-ge watched in disbelief as Xia Wanyang tugged at her hand, staggering back 2 steps before releasing her grip. With a splash, she fell abruptly into the water. Her hand remained extended in the air, creating the illusion that Muin-ge had pushed her into the water. Muin-ge's mind buzzed with confusion, oblivious to the onlookers drawn by Xia Wanyang's screams and the nearby servants shouting for help. Her gaze was fixed on the flailing figure of Xia Wanyang in the water, with a single thought echoing in her mind. This scene felt eerily familiar, as though it had transpired before. Yet, she distinctly remembered perishing alongside Xia Wanyang in the dungeon. Why were they now standing at the same pond's edge? As her thoughts spiraled, she felt a firm grip on her wrist, accompanied by urgent whispers in her ear. "Miss, how could you have pushed Madame Xia into the water? If the prince finds out, what shall we do?" The familiar voice sent Muin-ge further into a daze. She beheld the anxious expression of Ban Xia, feeling as if she were trapped in a dream. What was happening? Hadn't Ban Xia perished while fiercely protecting her? She recalled vividly how Ban Xia, even in the face of death, refused to let those wicked servants harm her, sacrificing herself to shield Muin-ge. The memory of Ban Xia's blood soaking her, coupled with her anguished cries, made it difficult for Muin-ge to breathe just thinking about it. Unable to restrain herself, she grasped Ban Xia's wrist, her eyes reddened with tears as she called out, "Ban Xia, miss. Why are you crying?" Ban Xia exclaimed in a panic upon seeing her mistress in distress. Muin-ge gazed at Ban Xia's youthful face, filled with alarm, her innocence reminiscent of memories long cherished. She murmured, "Ban Xia, how old are you?" This question left Ban Xia bewildered, unable to comprehend why her mistress would jest at such a critical moment. "Miss, please don't joke around. We must focus on what to do next. Ban Xia, please tell me quickly," Muin-ge urged, gripping Ban Xia's hand tightly. At that moment, a frantic thought surged through her mind, one that only Ban Xia could validate. Seeing Muin-ge's urgency, Ban Xia complied, "Miss, I am 16 this year." Muin-ge stood frozen, disbelief clouding her widened eyes. Ban Xia was a child she had rescued at the age of 7, while Ban Xia had been merely 3. They had grown up together, and though they referred to each other as mistress and servant, their bond was akin to that of sisters. Muin-ge vividly recalled that Ban Xia had been 17 when she died protecting her. Yet now, Ban Xia claimed to be only 16. She couldn't have miscalculated time. It was impossible for time to reverse. This revelation meant she had been reborn, returned to the year she turned 20, before all the harrowing tragedies began. As this realization struck her, she suddenly heard Ban Xia's panicked voice. "Oh no, the prince is coming." Following her gaze, Muin-ge spotted a figure swiftly approaching the pond from the opposite corridor. With a deft leap onto a large rock at the pond's edge, he propelled himself toward the water. He did not fall, and it was as if he could walk on water, swiftly reaching Xia Wanyang and seizing her shoulder, pulling her from the depths. After taking a few graceful strides on the water surface, he brought Xia Wanyang to the shore, landing near Muin-ge. His fluid movements resembled a deity descending from the heavens, silencing the nearby servants who had clamored for help but failed to act. The air filled with thunderous applause and cheers. "Your Highness is magnificent. The prince is incredible." Amidst the cacophony of praise, Muin-ge could only focus on Shen Mohuai. Even after years apart, he remained as strikingly handsome and ethereal as ever. Whenever he graced the world with his presence, he captured everyone's attention in an instant. Had she not suffered torment in the dungeons at the hands of Shen Mohuai and Xia Wanyang, leading to her family's ruin, she might have been captivated by him once more. But at this moment, Mu and Go longed to end Shen Mohuai's life not only for herself, but to avenge the Mu family. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, for Shen Mohuai finally cast a fleeting glance in her direction. However, it was just a mere glance, as if she were unworthy of his attention. Shen Mohuai turned his gaze back to Xia Wanyang, his brows softening slightly. "Are you alright? How did you end up in the water?" "Your Highness, it was my sister Xia Wanyang stammered, casting a fearful glance at Mu and Ge before feigning weakness, attempting to lean into Shen Mohuai's embrace. "Your Highness, the cloak has arrived." Shen Mohuai took the cloak from a nearby servant and draped it over Xia Wanyang, enveloping her entirely, thus obstructing her attempt to lean into him. "Your Highness, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was the princess who intentionally pushed Madame Xia into the pond, attempting to kill her. Please, Your Highness, seek justice for Madame Xia." Chuiya's pleading drew the attention of all present servants, who turned their gazes toward Mu and Go, whispers swirling among them. Goodness, who would have thought the seemingly delicate princess possessed such a venomous heart? Isn't it true that one cannot judge a person by their appearance? The depths of high society can be treacherous. The more harmless they seem, the more malicious their intentions may be. You may not know, but our princess was far from docile before marrying the prince. Before her marriage, she was a tyrant in the capital, her spirit wild and untamed, leading many to speculate she would never find a husband. When the prince married her, it astonished everyone. What's so astonishing? The prince married her under the emperor's decree, not of his own volition. Who would dare defy the imperial command? Even so, the prince brought her home, but on their wedding night, he reportedly never even entered the bridal chamber, leaving immediately to lead troops to the border.
What?
So the prince and princess have not yet consummated their marriage. Indeed, but despite this, the princess remained steadfast in the palace, never leaving, until the end of last year when the prince returned with Madame Xia, thoroughly humiliating her. The prince never even glanced at the princess, but brought back a concubine from the border. It couldn't be clearer, simply does not favor the princess. Moreover, it is said that since the prince's return, he has yet to enter the princess's chamber, which clearly reflects the disdain he harbors towards her. Were it not for the imperial decree binding their union, it is likely that the prince would have long since divorced the princess and welcomed concubine Xia into his household. Malicious whispers pierced through Mu and Ji's ears, sending a chill down her spine. During the years of Shen Mohuai's absence, she had been the one managing the prince's residence, and she believed she had treated the servants with fairness, whether in terms of allowances or their overall treatment. They ranked among the best in the capital. All these funds had been drawn from her own private treasury. However, after all these years, her goodwill had not evoked gratitude from the servants of the prince's residence. Instead, they conspired against her in the shadows, looking down upon her. It truly felt as though her sincere efforts were wasted on ungrateful wretches, akin to raising a pack of wolves that turned against her. Reflecting on the term, white-eyed wolf, Mu and Ge could not help but let out a bitter laugh. If anyone were to embody the essence of a white-eyed wolf, it would be none other than herself. Chapter 3. Cross me again, and I shall end her. When she expressed her intention to marry Shen Mohuai, her father vehemently opposed it. The father, who had always cherished her, even went so far as to declare that if she insisted on marrying Shen Mohuai, he would sever their father-daughter relationship and banish her from the family forever. For the sake of Shen Mohuai, she betrayed her family, forsaking everything to be with him, only to suffer torment and devastation at the hands of him and Xia Wanyang. In this new life, she would settle the score with them, piece by piece. Were her words not the truth? While Mu Ange was lost in thought, Shen Mohuai finally spoke up, having been moved by Tsuya's tears. His voice was deep and rich, complemented by a face of striking beauty that seemed capable of ensnaring anyone in an instant. Seeing the man who had not appeared since her imprisonment in the dungeon, Mu Ange felt no trace of love left in her heart, only simmering hatred. At this point, she was certain she had been reborn. Back to shortly after Shen Mohuai and Xia Wanyang returned to the capital, a time before the tragedies began to unfold. Though sudden, the realization filled her with exhilaration. Rebirth meant a fresh start. Though it was not a return to a time before she married Shen Mohuai, it was still before everything spiraled into tragedy. Her objective was clear: to ensure her life did not lead to ruin and to exact revenge on the despicable pair, fueled by the hatred of her past life. With this in mind, Mu Ange looked at Shen Mohuai, a slight smirk curling her lips as she coldly remarked, "What if what I say is true? What will you do? Will you kill me?" Shen Mohuai was taken aback by Mu Ange's sharp demeanor. He suddenly reached out towards her. The moment Mu Ange saw his movement, the tension in her mind snapped, and without hesitation, she raised her hand to swat his away, stepping back with a tense expression. With fierce determination, she directed a penetrating gaze at Shen Mohuai and demanded, "What do you intend to do? Slap me in retaliation for Xia Wanyang? Or perhaps strangle me to eliminate future threats, ensuring Xia Wanyang has nothing to worry about?" Shen Mohuai, his hand brushed aside by Mu Ange, hung limply at his side as he regarded her with a look of surprise. His gaze was filled with scrutiny, as if he were observing a complete stranger. He could not comprehend why she had changed. Previously, her eyes sparkled with affection when she looked at him, her cheeks would flush, and she would beam with delight at his mere presence. Now, however, her eyes held no trace of fondness, only wariness and resentment. Why this animosity, when she had once been so enamored? Shen Mohuai could not fathom it, yet he felt indifferent. After all, he had only married Mu Ange out of necessity, devoid of any real sentiment, especially with the unresolved grievances between him and the Mu family. If Mu Ange remained infatuated with him, accepting any ill treatment, he might have to consider her feelings when he decided to deal with the Mu family. But without any ties to her, matters would become considerably simpler. With this thought, Shen Mohuai flicked his sleeve, placing his hands behind his back. As he moved, stones at his feet shattered, sending dust flying. He spoke coldly, "Mu Ange, do not presume that being my wife and the daughter of the Prime Minister gives you the liberty to act recklessly. If you dare to bully Xia Wanyang again, this will be your fate." Mu Ange observed the dust swirling around him, while he remained untouched at the center, much like a lotus emerging pristine from muddy waters. Only Mu Ange knew that his heart was far darker than the muck in the pond. She let out a chilling laugh and replied, "Then you must keep your precious Xia Wanyang in check, lest she provoke me. Otherwise, before I become rubble, she shall be the first to shatter." Her words were laced with a distinct malice that left Shen Mohuai utterly astonished. Mu Ange had always been quiet and obedient in his presence, never revealing such a fierce side. It left him momentarily captivated. He had never seen her like this before. "I will ensure she behaves and does not trouble you,"
he said.
Mu Ange could only laugh at this. Xia Wanyang was not one to avoid trouble. If she were not, would she have fallen into the water, leading to this current predicament? Mu Ange was unsure whether Shen Mohuai genuinely remained oblivious to Xia Wanyang's true nature or was simply indifferent due to his affection for her. Regardless, it did not alter the fact that Shen Mohuai was protective of Xia Wanyang. With a scoff, Mu Ange said, "I wish you all the best with that. Given Xia Wanyang's temperament, she will undoubtedly seek me out. I eagerly await the moment she does, ready to deal with her." Shen Mohuai cast her a cold glance before turning to approach Xia Wanyang. "Come, this prince will escort you back to Rose Pavilion." He addressed Xia Wanyang softly. Rose Pavilion was her residence in the palace, named for her fondness for roses. Shen Mohuai's willingness to bestow a name upon a courtyard for her sake demonstrated his affection and favor. Xia Wanyang leaned against him, feigning weakness as she nodded tearfully. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am but a burden to you." Shen Mohuai said nothing, instead gripping her arm with one hand and draping the other around her shoulder to guide her toward Rose Pavilion. Watching their affectionate retreat, Mu Ange felt her eyes burn with rage. Suddenly, she called out, "Since the day I married you, I have been cast out by my father. I am no longer the daughter of the Prime Minister and wield no influence. Therefore, should I offend you in any way in the future, feel free to vent your anger on me, but do not mistake the target." Shen Mohuai paused, momentarily taken aback. She had been banished by the Prime Minister?
Why?
Was it because the Prime Minister knew he was investigating him, or had Mu Junyuan truly committed some unspeakable act? Although lost in thought, Shen Mohuai maintained an unchanging expression, his steps unwavering. Xia Wanyang, expecting Shen Mohuai to say something to Mu Ange, was pleased when he ignored her, reveling in the thought that as long as he disregarded Mu Ange, she would never be a rival, no matter her beauty or prowess. "Miss, are you alright?" As Shen Mohuai and Xia Wanyang faded from view, Xia, who had held her tongue during the confrontation, approached and gently took Mu Ange's arm, her voice soft with concern. At that moment, Mu Ange felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if all her strength had been drained. She grasped Xia's hand and murmured, "Xia, help me back. We shall speak once we return." "Yes, miss," Xia promptly replied, suppressing her worries as she assisted Mu Ange back to Yushio Garden. Yushio Garden shared the same name as Mu Ange's former chamber in the Prime Minister's residence. Despite her father's indulgence during her rebellious youth, he had always hoped she would embody the elegance and grace of a refined young lady. The cherished aspirations of her father have now materialized only partially. After all, her beauty is indeed remarkable, ranking her among the most exquisite in the capital. In terms of intellect, she is equally formidable. However, she has yet to fully grasp the gentle and virtuous demeanor that befits a lady of noble birth. While she can feign such qualities in public, those familiar with her true nature see through the guise to reveal her inherently lively and unruly spirit. Muangwa gazes at the character's Yushio Garden above her head, her expression momentarily lost in thought. Could this be the last remnant of her connection to her family? Miss Banksia, noticing Muangwa standing at the courtyard entrance, unmoving and with tears glistening in her eyes, calls out with concern. Let us go inside, Muangwa replies, regaining her composure and concealing her emotions with a subtle glance. Banksia assists Muangwa back to her chamber and gently inquires, Miss, would you care for some tea to calm your nerves? Although Muangwa appears somewhat unusual today, it does not diminish Banksia's concern for her mistress. Very well. Muangwa responds softly, her voice tinged with a faint rasp. Banksia promptly pours tea for Muangwa. Miss, here you are. Please drink. Muangwa accepts the teacup and takes a delicate sip. Suddenly, she looks up at Banksia and asks, Banksia, what is today's date? Though puzzled by Muangwa's inquiry, Banksia obediently replies, Miss, today is the 7th day of the 1st month in the 31st year of Tianchen. Muangwa cannot help but smile, though tears uncontrollably cascade down her cheeks. She wishes to maintain her dignity, lowering her head to finish the tea. The mixture of tea and tears turns bitter in her heart. Seeing this, Banksia becomes anxious. Miss, what troubles you? If you are unhappy, please confide in me. I shall surely help you find a solution. Chapter 4. The scorned woman appears. Muangwa wipes away the tears from her eyes, and when she raises her gaze again, her expression has returned to calm, save for a hint of moisture in her eyes. Silly Banksia, I am not unhappy. I am indeed happy. Muangwa asserts with a smile. After enduring a life fraught with torment, dying resentfully, she has been granted a second chance at life. How could she not be elated? The crux of her joy lies in the fact that rebirth grants her the opportunity to exact revenge on those treacherous men and women. She intends to reclaim everything she has given and lost. Miss, please do not speak in riddles. I know you are hurting, feeling unhappy. Cry if you wish. I shall not breathe a word of it, Banksia insists with concern. Her mistress harbors deep affection for Prince John, and witnessing him alongside concubine Xia in such a tender manner surely brings her distress. Banksia, I feel a bit tired and wish to rest. You may entertain yourself. Muangwa states, no longer wishing to elaborate, as she gently ushers Banksia out. Observing the closed door, Banksia frowns and sighs. Her mistress must be in great pain, hiding away to cry without wanting her to know. I cannot remain idle. I shall prepare some pastries that my mistress enjoys. Once she awakens, she will surely find delight in them. Yes, that shall do. Inside, Muangwa hears Banksia's receding footsteps and breathes a sigh of relief. This girl is admirable, loyal, and capable. The only flaw is her incessant fussing, akin to a mother hen. Had Muangwa not firmly sent her away, Banksia would have likely lingered all afternoon. After lying on the bed, Muangwa soon drifts into slumber. Her declaration of fatigue was not merely to dismiss Banksia. She genuinely felt exhausted. Deep down, she harbored fears. What if awakening revealed that her rebirth was but a dream? What if this sleep led her into oblivion? Yet ultimately, she succumbed to the overwhelming tide of sleep and anguish, slipping into unconsciousness. This slumber felt akin to being flayed, as all the torment of her previous life surged back, forcing her to relive those agonies. She sank deeper into despair, struggling yet unable to awaken. What brings you here? Banksia, having just finished preparing pastries, emerged from the kitchen only to find Xia Wanyang accompanied by her personal maid, Zueya, entering the courtyard, prompting her to question them. Xia Wanyang, now adorned and polished, wore a white dress that accentuated her pallid complexion, rendering her appearance all the more fragile and pitiful. Today's events must have startled my sister. I have come specifically to apologize and seek her forgiveness. It was Xia's thoughtless words in front of the prince that incited his anger towards my sister. I have brought her here to offer my apologies, hoping she can forgive Xia's rashness. Xia Wanyang speaks softly, exuding a demeanor of delicate vulnerability. Xia is not swayed by this facade. She crosses her arms and replies coldly, "There is no need. Please take your leave, concubine Xia. Your health is frail. And with child, you should not have come to my mistress's courtyard to apologize after such a mishap. Should anything unfortunate occur, others may misjudge my mistress's character." Despite appearing like a docile and talkative girl before Muangwa, Xia is far from foolish. In fact, she possesses great wisdom disguised as simplicity. Recognizing the insincerity of Xia Wanyang's visit, she promptly declines. With such a fragile appearance, Xia Wanyang's visit to seek forgiveness could easily incite gossip about Muangwa's cold-heartedness. Xia will not fall for this ploy. Xia Wanyang, taken aback by Xia's perceptiveness, feels a flicker of apprehension. So astute is this maid, even among the nobility. Chapter 5. Witnessing justice for my mistress, while Xia Wanyang feels wary. She dons a semblance of grievance. "What do you mean, Miss Xia? I had no intention of causing my sister any misunderstanding. I merely braved the visit to apologize. How have my words turned into an accusation of malice against my sister?" Xia Wanyang feigns tears, which to Xia resemble crocodile tears, thick with malice. "There is no need." Xia repeats coldly. "My mistress is currently resting after the shock she endured today. Please, concubine Xia, take your leave." Regardless of Xia Wanyang's demeanor, Xia remains resolute in her rejection. Xia Wanyang, while shedding tears, discreetly signals to Xia. Immediately, Xia comprehends and exclaims loudly, "What do you mean, Xia? My lady has kindly come to apologize, and yet you persist in making things difficult for her. Is this the manner in which your mistress has instructed you to behave? Though I hail from a humble background, I know that servants cater to their masters. Regardless, my lady is still half your mistress. Your conduct is truly arrogant and devoid of decorum. You bring shame to your noble lineage, far more than I, a mere country girl." Xia, furious, feels the urge to silence her with haste. "You dare speak any further? I have already stated that my mistress is resting. What noise do you make? If you disturb her slumber, I shall see to it you are dealt with." Xia, intent on chaos, disregards Xia's words and continues her tirade. The princess has been married to the prince for many years. Though her status is nominal, she is still a married woman. What do you imply by addressing her as Miss, when the prince does not exist, and she has yet to marry him? What is the purpose of your lingering in the royal residence, usurping the position of the princess? It would be far better for you to depart at once. Xia's tongue is truly sharp, chattering endlessly, articulating every good and bad thing. Xia, initially infuriated, felt her face darken, then flush crimson. Yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, which only fueled her anger to the point of wanting to tear Xia's mouth apart. "Silence. How I choose to speak is my own affair. It has nothing to do with my lady, the princess. Cease your slander against her, or I shall silence you for good." Xia, raised as a sister beside Muangwa, had never been tasked with rough labor nor trained in martial arts, rendering her no match for Xia. Thus, not only did she fail to tear Xia apart, but she was also forcefully shoved back. With a startled yelp, Xia stumbled and closed her eyes, bracing for a fall. However, in the next moment, she felt a firm grip around her waist, halting her backward momentum. Opening her eyes, she beheld Muangwa's pale yet concerned face. "Are you all right? Is anything wrong?" Muangwa asked softly, wrapping her arms around Xia's waist. Xia, feeling aggrieved, reddened around her eyes but quickly shook her head. No, I'm fine." It was merely her sense of injustice that troubled her. How could a mere maidservant of a concubine dare to bully them, especially relying on her mistress's lack of favor? She felt this was a slight against Muangwa. In the past, when at the Mu residence, her lady had been the most cherished. To marry the war prince, she severed ties with her family, leaving her father and brothers to disown her. With her lady's family gone, and yet not receiving the war prince's affection, it felt utterly unjust for her to be bullied by a mere concubine's maid. Seeing Xia's distress, Muangwa steadied her posture and gently ruffled her hair, comforting her. "Do not cry, Xia. I shall seek justice for you." Before Xia could respond, Muangwa released her and strode past her to confront Xia. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending Xia sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from her lips. Gazing down at the dazed Xia Wanyang spoke coldly. If you know you are but a ruleless girl from a small place, then learn the proper decorum of the war prince's residence before you speak. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my chief maid? Such presumption, do you not fear that I might sell you off? Dressed in a thin garment and draped in a white mink cloak, Wanyang, with her long hair flowing behind her, appeared particularly delicate against the icy winds. Yet, her cold demeanor exuded an aura of authority that weighed heavily upon Xia Wanyang and her maid, rendering them motionless. Chapter 6. Forcing the green tea to kneel and apologize. Xia Wanyang, horrified by the aura emanating from Wanyang, stood frozen in place for quite a while. Once she regained her senses, she remembered her purpose for coming. Suppressing her fear, she approached Wanyang, speaking with a soft voice. Sister, please calm down. Do not let your anger harm your health. It is Tsueya's fault for offending you. I apologize on her behalf. Please forgive her this once. Should she offend again, I shall take it upon myself to punish her. My lady has 3 elder brothers and no sisters. How audacious for a concubine's daughter to call me sister. Wanyang's voice, frigid as ice, pierced through Xia Wanyang, leaving her trembling. You, a wild woman of unknown origin, dare to address me as sister? From now on, refer to me as princess. Should I hear you call me sister again, do not blame me for cutting out your tongue, rendering you mute. Wanyang's icy gaze bore down on Xia Wanyang, causing her to shudder. Sister? Yes. Wanyang's cold hum interrupted Xia Wanyang's words, choking them back. Xia Wanyang's body stiffened. Her eyes cast downward, filled with struggle, resentment, and hatred. She was unwilling to call Wanyang the war princess. That title was rightfully hers. Wanyang had shamelessly taken her place. Why should she bow to Wanyang? Yet the pressure from Wanyang was overwhelming, forcing her to grit her teeth and comply with a reluctant yes. Wanyang understood Xia Wanyang's obsession with becoming the war princess and knew that demanding Xia Wanyang to address her as such was akin to inflicting torture. But so what? She desired Xia Wanyang to suffer, to the point of wishing for death. It mattered not if she refused now, she would eventually be compelled to comply. What brings you to my quarters? Speak if you have business. If not, begone, Wanyang stated, adjusting her cloak with indifference. I have come to apologize. Xia Wanyang began, but then faltered. She clenched her teeth and continued, I am here to sincerely apologize for my and Tsueya's reckless behavior. I beg your pardon. Please do not hold our transgressions against us. Though she desperately held back from calling her princess, she woefully acknowledged that those words might eventually escape her lips.
Wanyang scoffed lightly.
You wish to apologize? Very well, let us commence. Xia Wanyang was momentarily taken aback.
Commence?
Commence what? I have already apologized. So your apology is mere lip service. Devoid of any sincerity? Wanyang raised an eyebrow. To apologize, you must do so appropriately. Kneel and respectfully bow your head to me. I may consider forgiving your actions today. Such a notion of consideration was nothing more than a pretense. Xia Wanyang would never be worthy of forgiveness in Wanyang's eyes. Under Wanyang's frigid gaze, Xia Wanyang stood rigid, astonished that Wanyang would demand her to kneel. This was far from her initial expectations. She had come to confront Wanyang, to diminish her spirit, to demonstrate who was truly favored by the war prince, not to bolster her confidence. Moreover, she aspired to be the war princess, to trample Wanyang underfoot. How could she willingly kneel before her? It would be more fitting for Wanyang to kneel to her. Frantic and pondering her next move, Xia Wanyang caught a glimpse of Tsueya's discreet signal, and her heart leaped with hope. In the next moment, Xia Wanyang fell to her knees, weeping profusely. Sister, it is my fault. It is my maid's ignorance that offended you. Please do not hold it against her. Punish me instead, for I bow before you, imploring your mercy. With that, the once reluctant Xia Wanyang hastily bowed her head. The floor was unforgiving, and with each heavy bow, her forehead met the hard surface, leaving bruises, and in some places, blood began to surface. Wanyang was no longer the naive girl she once was. She recognized the abnormality in Xia Wanyang's actions. Surely, Shen Mohuai had arrived, prompting Xia Wanyang to don the guise of a dramatist. Wanyang raised her gaze and indeed spotted a man approaching from not far beyond the gate. Retracting her eyes, she did not exert herself to seek anyone out. Instead, she coldly looked down at Xia Wanyang and spoke. I have already stated that you are not to call me sister. Since you seem incapable of understanding human speech, allow me, the princess, to educate you. As she spoke, she seized Xia Wanyang by the collar and lifted her up. Muenge, cease this at once, came the sharp admonition of Shen Mohuai. Unperturbed by his words, Muenge raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Xia Wanyang's face. Chapter 7. Crying, throwing a tantrum, and banging against walls, Xia Wanyang's head was turned sharply by the force of Muenge's slap. Muenge! Shen Mohuai's gaze turned icy, his eyes fierce enough to seem as if they could tear her apart. The person who would have previously been the center of Muenge's attention now found herself without even a glance from her. Muenge continued to regard Xia Wanyang, her voice chilling. Did you not enjoy being struck? Then relish it. With that, her hand rose once more, delivering another merciless slap to the other side of Xia Wanyang's face. Dazed from the blows, Xia Wanyang could hardly comprehend. She had merely been pretending, never anticipating Muenge would strike with such ferocity. After just 2 slaps, she felt as if her face might split apart. Her visage was undoubtedly swollen, resembling a pig's head, an appearance utterly unattractive. Yet, perhaps this would elicit Shen Mohuai's sympathy. Turning to the approaching Shen Mohuai, who wore a grim expression, Xia Wanyang could not help but cry out more pitifully, "Save me, Your Highness. I am going to be beaten to death. She aims to kill me." As Shen Mohuai leapt forward, hand raised to strike her, Muenge pushed Xia Wanyang towards him and swiftly retreated.
Then,
she watched as Shen Mohuai caught Xia Wanyang. The moment she was in his embrace, Xia Wanyang instinctively burrowed into his chest, clutching at his garments as if she had suffered a grievous injustice, wailing loudly, "Your Highness, it hurts so much. My face, it feels like it's going to crack. I won't be disfigured, will I?" Xia Wanyang's cries were as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. Shen Mohuai glanced down at her. Her face was indeed swollen, clear imprints of slaps visible, and the blood on her forehead was from her own misstep. Though the injuries appeared dire, they were merely superficial. With a few days of rest, she would recover, far from the exaggerated notion of disfigurement. "Do not worry, you won't be disfigured. At most, you'll be unable to show your face for a week or so," Muenge interjected languidly, her tone deceptively kind. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanyang cried even louder, "Your Highness, sister." The ease on Muenge's face vanished, her gaze icy. "Xia Wanyang, should you utter the word sister once more, I assure you, 2 slaps will be the least of your worries. Do not presume that the prince's protection renders you invulnerable. There will be times when he is not present. Consider what may transpire then." Had she not known that Xia Wanyang was no match for Shen Mohuai, she would not have merely given her 2 slaps. Xia Wanyang, hearing this, immediately fell silent, fear coursing through her. She had not believed Muenge could be so formidable, so ruthless. After entering the residence, she had gathered information regarding Muenge's conduct over the years. Learning that she had been quite lenient with the servants of the Wangfu, her temperament not as tyrannical as rumors suggested, rather mild, never engaging in unwarranted beatings or bullying. This was why she had dared to stir trouble today, hoping to assert her dominance over Muenge. But who could have foreseen that Muenge was akin to a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation? Doubts crept in, leading Xia Wanyang to wonder if the information she had obtained was a deliberate ruse by Muenge to mislead her. "Muenge, I just instructed you to stop." Shen Mohuai's voice was cold, laced with a fury that seemed to challenge his authority. "You believe I must obey simply because you command it? Who do you think you are?" Muenge scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. This declaration rendered the courtyard silent. This was the residence of the war prince, Shen Mohuai, the sovereign of this domain. All within the confines of the Wangfu were subject to his authority, bound to obey his commands. Muenge's words were, in essence, a challenge to Shen Mohuai's dominion. "Such insolence! Do you comprehend whom you are addressing?" someone exclaimed, aghast. Yet the very next moment, that reprimand turned into a shriek. Muenge withdrew her foot, adjusted her cloak, and coldly uttered, "Noisy." Shen Mohuai's gaze followed her movements, landing on her feet, his expression flickering. Muenge had rushed out hastily, having heard Half-Summer being bullied, throwing on a cloak without even bothering to put on shoes.
Her bara.
Delicate feet were now reddened from the cold, yet she stood unfazed upon the icy floor, radiating an aura of defiance. Her feet were nearly the same size as his palm. Should he grasp them, he feared he might break them. Where did she derive such strength to send someone flying? Xia Wanyang, who had been sobbing in Shen Mohuai's arms, broke free and rushed to the door, cradling the unconscious Chueya, crying even more fiercely. Your Highness! Chueya, she won't die, will she? Chueya had suffered greatly, following her useless mistress through tumultuous times, never experiencing a moment of peace. Now, her life hung by a thread. Had she known that accompanying the prince to the capital would result in such turmoil, she would have preferred to remain at the borders and fend for herself. Oh, my poor Chueya, I am powerless to take charge of your fate. Let me perish alongside you. Xia Wanyang wailed, rising to hurl herself against the door. Chapter 8. Merely indifference, Xia Wanyang anticipated someone would stop her. Thus she pretended to launch herself against the door with great fervor, embodying a spirit of desperation. Just as she had expected, she was soon restrained. Enough. This is trivial. There is no need for such theatrics. Shen Mohuai's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Do not forget, you carry a child within you. If you continue to act out, do you wish to endanger them? Shen Mohuai's words made Xia Wanyang tremble, and she promptly collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably. Your Highness, my fate is wretched. I had hoped to enjoy a few peaceful days upon returning to the capital with you, yet in just a few days, I have been reduced to this. Please, send me back to the northern borders. Whatever fate awaits me there is my own concern. No need for your Highness to fret. Hearing this, Shen Mohuai's expression turned somber. He regarded the sobbing Xia Wanyang before turning to Muingo. I warned you not to provoke her. His voice was chilling, as if it could freeze the very air. Muingo retorted with a scoff. Your Highness, would you care to step outside and read the inscription above? This is my Yuxiao garden, not her rose pavilion. To cause a ruckus in my territory and claim that I provoked her, what kind of logic is this? If the rumors about your strict military discipline and clear rewards and punishments are true, then I fear the entire army of Ditsong would be doomed under your command. Mu Engi's scorn was unrelenting, nearly accusing Shen Mohuai of foolishness directly. Shen Mohuai's expression grew colder still. How I command my troops is not for you to comment on, he said coldly, directing his gaze towards Xia Wanyang. He was no fool. Xia Wanyang's presence in Mu Engi's courtyard, her being bullied by her, and the warning he received to come to her aid were all fundamentally illogical. It was merely a trap, crude and shallow, easily seen through. His concern for Xia Wanyang's condition was the only reason he had come. Had it not been for the child she carried, he would not have bothered to play along, allowing them to create their own chaos. Did you not suffer a fright? Why are you not resting in your own courtyard, but instead come here to Yuxiao Garden? Shen Mohuai inquired coldly. Xia Wanyang, taken aback by the interrogation, turned pale. She had assumed that, out of guilt, no matter what she did, Shen Mohuai would unconditionally support and protect her. Thus, she had never considered that he might question her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After a while, tears began to stream down her face as she sobbed. I thought today, because of me, the prince reprimanded the princess. The princess was frightened.
And it was my fault.
So I specifically brought Psuaya to apologize. I did not expect the princess not only to reject my apology but also to splash hot tea all over me and blame me. It is my fault, causing trouble for the prince. Had she not spoken, Mu Engi would not have noticed that Xia Wanyang had, moments earlier, splashed herself with the tea she intended to offer. At that moment, Xia Wanyang's attire was drenched, and with the injury on her forehead, the marks on her face, and her tears, she appeared utterly disheveled. As Xia Wanyang cried, the oppressive atmosphere was shattered. Shen Mohuai frowned, the coldness on his face dissipating. Ultimately, he said nothing further and turned to Shen Yi, instructing. Shen Yi, escort her back to Rose Pavilion. Have a doctor check on her. We cannot have her falling ill. I will handle matters here. Mu Engi observed with a detached gaze, unsurprised that Shen Mohuai would easily overlook Xia Wanyang. Shen Mohuai was not a fool, and Xia Wanyang's tactics were hardly sophisticated. It was impossible for him not to see through them. His awareness, without confrontation, instead aiding her charade, indicated a willingness to be deceived by Xia Wanyang and a desire to witness her suffering. Otherwise, in the previous life, he would not have conspired with her to imprison her, ultimately leading to the destruction of the Mu family. His indifference was merely a sign of disregard. Recalling the brutal end of the previous life, Mu Engi's gaze turned even colder. Just as Shen Mohuai approached her, Mu Engi instinctively commanded, "Stop." Shen Mohuai perceived the icy rejection on her face, the hostility unmistakable. Everyone possesses a rebellious nature, and especially someone as exceptional and proud as Shen Mohuai. When Mu Engi cherished him wholeheartedly, he felt indifferent, yet now that she repulsed him, he found it unsettling. Despite her command, he stepped forward, grasped her wrist, and pulled her into his embrace. In her current state, Mu Engi was unwilling to draw closer to Shen Mohuai. She immediately lifted her foot to kick him, attempting to force him to release her hand. Her kick was filled with strength. Should she connect, even Shen Mohuai would be harmed. However, Shen Mohuai was quicker, seizing her ankle with his left hand and pulling her forward forcefully. Caught by his left hand and her right leg, Mu Engi stumbled toward him. As he clutched her ankle, his elbow pressed against her calf, while his right hand rested on her waist, securing her in his embrace. Never before had Mu Engi been this intimately close to Shen Mohuai. In that moment of contact, her mind blanked, leaving her uncertain of how to react. The woman in his arms felt exceedingly delicate, prompting a moment of desire within Shen Mohuai. The tender foot resting in his palm was as small and soft as he had imagined. Unable to resist, he gently caressed her tiny foot. The exquisite sensation resonated deep within him, rendering his heart vulnerable. He narrowed his eyes slightly, lowering his gaze to her, his voice thick with emotion. "Do you not adore me, love me? Why then do you suddenly regard me with such fear, like a venomous snake?" My dear princess?" The lift in his tone, rich and intoxicating as fine wine, could easily enrapture anyone. Had this been the Mu Engi of the previous life, she would have been completely captivated. Yet now, she felt a chilling dread. "Release me." Mu Engi finally regained her voice, speaking coldly. "And what if I refuse?" The formidable prince of war. Does he not understand the term self-respect?
Mu Engi retorted angrily.
Self-respect? Shen Mohuai scoffed lightly, his brows arching. "You are my princess. We are, by nature, husband and wife. What is inappropriate about being close to my own wife?" As he spoke, he leaned closer to Mu Engi, his eyes sparkling with amusement, as if their relationship were exceedingly harmonious and intimate. Mu Engi felt repulsion. His proximity made her tense, and goosebumps surged across her body. An overwhelming sensation of disgust welling up within her. She felt nauseous. Mu Engi understood that Shen Mohuai was a proud individual. His actions were likely a reaction to her abruptly changing demeanor, provoking his suspicion and testing her. If she were capable of standing against him, she would not fear retaliation. Yet, she was no match for him. To compel him to release her, she had to devise another strategy. Thus, Mu Engi lowered her gaze, striving to recall the emotions she once felt when she loved him, attempting to hypnotize herself. Through her persistent efforts, her heart finally calmed, and when she spoke again, her voice trembled with emotion. "Do you still remember that I am your wife, your princess?" As she spoke, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Shen Mohuai, who had been fixated on her, was momentarily taken aback. Why had she suddenly reverted? One moment she adored him fiercely, the next she despised him intensely. Which was her true self? "Your Highness has always shown me indifference, consistently treating me with coldness. If that is the case, I kindly request you maintain your distance from me. Let us not interfere with one another, and you may happily dwell with your concubine, Xia. It would be for the best for both of us. Please do not provoke me, or I shall surely disrupt your household." While Mu Engi's earlier words were gentle, her latter statements carried a hint of menace. Shen Mohuai was astonished by her sudden shift, loosening his grip. Mu Engi had awaited this moment of distraction. Utilizing her cunning, she slipped from Shen Mohuai's grasp and swiftly retreated several steps, creating distance between them. "Now that Lady Xia has returned to Rose Pavilion, surely your heart has followed her. I shall not impose on you any longer. Fare thee well, your Highness." As she spoke, Mu Engi grasped the edge of her cloak and turned to flee back into the room. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Mohuai furrowed his brow slightly. Instinctively, he took a few steps toward her. Beside him, Xia quickly stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Shen Mohuai. She bowed respectfully and said softly, "Your Highness, the princess is feeling unwell after the earlier commotion and is now fatigued. She requires rest. Allow me to escort you out." Her voice and demeanor remained relatively composed, yet Shen Mohuai discerned the trembling hand that hung helplessly by her side. Fearful yet brave, she stood before him like a devoted maid, resolutely protecting her master. Shen Mohuai glanced at the still, silent room and ultimately chose not to trouble Xia, turning away to leave. Xia escorted him to the door. ensuring he was far enough away before she closed it. Leaning against the door, she exhaled deeply, feeling a chill spread across her back. When the Prince of War had looked at her, she felt as if his gaze could tear her apart. Banksia took deep breaths of fresh air, gradually regaining her composure. She thought of Muangwa and hurried back inside. Miss. Banksia called out, seeing her mistress standing expressionless before a basin, washing her hands. As Banksia approached, she noticed Muangwa scrubbing her hands vigorously, the force akin to battling an enemy, as if she wished to rub off a layer of skin. Her fair hands had turned red from the scrubbing. Muangwa's icy countenance bore hints of disgust and ferocity. If it were not for the fact that these were her own hands, she might have wished to sever them altogether. Miss, what are you doing? Stop. Please stop. Banksia trembled as she grasped Muangwa's hands. Tears filled Banksia's eyes, and her grip trembled, lacking the strength to hold Muangwa. Almost losing her grip, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around her mistress to restrain her hands at her sides. Chapter 10. Misunderstood and despairing Muangwa struggled briefly, wary of hurting Banksia, and ultimately refrained from using too much force. Banksia, what are you doing? Can't you see my hands are dirty? Muangwa's voice was gentle, yet her thoughts were consumed by the filth from having been touched by that vile Shen Mohuai. Miss, your hands are not dirty. They are perfectly clean. You must stop this reckless scrubbing, or you will break the skin. Banksia's voice quivered with distress. Her mistress had been raised like a precious gem, and her delicate skin deserved gentleness, not such brutality.
Dirty, disgusting, Muangwa murmured.
How could she not feel tainted by the places Shen Mohuai had touched? The memory of feigning affection for him in her haste to escape made her feel nauseous. Banksia was bewildered by Muangwa's unusual behavior. The spots her mistress scrubbed so fervently were precisely where the Prince of War had grasped her. Did this mean Muangwa found the prince dirty? But had she not adored him? Why the sudden change? Was it because he had brought concubine Xia back, leaving Muangwa discontent and thus disdainful towards him? Banksia could not fathom these thoughts, yet her heart ached with concern. Banksia, prepare hot water for me. I wish to bathe, Muangwa suddenly instructed. Yes, I shall do so at once, but you must promise me not to torment yourself any further, all right? Banksia responded softly, as if coaxing a child.
All right, Muangwa acquiesced.
Banksia, feeling uneasy, repeatedly cautioned Muangwa before stepping outside to summon the maidservants for hot water. Once Banksia returned with the maidservants carrying water, she hastened to check on Muangwa. Finding her quietly seated and not engaging in any self-harm, she sighed in relief. Miss, the water is ready for your bath, Banksia announced, having prepared clean clothes as well. Muangwa silently rose and walked to the bathing area. When Banksia attempted to assist her in disrobing, Muangwa halted her. I can manage this myself. Banksia, you stay at the door. Banksia felt a twinge of worry but complied, recognizing Muangwa's resolute expression. Alone in the bathing chamber, Muangwa shed her garments and submerged herself in the water. After a while, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of thoughts, she submerged her face, attempting to wash away the chaos in her mind and cleanse the parts of her that had been tainted by Shen Mohuai's touch. After an indeterminate duration of suffocating stillness, Muangwa's consciousness began to drift. With a sudden gasp, she felt herself yanked upward, greeted by Banksia's tear-streaked face.
Miss,
why would you contemplate such despair? Even if the Prince of War does not cherish you, your position as his consort remains secure, unassailable by anyone else. Why would you treat yourself this way? Why seek to end your life? If you were to perish, what would become of the master and young master? What of me? Banksia's voice was low but fierce, her concern palpable. She feared that news of Muangwa's despair would tarnish her reputation. Thus, she kept her voice down while questioning her. Upon hearing Banksia's words, Muangwa could not help but laugh through her tears. She reached out to wipe away Banksia's tears, sighing softly, Silly Banksia. What nonsense are you thinking? My life is far too precious for such thoughts. I merely needed a moment to compose myself. In such a small tub. Do you really think I could drown? Does my face bear the mark of a fool? Seeing Banksia's incredulous expression, Muangwa playfully scolded her with a smile. Banksia, glancing at the tub, suddenly realized that with so little water, no reasonable person could drown unless they deliberately attempted to do so. Concern for her mistress had led her to overreact. Miss, I misunderstood. Please don't be angry, Banksia said, her face flushed with embarrassment. I know you worry for me. But let us avoid such incidents in the future. They would only invite ridicule, Muangwa replied with a gentle smile. She acknowledged that although she had not intended to drown herself, had Banksia not intervened in time, her moment of distraction could have led to a grave misfortune. Should that have occurred, she would have indeed become a laughingstock. Yes, I understand now. I shall not be so reckless again, Banksia promised obediently. Bring me my clothes. I shall no longer soak, Muangwa instructed. Yes, miss, Banksia replied. With Banksia's assistance, Muangwa dressed and retreated to the inner chamber. Chapter 11. Longing for home. Though no snow fell in the January sky, the atmosphere was particularly dreary. A heavy darkness looming above as if it might crush all beneath it. Muangwa stood by the window, gazing into the somber distance, her eyes reflecting a shallow hue. Having tidied everything, Banksia entered and felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her mistress in thin attire by the window. She hurriedly fetched a cloak and wrapped it around Muangwa. Miss, you've just bathed. How can you stand by the window in this chill? What if you catch a cold? It's all right, Muangwa replied softly, adding, Banksia, I miss home. Her voice was gentle, yet heavy with emotion, causing Banksia's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. In the past, Muangwa had severed ties with her family to marry the Prince of War. Her father, known for his scholarly demeanor, had always been gracious and warm, yet he had shown an obstinate refusal regarding Muangwa's marriage. At that time, the master had indeed stated that if the young lady were to marry the War King, the name Muangwa would no longer appear in the Mu family genealogy. Ever since the young lady joined the War King's residence, no one from the Mu family had reached out to her. Perhaps, young lady, you could seek forgiveness from the master. He might soften and forgive you, considering how many years have passed. After all, the master may no longer hold any resentment. Bansha spoke gently. Muangwa turned to her and couldn't help but smile. Silly girl, if only it were as simple as you say. The smile on Muangwa's face was bittersweet, and her heart felt heavy. No one understood her father better than she did. Everyone praised the Confucian Prime Minister Mu Junyuan for his sage-like demeanor. He always carried an air of elegance and nobility, serving as a model for scholars everywhere. Possessing a heart as vast as the universe, accommodating all things. In truth, this was indeed the case. Throughout her life, she rarely witnessed her father displaying anger. He handled every situation with grace, courtesy, and calm rationality. However, he had indeed been angered regarding her marriage. Those who are typically gentle, when they do become enraged, unleash a wrath that is truly thunderous, and no amount of coaxing can soothe it. Otherwise, he would not have ignored her for so many years. Nor would he have failed to send anyone to the War King's residence to inquire about her well-being. Even her family had not appeared before her. Had it not been for her father's insistence, her 3 brothers would have certainly come to see her. Reflecting on this, Muangwa suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She always longed for her family to visit her, thinking of their affection for her, but why could she not be the one to take the initiative? She abruptly spoke. Bansha, help me change my clothes. I need to go out for a while. Bansha hesitated for a moment. Do you wish to return to the Prime Minister's residence? The last few words were spoken softly. Over the years, she had urged Muangwa to return home. But Muangwa had never gone back and was unwilling to send anyone to inquire about the situation at the Prime Minister's residence. Whenever Bansha mentioned the residence, the young lady would lose her temper and scold her for bringing it up, stubbornly acting as if she had completely severed ties with her family. Today was the first time Muangwa expressed a desire to return home. Yes, Muangwa replied quietly. Wonderful. I will help you change and prepare the carriage right away. Bansha said joyfully. Muangwa observed Bansha's delight, a self-deprecating smile tugging at her lips. Even Bansha, who had grown up in the Prime Minister's residence, had begun to feel homesick, yet she. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, a carriage came to a slow stop, devoid of any markings. Muangwa wrapped herself in a cloak and descended from the carriage. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld the grand entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. My lady, shall we not go inside?
Bansha inquired softly, supporting Muangwa.
No, let us sit at the tea house across the street, Muangwa replied, shaking her head as she led Bansha to the 2nd floor of the tea house. She ordered a private room overlooking the street. From this chamber, one could directly view the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence and the surrounding scenery. My lady, Bansha called. Let us sit. We will return shortly.
Muangwa spoke in a cantone.
While she truly wished to return home, She was the one who had stubbornly defied her father's wishes and left the prime minister's residence to marry Shen Mohuai, the one who had rejected her father and brothers. Now, what face did she have to meet her father and brothers again? Furthermore, Shen Mohuai harbored ulterior motives to bring ruin to the Mu family. Remaining in the War King's residence might allow her to uncover the truth and prepare for whatever was to come. If she left, it would be akin to being in the dark while the enemy lurked in the shadows, unaware of their movements. For the time that followed, Muangwa sat silently, gazing at the entrance of the Mu residence, lost in thought. Bansha felt a pang of sympathy watching her. She wished to comfort Muangwa, but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, a carriage halted outside the Mu residence, and Muangwa's previously vacant gaze suddenly sparkled with anticipation as she anxiously watched the carriage. The curtain lifted, revealing 3 men descending from the vehicle, 1 middle-aged and 2 young. All 3 stood over 6 feet tall, with hair adorned by jade crowns, their figures tall and straight, each exuding a distinct charm that made them strikingly handsome. Together, they formed a captivating sight. Chapter 12. The 3 brothers. Muangwa tightened her grip on the railing, nearly rising from her seat. She had only intended to linger at her family's doorstep for a moment, hoping to catch a glimpse of her father and brothers from afar to soothe her longing. However, she had not anticipated such fortune, encountering all 3 of them returning together. Outside the Mu residence, Mu Junyuan was conversing with his 2 sons. Suddenly, his second son, Mu Anhao, paused, turning to look at the tavern across the street. Mu Junyuan followed his gaze, but saw nothing amiss. Anhao, what is it that you see? He asked softly. It's nothing. I just felt that someone was watching us. But upon looking, there was no one. Perhaps I was mistaken, Mu Anhao replied, shaking his head slightly. Meanwhile, Mu Anqing's gaze was fixed on the unmarked carriage at the alley's entrance, his eyes flickering with curiosity. Let us return home first, Mu Junyuan said calmly. The 3 of them made their way home. Back at the tavern, Muangwa hurriedly settled the bill with Bansha. My lady, did you not wish to see the master and the prime minister? Why are we leaving in such haste? Bansha asked, puzzled. Bansha, Tsueya is correct. I am now married to the War King. It is improper for you to still call me young lady. I have refrained from correcting you out of habit, but it is not appropriate in the eyes of others. Remember to address me accordingly, Muangwa stated, diverting the topic. Yes, I understand, Bansha replied softly. Previously, due to Tsueya's influence, Bansha had adjusted her address in front of others, but in private, her habits took precedence. Muangwa did not wish for her to suffer any repercussions due to this address and felt it necessary to remind her at this moment. Not long after Muangwa and Bansha left the tavern, someone arrived, guided by the tavern keeper to the very room where Muangwa and Bansha had just occupied. Tavern keeper, can you describe the appearance of the guests who were in this room? The visitor inquired. I only remember 2 young ladies, but I cannot recall their exact features. I will call the waiter responsible for this room to provide you with details, the keeper replied respectfully. Once the waiter arrived, he detailed Muangwa and Bansha's appearances to the visitor. Are you certain there are no mistakes in your account? The visitor asked, increasingly alarmed, feeling that the individuals described were the very ones their household had been forbidden to mention for years. The tavern waiter sees many guests daily. Occasional errors are not impossible. He interjected. I may have no other talents, but my memory is excellent. As long as I have seen someone in person, I can remember them clearly. I would never dare deceive you, the waiter insisted promptly. After asking a few more questions, the visitor rewarded him and hurried away. At the Prime Minister's residence, during the New Year break, the 3 men who had worked diligently throughout the year rarely had the chance to sit and converse leisurely. The Lantern Festival is approaching. According to our usual tradition, His Majesty will host a banquet in the palace. When you attend, remember to conduct yourselves with decorum and avoid any displays of impropriety.
Mu Junyuan advised.
Father, we are no longer children. Your admonitions are the same year after year, without any variation. Do you not find it tiresome? Mu Anhao interjected with a look of disdain. Mu Junyuan cast him a sidelong glance and replied, I speak for your benefit. What good is my yearly counsel to you? Do you not create some sort of trouble every year? That was merely an accident, Mu Anhao said, rubbing his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, he was martial in nature and often found himself irresistibly drawn to investigate cases, determined to uncover the truth. Even during palace banquets, he would seize the opportunity to seek out the truth. Yet, some individuals delighted in engaging in clandestine activities amidst the festive gatherings, causing him to inadvertently stumble upon numerous secrets. However, these matters were often unsavory, leaving him to devise ways to cover them up. The things he could conceal were manageable, but for those he could not, he had to seek assistance from his father and brother, which inevitably led to their reprimands upon learning the truth. Do you not say this every year? How, you are no longer a child. You cannot act recklessly any longer, Mu Junyuan sighed. Mu Anhao quickly exchanged glances with Mu Anchen. Father, rest assured, I will keep an eye on him and prevent him from causing trouble, Mu Anchen volunteered, sensing his brother's plea for help. On this festive occasion, when the family was rarely gathered, joy should be the order of the day. Eldest young master, at that moment, someone called out from outside the door, urgency apparent in their tone. The newcomer was Gung Junhua, Mu Anchen's loyal servant and confidant. Father, I shall step out for a moment, Mu Anchen announced, striding towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he spoke softly. What is it? Eldest young master. If the tavern keeper's description is accurate, it was indeed eldest Miss and Xia who were observing you at the inn, Gung Junhua replied quietly. Chapter 13. The unrelenting father Mu Anchen was immediately taken aback by this revelation. As the eldest son of the family, and the one most resembling his father, Mu Junyuan, known for his grace and composure, he now wore an expression rarely seen on him, one filled with complexity and agitation. His younger sister had been married off for many years and had not returned. The two families had no contact, fulfilling their father's earlier words that if she married the War King, she would sever ties with the Mu family. Clenching his fists, he murmured, You did not miss here. It truly is Gij? Gij was the nickname for Mu Angeo, a name given in homophonic affection, and the Mu family had always called her that. Yes. My subordinate is certain. I even asked the tavern keeper repeatedly, and it is indeed the eldest miss and her companions. Mu Anchen exhaled a breath of frustration and said, Very well, I understand.
You may leave now.
Yes. Gung Junhua bowed respectfully and departed. Mu Anchen took a moment to compose himself before returning to the room. But what urgent matter requires your attention? If there is something pressing, you need not stay here to accompany me, Mu Junyuan observed, noticing the concern etched across his son's brow. Though they were on holiday, urgent matters still required attention. Mu Anchen pressed his lips together and gently inquired, Father, after all these years, do you truly refuse to forgive Gij? Do you no longer recognize her as your daughter? Mu Junyuan's gaze darkened slightly as he lowered his eyes to sip his tea, responding coolly, Did we not agree to refrain from mentioning her? Why bring her up again? She chose to abandon us. How is it now my fault for rejecting her? Brother, I sense someone watching us. It must have been Gij, right?
Mu Anhao suddenly interjected,
realizing the implications. Without waiting for Mu Anchen's confirmation, he continued, That girl has always been headstrong. Because of father's angry words back then, she has truly severed ties with us for many years. Why would she suddenly return to see us? Has she suffered some injustice? She must have endured some grievance. Otherwise, she would not have come to see us secretly, he asserted, his voice filled with urgency. Hearing that the War King brought a woman back to the capital, showering her with affection, how could Gij, who cherishes him dearly, accept such a situation? She must be longing for home and for us. Yet, father's words weighed heavily on her. She is too cautious to return home, which is why she has come to see us in secret. It must be so. Mu Anhao's voice became increasingly fervent as he spoke, culminating in a decisive thump on the table as he rose abruptly. No, I must go see Gij. I cannot allow her to be bullied, he declared, hastily attempting to rush out.
Stop.
Do not go. Mu Junyuan placed his teacup down on the table with a crisp sound, speaking in a calm yet serious tone. His tone, devoid of overt anger, nonetheless managed to halt Mu Anhao in his tracks. Father, why is this? Did you not dote on Gij the most? Why, knowing she has suffered, do you not care for her? Must you truly forsake your beloved daughter for a moment of anger and pride? Mu Anhao questioned, turning back in indignation. Who told you that was merely anger? I have always kept my word. When have I ever broken it?
Mu Junyuan replied coolly.
She defied my orders and chose to marry the War King. Thus, she is no longer a daughter of the Mu family. Her well-being is no longer our concern. None of you are permitted to seek her out. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to strike her name from our family registry. Father, both Mu Anchen and Mu Anhao exclaimed in disbelief, staring at him in shock. They could not fathom how their father could utter such words. For years, Mu Junyuan had strictly commanded that no one within the household mention Mu Engeo, as if she were non-existent. The brothers had thought he was merely angry and had refrained from opposing him. Moreover, since Mu Engeo had just married the War King and he had departed for battle, given her nature and status, it was unlikely she would encounter difficulties in the War King's residence. Thus, they remained relatively calm, only seeking news about her in secret. They hoped that once their father's anger subsided, things would return to normal and their family could reconcile. However, now that Mu Engeo had been wronged, their father not only refused to protect her, but also threatened them with disownment. This was simply unfathomable. Had their previous assumptions been entirely wrong? Was their father's declaration not a mere outburst of anger, but a genuine repudiation of Mu Engeo as his daughter? Yet, Gij had once been the cherished jewel of the Mu family, their father's most beloved daughter. How could he simply declare he no longer recognized her? Remember my words. None of you are to assist her. She chose her path. She must walk it to the end, even if it means crawling, Mu Junyuan stated, his tone cold as he left the room. Chapter 14. A secret discussion, brother. How can father be like this? Mu Anhao was infuriated, slamming the table in frustration. His handsome face flushed with anger. Mu Anchen, however, remained somewhat more composed. Do not be hasty. Perhaps father has his reasons, for he would not act this way without cause. Even if he has his reasons, it cannot justify this. Are we to simply stand by and watch as Gij is bullied? Mu Anhao gritted his teeth. She is our little sister, whom we have cherished since childhood. We could never bear to raise our voices at her, let alone allow others to mistreat her. Their father had merely instructed them not to seek her out. Mu Anchen cast a sidelong glance at him and asked, "What does my elder brother mean by that?" Mu Anhao inquired in confusion.
Mu Anchen replied,
Can this younger brother not falter at critical moments? Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Mu Anchen reluctantly continued, You should dispatch a few capable shadow guards to keep watch outside the Wang residence. Inform me promptly of any developments regarding Gij, and we shall discuss matters as they arise. Indeed, father only forbade us from seeking out Gij, but he did not prohibit us from sending someone to observe. Mu Anhao exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he slapped his thigh. I shall go at once. Elder brother, you should return to your quarters and rest. Await my news. Watching Mu Anhao's hasty departure, Mu Anchen felt a flicker of helplessness. This fellow. If only he could apply half the cleverness he displays in investigations to other matters, he would not appear so clueless in the face of challenges. Shaking his head slightly, Mu Anchen dismissed the thought and turned his gaze towards Mu Junyuan's study. Son Anchen requests an audience with father, he announced respectfully outside the study.
Come in.
Mu Junyuan replied, appearing unsurprised by Mu Anchen's arrival, his tone indifferent. Upon entering, Mu Anchen observed his father standing before his mother's portrait. Father, I wish to know the reason. Mu Anchen spoke solemnly. Mother cherished Gij during her lifetime. If she were to watch over us from the heavens, she would not approve of your treatment toward her. You are astute, using your mother to press me. Mu Junyuan turned to glance at him, a hint of amusement in his voice, devoid of displeasure. Very well, you have grown up and you share my temperament, steadfast and composed. There are indeed matters I need not conceal from you.
Come, sit and speak.
Yes, Mu Anchen replied, following his father to take a seat. The father-son dialogue lasted a full hour. When Mu Anchen finally emerged from Mu Junyuan's study, a weight lingered in his brow. He lifted his gaze towards the Wang residence. His lips pressed together in determination. Gij, rest assured, elder brother will protect you. No one shall bully you, not even the Wang. With resolve, Mu Anchen strode away. Inside the study, Mu Junyuan gently caressed the features of his deceased wife in the portrait, sighing softly, Wainer, I have allowed our Gij to suffer indignities. If you knew, you would surely chastise me. It is my ineptitude that failed to shield her. Yet, if distancing her from my side means safeguarding her from the storms and dangers ahead, I would bear any resentment from the children willingly. A heavy sigh dissipated in the study, laden with unexpressed sorrow. Naturally, Mu Anch remained unaware of all that transpired within the residence. Upon returning to the Wang residence with Xia, she simply had a light meal before retiring to her chamber. On the first day of her rebirth, she had already endured 2 confrontations instigated by Xia Wanyang and engaged with Shen Mohuai twice, leaving her utterly drained. Yet, it was not without its silver linings. At the very least, She had witnessed her father and brothers alive and well, their spirits undiminished. None had become lifeless heads. And there was still time to alter fate. As long as her family remained safe, she possessed the courage to confront whatever lay ahead. She had returned to this life to change her destiny and to prevent the recurrence of tragedy. Thus, Xia Wanyang must not be allowed to triumph as she did in her previous life. For reasons unknown, Shen Mohuai seemed to have intervened, and for the next few days, Xia Wanyang did not trouble Mohuai. This turn of events brought her a measure of peace. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, Mohuai set out with Xia. Princess, do tell, why venture out when you have yet to fully recover from your cold? What if the wind exacerbates your condition? Xia said, sitting beside Mohuai and adjusting her cloak with a look of exasperation. Mohuai playfully pinched Xia's cheek, smiling. Enough, my dear Xia. You began your fretting before we even left. We are already in the carriage. Must you continue this lament? Princess, I am merely concerned for your health. Cannot you show a little more care for yourself? Xia retorted, daringly swatting Mohuai's hand away, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Chapter 15. Transformation into a rogue woman. Mohuai and Xia shared a bond that transcended the master-servant relationship, often resembling sisters. A rarity indeed. This was partly due to their shared upbringing and Xia's unwavering loyalty, as she held no ill will towards Mohuai. Unperturbed by Xia's playful dismissal, Mohuai leaned gently against her, whispering, Xia, I feel a bit weary. May I rest against you for a while? Such softness from Mohuai left Xia with no inclination to refuse. Though she enjoyed a relaxed camaraderie with Mohuai, she remained acutely aware of their differing statuses. Her mistress would always be her mistress, deserving of her utmost loyalty. Will this be more comfortable? Xia offered, adjusting Mohuai's position gently. Yes, this is perfect. Mohuai responded softly, akin to a child seeking affection. Then doze for a bit. I shall wake you when we arrive, Xia said, her heart melting at Mohuai's gentle demeanor, smoothing her cloak. In her softened state, Xia momentarily forgot her earlier worry regarding Mohuai's reckless disregard for her health. Mohuai remained silent, seemingly drifting off. On Chaoyang Street, outside the Golden Phoenix Pavilion, a carriage came to a gentle halt. After a brief pause, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing a woman draped in a sable cloak, followed by a maid, none other than Mohuai and Xia. Mohuai tightened her cloak around herself and instructed the coachman, Very well, you may return. Come back to fetch me at the end of the third watch. End of the third watch? The coachman looked surprised, his eyes betraying his concern over the late hour. Is there a problem? How long has this princess been out that you feel the need to impose restrictions? Mohuai's gaze was icy, causing the coachman to stiffen and hastily shake his head. And no, I shall return to fetch the princess later, he stammered. Ignoring him, Mohuai led Xia into the Golden Phoenix Pavilion. It was still early, and the shop was sparsely populated. Upon entering, Mohuai did not browse but made her way directly to the back behind the curtain. The shopkeeper, upon seeing her, did not obstruct her but instead instructed the young attendants to follow her into the inner chamber. Welcome, esteemed lady. Are you here to check the accounts today? I shall fetch the ledgers at once, the shopkeeper greeted respectfully. No one knew that the true owner of the illustrious Golden Phoenix Pavilion was Mohuai. This had remained a secret from the public. To outsiders, Mohuai was merely the ruthless woman who had married the Wang, perceived as a useless waste. Mohuai waved her hand dismissively. Today, I am not here to check accounts. I shall change my attire and leave, so do not mind me. Very well. I shall not disturb you further, the shopkeeper replied, and took his leave. Mohuai took Xia to change clothes. Young princess, what are you doing? Xia asked, perplexed as she held the male attire Mohuai had thrust into her hands, watching her begin to change out of her cloak. Since the last time Mohuai had advised her, she had remembered not to call Miss Mohuai anymore, but rather to address her as the princess. However, she was still not quite accustomed to it, and there were moments when she almost slipped up. As Mohuai's personal maid, she had long been aware that Jinfeng Pavilion belonged to Mohuai, and she had even assisted in managing it before, so she was not surprised.
Yet,
Mohuai changing her attire clearly indicated that she was about to leave Jinfeng Pavilion for another destination, which astonished her. I need to go to a place where it's more convenient to wear men's clothing. If you wish to accompany me, hurry and change your clothes. I will take you out for some fun. If you prefer to stay, You can wait for me here, Mu Engi said while changing her clothes. Seeing that Mu Engi had no intention of explaining herself, Banksia hurriedly followed suit and changed her outfit, fearing that Mu Engi would leave her behind once she finished dressing. By the time Banksia was ready, Mu Engi had already tied up her hair and was waiting for her. Banksia quickly gathered her hair and presented herself properly. Mu Engi surveyed Banksia from head to toe and then pinched her soft flesh, saying, "Banksia, I never noticed before, but you have quite a figure." Suddenly being subjected to such an advance, Banksia was taken aback, her face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with shock and shyness as she looked at Mu Engi.
Miss.
How could you? The words "act so indecently" lingered unspoken, but her accusing gaze was unmistakable. Mu Engi felt a pang of guilt at Banksia's pitiful expression. She raised her hand to touch her nose and lightly coughed. "I apologize. I forgot for a moment. It was an impulsive act, a moment of mischief, and, thankfully, it was directed at Banksia. Had it been someone else, she would have likely faced a conflict." Chapter 16. Handing over leverage, Mu Engi swiftly shifted the topic. "Banksia, this won't do. You need to bind your chest. It's too prominent, making you look less like a man." As Banksia felt tears welling up, Mu Engi urged her to remove her clothing and assisted her in binding her chest. Observing the now flatter appearance, Banksia looked at Mu Engi and asked anxiously, "Miss, will this cause any harm?" Mu Engi chuckled in response. "Rest assured, we aren't doing this every day. A short while won't cause any lasting effects. It certainly won't hinder your future prospects." With that reassurance, Banksia finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. She was yet to be married, and if her figure were deemed unsatisfactory, it could adversely affect her chances of finding a suitable match.
Ha! Look at you.
"Don't worry, it certainly won't affect your prospects. If you can't find a husband, I will support you for a lifetime," Mu Engi teased, prompting Banksia to feel a tad bashful as she stomped her feet in embarrassment. "Miss, if you keep teasing me, I won't speak to you anymore." Mu Engi suppressed her laughter, stating, "Once we step outside, you cannot call me miss anymore. You must address me as young master. Do you understand?" "Understood, young master." Banksia obediently complied. "Your change of address is quite swift, but your tone is still too delicate. It clearly reveals your femininity." Rubbing her head, Mu Engi sighed. "Oh well, it doesn't matter if you don't look entirely convincing. After all, in that place, there are all sorts of people. Wearing men's clothing is merely for convenience. Once we arrive, try to speak as little as possible. If you must, lower your voice," Mu Engi instructed, adjusting her tone to call out young master in a deeper pitch. Banksia's eyes widened in surprise. "Miss, I had no idea you could mimic a man's voice." Mu Engi shot her a sideways glance. "There are many things you don't know. I kept some important and dangerous matters from you to preserve your innocence. However, since you are the one I trust the most, there are certain things you must be aware of. Otherwise, if something were to happen, you would be utterly perplexed." She had concealed certain truths from Banksia to protect her, not wanting to tarnish her innocence. Yet the path ahead was destined to be tumultuous, if Banksia wished to remain by her side. Even if she could not assist in any tangible way, it was crucial for her to understand the potential dangers involved. Only then could Banksia better support her. "Yes, young master, you can rest assured. I will strive to learn and keep up with you," Banksia replied earnestly, her voice intentionally lowered to sound more masculine. Though it didn't fully reach a male's tone, it was certainly an improvement from sounding like a girl. Despite her innocence, Banksia was not foolish. In fact, she was quite astute. Thus, Mu Engi's words resonated with her. Inspired by Mu Engi's faith in her, Banksia felt a surge of determination and resolved to give her utmost effort. Mu Engi nodded with satisfaction and reassurance. "Let's go. Young master will take you to broaden your horizons today." With that, she led Banksia out of Jinfeng Pavilion. When Mu Engi eventually paused, Banksia looked up at the sign at the street corner, her eyes widening in astonishment. As Mu Engi took a step forward, Banksia quickly grasped her arm. "Miss, why have you brought me here? This is a notorious red light district." Banksia's voice was urgent, almost frantic. The Yanyu Alley was well known for its establishments of ill repute, lined with brothels from end to end. By day, it was quiet, but at night, it became a vibrant spectacle, with women beckoning customers, flaunting their charms. Banksia had never been to this place, but had certainly heard of its infamous reputation, recognizing the three characters of Yanyu Alley at the entrance. If it were known that a gentleman from a good family visited here, he would surely be labeled a wastrel. And if it were discovered that a lady had come to this place, it would surely cause an uproar in the Wang family. The prince already disapproved of her, and Aunt Xia was constantly watching over her, eager to displace her from the position of princess. If today she truly led Banksia inside, it would be akin to delivering evidence to Aunt Xia. In that moment, Banksia felt as though she might faint from fear. Mu Engi had anticipated Banksia's reaction. She opened her folding fan to cover half her face and leaned closer to Banksia's ear, whispering, "I know. Which is why I had you change your clothes before coming here. Is this merely a matter of changing clothes? Even so, we shouldn't be here," Banksia insisted, growing more anxious as Mu Engi pulled her inside. "Now that we are here, if you wish to keep my identity secret, you must remain calm and composed. Otherwise, we will surely be exposed," Mu Engi said with a smile. Chapter 17. A Member of the Confused. Ultimately, Banksia found herself silenced by Mu Engi and complied, following her into Yanyu Alley. The place was most bustling at night. During the day, the women rested upstairs, leading to a lack of activity. Banksia accompanied Mu Engi to the Lu Pavilion. "Ladies, we do not conduct business during the day. It would be best for you to return at night," the doorman said, rising to greet them with a broad smile. Banksia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Not opening the door was perfect, as they could avoid entering. Just as she was about to pull Mu Engi away, she heard Mu Engi utter a phrase, prompting the doorman to respectfully usher them inside. Upon entering, the other party led them to the backyard, then clasped their hands in greeting towards Mu Engo. "I must trouble you two further. The next leg of the journey requires blindfolds." Hearing this, Banksia felt a twinge of anxiety, instinctively grasping Mu Engo's hand. Mu Engo comfortingly squeezed her hand and replied in a low voice, "Very well, please proceed." With a cheerful wave of his hand, the guide signaled for two individuals to approach and blindfold the pair with black cloths. Aware of Banksia's potential fear, Mu Engo chose not to release her hand. Accepting the silken ties and following the guide's direction, the guide was considerate, announcing each turn or obstacle, ensuring Mu Engo's passage was smooth. As they walked, Mu Engo noticed the air around them growing increasingly cool and damp. Having been imprisoned in a dungeon during her previous life, she was intimately familiar with subterranean environments and quickly realized they had descended underground. The chilling air made her uncomfortable, as memories of her past torment in the dungeon flooded her mind, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Banksia, noticing Mu Engo's shift in demeanor, softly inquired, "My lord, are you unwell?" Mu Engo's hand, still holding Banksia's, was slick with cold sweat, an unpleasant sensation. Yet Banksia's firm grip conveyed strength, reminding Mu Engo that if she could not overcome this minor psychological fear, how could she ever seek vengeance or protect those around her? With this thought,
Bu angu graduali regainet her composure.
She whispered, "I am fine. Just follow me closely and refrain from speaking." After approximately 15 minutes, the guide came to a halt. "We have arrived," he announced, and Mu Engo felt someone gently unfasten the blindfold covering her eyes. However, she did not immediately open her eyes. Instead, she took a moment to adjust, ensuring they could tolerate the external light without discomfort before slowly unveiling her gaze. Before her lay a vast plaza bustling with activity. Numerous stalls showcasing an array of peculiar items. Beyond the stalls, simple structures served as shops, modest yet impressive given their subterranean nature. Banksia's eyes widened in astonishment, and thankfully remembering Mu Engo's earlier warning, she covered her mouth to stifle any exclamation. This was an underground market established beneath the feet of the emperor. Should the authorities discover it, it would undoubtedly incur a death sentence. The existence of such a large underground passage beneath the capital posed a significant threat. If someone harbored treasonous intentions, they could easily amass troops here, potentially leading to chaos in the city. Banksia's face turned pale as she absorbed the implications. "Feel free to explore. Should you need anything, summon one of our men at the entrance," the guide said with a smile before departing. Ignoring their absence, Mu Engo turned to Banksia, her brow furrowed, and asked, "How are you holding up?" Banksia was fine, though she was quite frightened. She leaned closer to Mu Engo and whispered her concerns. Mu Engo could not help but chuckle. She had not anticipated Banksia to possess such keen insight. "Rest assured, this place is a dead end, and half of it is controlled by the authorities. We are safe here," she softly reassured. This underground auction house was originally a treasure vault excavated by a certain eunuch from the previous dynasty, later abandoned following his downfall. Although it was slated for filling in, Various royal considerations led to its preservation, as it was a dead end, sealed off, and unexcavable. The authorities managed it, allowing certain members of the martial world to hold gatherings or auctions on designated days, with entry fees required for attendees. Since it was not located within the inner city and was under official control, there were no concerns for safety. In her previous life, Mu Engo had never visited this place, often thinking those who did were misguided. The relationship between the court and the martial world had always been tenuous, marked by rivalry. Attending an auction here seemed akin to willingly walking into the lion's den. Yet in this lifetime, she had eagerly brought her closest companion, Xia, to this very location, willingly becoming part of those she once deemed foolish, all for the possibility of uncovering the clues behind the annihilation of her family and maternal lineage. Chapter 18. She seeks someone. After calming Xia, Mu Engo began to wander the underground market. Vendors offered a kaleidoscope of wares, from martial arts manuals and exquisite swords to unique techniques, embodying the very essence of the martial world. Mu Engo, disinterested in these items, swept her gaze past them, making her way towards the innermost part of the market. There, a row of shops displayed various goods, and further in stood the only two-story building in the underground market, its sign declaring it an auction house. Mu Engo entered with Xia by her side. "My lord, are we here to purchase something?" Xia asked in a hushed tone. The auction had not yet commenced, and the atmosphere inside was filled with lively chatter.
No, Mohuai replied,
Shaking her head as her eyes scanned the room in search of her objective. On the second floor, someone caught sight of her, their eyes widening in surprise. Without delay, they turned and hurried away. Moments later, they returned, accompanied by another man. "Master, is that the princess? I cannot be mistaken, can I?"
Shen whispered.
Shen Mohuai did not respond, his gaze fixed on Mu Engo's face, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite her male attire and an air of vigor, he recognized her identity immediately. Indeed, she was the princess who ought to remain within the confines of the War King's residence. But how did this inner court lady come to know of this gathering place for martial artists, and what brought her here? Pondering this, Shen Mohuai was interrupted when Mu Engo seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze towards their direction. Instinctively, he and Shen concealed themselves behind the window. "My lord, what is it?" Xia asked, noticing Mu Engo's unusual reaction and peeking in the same direction. "Nothing," Mu Engo replied, returning her focus to the crowd as she continued her search. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Shen Mohuai, having narrowly avoided being discovered, ceased his surveillance of Mu Engo and instructed Shen Yi, "Send someone to keep an eye on her and uncover her purpose for being here." "Understood, master," Shen Yi replied before departing. At last, Mu Engo spotted a table and an individual in a dim corner. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly approached, whispering, "There is someone hidden in the depths of the clouds." The person glanced up, handed her a pen and paper, and coolly remarked, "Please write down what you seek." Mu Engo wrote down a name and then returned the paper and pen. "Help me locate this person. You may set your terms." The individual scrutinized the name, frowning as they said, "There are countless individuals with the same name in this world. To find someone, you must provide more substantial information." "I only know this name and that he served as a vice commander in the Shin family army 18 years ago. Nothing else," Mu Engo replied coolly. The man crumpled the paper and prepared to discard it, claiming the information was too scant to pursue, and bid her farewell. Mu Engi, resting her hands on the table, responded coolly, "If I knew everything, why would I seek your assistance? Is it not said that the hidden pavilion is privy to all matters of the world? Could it be that these are merely fallacies? Is it that you can only investigate what is already common knowledge?" The man's anger flared instantly, directed at Mu Engi. Unfazed, she calmly suggested, "You may first present this to your superior and inquire if they wish to undertake this task. Should you accept, you may stipulate any conditions or rewards you desire. However, if you refuse, I assure you that the hidden pavilion's hollow reputation will echo throughout the land." "You audacious wretch!" The man, incensed by her words, raised his hand to strike her. Mu Engi anticipated this move, deftly blocking his attack, and they exchanged several swift blows. He kicked the table away and charged at her. Remaining unperturbed, Mu Engi crouched beneath the table and swiftly emerged before him, her hand poised like a claw, aiming for his vital point. Alarmed, the man hastily dodged. The commotion drew the attention of those still awaiting the auction, who gathered to witness the spectacle. After a flurry of exchanges, Mu Engi ultimately gained the upper hand, delivering a decisive kick to his chest, pinning him to the ground. Looking down at him with frigid eyes, she demanded, "Will you accept the task or not?" The man trembled, about to reply, when a voice interjected, "Please do not be angry, esteemed guest. I am his superior. Feel free to express any request to me. Shall we discuss this further upstairs?" Mu Engi lifted her gaze to find a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed beard standing nearby, smiling benignly. Reclaiming her footing, Mu Engi straightened and replied, "Very well." As she followed the man upstairs, her eyes discreetly scanned the crowd. She noticed Banxia's pale face, filled with anxiety as she looked her way. Mu Engi subtly shook her head before proceeding to the second floor. Mu Engi had instructed Banxia to remain concealed within the crowd, regardless of the circumstances, and to act based on her cues. She brought Banxia along not to expose her to danger, but to demonstrate the perils she faced and the skills she possessed. Upon reaching a private room on the second floor with the middle-aged man, the door creaked shut, shutting out the curious gazes from outside. "Please take a seat, esteemed guest."
Iam Zhangxi.
"May I inquire about the matter you wish to entrust to the hidden pavilion?" Zhang Si poured her a cup of tea, smiling as he spoke. Mu Engi did not take a seat, but reiterated her previous statements. Zhang Si frowned slightly after listening, then smiled again. "The task you propose is indeed challenging. Yet if you are willing to place your trust in the hidden pavilion, I shall take it upon myself to accept it. However, the timeline for results remains uncertain. Might you provide your contact information, so I may inform you once we have news?" Hearing this, Mu Engi felt a sense of relief. As long as the hidden pavilion agreed to take on the task, that sufficed. She left the address of a tavern before departing the room. As she descended the stairs, the hidden pavilion member who had fought her earlier had already cleared the table and resumed his seat. Upon seeing her, resentment flickered in his eyes, but Mu Engi paid him no heed. Blending into the crowd, she led Banxia away from the auction house. Unbeknownst to her, after her departure, Zhang Si hurried to the room where Shen Mohuai was located. Reporting to the pavilion master, the individual requested the hidden pavilion to investigate a person, providing only a name. But the information is too limited. "Here is what she left behind for your perusal," Zhang Si said, presenting the paper with both hands. His prompt compliance stemmed from a directive received from the pavilion master.
Shen Yi, Viren Amask.
Accepted the note and entered the inner room to present it to Shen Mohuai. Initially indifferent, Shen Mohuai's expression turned icy upon reading the name on the note. Shen Yi sensed the sudden drop in atmosphere and was taken aback. The master was typically adept at controlling his emotions. This display was a clear deviation. "Did she mention anything else?" Shen Mohuai asked in a low, gravelly voice. "No. She only provided the address of the Pingkong Tavern in the southern part of the city as a contact point," Zhang Si replied hastily. Shen Mohuai waved Zhang Si off. "What is troubling you, master?" Shen Yi inquired, noticing the chill surrounding Shen Mohuai. It appears my investigation into the Mu family was not misguided after all," Shen Mohuai remarked, his gaze sharp as he handed the note to Shen Yi. Seeing the name on the paper, Shen Yi was struck with disbelief. "Isn't this the clue we just acquired? How could the princess consort be aware of it? To come to the hidden pavilion with a request for investigation. It seems this princess consort is far from ordinary." Shen Mohuai scoffed lightly and commanded, "Shen Yi, send Yi to follow her discreetly and uncover her background. She may very well be our key to investigating the Mu family. Isn't it a bit excessive to use your personal shadow guard to investigate the princess consort?"
Shen Yi questioned in surprise.
"Any matters related to the Mu family warrant our utmost attention. Besides, she possesses considerable martial skills. An ordinary person cannot keep up with her." Shen Mohuai replied coolly. For years, Shen Mohuai had pursued inquiries into the Mu family but had seen little progress. His initial willingness to marry Mu Engi stemmed not only from coercion but also from a desire to maneuver within the family. He believed that becoming the Mu family's son-in-law would facilitate closer ties and allow him to ascertain the true nature of the renowned scholar minister. However, due to unforeseen warfare, he was dispatched to the borders for several years. Upon returning, he found his princess consort had undergone a significant transformation, seemingly connected to his investigations. This development intrigued him. It appeared he needed to find a way to actively engage with his princess consort. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shen Mohuai's eyes glimmered with calculation.
Shen Yi,
recognizing his master's resolve, acquiesced with an affirmative response before departing to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Mu Engi and Banxia were escorted away as they had arrived. Once outside the misty rain pavilion, Mu Engi led Banksia along a circuitous route before returning to the Golden Phoenix Pavilion to change attire. At the end of the hour, Mu Engi returned to the War King's manor with Banksia and did not venture out again. In the Rose Pavilion, Xia Wanyang, upon learning of Mu Engi's return, instructed someone to guard the entrance and immediately notify her upon Shen Mohuai's arrival. Shen Mohuai returned to the manor at the end of the hour, and upon his arrival, he was summoned to the Rose Pavilion by Xia Wanyang. Watching Xia Wanyang weep and listening to her maid's lamentations, Shen Mohuai felt a surge of irritation, wishing only to cast her away as far as possible. However, his gaze fell upon Xia Wanyang's belly, prompting him to restrain his temper. Are you implying that Mu Engi, this princess consort, has deprived you of your due share, causing you distress? Shen Mohuai finally spoke, his expression indifferent. I dare not presume. I merely wish to ensure the well-being of the child within me. If I could have a small kitchen at the Rose Pavilion to manage dietary restrictions, it would be much more manageable, Xia Wanyang sobbed softly. Shen Mohuai narrowed his eyes and asked, Is your sole intention to acquire a small kitchen? Nothing else? His voice was enigmatic, yet it sent a shiver of panic through Xia Wanyang's heart. Uncertain of Shen Mohuai's disposition, she was frightened enough to kneel on the ground. Chapter 20. A willing agreement, Your Highness. I am acutely aware that my request may seem presumptuous. However, I implore you to consider my unborn child. You understand the significance of this child to me. The matters of sustenance directly pertain to life and safety, and my fears compel me to make this request. Hoping for your understanding, Xia Wanyang spoke with heartfelt sincerity, presenting herself as devoted solely to her child. Yet, her true intentions were far more ambitious than merely acquiring a small kitchen. It was merely a test. Should Shen Mohuai acquiesce, she would meticulously orchestrate her next move, ultimately aiming to oversee the household's provisions and establish herself as the legitimate mistress of the estate. In time, even if Mu Engi retained the title of princess, she would be of greater standing with real power in her hands. However grand her aspirations, they required Shen Mohuai's support to materialize, which prompted Xia Wanyang to kneel and plead. Shen Mohuai, with a shift in thought, rose and commanded, Come with me. Regardless of whether Xia Wanyang's motivations were genuine or otherwise, it mattered not to Shen Mohuai, for he perceived this as an opportune moment to gauge Mu Engi's reactions. Not fully comprehending the situation, Xia Wanyang hurriedly rose and followed him outside. Shen Mohuai led Xia Wanyang to the Yuxiu garden, where Mu Engi resided. Before they entered, they could hear laughter and commotion emanating from within, a lively scene indeed. Shen Mohuai chose to remain undetected, advancing silently. As they reached the doorway, he witnessed the two figures on the couch, engaged in jovial banter. Mu Engi appeared freshly groomed, dressed in her inner garments, her long, flowing hair cascading gracefully behind her. With a smile, she playfully teased Banksia, who was clearly no match for her in this playful exchange. Your Highness, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shall never dare again. In the midst of their merriment, Banksia noticed Shen Mohuai and Xia Wanyang standing at the door, her face immediately paling. She hastily knelt, exclaiming, I have seen the prince. Please, Your Highness, be at ease. Mu Engi, with her back to the door, turned to see them, her smile lingering, illuminated by the soft light, resembling a celestial being from a painting. However, upon spotting Shen Mohuai, her smile faded. She adjusted her attire and wrapped herself in a nearby cloak before bowing respectfully. I have seen the prince. Shen Mohuai lowered his gaze to conceal his emotions and replied coolly, Rise. May I inquire why the prince has come at this late hour? Mu Engi asked, her tone measured. Shen Mohuai took a seat, fixing his gaze on Mu Engi. Is there a part of the Wang residence that I am forbidden to enter? Mu Engi remained unfazed, responding calmly, None at all. I merely assumed that you and Lady Xia would be resting at this hour. In ancient times, it was customary to retire early. By the hour of the dog, which corresponds to modern times around 7 p.m., it was normal to be asleep. Upon hearing this, Shen Mohuai's brows arched, pondering whether she felt jealousy over his company with Xia Wanyang. If Mu Engi were privy to his thoughts, she would likely scoff at him, deeming him a shameless flatterer. I returned to the residence because Lady Xia mentioned a matter to discuss with you, fearing you might refuse, and thus sought my intervention. Whatever Lady Xia wishes to convey, she may do so freely. I am not a tyrant, Mu Engi replied, glancing at Xia Wanyang with a knowing smile. Xia Wanyang articulated her concerns about her lack of appetite and her desire for a small kitchen to prepare her own meals. It is quite normal for a pregnant woman to be particular about her food. I shall instruct that additional funds be allocated for the small kitchen at Qiangwei Pavilion. Mu Engi agreed, without hesitation. Her prompt acquiescence left Xia Wanyang feeling a surge of frustration, akin to striking a fist against cotton, powerless and vexed. Is there something amiss? Lady Xia, are you not satisfied? Mu Engi inquired, tilting her head. Not at all. I am quite satisfied. I thank you in advance, Xia Wanyang responded, regaining her composure. She had anticipated that Mu Engi, with her temperament, would refuse. If Mu Engi had reacted with indignation, Xia Wanyang could have seized the opportunity to portray her as a jealous woman before Shen Mohuai, thereby distancing him further. Yet Mu Engi's agreeable nature left her feeling impotent. Perhaps you should return to the Qiangwei Pavilion, as the hour is late, Mu Engi suggested, wishing for them to leave her courtyard immediately. The presence of these two was suffocating, tainting the very air she breathed. As for Xia Wanyang's request, she was not surprised. A similar incident had occurred in her previous life. Back then, she had protested vehemently, ultimately causing Shen Mohuai to leave in frustration, labeling her a jealous woman. Subsequently, Xia Wanyang had proclaimed the incident widely, branding Mu Engi in a negative light. In this lifetime, facing the same individuals and circumstances, Mu Engi remained unbothered. For it ultimately mattered little to her. Shen Mohuai, observing Mu Engi's demeanor that conveyed a wish for them to depart, felt a sudden surge of dissatisfaction. Chapter 21. I shall stay the night. I will remain here tonight. You may return to the Qiangwei Pavilion, Shen Mohuai declared unexpectedly. His proclamation caused both Mu Engi and Xia Wanyang to change expression simultaneously. Xia Wanyang felt a rush of panic. She had brought Shen Mohuai to the Yuxiu garden to secure her own advantages, not to facilitate his stay and foster intimacy with Mu Engi. Mu Engi's expression darkened with anger. What was Shen Mohuai's intention? Did he truly expect to stay? The very thought that he might wish to remain was infuriating. She could hardly contain her ire. Please return. Be cautious on your way and rest early, Shen Mohuai advised, noting Mu Engi's tense posture and displeased countenance, which oddly pleased him. During this visit to the capital, he had noticed significant changes in Mu Engi, who no longer seemed as invested in him as before. Discovering that she might be linked to matters he had been investigating, he had initially felt troubled and at a loss on how to approach her. Yet here was an opportunity. As long as Mu Engi remained his princess, and as long as Xia Wanyang's presence could provoke her, he would always find a chance to test her true feelings. Xia Wanyang, urged twice by Shen Mohuai to leave, felt a mix of reluctance and frustration but ultimately complied. Once she departed, only Shen Mohuai, Mu Engi, and Xia remained in the room. Xia, you may retire. Your services are not required here, Shen Mohuai instructed the kneeling maid. Xia glanced at Mu Engi, filled with concern. Her mistress no longer seemed to care for the prince as she once did, having recently declared her lack of affection for him. The thought of her mistress being forced to share a chamber with him was disconcerting. She bit her lip and suddenly said, in response to the princess is not in a position to share the bed these few days. Upon hearing this, Shen Mohuai immediately narrowed his eyes. Mu Engo felt a surge of excitement and quickly added, Your Highness, I came to Kuei Shui, and it is indeed inconvenient for you to stay overnight. Perhaps you should go to the Rose Pavilion instead. Aunt Xia would surely be delighted to host you. Her servant, Ban Sha, was indeed a clever little thing. Had it not been for the detestable Shen Mohuai still being present, she would have loved to embrace her and shower her with kisses. Shen Mohuai, his expression darkening, questioned her. She is with child. Do you truly perceive me as such a lecherous man? Mu Engo's eyes sparkled with a challenging light, as if to say, aren't you? Yet she responded,
How could that be?
Your Highness is a valiant general guarding the borders. How could you be so shallow? You have misunderstood me. Observing the woman before him, whose words and thoughts were at odds, Shen Mohuai felt a rising fury. She could not even feign interest in him. Her inner thoughts and spoken words were entirely disjointed. Such contradictions could surely drive her mad. Fine, go on, Mu Engo. There will come a time when you will plead for me to stay, he declared, angrily sweeping his sleeve aside as he strode towards the door. Mu Engo watched his retreating figure with a cold smile. Plead for him to stay? Never. Not in this lifetime. If she were to plead, it would surely be under circumstances where she could exact her revenge, even to the point of taking his life in the intimacy of their bed. Suddenly, Shen Mohuai turned back, catching sight of the unmasked expression on Mu Engo's face. He strode back, gripping her chin and forcing her to meet his gaze. Do you hate me?
Why?
He could see it clearly. Her earlier look was imbued with deep-seated loathing. Mu Engo tensed at his proximity, suppressing the urge to lash out. With an innocent smile, she replied, Perhaps the dim lighting misled you, Your Highness. I adore you. How could I ever hate you? Once, she had loved him dearly. So much, so that she was willing to forsake everything to marry him. Yet now, her affection had morphed into a desire for his immediate demise. Shen Mohuai narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on her hand. It felt as though he might crush her jaw, yet Mu Engo appeared oblivious to the pain. Still smiling sweetly at him, they seemed to engage in a silent battle, neither willing to yield an inch. Beside them, Bansha, frightened, prostrated herself repeatedly, pleading, Your Highness. The princess's feelings for you are as evident as the heavens above. She has been waiting for you all these years. She is merely upset, jealous because of your return with Aunt Xia. Please do not hold it against her. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. True feelings? Jealousy? Anger? Shen Mohuai mulled over these 3 words, reflecting on Mu Engo's earlier gaze, struggling to reconcile them with love. Over the years, he had been the target of much resentment and knew all too well the look of hatred. She indeed hated him. He could not be mistaken.
But why?
Was it merely because he had brought Xia Wanyang back, leading her to despise him out of love? Had the events of that day, when she undertook a mission beneath the hidden tower, not occurred, Shen Mohuai might have believed her. But at this moment, he found her words utterly unconvincing. Suddenly, Shen Mohuai grasped Mu Engo's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Chapter 22. A grand gift. Mu Engo felt rigid as if made of wood, filled with reluctance. Shen Mohuai, fully aware, pretended not to notice, speaking with a hint of amusement. Were it not for your maid, I would have remained oblivious to your infatuation with me. Since you are so enamored, I might as well stay the night. Sharing a bed does not necessarily require us to engage in anything. Wouldn't you agree, princess? He whispered this close to her ear, his warm breath sending waves of revulsion coursing through her. Infatuation? Adoration? She scoffed. How conceited could Shen Mohuai be to apply such terms to himself? His arrogance knew no bounds. Yet, bearing the title of his princess, she could not afford to drive him away, as that would mean severing ties completely. As Mu Engo grappled with her dilemma, a servant burst in, exclaiming, Your Highness, it's urgent. Aunt Xia has fallen and hurt herself. She claims her stomach pains. You must go to her. Shen Mohuai's expression shifted, losing interest in confronting Mu Engo. He released her and turned to leave, asking over his shoulder, How is she? Is the child all right? Have you summoned a doctor? The physician has been sent, but other circumstances remain unclear. Once Shen Mohuai departed, Mu Engo felt a wave of relief wash over her. Bansha, kneeling nearby, hurried to support her. Miss, are you all right? She whispered, knowing her mistress did not wish to hear the title of princess at that moment.
I'm fine.
Bansha, prepare hot water. I wish to bathe. Mu Engo's expression was devoid of emotion. But you just bathed. Bansha responded, puzzled. I feel unclean. Mu Engo turned to Bansha, her smile not reaching her eyes. Bansha suddenly recalled the last time Mu Engo had been touched by Shen Mohuai, nearly scrubbing her skin raw in disgust. A shiver ran down her spine. I will go at once, but you must not overdo it, understood? After a long night of turmoil, Mu Engo finally felt satisfied as she sank into the bed, falling into a deep sleep. However, her slumber was troubled. She was plagued by dreams. In her nightmares, she relived the scenes of the dungeon, her family's lifeless heads magnifying in her mind, suffocating her with grief. Struggling to awaken from the torment, Mu Engo sat up, gasping for air, her hatred for Shen Mohuai and Xia Wanyang intensifying. If she were to truly assess her feelings, her deepest loathing was reserved for Xia Wanyang. Since her confinement in the dungeon, all she had seen was Xia Wanyang. The malevolence Shen Mohuai had inflicted upon the Mu family had been delivered through Xia Wanyang's lips. If her love for Shen Mohuai was a folly of her own making, then the suffering she endured in the dungeon was a consequence she deserved. Shen Mohuai's vengeance for her forced marriage she accepted. But what fault lay with her family? They had severed their ties with her to prevent her marriage, and yet they had not deserved to be entangled in this. Yet Xia Wanyang had meticulously orchestrated their downfall, accusing them of treason. leading to the annihilation of the Mu family. Annihilation? What depths of malice and resentment could drive one to commit such an act? This enigma became all the more perplexing when Xia Wanyang personally delivered the severed heads of her family, confessing her role in their demise. Was it truly for a man that she would go to such lengths to obliterate? Mu Engo closed her eyes, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks, her heart being relentlessly pierced time and again. "My lady, why are you crying?" Ban Xia entered with a basin, alarmed at the sight of Mu Engo's tear-streaked face. "I am fine. Just wash up, for I have something to discuss with you shortly," Mu Engo replied, forcing a smile. Seeing that Mu Engo did not wish to elaborate, Ban Xia, understanding her mistress's wishes, refrained from further inquiries, attending to her needs for washing and breakfast. After breakfast, Mu Engo inquired, "Ban Xia, have you been managing the storerooms in the mansion all these years? Are the accounts in order?" Although her father had ruthlessly severed their father-daughter relationship, he had not skimped on her dowry when she married. Mu Engo owned numerous establishments outside, including restaurants, jewelry shops, tea houses, embroidery workshops, and many more. After Shen Mohuai went to war, she took over the household management of the Wangfu, only to discover that the entire estate was a mess of chaotic accounts. There were 2 stewards in the Wangfu. The head steward, Li Yukai, had always assisted Shen Mohuai in managing his private treasury. Li Yukai rarely interfered with the public expenditures of the Wangfu. When Shen Mohuai was absent, he seemed like an invisible man, and no one knew what he was busy with. The second steward, Zhang Deqian, managed the public accounts, controlling all expenditures within the estate, making him a figure of significant authority whom everyone sought to please. However, he was notorious for his corrupt practices, embezzling funds and accepting bribes, leaving the Wangfu nearly depleted. When Mu Engo examined the accounts submitted by Zhang Deqian, she immediately recognized discrepancies and numerous loopholes. Yet, as Zhang Deqian was part of the Wangfu, she refrained from taking action, deciding to wait for Shen Mohuai's return to address the issue. For years, the expenses of the Wangfu had been supplemented by the silver she earned from her own businesses, never touching the treasury of the Wangfu. "Yes, I have kept a meticulous record of every expenditure as per the princess's instructions, and the public treasury has never been touched. Is there a problem?" Ban Xia asked, perplexed. Mu Engo smiled. "No, there is no problem. I simply wish to prepare a grand gift for our Aunt Xia."
Bank Xia, somewhat confused,
leaned in closer as Mu Engo whispered a few instructions into her ear. Ban Xia's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. "Rest assured, my lady. I shall take care of it and ensure it is done within 2 days." Ban Xia hurriedly left Mu Engo's chamber, and Mu Engo began to gather her long-unused tools to prepare medicine. She had once saved the old master of the medical valley, the revered physician Zhuang Fei, who had taught her the art of medicine and provided her with texts on poisons for her study. Unfortunately, in her previous life, her infatuation with Shen Mohuai had led her to a point of no return, fearing his disdain for her knowledge of poison. She had refrained from its practice after his return to the capital. In addition to her expertise in poison, she had also trained in martial arts and had been recognized as a rare talent by her master, who believed that with diligent practice, she could soon become a martial arts expert. Regrettably, she had squandered her potential due to her romantic entanglements, leading to her eventual downfall, which she deemed justly deserved. However, having been granted a second chance, she resolved not to repeat the foolish mistakes of her past. Thus, she intended to reclaim her martial skills and thoroughly study the texts on poisons. This way, she could wield both intellect and strength, adeptly navigating any challenges or obstacles she might encounter in her quest for vengeance. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Xia Wanyang remained remarkably quiet, causing no disturbances. On the 14th day of the first month, Mu Engo chose not to continue her studies on poisons, but instead spent her time in the courtyard, reading and feeding fish, seemingly awaiting something. Indeed, after midday, Shen Mohuai arrived, accompanied by the weeping Xia Wanyang. "Mu Engo, I have warned you not to set your sights on Xia Wanyang. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind?" Shen Mohuai entered with an icy demeanor, immediately questioning her. Feigning surprise, Mu Engo replied, "What are you talking about? I do not comprehend. Since you have agreed to allow me to manage the kitchen, why then do you deliberately withhold resources? How can a child grow on nothing but plain porridge and cabbage? It is one thing for me to suffer, but if the child fails to develop properly and is born frail, that is true misery," Xia Wanyang sobbed, looking utterly aggrieved. Mu and Ge glanced at her with a bemused expression, silently critiquing her lackluster performance. She then turned her gaze to Shen Mohuai, her eyes clear yet imbued with a hint of detachment, and asked, "Do you believe her words?" Shen Mohuai was not foolish enough to trust Xia Wanyang's claims. He allowed her to make a scene merely to test Mu and Ge's limits. However, Mu and Ge's transparent demeanor, as if she could see through everything, left Shen Mohuai feeling somewhat disconcerted. "Are you implying that I am wrongfully accusing you, my lady?"
Xia Wanyang interjected.
Having made her decision, she intended to remain in the Wangfu, as long as Mu and Ge held the title of princess. She would be unable to escape being addressed as such. She planned to endure, biding her time until she could compel Mu and Ge to call her back, doubly so. Yet she neglected to realize that sometimes retreating too far could lead to permanent distance. Mu and Ge replied coolly, "So, what does the prince intend? If you believe I am mismanaging matters, why not allow Aunt Xia to manage them herself?" Xia Wanyang was taken aback by this suggestion. What did Mu and Ge mean by self-management? Shen Mohuai, sensing her confusion, inquired further. Mu and Ge called out for Ban Xia. Ban Xia rushed in, presenting a tray respectfully. "Your Highness, these documents are the accounts submitted by the second steward, Zhang Deqian, on the second day after the wedding, along with the keys to the kitchen. The items below represent the expenses the princess has supplemented from her dowry over the years. When the prince departed for battle in haste, the princess did not dare to use any resources from the Wangfu. So she has never touched any of the accounts or assets submitted by the second steward. All the original assets have remained under his management. If you wish to investigate the accounts, you must consult him. What is the meaning of this?" Shen Mohuai furrowed his brow at Mu and Ge, his voice low and measured. "If you do not trust me, believing I would mistreat Aunt Xia in managing the kitchen, then let her oversee the affairs herself. Surely, no one would dare to sabotage her?" Mu and Ge replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanyang was momentarily stunned. Although her original intention had indeed been to seize some authority to prepare for managing the kitchen, she had not yet voiced her desire. And suddenly receiving such a significant opportunity left her bewildered. For a moment, Xia Wanyang felt uncertain. The ease with which she obtained something not taken by her own efforts left her feeling ill at ease. Mu and Ge, observing her reaction from the corner of her eye, felt a sense of amusement. She aimed to walk the path of a green tea character, leaving her rival with no way forward. Since Xia Wanyang desired control over the kitchen, Mu and Ge would willingly grant it to her. After all, the kitchen was a chaotic mess. Whoever took it on would be inviting misfortune. In her previous life, she had been foolish enough to cling to the keys representing the mistress's authority, only to be schemed against by Xia Wanyang and Zhang Deqian, leading to her being falsely accused of emptying the Wangfu and embezzling funds, which only deepened Shen Mohuai's disdain for her. In this lifetime, she would never again act foolishly, entangling herself in such a significant predicament. The only solace she found was that, at the outset, she had exercised some degree of prudence. At least, she had the foresight to maintain a separate ledger for the funds she had contributed to the royal residence, keeping meticulous records. Otherwise, she would indeed be in a dire situation now. "Mu and Ge, you are truly the War King's consort," Shen Mohuai spoke coldly. "The key to the inner chambers symbolizes the status of the lady of the estate. Why did she so readily relinquish it? What was her true intent?" It was clear that she had once loved him deeply, but in the blink of an eye, that love had vanished. Not only had it dissipated, but it had transformed into hatred and disdain. Even though she masked her feelings well, he could still sense the contempt that occasionally slipped through her facade. Imbued with a palpable animosity. Why this hatred? What warranted such resentment? If she had truly understood the events of the past, particularly if they were connected to the Mu family, she ought to feel more guilt and compassion towards him. Shen Mohuai felt a rare confusion. As a prominent warlord, he found himself unable to decipher a woman's heart. The prince's favored one is Madame Xia. Mu and Ge smiled bitterly, her exhaustion evident. "I stubbornly chose to marry the prince, severing ties with my family, and spent years alone in this empty residence. When the prince returned, I thought I had finally endured the storm to see the light of the moon, only to discover that he had brought back a beloved of his own." A self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she continued. "Initially, I felt some reluctance, but witnessing the prince's unwavering support for Madame Xia during moments of strife has made it clear to me that those who are favored act without fear. I simply wish to avoid experiencing the suffocating scenario where a beloved stands up for another woman, questioning my worth. By handing over the key to the inner chambers, I can find some peace. Madame Xia, I entrust the estate's accounts to you. Ban Xia dutifully presented a ledger to Xia Wanyang, who instinctively accepted it. Ban Xia then handed another account to Shen Mohuai. Muenge spoke up. This document outlines the personal funds I have contributed to the royal residence over the years. I kindly ask you, Your Highness, to verify it and return the silver to me.
What?
You want me to refund you?
Shen Mohuai was incredulous.
This woman not only refused to assist him in managing the finances, but also demanded repayment. What was she truly after? Chapter 25. The Pampered Young Man. Your Highness, what do you mean? Do you not wish to refund it? Muenge frowned in response. Over the years, all expenses related to the royal residence, including the servants' wages and daily necessities, have been drawn from my dowry. If you refuse to repay me, are you not concerned about how this might tarnish your reputation as the War King? Of course, if you do not mind being seen as a pampered young man, then you need not repay me. As soon as Muenge finished speaking, Shen Mohuai snatched the ledger away. Since these expenses pertain to the royal residence, it is my responsibility. Once I have someone verify the accounts, I will ensure all funds are returned to you, he stated coldly. Then I shall be grateful. Muenge replied, her smile becoming more genuine. The War King's residence is among the most prestigious in the capital, frequented by influential families. With annual expenses for social obligations exceeding 60,000 taels, coupled with various other expenditures, it amounts to at least another several tens of thousands. Altogether, it would not be less than 100,000 taels of silver. She had married Shen Mohuai at the age of 15, and now, 5 years later, he owed her at least 500,000 taels. The thought of reclaiming her wasted money brought her joy, even making her view Shen Mohuai, whom she currently loathed, with slightly more favor. Perhaps her smile, now tinged with sincerity, distracted Shen Mohuai momentarily. Her current demeanor, so cheerful, echoed the innocence of her past affections for him, making it far more pleasant than her earlier feigned indifference. Beside them, Xia Wanyang seethed with jealousy at Shen Mohuai's gaze fixed on Muenge. She spoke softly, Your Highness, tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. His Highness mentioned that the Emperor will host a banquet in the palace, and he wishes to take me along. Coming from the border, I am unfamiliar with the etiquette and customs, so I kindly ask for your guidance to avoid embarrassing His Highness. Upon hearing this, Muenge's smile vanished instantly. She scoffed coldly. If you are aware that your humble background might lead to embarrassment, then do not covet a place that does not belong to you. She then turned to Shen Mohuai, her voice icy. Your Highness, I will allow you to indulge in other matters, but attending the palace banquet is not permissible. I am a legitimate consort recognized in the royal records. What makes her worthy to accompany me to the banquet? If the prince favors her, taking her as a concubine and bringing her to the residence is acceptable. However, should you dare to bring her to the palace banquet, not only would it breach propriety and invite criticism from the officials, tarnishing your reputation, but it would also trample upon my dignity and render me powerless. If you are truly so obstinate, we might as well part ways now while there is still time. As long as I am the War King's consort, I shall not consent to this matter. Shen Mohuai observed the coldness and vehement disapproval on Muenge's face, and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. Her intense emotional expression finally made him realize that she still cared for him, that she still loved him. So, had love truly morphed into hatred? Xia Wanyang had anticipated that this situation might not unfold smoothly, but she was confident that with Shen Mohuai's support, she could prevail. Thus, she began to cry, wiping her tears. Your Highness speaks the truth. It is I who have been inconsiderate. Upon hearing that His Highness wished to introduce me to his kin at the palace banquet, I was overwhelmed with joy. It was my failure to recognize my lowly status that led to my inappropriate words and actions. I implore you, do not be angry, for it would be disastrous for my health. Muenge cast a cold glance at Xia Wanyang, disdain evident. Your Highness, what say you? Shall we proceed to request an edict for a divorce, or will your Madame Xia remain obediently in the residence, refraining from attending the palace banquet? On this very day in her previous life, Xia Wanyang had similarly confronted Shen Mohuai. Back then, she had foolishly clung to the key to the inner chambers,
Inciting Shen Mohuai's ire.
When Xia Wanyang brought up the banquet, she uttered the same words, eliciting his sympathy. Her refusal to relinquish the key had already angered him, and her reluctance to allow Xia Wanyang to attend the banquet only fueled his resentment. The outcome had been that Shen Mohuai disregarded her objections and took Xia Wanyang to the banquet, leaving her fuming and not attending. In the end, she became a laughingstock throughout the capital, even inciting officials to criticize her father, claiming he had raised a jealous woman, resulting in his punishment. In this life, she would not allow her father to suffer because of her. We were married by the Emperor's decree. It is not something that can simply be undone. Do not even entertain thoughts of divorce, Shen Mohuai asserted, then turned to Xia Wanyang. Your Highness is correct. You are but a concubine. Your status unworthy of the grand occasion. You shall remain in the residence tomorrow, and I will have someone prepare a lavish banquet and entertainment for you. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanyang's face turned ashen. Chapter 26, a warning. The concubines of the Yizaran have but one reliance, their lords. When their lords stand behind them, they can strut with arrogance, daring to provoke even the legitimate wives. However, when their lords turn a blind eye, it strikes them like a bolt from the blue, a devastating blow. Such was the case with Shen Mohuai towards Xia Wanyang at this moment. Muangwa observed the pale, ashen face of Xia Wanyang and felt a sense of satisfaction. For Xia Wanyang, who regarded Shen Mohuai as her world, his words about her status being unworthy of regard were tantamount to a calamity. My lord, I am Xia Wanyang, she stammered. Ultimately, her strength gave way, and she rolled her eyes, fainting. A nearby servant hurried to support her, exclaiming, Concubine, Lady Xia. My lord, what shall we do? The servant looked helplessly at Shen Mohuai. Shen Mohuai furrowed his brow. Quickly, summon the court physician to Qiangwei Pavilion. With that, he scooped up Xia Wanyang and strode towards the door. Muangwa watched his retreating figure, a cold smile gracing her lips. Xia Wanyang, this is merely the beginning. Let us see how many times you can feign fainting. My lady, you are truly remarkable, having anticipated Lady Xia's antics and preparing the accounts in advance. You are simply extraordinary. Xia chimed in, lavishing praise on Muangwa. Having grown accustomed to Xia's fluctuating titles of my lady and princess, Muangwa merely noted that as long as Xia understood her place, all was well. Responding to Xia's compliment, Muangwa tugged at the corner of her mouth, finally whispering, if I were truly remarkable, I would not be in this predicament now. Had I been formidable, I would not have met such a tragic fate in my past life, nor would I be reborn in this manner. Today, I merely stand upon the shoulders of my former self, countering Xia Wanyang's schemes. What do you mean? Xia asked, puzzled. It is nothing. Muangwa smiled as she replied, just ensure that the attire for tomorrow's banquet is well prepared to avoid any mishaps. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. Xia promptly assured her. At Qiangwei Pavilion, the physician had just taken Xia Wanyang's pulse and prescribed a tonic before bowing to take his leave. Shen Mohuai stood by the bedside, gazing down at the still figure of Xia Wanyang. With a slight flutter of her eyelids, Xia Wanyang slowly opened her eyes. My lord, she called out softly, attempting to rise and pay her respects, expecting Shen Mohuai to stop her. Yet he did not. Trembling, Xia Wanyang knelt on the bed, too frightened to look up. Your Highness, have I not treated you well throughout this journey? Shen Mohuai inquired coolly. Your Highness has treated this concubine exceedingly well, for which I am profoundly grateful, she replied. Then cease your antics and refrain from causing me trouble, Shen Mohuai stated coldly. Xia Wanyang's heart quaked as she gazed up, terrified. Your Highness, do not presume that I am oblivious to your schemes, Xia Wanyang. I have merely been lenient due to your child. Should you jeopardize that life? Do you comprehend the consequences? His voice was as frigid as an eternal glacier, sending shivers down Xia Wanyang's spine. Having succeeded in troubling Muangwa on several occasions, Xia Wanyang had convinced herself of her own prowess and Shen Mohuai's foolishness, believing he could not see through her machinations. Now, she realized it was not his ignorance, nor her brilliance, but rather his indulgence that had allowed her to act with such impunity. Because of the child she carried, he had permitted her to misbehave, even aiding her in her bullying of Muangwa. Now, however, she had crossed a line, prompting him to withdraw his indulgence. I have erred. I shall not do so again. Xia Wanyang immediately prostrated on the bed, repeatedly bowing her head in apology. Muangwa is my princess. Whether she remains is my decision, not yours. If you persist in your foolish calculations against her, you shall be sent to the outskirts to nurture your child in solitude, Shen Mohuai warned. Xia Wanyang shook her head in sheer terror. I would not dare. My lord, please do not cast me away. If she were truly banished to the distant estate, her dreams of becoming the War King's wife would be forever dashed. I shall return the key to the pantry to the princess. I shall cease my ambitions, Xia Wanyang hastily declared, scrambling to rise. No need, Shen Mohuai interrupted. Since she has given it to you, keep it. Just maintain your distance from her. She serves another purpose for me. Yes, I obey, Xia Wanyang nodded vigorously, completely oblivious to the deeper implications of Shen Mohuai's words. After warning Xia Wanyang, Shen Mohuai departed. Xia Wanyang collapsed back onto the bed, her face pale and drenched in cold sweat. A nearby maid hurried to wipe her brow, murmuring softly, concubine. Was it not said that the prince harbors no feelings for the princess? Why then did he reprimand you on her behalf? It must be that the princess has secretly reported your misdeeds and set traps for you, the maid whispered, only to be met with a sharp slap from Xia Wanyang. Silence. Chapter 27. The princess's thick skin is the princess, someone you can speak ill of behind her back. Are you deliberately inciting me to lose the prince's favor? Xia Wanyang glared at the maid, her expression resembling that of a vengeful spirit, terrifying in its intensity. The maid, frightened, fell to her knees, trembling. My loyalty to you, dear concubine, is as eternal as the sun and moon. How could I ever harm you? This maid, named Taoji, had been brought in to serve Xia Wanyang after Xia was injured and could no longer attend to her. Taoji was adept at reading faces and flattering words, which had endeared her to Xia Wanyang. From managing the small kitchen to cunningly securing the pantry key and participating in court banquets, Taoji had played a significant role in Xia Wanyang's schemes. How else could a newcomer from the border, like Xia Wanyang, navigate the intricacies of court life so swiftly? In her previous life, Muangwa had been passive, allowing Xia Wanyang's plans to unfold seamlessly, with Taoji as her right hand. In this life, however, due to Muangwa's counteractions, Taoji had become a liability, and Xia Wanyang had lost a valuable ally. You would not harm me? Look at the dismal ideas you've concocted, none of which have succeeded. Xia Wanyang fumed.
Leave.
From now on, you shall remain in the courtyard, performing menial tasks. I no longer require your service. Suya, come to assist me, she commanded. Suya, waiting at the door, quickly approached Xia Wanyang. My lady, do not be angry. You must take care of your health if you wish to scheme for the future, she urged. Taoji silently gathered her things and exited the room.
Thea?
Observing her departure from the corner of her eye, smirked inwardly. During her recovery, Taoji had attempted to ingratiate herself with Xia Wanyang, vying for her position. And now she reaped the consequences of her folly. With only Xia Wanyang and Suya remaining in the room, Xia Wanyang could no longer hold back her tears. Do you think the prince will grow weary of me and cease to visit? Never, my lady. As long as the child within you remains, you shall not falter. Suya reassured her. Now that we have angered the prince, let us remain low-key for a few days until he calms down, and then we can make further plans. Xia Wanyang cradled her belly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. I do have a child. As long as the child exists, they will not neglect me. They will undoubtedly care for me. In that moment, Xia Wanyang appeared almost entranced, gently caressing her belly and murmuring to herself.
Good child.
You must be obedient and be born healthy. Our future well-being relies entirely upon you. The following day arrived swiftly. Although Muangwa no longer considered herself the princess of war, she was still attended to, donning the ceremonial attire befitting a princess. Adorned with exquisite jewelry and a light touch of makeup, which rendered her appearance remarkably dignified, solemn, and opulent. My lady, you look truly exquisite. Your poise is something few can possess, Banksia complimented with a smile as she admired Muangwa in the mirror. As Muangwa shifted slightly, the delicate tassels atop her head swayed gently. Remembering her responsibilities upon entering the palace, she reached up and removed the beautiful, intricate, yet cumbersome tassel hairpins that could easily attract unwanted attention. My lady, what are you doing? Banksia asked urgently, blocking her path. These are far too troublesome. Just give me something less extravagant, Muangwa replied.
What? How can that be?
How can it possibly match your esteemed status as the Princess of War? Banksia frowned. You mentioned it is merely a title. The truth is well understood by those in the capital, Muangwa replied calmly. But Banksia, let us change it. Unable to resist Muangwa's wishes, Banksia complied and adjusted her headpiece. Though less ornate than before, the new adornment exuded a sense of simplicity and elegance.
See?
This looks quite lovely as well, does it not? Muangwa said with a cheerful smile. Yes, it looks nice, Banksia replied, somewhat discontented. While the new look was indeed lovely, it was understated. She preferred her mistress's previous dazzling appearance. Her lady was already blessed with exceptional beauty and an illustrious status. Why should she diminish herself? Indeed, your princess possesses such striking beauty that even draped in a burlap sack, she would still shine. Let alone after being enhanced by your skilled hands, Banksia. So, do refrain from being upset, will you? Muangwa said, playfully shaking Banksia's hand with a charming expression. Before Banksia could respond, a scornful laugh echoed from the doorway. Both women turned to see the newcomer, and Muangwa's expression immediately soured. What brings you here? Muangwa asked, her brow furrowed. I came to see how you are faring. If there are any discrepancies, I might offer some guidance to prevent you from embarrassing me in public, Shen Mohuai replied, a hint of amusement in his eyes. I did not notice any issues, but I did discover that my princess possesses quite a thick skin. Embarrassed by being overheard by an adversary, Muangwa felt a flush of awkwardness. However, her heart, consumed with resentment, did not allow her to display any signs of embarrassment. She forced a smile and replied, Perhaps you should manage your own affairs, my lord. You have been absent from the capital for 5 years, while I have attended countless palace banquets, demonstrating a greater sense of propriety and understanding of the rules than you. Shen Mohuai did not contest her claim. He merely remarked, Hurry up, before departing. Moments later, Muangwa settled into the carriage awaiting her at the door.
Why so slow?
Shen Mohuai asked impatiently from within the carriage. Muangwa tightened her grip on the carriage curtain and nonchalantly entered, responding coolly, I did not keep you waiting. Are you suggesting that I am being overly sentimental? Shen Mohuai raised an eyebrow. Let us depart, Muangwa replied, tapping the carriage wall, her tone indifferent. The driver acknowledged her command, and the carriage began to move. Not wishing to engage with Shen Mohuai, Muangwa closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. However, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her became increasingly uncomfortable. She suddenly opened her eyes to find Shen Mohuai's face mere inches from hers, prompting her instinctively to push him away. Shen Mohuai, seemingly prepared for this, grasped her hand and pinned it against the carriage wall, leaning closer and effectively trapping her between his chest and the carriage. For a moment, Muangwa found her breath faltering. What do you want? She asked, her voice strained as she struggled to suppress her disdainful gaze. I am merely curious as to why the person who once sought to marry me with such desperation now harbors animosity and resentment towards me, Shen Mohuai inquired slowly. Noting the shift in Muangwa's expression, Muangwa recognized that Shen Mohuai was both intelligent and cautious. The intensity of her resentment upon her rebirth had been too evident for him to overlook. Despite her efforts to conceal her feelings during their subsequent encounters, she still inadvertently revealed her true emotions. Having anticipated the possibility of being questioned, Muangwa managed to regain her composure. She met his gaze evenly and asked, Do you know why I was so resolute in marrying you? This took Shen Mohuai by surprise. Was it not because you were captivated by my beauty and fell for me at first sight? He suggested. At that moment, Muangwa wished to return his earlier remark about having a thick skin. Suppressing her emotions, she replied, That is merely a superficial reason. What lies beneath the surface? Shen Mohuai inquired, intrigued. Would you kindly release me first? Your proximity makes me quite uncomfortable, Muangwa stated, lowering her eyes. He was too close, stirring the resentment within her to the point of near inability to contain it. Shen Mohuai relinquished his hold and returned to his seat, folding his arms across his chest.
Speak.
After all, we are in the carriage together. There is no need to rush, he added unhurried. When I was a child, I accidentally fell into the water, and you saved my life. I have always remembered you and wished to repay your kindness. When I saw you at the coming-of-age banquet, I recognized you immediately. As an ordinary girl, I could think of no other means to repay you, so I resolved to offer myself, which led to my earlier desperate proposal. Now that you have returned to the capital with Lady Xia, I did harbor resentment at first, but I have come to understand. You have never cared for me. It was my fault to marry you against your will, causing harm to both you and myself. If you wish, I can seek the Emperor's decree for a divorce to make way for Lady Xia, thereby fulfilling both of your desires. As she spoke, Muangwa cast her gaze downward, feigning melancholy. To enhance the authenticity of her sorrow, she even managed to squeeze out a few tears. Observing her tear-streaked face, Shen Mohuai frowned, unable to contain his concern. I saved you? I was unaware of this, he remarked. That was when I was 6 and you were 11. You were 12 when you fell ill, and likely forgot this trivial matter, Muangwa replied coolly. In truth, the act of saving her did occur. But it was not her life that he had saved, it was that of his first love. During her time in the dungeon, she had heard Xia Wanyang mention how Shen Mohuai had suddenly recalled a childhood friend, only to forget her during a serious illness when he was 12. Since then, he had been searching for her, but due to his limited memories, he had never succeeded. Eventually, another girl impersonated that childhood friend, and Shen Mohuai initially believed her, nearly usurping Xia Wanyang's position. It was through her relentless efforts that Xia Wanyang exposed the true nature of her adversary, ultimately leading Shen Mohuai to distance himself from her. In the end, that young woman perished under the design of Xia Wanyang. Muangwa felt no sympathy for her. Instead, she pondered why the other could exploit the situation. Yet she could not do the same. Although Shen Mohuai currently remembered nothing, she believed that once the foundation was laid, when he recalled his childhood companion, he would inevitably envision her face. Shen Mohuai held significant power, and it would be a daunting task to topple him in the short term. Hence, she would not overlook any potential opportunity for strategy. If Shen Mohuai truly regarded her as his childhood sweetheart, only to meet his end at her hands, would he not die with his eyes unclosed? Chapter 29. A shared sense of frustration at the age of 12, Shen Mohuai indeed fell gravely ill. In fact, that illness nearly claimed his life. Prior to his affliction, his maternal grandfather, a prominent general, was accused of treason. News reached him that his grandfather and several uncles were executed at the border for defying orders. In the capital, his grandmother, aunts, and young cousins also suffered the consequences, all sentenced to exile 3,000 miles away to endure harsh labor in the frigid north. It was later reported that none of them survived the journey, being mercilessly slain by highway robbers along the way. Furthermore, his mother, the once favored Rong Guifei, perished in a fire within the palace at the time of the incident involving her family. In a single night, Shen Mohuai transitioned from being the favored fourth prince of the current emperor to a disgraced scion of treasonous lineage. Such a cataclysmic upheaval was clearly beyond what a child could bear, leading Shen Mohuai to succumb to illness, nearly dying multiple times. Upon recovery, he emerged emaciated and taciturn. Originally, he did not bear the surname Shen. It was only after his illness, when the emperor's wrath had not yet abated, that he was stripped of the Xiao surname and conferred the Shen name. The emperor explicitly stated that this punishment was to ensure that Shen Mohuai would forever remember that he bore the blood of a traitor, warning him against betrayal. Logically, given such an extreme beginning, Shen Mohuai should have quietly perished in some corner of the palace under the guise of illness, or grown up in obscurity, ultimately becoming subservient for the sake of survival. Yet, Shen Mohuai, driven by his own resolve, took to the battlefield to atone for his family's sins and repay the emperor's grace. While many anticipated his demise on the battlefield, he instead achieved remarkable military feats, slaying countless enemies, earning commendations from soldiers at the border. The emperor, compelled by circumstances, awarded Shen Mohuai, allowing him to gradually ascend to the status of the current war king. Shen Mohuai could be said to have single-handedly reversed his fortunes, astonishing everyone. The age of 12 represented both sorrow and pain for Shen Mohuai, a topic he consistently avoided. Thus, even when Muangwa merely mentioned the age of 12 without elaborating, it was enough to chill Shen Mohuai's demeanor. Since you are intent on returning the favor with your life, why now seek a divorce? Shen Mohuai inquired coldly. Because I have come to understand, Muangwa replied calmly. Since His Highness is indifferent to me and has found someone else, why must I play the villain in your love story? Letting go to facilitate your union is also a way to amend the harm caused by my forced marriage to you. Otherwise, if my attempt to repay kindness turns into enmity, would that not betray my original intent and harm you? Every word Muangwa spoke was undeniably reasonable. Yet Shen Mohuai remained unconvinced. Is that truly the case? Is there nothing more? He pressed. It is indeed so, Muangwa affirmed, noticing Shen Mohuai's scrutinizing gaze. She paused before adding, moreover, my heart has grown cold. I have resigned myself to my fate. Since His Highness has no affection for me, any insistence would be futile. It is better to grant us both dignity. You mentioned that your father has severed ties with you? If you were to divorce me, as an abandoned woman, where would you go? Shen Mohuai queried further. Society is inherently biased against women, believing they must rely on men for their existence. Adhering to the three obediences, submitting to their father in youth, their husband in marriage, and their son in widowhood. Muangwa had already estranged herself from her family. Should she also divorce her husband, even if it were officially termed a separation rather than a dismissal, it would suffice to make her a subject of scorn. While returning to her family was not an option, living a carefree life in any village was not out of reach. Muangwa smiled, embodying a desolate yet serene demeanor, convincingly portraying her heart's depth, leaving Shen Mohuai unable to detect any flaw in her facade. Shen Mohuai regarded her intently before stating mildly, "I am not so heartless. Since you have clarified your reasons for the forced marriage, which are indeed reasonable, I shall not pursue past grievances. As for the matter of divorce, consider it as if I have not heard it. Do not mention it in front of others. Conduct yourself, well, as the War King's consort, and I shall ensure you are not wronged. But what about Aunt Xia?"
Muangwa frowned.
She understood that as long as Shen Mohuai continued to investigate the Mu family, she would remain of use to him, and he would not allow her to divorce him and leave. This was why she used the divorce as a pretext, retreating to make her heart's death seem justifiable. However, she harbored a deep resentment for Xia Wanyang, who always seemed to seize opportunities to create trouble for her. You need not concern yourself with her. I have already warned her. She will not trouble you in the near future, Shen Mohuai replied coolly. Muangwa suddenly recalled the sense of frustration she felt when Xia Wanyang had received the key to the inner kitchen that she had forcefully given her. Chapter 30. A Father's Protection. Noticing Muangwa's sudden silence, Shen Mohuai inquired, "What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied?" Muangwa managed a gentle smile. "I have no grievances. I merely did not expect His Highness to warn Aunt Xia on my behalf. It is somewhat surprising." It was not merely surprising. She felt as though she could almost touch the heavens in her astonishment. Was Shen Mohuai not deeply infatuated with Xia Wanyang? Why would he caution her for Muangwa's sake? She certainly did not harbor the delusion that he was doing so out of affection for her. Yet, even if it were to retain her in the palace to exploit her as a means to target the Mu family, he should not have warned Xia Wanyang. After all, such a thing had never occurred in the previous life. For a moment, Muangwa felt a headache coming on. In the subsequent silence, they arrived at the palace gates. Alighting from their carriage, they proceeded towards the Qiuyu Hall, where the banquet was being held, guided by the palace attendants. Along the way, many onlookers gossiped as they saw the two together. Didn't they say that the War King does not care for the War King's consort, and that they have not shared a bed since their marriage? Why do they appear so harmonious walking side by side? One could not blame the War King. On the night of their wedding, he was suddenly dispatched to war, and he had been away for 5 years. How could they consummate their marriage? Word had it that the War King had returned to the capital with a concubine who was pregnant. His consort must be suffering greatly. Muangwa and Shen Mohuai entered the Qiuyu Hall. Inside, many officials had already arrived and were engaged in conversation. Upon Shen Mohuai's arrival, they all came forward to greet him. His demeanor was noticeably colder than usual, as she observed him communicating with others through mere nods and gestures. Muangwa couldn't help but entertain the thought that Shen Mohuai's ability to converse with her was indeed a sign of warmth.
Shen Mohuai,
renowned for his military achievements and possessing a unique status, attracted both admirers and those wary of associating with him, resulting in brief exchanges. Just as Muangwa was about to take her seat, Shen Mohuai unexpectedly grasped her hand. "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? Everyone is watching." She suppressed the urge to shake off his grip and whispered, "Since you are aware of their gaze, do cooperate." Shen Mohuai's lips moved slightly, his voice barely audible to Muangwa. Internally vexed, she maintained a facade of mirth, nodding at those who greeted her. Just as she felt her smile might stiffen, Shen Mohuai finally halted. She heard him say, "Your humble son-in-law," accompanied by his wife, Shen Mu, pays respects to the esteemed father-in-law. In that moment, Muangwa felt as though her mind had exploded. Her gaze blankly fixed on the serene figure of Mu Junyuan, her throat constricted, rendering her unable to utter a sound. "Gur, why do you not greet the esteemed father-in-law?" Noticing her silence, Shen Mohuai tugged at her again. Mu Junyuan rose and bowed to Shen Mohuai. "I have severed the father-daughter relationship with the War King consort for many years and cannot accept such a title from His Highness. You may address me by my official title." Though his expression remained indifferent, The words he spoke pierced Mu and Ge's heart with sorrow. In her previous life, she had failed to comprehend why her father vehemently opposed her union with Shen Mohuai, even threatening to sever ties. After she stubbornly married him, her father continued to act in this manner. It was only after her rebirth that she grasped that her father's actions were perhaps a means to protect her. He must have known about Shen Mohuai's investigation into the Mu family, and fearing for her safety, he severed their relationship. Her father likely hoped that by doing so, Shen Mohuai would refrain from harming her, recognizing her as his wife. Alas, her father had underestimated Shen Mohuai's ruthlessness. In her previous life, despite her father's actions, he had still shown no mercy toward her. Not only did she suffer, but the entire Mu family perished without exception. As Mu and Go reflected, resentment welled within her, prompting her to bow her head and suppress her emotions. Unfortunately, she remained oblivious to the reasons behind Shen Mohuai's investigation into the Mu family and his animosity towards them. She had considered directly questioning her father, yet she knew he would never disclose the truth. Thus, she resolved to uncover the answers on her own, piece by piece. Though Mu Junyuan appeared aloof, his peripheral gaze remained fixed on Mu and Go, noticing her reddened eyes as she lowered her head, causing him to feel a heaviness in his heart. "Has my daughter angered you during your absence?" How else could the esteemed father-in-law utter such words as severing ties? "If she has offended you, I, as her husband, apologize on her behalf. She is young and impulsive. Please do not hold it against her." The usually reticent Shen Mohuai suddenly transformed, becoming quite loquacious. "Gur, your highness." Mu and Gu interjected, not wishing to witness his pretense any longer. "I am feeling unwell and wish to step outside for some fresh air." After speaking, she disregarded his reaction and hurriedly departed. Chapter 31. Almost exploding with anger, Shen Mohuai watched her hurried retreat, then turned to Mu Junyuan with a resigned expression. "Gur has quite the temper. I hope the esteemed father-in-law will forgive her." "Your highness should call me Mu Xiang," Mu Junyuan replied, raising his hands in acknowledgement before resuming his seat, appearing visibly perturbed by his daughter's behavior. Shen Mohuai remained unfazed by his demeanor and sat beside him, engaging in casual conversation. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the hall. The typically genteel and affable Mu Xiang, who greeted everyone with a smile, now displayed a lack of warmth towards the War King, his expression neutral. In stark contrast, the usually cold and taciturn War King displayed a remarkable friendliness towards Mu Xiang, exchanging words with him from time to time. This striking contrast left all witnesses baffled, uncertain of their true feelings. Consort Ban Xia pursued Mu and Gu out of Qiuyu Palace, observing her standing in a secluded shadow of the courtyard, hesitatingly calling her name. "I am fine. I merely feel overwhelmed," Mu and Gu chuckled softly. "Overwhelmed?"
Bonk Xia queried, perplexed.
Mu and Gu did not respond to her question but instead lifted her gaze towards the vast starry sky, watching the twinkling stars as a smile spread across her face. No one could fathom her current state of mind. Her memories harbored the anguished, bloodied faces of her fallen kin. Yet just moments ago, she had seen her father alive and well. The tumultuous emotions she had felt from a distance during her previous life paled in comparison to the surge she experienced now. Once again, she was vividly reminded that she had indeed been reborn. She was alive, and her beloved family members were also alive. Everything had not yet reached an irretrievable point. Ban Xia approached Mu and Ji's side, witnessing her tear-streaked face adorned with a smile. Startled, she hesitated to speak, aware that shedding tears in the palace could lead to severe consequences. Ban Xia stood beside her, shielding her from prying eyes. Mu and Gu, not lacking in self-awareness, quickly raised her hand to wipe away her tears. As she composed herself, a flippant voice rang out. "Oh, is this not my dear fourth sister-in-law? Why are you hiding here, crying so sorrowfully? Has the fourth brother bullied you?" Following the sound, Mu and Gu spotted the ninth prince, Xiao Yichun, standing not far away. The current emperor had a total of 11 princes, of whom only 7 had survived to adulthood, and Xiao Yichun was one of them. Among these 7, he was the most notorious. Having just turned 20, he was already infamous for his numerous romantic escapades, having entangled himself with countless women. He lacked any moral compass. If he set his sights on someone, he would go to great lengths to possess her, regardless of her marital status. In her previous life, Mu Ge had become a target of Xiao Yichen's attention, and in a bid for self-preservation, she had nearly incapacitated him. According to rumors, he had also played a role in the downfall of the Mu family. Recalling the timeline, Mu Ge realized that she and Xiao Yichen had already clashed prior to this moment, and he must now harbor a deep-seated animosity towards her. Your Highness is jesting. I merely stood here, momentarily blinded by the wind, not crying at all, Mu Ge replied coolly,
Xiao Yichen aprorocheter.
fanning himself as he attempted to lift her chin with his fan. Mu Ge narrowed her eyes and remarked meaningfully, It seems the ninth prince has forgotten the pain after the wound has healed. Xiao Yichen momentarily halted, a flicker of resentment crossing his gaze. He had first noticed Mu Ge at a banquet, where he was struck by her beauty. Despite his roguish nature, he understood that she was of noble birth and not to be trifled with, as it could lead to dire consequences. However, upon investigating, he discovered that Mu Xiang had inexplicably severed ties with Mu Ge, claiming they had ended their father-daughter relationship. Moreover, his fourth brother had left for the borders on the night of his wedding, never consummating their union. In other words, Mu Ge is a maiden adorned with the title of the War King's consort. He indulges in reckless and untamed pursuits, particularly drawn to forbidden matters. Thus, he devised a scheme to ensnare Mu Ge, believing that without any support, once he had her in his grasp, she would obediently heed his commands and become his bedfellow. To his surprise, Mu Ge proved to be a formidable opponent, almost delivering a devastating blow to him. This incident became a lifelong humiliation for him, igniting a complex mix of love and resentment towards her. In short, he remains infatuated with Mu Ge, yet dares not act impulsively. Upon hearing that my fourth brother returned to the capital with a beautiful lady, Xiao Yichen suppressed his thoughts and chuckled. Fourth sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Who could surpass you? My brother truly lacks appreciation, forsaking such a stunning consort for an inconsequential woman. If he is so heartless, why must you remain chaste for him? As Xiao Yichen leaned closer to Mu Ge, smiling enticingly, he remarked, I believe you are aware of my feelings for you, fourth sister-in-law. Why not share your thoughts with this prince? A cold voice interrupted Xiao Yichen's words. Chapter 32. She will show him madness. The chilling utterance struck Xiao Yichen like a bucket of cold water, causing him to instinctively step back from Mu Ge. Turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld the imposing figure of Shen Mohuai, silhouetted against the light, standing before him. Fourth royal brother, Xiao Yichen stammered. As Shen Mohuai positioned himself beside Mu Ge, Xiao Yichen recoiled further. What intentions do you harbor towards my consort? You may share them with me. Shen Mohuai's cold gaze bore down on Xiao Yichen, instilling a tremor in his legs. Xiao Yichen, a prince emboldened by his favored concubine and influential family, often bullied the common folk, yet found himself a coward before someone like Shen Mohuai, who thrived through his own merit. Fourth brother, you jest. She is my fourth sister-in-law. What could I possibly feel? Xiao Yichen hurriedly waved his hands, nervously laughing. I merely happened to pass by and saw her crying here, so I offered a few words of comfort.
Please do not misunderstand.
Since you have arrived, I shall leave the comforting of my sister-in-law to you and refrain from intruding further, he said hastily, retreating with great speed. Once he departed, Shen Mohuai's gaze fell upon Mu Ge. With narrowed eyes, he coldly remarked, What happened to the fierce spirit you displayed before me? How could you allow yourself to be bullied outside without retaliating? Mu Ge discerned a tone of disappointment in his words. However, she was not so vain as to think Shen Mohuai cared for her. Such a notion was impossible. He harbored no feelings for her, and any interest would surely be for his own gain, seeking to exploit her to confront the Mu family. His intervention now was likely merely to avoid entanglements with his younger brother, preserving his own reputation. Glancing at him, Mu Ge uttered a polite thank you, intending to pass him by. Yet, Shen Mohuai barred her way, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. You have yet to respond to my earlier question. Or, do you truly have some connection with Xiao Yichen? Mu Ge looked up at Shen Mohuai and suddenly smiled. She was strikingly beautiful, though not extravagantly adorned today. She still exuded grace and poise. In the dappled light of dusk, her smile blossomed like a flower in the night sky, captivating all who beheld it. Shen Mohuai's expression remained icy, yet a flicker of astonishment danced within him. He had never realized how breathtaking his consort truly was. What answer would the prince like from me? Or does the prince wish for me to truly have some entanglement with your ninth brother? So you might seize leverage against me? Her words caused Shen Mohuai to frown.
You know I do not mean that.
Moreover, I have stated that I shall not act against your status as the War King's consort for the time being. Shen Mohuai spoke in a lowered voice.
So,
You believe that my title will bestow upon me what? Esteem? Glory? Or power?
Mohuai queried coldly.
Shen Mohuai was taken aback, and she continued, on our wedding night. You led troops into battle, leaving me to become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Everyone knows that the War King despises his consort, marrying her yet refusing to consummate the union before hastily departing. For the past 5 years, do you know what life I have endured in the capital? You are the War King, a great general, wielding immense power, and the entire War King's residence benefits from your prestige. Yet for me, your brilliance only serves to highlight my shame. Do you know how many banquets I must attend on behalf of the War King's residence each year? And how I am treated with disdain and ridicule at every turn? You have no idea. Just consider the recent provocation from Xia Wanyang. I could indeed retaliate. I could even kick that useless fool away. But then what? If I create a commotion to draw everyone's attention, Xia Wanyang could easily turn the tables on me, claiming I seduced him, and when he rejected me, I acted out of anger. Then I would be branded a shameless woman, scorned by all. Shen Mohuai furrowed his brow, his lips moving, yet no words escaped. Do you think I exaggerate, that I am deceiving you? Believe me, no matter what occurs, whether I am right or wrong, if there is a conflict, I stand alone. No one will defend me or speak a word of justice on my behalf. Do you wish for me to demonstrate that to you? The final words were spoken as she leaned closer to Shen Mohuai, their gazes locking. In her eyes, he perceived a glimmer of madness. A feeling washed over him, a sense that if he uttered a single word of consent, she might indeed lose her sanity and show him firsthand. Chapter 33. The new emperor of the previous life was not him. Is this how you have lived in the capital all these years? After a long pause, Shen Mohuai finally asked softly. His voice lacked the earlier harshness, replaced by uncertainty, and his furrowed brow seemed to carry a hint of regret. Mu Engi narrowed her eyes, hesitating to reply. This version of Shen Mohuai felt utterly foreign. That he would be moved by her heartfelt confessions and consider her perspective was indeed surprising. Had she not experienced the annihilation of the Mu family and held the lifeless heads of her father and brothers, she might have thought Shen Mohuai was not as terrible as she believed. But alas, she was a person reborn, one who had suffered and died once. She would not allow herself to be deceived by him a second time. I have endured this life in the capital. If the prince does not believe my words, he is welcome to investigate for himself. As I, Shen Mohuai, was about to express further thoughts, the sharp, high-pitched voices of the eunuchs echoed from outside the courtyard, announcing the arrival of the emperor and the empress. Upon hearing this, Shen Mohuai ceased his discourse, grasped her hand firmly, and hastily made his way toward the hall. There were matters to address later. For now, they needed to enter the palace. Mu Engi did not withdraw her hand at this moment, aware that if she were to offend the emperor, the consequences would be borne solely by her. Just as Shen Mohuai guided Mu Engi to kneel in their designated position, the emperor and empress entered the Qiuyu hall. Once the imperial couple took their seats, the emperor instructed everyone to rise. Today marked the Lantern Festival, and a banquet was held within the palace, intended for the joy and camaraderie of all esteemed officials and courtiers. The emperor encouraged everyone to indulge freely in drinks and merriment without restraint. Once all were seated, the emperor began to speak again, prompting expressions of gratitude from the attendees for his graciousness. After a few introductory remarks, he commanded that song and dance performances be presented, while he leisurely enjoyed the entertainment. Mu Engi subtly averted her gaze from the emperor. He appeared to be of a similar age to her father, at 56 years, and still retained a lively demeanor. However, the dark circles beneath the emperor's eyes suggested that his health might be in jeopardy. The emperor and her father had been childhood companions, sharing aligned political views with minimal discord. When the emperor ascended to the throne at the age of 15, the Detsong kingdom was mired in turmoil, weakness, and poverty. Yet, in the 31 years of his reign, he achieved remarkable accomplishments, leading the kingdom to stability and revitalization under a harmonious governance alongside his prime minister. Should he be granted another 20, no, merely 10 years, the Detsong kingdom could undoubtedly flourish into a prosperous era. Regrettably, in the 35th year of Tianchun, which was also the 3rd year of her imprisonment in the dungeon, the emperor fell gravely ill. The decline of the Mu family began in that fateful year. After 3 months of illness, the emperor passed away suddenly. According to Xia Wanyang, following the late emperor's funeral, the new emperor ascended the throne merely a month later, only to face accusations from the officials regarding the Mu prime minister's ill intentions, claiming he had long been a parasite on the nation's resources. The new emperor ordered a thorough investigation, uncovering a hidden chamber within the Mu household containing a prepared dragon robe, leading to the conclusion that the Mu prime minister harbored ambitions of usurpation, resulting in the execution of the entire Mu family. In essence, the current emperor and her father were allies. As long as the emperor remained alive, her father would be safe, and the Mu family would not face calamity. What surprised Muingo was that, as per Xia Wanyang, the new emperor was neither Shen Mohuai nor the current crown prince, but rather the inconspicuous fifth prince, Shao Yixian. Thus, in her previous life, Shen Mohuai's meticulous schemes to undermine the Mu family did not lead to his own ascension, but rather served to elevate another. Logically, Shen Mohuai should not have been foolish enough to act in such a manner. After all, during the reign of the late emperor, there were whispers about his growing power, prompting discussions of curtailing his authority. If he were not the one to ascend the throne, his failure in the succession struggle would inevitably lead to his demise. He could not have been unaware of this, nor could he have willingly relinquished the throne to another, placing his life in someone else's hands. Hence, why was the new emperor not him? Muingo found herself perplexed, sensing that certain pivotal elements remained obscured and discordant, eluding her understanding. Unfortunately, her prolonged imprisonment in the dungeon had left her reliant on Xia Wanyang's boasts for information. Therefore, even in her rebirth, many matters remained inscrutable, requiring her own investigation. Fortunately, she possessed a general sense of direction, enabling her to plan ahead and mitigate potential troubles. Returning to the present, Muingo observed individuals approaching Shen Mohuai to toast. At this point, the emperor and empress had departed, and the attendees relaxed, mingling and conversing freely. Given that those present were all high-ranking officials, Shen Mohuai could not afford to appear dismissive and engaged in light conversation, taking a sip or two with each visitor. Noticing his distraction and lack of attention towards her, Muingo exchanged a few words with Ban Xia before quietly rising to leave. Unbeknownst to her, as she stood, Shen Mohuai cast a glance in her direction. Chapter 34. A forbidden encounter. Ban Xia had been observantly watching Shen Mohuai and, upon noticing his gaze, felt her heart race. She whispered, "My lord, the lady wishes to step outside for some fresh air." Shen Mohuai nodded slightly, remaining silent as he continued to engage in casual conversation with the guests. Meanwhile, after departing from the Qiuyu Hall, Muingo did not linger in the courtyard but made her way directly out of the hall's vicinity. She stepped onto a palace path, heading in a determined direction. The vibrant surroundings gradually faded into silence, the lights dimming and the atmosphere becoming increasingly somber. According to Xia Wanyang, a significant event that would impact the Mu family was set to unfold that very night, and she needed to act preemptively to resolve the impending crisis.
Xiuya Courtyard.
An abandoned palace not far from the Qiuyu Hall was seldom visited and lay in a state of neglect. However, at that moment, near the rockery of Xiuya Courtyard, the sounds of a passionate entanglement between a man and a woman could be heard. "Your Highness, this is far too reckless. If we are discovered, we could lose our lives." The woman's sweet voice, laced with allure, resonated. "Reckless, am I? And you're not. Little vixen, if you were not bold, would you be here with me indulging in mischief?" With each deliberate movement, the man's intensity heightened, causing the woman's muffled cries to rise in pitch. He covered her mouth with his hand, pinning her against the rockery. "Is this deliberate? You're being so loud, as if you want others to hear? If we are discovered, we will both perish. Keep your voice down. Do you enjoy this?
Tell me,
Am I not far superior to my aging father?" Muingo stood concealed in the shadows, her expression impassive as she listened to the unrestrained voices around her. It was no wonder that Shao Yichun was deemed a foolish wastrel. His obsession with women had reached an appalling level, evidenced by his audacity to target her. Yet, she had not anticipated his reckless abandon would extend to the concubines of his own father, the reigning emperor. Earlier, she had caught a glimpse of the woman involved. It was the one Kai Ren who had recently entered the palace through the selection process. She had encountered her once before. This when Kai Ren had garnered the emperor's favor twice, due to her literary talents, but had since fallen from grace after incurring his displeasure. Although the women of the harem suffered greatly, competing for the affections of a single man, that did not justify the Wen Kai Ren's betrayal. especially in consorting with the current ninth prince. If discovered, the consequences of such a scandal would be dire, and the Wen Kairen would undoubtedly face death. As for the ninth prince, despite the protection of the favored concubine and his maternal family, he would not escape unscathed. Should the emperor learn of the ninth prince's disgraceful behavior, even if he were his own son, the emperor might swiftly decree his execution. As Muinji's thoughts spiraled chaotically, her gaze discreetly swept the area, searching for her elder brother, Muinhao. In her previous life, her brother had been demoted shortly after the Lantern Festival banquet. At that time, she was unaware of the underlying circumstances and mistakenly believed that her second brother's impulsive nature had led to his misfortune, inciting the emperor's displeasure. It was only later, in the dungeon, that she overheard Xia Wanyang mention that her brother had been exiled for witnessing something he should not have seen. Since the onset of his exile, the Mu family had been beset by troubles at every turn. In retrospect, it was clear that her brother had witnessed the secret affair between the ninth prince and a talented woman, which led to his downfall. Therefore, she owed a debt of gratitude to Xia Wanyang, had it not been for her constant boasting about the injustices faced by the Mu family. She might never have known how to help her family evade danger, even if she lived another life. As Muinge listened to the increasingly chaotic sounds around her, she appeared expressionless, yet her ears turned crimson with embarrassment. Despite having lived 2 lives and marrying a husband, she remained untouched in matters of intimacy. To have to eavesdrop on such passionate infidelity was indeed a formidable challenge for her. Feeling parched, she suddenly caught a faint sound. With a concentrated gaze, Muinge cautiously approached the source of the noise. On the other side of the same artificial hill, Muinhao was internally lamenting his misfortune. He had never anticipated that during his discreet investigation, he would stumble upon a pair of illicit lovers. Curiosity compelled him to lean in for a closer look, eager to discover the audacious individuals daring to engage in such scandalous acts amidst a royal banquet. Just as Muinhao was about to move, a hand covered his mouth and pressed him against the rocks of the hill. Startled, he instinctively twisted the hand that restrained him. In a swift motion, he spun around and forcefully pinned the person against the hill, his hand gripping their neck. As he prepared to exert force, his gaze met the glistening, pained eyes of the person beneath him. Muinhao was stunned, nearly crying out in shock. Fortunately, his mouth remained covered, preventing any sound from escaping. However, Muinge, due to his sudden movements, found her arm contorted and her back pressed against the uneven surface of the hill, causing her pain that nearly brought tears to her eyes. Muinhao, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly released her arm, gesturing anxiously to her. He understood the need for silence at that moment, yet his urgency was palpable, causing him to appear increasingly restless. As Muinji's arm was freed, she gently moved it, and upon noticing his agitation, she subtly shook her head to reassure him that she was unharmed. He leaned closer, intending to speak, but she gestured for him to remain silent and to follow her. Subsequently, she released him and crouched down. Though Muinhao was anxious, he refrained from causing any disturbance at that moment. They retraced his steps quietly, with Muinge meticulously erasing any evidence of his presence. Halfway through their escape, she discovered a jade pendant hidden in a depression concealed by grass. She picked it up and handed it to Muinhao, whose expression changed dramatically as he hastily took the pendant and secured it close to his person. At that moment, Muinhao was terrified. He had never expected to accidentally drop such a significant item in that place. If someone else were to find it, his fate would surely be sealed. The evidence he had gathered that night could not only incriminate others, but also jeopardize him. Fortunately, he had encountered Ngo, who had helped him retrieve the pendant. Otherwise, the entire Mu family would suffer due to his blunder. Muinhao looked at Muinge with profound gratitude, but she remained focused, diligently covering up the traces of his passage. It was not until they had distanced themselves from Ziyuan that she felt a sense of relief. According to Xia Wanyang, it was the evidence found by Xiao Yichen's subordinates that had led to Muinhao's targeting. She had carefully searched the area and found nothing else, leading her to conclude that the pendant she had retrieved was indeed the very token that had caused her brother's exile in her previous life. Thus, her actions that night marked the first step in altering the fate of the Mu family's decline. As Muinge contemplated this, tears welled up in her eyes. By now, they had put considerable distance between themselves and Ziyuan, and the surroundings remained deserted. Muinhao's attention was wholly fixated on her. Confusion filled his heart as he wondered why she had fortuitously appeared at that moment and why she had helped him retrieve the pendant. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed her crying, and he was instantly alarmed.
Please don't cry, Gidge.
Is your hand still hurting? Did my actions cause you pain? I apologize. Please don't cry, he implored, guiding her to a nearby pillar and hastily wiping her tears while speaking with concern. Muingo shook her head, tears still brimming in her eyes. She wished to appear strong, to not break down at every little thing. Yet whenever it involved her family, her composure crumbled. No one knew the torment she endured each day after her rebirth, living in constant trepidation. Each time she opened her eyes, she feared she was trapped in a dream, and upon awakening, she would return to that painful past life. Thus, whenever anything occurred that differed even slightly from her previous existence, she could not contain her emotions. However, Muingo was rational enough not to cry for long. She quickly wiped her tears and softly inquired, "Second brother, what were you doing at Ziyuan?" She recovered swiftly, and apart from her slightly reddened eyes, there was little evidence of her tears. Just as Mu and Hao was about to respond, they heard distant commotion and saw the Imperial Guards approaching with torches. Alas, Gidge. I must leave now. I will explain everything later, Mu and Hao said, panic rising in his voice as he turned to flee. Muingo seized his hand, her expression grave. Are those guards after you? Yes, Gidge. There is no time for explanations. I, Mu and Hao, am in a state of panic. Follow me, he urged. She pulled him in a different direction, asking as they ran, You are part of the banquet today, right? Are you wearing your banquet attire under your night clothes? Mu and Hao nodded, Yes, I am. So don't worry too much. I'll find a place to dispose of the night attire, and I'll be fine. I know of an uninhabited pavilion near Chuyue Palace. Go there to hide your night attire before heading back to Chuyue Palace. As long as you act confidently, no one will notice, Muingo instructed, her pace unwavering. Her calm demeanor left Mu and Hao in awe. He had never expected that the little girl, once cherished by their family, had grown into such a decisive and capable person. As Muingo pulled him around a corner, she noticed a figure sitting in the nearby corridor. She hurriedly pulled Mu and Hao back. Chapter 36. Madness and Mistakes. What's wrong? Mu and Hao silently mouthed the question. Someone? Mu and mimed back silently. Casting a glance at the approaching Imperial Guards from behind, Mu and pushed open the nearby window, signaling Mu and Hao to enter. Without further inquiries, Mu and Hao obediently slipped inside. Once he steadied himself, Mu and leaned close to his ear to instruct him, quickly change your clothes and hide them inside. Then exit through the passage on the opposite side. Beyond the arch bridge lies the Choyu Hall. If you are stopped outside, simply say you were out for some fresh air. Be careful, I will buy you some time. With that, Mu and closed the window, took a deep breath, and rounded the corner. In the corridor, Shen Mohuai was leaning against a pillar. At that moment, he was devoid of his usual aloofness, his face was flushed, and his eyes were half closed. His left foot rested on the corridor floor while the right leg casually extended, showcasing his tall frame. Perhaps he was intoxicated and trying to sober up, as his attire was slightly disheveled, radiating a languid charm. Mu and had never witnessed him in such a relaxed state, appearing as a carefree young master wandering through life. The footsteps behind her grew increasingly closer. Estimating the time, fearing Mu and Hao had not yet managed to escape, she gritted her teeth and swiftly approached Shen Mohuai, leaning down to kiss him. Mu and never anticipated that the man she had been distant from for 2 lifetimes would be the one she encountered in such a situation, leading to their first intimate contact. Between them lay a chasm of blood feud. As she kissed him, her heart felt as though it was being torn apart. The heads of her deceased family seemed to silently question how she could engage in such an intimate act with the one who had harmed them all. Pain surged through her, leaving her pale. She instinctively wanted to pull away from Shen Mohuai. Surely, there were other means to delay time. Entangling with him in such a romantic affair was not the only way to hinder the Imperial Guard's advance. Yet, just as she was about to break away, Shen Mohuai abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was a vivid crimson, oscillating between clarity and madness. His right hand gripped her waist, while his left hand pressed against her back, holding her firmly in his embrace. He then slightly elevated himself, tilting his neck to deepen the kiss. Mu and struggled to push him away, but Shen Mohuai bit down on her lip, the metallic taste of blood instantly filling the air. As her defenses weakened, she succumbed to his hold, collapsing into his arms, forced to endure his fervent thirst, akin to a creature drinking her blood from the wound on her lip. Mu Ange felt her lips throbbing painfully, as if they were no longer her own. Tears welled in her eyes from the agony, her delicate face rendering her utterly pitiable. At both ends of the corridor stood two distinct groups. One consisted of the Imperial Guards, whom Mu Ange sought to delay, while the other was Shen Yi, sent to fetch medicine for Shen Mohuai. The Imperial Guards, initially in pursuit of thieves, were taken aback to witness their valiant prince engaged in such intimate acts. The captain hesitated, fearful of interrupting the prince's moment, lingering indecisively, unwilling to approach. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was left astonished, completely unaware that his usually cold master possessed such a passionate side, particularly towards the very woman he had previously dismissed as his wife. For a moment, neither dared to move. The silence was so profound that they could even hear the sound of their fervent kiss. Shen Yi thought to himself, how embarrassing. It turns out my master is like this. He silently turned away, his ears flushing red. It was then that the captain, Chu Weiming, cleared his throat and respectfully addressed. This humble servant, Chu Weiming, commander of the Imperial Guards, apologizes for interrupting His Highness's enjoyment. Mu Ange was now engulfed in a mix of shame and anger, struggling to escape Shen Mohuai's grasp. Yet, his large hand tightened around her waist like an iron band, rendering her immobile. With her defenses compromised, she was left to endure his relentless advances. The sound of Chu Weiming's voice broke Shen Mohuai from his trance. Gradually, the crimson hue in his eyes faded, and clarity returned to his gaze. He recalled vividly how he had forcefully dominated the person in his arms, and how he had desperately sought her blood. Slowly releasing Mu Ange's lips, he lowered his gaze to her swollen mouth, pale face, and tear-filled eyes, which bore a look of resentment and fury as if she wished to devour him. A trickle of blood seeped from her lip, igniting a fierce desire within him. Firmly pressing her head against his chest, Shen Mohuai wore a satisfied expression, lazily lifting his gaze. Is there something you need? Chu Weiming, unable to meet Shen Mohuai's eyes, bowed his head and reported, Your Highness, there has been a theft in Lady Han's palace, and valuable items have gone missing. I am currently tasked with searching for the thieves. They fled in this direction. May I ask if Your Highness has seen anyone coming this way? Chapter 37. Coincidence or Conspiracy. Naturally, he had seen them. After all, the person was right in his embrace. Shen Mohuai mused internally, feeling the slight stiffness of the person in his arms as he mischievously caressed her soft waist, relishing the sensation. He replied nonchalantly, I lack the constitution for alcohol and have been hiding here for quite some time. I have not seen anyone come this way.
Commander Chu.
Perhaps you should search elsewhere for any trace of the thieves? Chu Weiming took his words at face value and immediately bowed in respect. Yes, I shall take my leave. Interrupting His Highness's enjoyment, please do not take offense. Given Shen Mohuai's unique status as a prince and a rising figure in the court, Chu Weiming was careful to show him due respect. Shen Mohuai waved his hand, signaling him to depart. After Chu Weiming left, Shen Mohuai turned his attention back to Mu Ange, who remained trapped in his embrace. He could only see the crown of her dark hair and the hairpin nestled within. Suddenly, he recalled the morning when he had seen her remove the tassel pin from her head. So, she had anticipated that something might occur during the palace banquet. Deliberately removing the cumbersome pin, he toyed with Mu Ange's hairpin, narrowing his eyes, suppressing the intense feelings within him. Let me go, came Mu Ange's hoarse voice from his embrace. Shen Mohuai released her. Gaining her bearings, Mu Ange struggled to rise, raising her hand to strike him. Shen Mohuai, anticipating her move, seized her wrist and pinned her against the corridor floor. Just a moment ago, you were the one who initiated this. Why the aggression now? My dear wife. Shen Mohuai leaned closer to Mu Ange, his tone laced with teasing. In Shen Mohuai's eyes, Mu Ange appeared with swollen lips and teary eyes, glaring at him with a mix of resentment and defiance, reminiscent of a fierce little wildcat, brimming with untamed spirit. His gaze fell upon the wound on her lip. Suddenly, a desire to bite once more surged within her. Muong, her mind ablaze with anger, found a sliver of clarity thanks to his taunts. He was right. It was indeed her initiative to kiss him to buy time for Muon Hao. Although she later became the target of his playful bullying, it was she who had instigated the encounter, clouded by her own foolishness. Fortunately, despite the questionable nature of her idea, the objective had been achieved. Muon Hao had certainly managed to extricate himself. After closing her eyes and taking a few deep breaths, she opened them again, her emotions fully reined in, leaving only a tranquil facade. It had been her fault. She apologized and requested the prince to release her, as their entanglement appeared rather unbecoming. As Shen Mohuai observed her gradually withdrawing her claws and emotions, a sense of regret washed over him. He preferred the earlier, fiery version of her over this calm demeanor. Besides, her lips and blood were sweet. Noticing Shen Mohuai's gaze linger on her lips once more, Mu Ang's expression darkened, and she called out to him sharply, "Prince." Shen Mohuai came to his senses, a flicker of regret passing through his heart, but he refrained from teasing her further. Releasing her hand and rising to his feet. This time, Muong did not engage him further. She stood up, adjusted her disheveled clothing from their struggles, and swiftly departed. Shen Mohuai watched her retreating figure for a long while, until Shen Yi's voice broke through his reverie. "My lord, has your condition improved without medication?"
Shen Yi whispered in surprise.
"What were you doing when I went to fetch the medicine? Did you consume something that alleviated the poison? Think quickly. If we can find that substance, your ailment could be cured." Shen Mohuai cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "You saw what I did you not?" Shen Yi paused, suddenly recalling the embarrassing scene from earlier. He stammered, "My lord, do you mean?" Shen Mohuai replied coolly, "Have Yi come to see me upon returning to the residence?" Without waiting for Shen Yi's reaction, he made his way towards Qiuyu Hall. He was eager to witness firsthand what predicament his restless princess had stirred up, causing such a commotion. Unfortunately, Muong did not indulge his curiosity. Instead of returning to Qiuyu Hall, she summoned Ban Xia and left the palace directly. Her lips, already chapped and torn, left her without the courage to face anyone. Having successfully extricated himself, Muon Hao could not help but glance repeatedly at Muang's seat, growing anxious at her absence. "What are you fidgeting about? Did the Imperial Guards come because of you?" Mu Anchen inquired quietly as he took a sip of his drink. "I am looking for the princess. Why can't I see her?" Mu Anhao leaned in to whisper. Unbeknownst to him, someone was conversing with Mu Junyuan, and he had overlooked the two brothers. Mu Anchen replied softly. "The princess left shortly after His Majesty departed. She likely exited the palace and will not return." Mu Anhao's expression turned peculiar at this revelation. Did she not leave just as he did? So she did not accidentally wander into Ziyuan, but intentionally went there? What was her purpose? Was she waiting for him? But how could she possibly know where he would go and wait for him in advance? The coincidences surrounding his encounter with Mu Ong today were so bizarre that they left Mu Anhao utterly perplexed. Noticing Mu Anhao's silence and dazed demeanor, Mu Anchen squinted slightly. Still amidst the banquet, he chose not to press further, deciding to inquire after the gathering concluded. However, upon returning home, he found Mu Anhao absent from his quarters, and the entire residence devoid of his presence. Realizing the young man must have run off to pursue a case again, Mu Anchen felt a blend of exasperation and understanding. Yet, in this instance, he had wrongfully suspected Mu Anhao. The young man had not gone off to commit mischief, but instead sought out Muong. Stealthily entering Mu Eng's chamber, Mu Anhao approached the bedside in the darkness. Just as he was about to lift the curtain, a voice floated from behind. "Second brother. Don't lift it. I am right here." Turning around, he saw Mu Ong standing by a nearby pillar, seemingly anticipating his arrival, her attire impeccably arranged. In a few swift steps, he reached her, anxiety lacing his voice. "Princess, how are you? Are you hurt on your back? And your hand?" "I am fine. Sit down." "Second brother, I have something to ask you," she replied, taking a seat at the table. Mu Anhao had no choice but to join her at her side, observing her under the faint moonlight streaming through the window. At this moment, she did not possess the dignified grace of a princess adorned in royal attire. Rather, her expression was serene, exuding an air of coldness. "What did you retrieve from the palace of Consort Han today that led the Imperial Guards to pursue you?"
Muan inquired.
Mu Anhao hesitated, his expression momentarily faltering, not responding immediately. "Second brother, I know the matters you are investigating must be significant,
And you may not wish to share them with me.
However, I am no longer the naive girl I once was. If you tell me, I can assist you." Her gaze was steady, filled with sincerity, rendering Mu Anhao unable to refuse her. He recalled how she had concealed his tracks upon leaving, retrieved his lost jade pendant, and devised a means to delay his pursuers. Without Muong, he would have found it impossible to escape today. "It is evidence of wrongdoing," he finally confessed. Someone reported Han Xinkai, the Minister of Personnel, for corruption, bribery, and abusing the populace. However, the accuser lacks substantial evidence, and the report never made it to the authorities. Remaining unknown. I stumbled upon this information by chance, and knowing my nature, how could I stand idly by? Thus, I discreetly took on this case, gathering evidence quietly. Unfortunately, Han Xinkai is particularly cautious, and I have yet to find effective proof. The palace banquet today presented me with an opportunity. Muon recalled what Xu Weiming had mentioned to Shen Mohuai earlier. Isn't Han Xinkai related to Consort Han in the palace? Indeed, Consort Han is his daughter. Although merely a consort, she enjoys considerable favor, and Han Xinkai was promoted to Minister of Personnel after her rise in status. His reputation is quite good. To outsiders, he appears to be a diligent and honest man, governing his position without significant faults. One day, I happened upon his son, Han Jincheng, bullying others and endangering lives. So I intervened to rescue the victim. However, as I was already entangled in a case, I did not personally oversee the matter, leaving after reporting it. Given his crimes, he should have faced detention for a while. With his arrogant demeanor, it would be normal for him to face severe repercussions if the investigation continued. Yet, I saw Han Jincheng laughing and boasting at a tavern the following day, claiming someone foolish had dared to report him. Being called a fool, how could I remain indifferent? Thus, I began to look into Han Jincheng. The ensuing events need not be articulated by Mu Anhao. Mu Ange could easily deduce them. Surely, it was during her second brother's investigation into Han Jinshin that he inadvertently unearthed a connection to Han Xinkai. Her second brother possessed an unwavering determination for the truth, and he would not relent until his goals were achieved. When he found nothing on Han Xinkai, he resorted to an unconventional approach, seizing the opportunity presented by the palace banquet to investigate Han Jiyu. Unexpectedly, he struck gold and obtained the incriminating evidence. Thus, what is her second brother's plan now? Mu Eng inquired again. Naturally, he intended to present the evidence at tomorrow's South Morning Court session, directly implicating him. Mu Anhao exclaimed in frustration, declaring that such a hypocrite was nothing short of a malignancy in the court and should be expunged without delay. Chapter 39. Those favored are fearless. Observing the indignation etched on her second brother's face, Mu Eng could not help but smile. She pondered that she might have uncovered the reason behind the Mu family's fall from grace following His Majesty's demise in her previous life. It was not due to the lack of intellect or capability of her father and brothers, but rather their unwavering adherence to integrity and principle. Her father, the esteemed chancellor known for his Confucian virtues, dedicated his life to the nation and its people, ready to sacrifice everything for the stability of the realm. He devoted all his loyalty to the current emperor. Thus, when the emperor unexpectedly passed away, her father, a loyal minister of the previous dynasty, became a thorn in the side of the new emperor, who sought to eliminate him post-haste. He instilled in his children the values of loyalty to the sovereign and love for the people. Whether it was her elder brother, who joined the Hanlin Academy at a tender age, her second brother, who became the Deputy Minister of Justice while still young, or her third brother, currently safeguarding the borders, they all shared a common trait: integrity and righteousness. They prided themselves on their uprightness, scornful of associating with the unscrupulous or engaging in ignoble deeds. It is said that virtuous individuals are often the easiest to manipulate. Thus, despite their fervent patriotism, they ultimately fell victim to the new emperor's wrath. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. More significantly, her own actions had brought about this calamity. Fortunately, she had been reborn, and in this life, she vowed to protect them diligently, ensuring they could live the lives they desired, free from suffering. What are you laughing at? Am I mistaken?
Mu Anhao quitted.
Furrowing his brow at Mu Ange's smile, his tone tinged with irritation. Mu Ange shook her head, asserting, "How could what you say be wrong, second brother? With the solid evidence you have uncovered, I believe that revealing Han Xinkai will certainly lead to his punishment by the emperor." Upon hearing this, Mu Anhao's expression brightened with satisfaction. He had indeed gathered both witnesses and evidence. How could he possibly fail to bring down a mere deputy minister? However, I believe there exists a more advantageous solution. Would you care to hear it? Mu Ange continued. What solution? He asked, intrigued rather than annoyed. You should present the entirety of the case and the evidence you have gathered to father, allowing him to approach the emperor directly to expose this matter. Why must we seek father's assistance? This is my case. Why should I rely on him?
Mu Anhao retorted, visibly displeased.
Father already harbors a bias against me. If he learns I rummaged through a palace consort's chambers to gather evidence, he will surely chastise me. I would rather act first and report later, dealing with whatever scolding he may deliver afterward. Because your evidence was obtained from Han Jiyu. If you publicly expose Han Xinkai in court, this matter will inevitably come to light. Even if you successfully prosecute him, you will attract scrutiny and become a target for the other officials. Consequently, any future investigations you undertake will encounter greater obstacles and challenges, making it increasingly difficult to act decisively. Although all dynasties emphasize that the harem should not interfere in politics, the relationships between the palace consorts and the families of officials remain intricately linked. Should word spread that Mu Anhao audaciously ventured into the quarters of a consort, it would arouse suspicion. After all, if you dared to invade Han Ji's quarters, who is to say you would not do the same to others? Such a reputation would not endear you to anyone, given that the emperor shares a close rapport with father. Entrusting this matter to him would allow for a more tactful resolution through their private discussions. In this way, not only would father assist in toppling Han Xinkai, but he could also shield you from the repercussions, ensuring that you remain unnoticed. The emperor will remember your contributions and, in due time, will find an opportunity to reward you. Your merits will not be lost. They will merely arrive at a later date. Would this not be a win-win situation? In her efforts to persuade her second brother, Mu Ange exerted considerable thought. She understood that he held a deep affection for their father and yearned to achieve something noteworthy in his eyes. Yet her second brother was notoriously obstinate, unwilling to express these sentiments, determined to resist any notion of defeat. To navigate his stubbornness, she had to meticulously articulate her reasoning, ensuring he comprehended her perspective. Of course, had anyone else attempted to reason with him, he would have dismissed them outright. However, as his cherished younger sister, her words would undoubtedly resonate with him. Indeed, your argument holds merit, Mu Anhao mused, stroking his chin, contemplating the viability of her proposal. It would not only showcase his capabilities to their father but also spare him from becoming a target. There's one more thing, Mu Ange paused, a glimmer of insight dancing in her eyes. What is it? He inquired, intrigued. Second brother, our Mu family need not seek excessive public acclaim. A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Our father and brothers are exceptionally accomplished. We should adopt a more discreet approach, lest we invite envy, Mu Ange said with a charming smile. Chapter 40. Second brother will support you. Upon hearing her words, Mu Anhao initially appeared taken aback, but soon broke into laughter. He waved dismissively. What does it matter? With father around, they can only watch with envy. Mu Ange observed the nonchalance on his face, and could not help but smile wryly.
See?
I knew my second brother was rather oblivious. He would not overthink it. Had I shared this with our elder brother, he would have been far more attentive than you. With a sigh, Mu Ange continued. But second brother, what if this were to reach the ears of Gong Gaozhen? You foolish girl, what nonsense are you spouting?
Mu Anhao exclaimed, startled.
He quickly added, did you not say that father and the emperor share a close bond? There is nothing to worry about. Second brother, one must always be vigilant. Moreover, the emperor may not always be there to protect our family, Mu Ange cautioned softly. At this, Mu Anhao fell silent. Sister, do you know something? His gaze sharpened as it fell upon Mu Ange, as if he sought to dissect her very essence to discern whether she remained his beloved sister. Second brother, Shen Mohuai is investigating our family. Mu Ange narrowed her eyes. He is ruthless. If he uncovers anything incriminating, I fear he may lead our family to ruin. Isn't he your husband? Mu Anhao began, but Mu Ange gently interrupted. He harbors hatred towards me. His mouth opened, yet the remaining words eluded him, and he fell silent. He recalled how Mu Engi had been forcefully married to Shen Mohuai. Any man of integrity, subjected to such humiliation of an enforced marriage, would likely find it impossible to develop feelings for the woman involved, especially someone as formidable and exceptional as Shen Mohuai. If you part ways with him, return home. We will take care of you, Mu Anhao declared without hesitation. Brother, have you forgotten? I've been cast out by our father. He would never allow me back.
Mu Ange replied.
The previously composed and articulate Mu Engi suddenly descended into a melancholy state. Observing her dim demeanor, Mu Anhao felt a pang of sympathy. He may not want you, but I do. If necessary, I will establish my own residence, and you can live there. My salary will suffice to support you. With some agitation, Mu Anhao scolded, I believe our father has become quite muddled. How can he simply dismiss his own daughter, whom he has raised with such care? Mu Engi chuckled, her eyes gleaming. Brother, you must not speak ill of father. His actions are driven by reasons we may not fully understand. Even after he has rejected you, you still defend him? Have you lost your senses, Mu Engi? Mu Anhao exclaimed in disbelief. Do you not find it peculiar that father insists on severing ties with me?
Mu Ange retorted calmly. Mu Anhao frowned.
You just mentioned that Shen Mohuai is investigating our family. Are you suggesting that father is aware of this, yet you still wish to marry him? Is this his way of protecting you? Mu Engi smiled, assuring him, I told you, brother, he is merely impulsive, preoccupied with his investigation. It does not indicate a lack of intelligence. These are merely speculations for now, and I need time to verify them. Therefore, I implore you to keep this confidential.
Will you?
Mu Engi urged, emphasizing the importance of discretion regarding her involvement in the case and their meeting that night. How can I conceal this from father? What if elder brother inquires?
Mu Anhao pondered aloud.
Father is astute, yet he and elder brother are not on good terms. It should be relatively easy to keep it from him. However, elder brother is different. He is family and knows father better, Mu Engi mused, recalling her elder brother's remarkable demeanor. We will keep it from him for as long as possible. If it becomes impossible, I will inform him and request his assistance in keeping it secret. There are numerous matters I need to investigate, and I require time. What exactly is Shen Mohuai probing into regarding the Mu family, and what has he discovered that threatens our very existence? What is the story behind the fifth prince, who later ascended to the throne? In the downfall of the Mu family, aside from Shen Mohuai and the fifth prince, did anyone else contribute to this calamity? These questions remain unanswered, and I must uncover them piece by piece. I have much to accomplish. I have considered confiding in father and seeking his counsel, but it feels premature. His high position makes him a target for scrutiny. If I expose myself without adequate preparation, I risk losing the advantage of my rebirth. Thus, I must suppress my yearning to see father and face these challenges alone. Miss, if you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to elder brother. Leave him a message, and he will certainly assist you, Mu Anhao said as he gently ruffled her hair before departing. All right, I will. Thank you, brother, Mu Engi replied, stepping forward to embrace him. The genuine warmth of their bond brought her comfort, and she closed her eyes in contentment. Life was indeed beautiful. Chapter 41. Who is the unfortunate one that won the lottery? Mu Anhao was taken aback by Mu Engi's sudden embrace. Before he could react, she released him. Brother, it is getting late. You should return, Mu Engi urged. Mu Anhao cast her a forlorn glance. He had not yet had his fill of the embrace. Thinking of this, he pulled her back into his arms with a firm grip, but in his eagerness, he nearly squeezed the breath out of her. Fortunately, he released her shortly after. Once he had left, Mu Engi's facade of calm shattered. She furrowed her brow and leaned against the window, taking shallow breaths. Her back ached terribly. You are indeed deceiving me, she heard Mu Anhao's furious voice. Before she could process his words, he climbed back through the window, intent on taking her away. Brother, what are you doing? She protested, clinging to the window frame. I am taking you to see a doctor. Your injuries on your back and hand are severe, aren't they? You lied to me when I asked if you were all right. Mu Anhao's eyes blazed with concern. He had come to check on her injuries, but her evasiveness had thrown him off balance. After she insisted she was fine and urged him to leave, he feigned departure to gauge her true condition. Seeing her in pain made his heart ache. Brother, it is late. I have medicine here. I will apply it myself, she insisted. Apply it yourself? Do you have hands growing from your backside or eyes on your back to see your injuries?
Mu Anhao scoffed.
Brother, can we at least be civil and simplify our requests?
Mu Engi responded, her patiens virin tayin.
After a moment of silence, she continued, Brother, it is inappropriate to seek medical attention outside. I can have Xia assist me later. At her words, Mu Anhao set her down on the bed and, without further ado, went outside to fetch Xia. Poor Xia, still half asleep, was dragged in, bewildered and thinking she had been kidnapped. With her mouth covered and tears in her eyes, she looked terrified. You frightened Xia. Let her go.
Mu Anhao scolded.
Miss is injured. Hurry, apply medicine to her, he commanded, shoving Xia towards the bed and drawing the curtain shut, standing guard outside. Xia, initially terrified, found solace upon seeing Mu Engi. When she learned of her injury, her fear vanished, replaced by concern. Miss, how did you get hurt? Where are you injured? Mu Engi did not hide the truth. She mentioned her back and then lay down to let Banksia examine her wounds. Upon seeing the bruises marring Mu Engi's back, Banksia's eyes brimmed with tears. The middle of her back was a tapestry of dark purples and blues, with some areas bloodied and uneven. Fortunately, the wounds appeared clean and free from dirt. Miss, how did this happen? How could you be injured so badly? Banksia sobbed while tending to her wounds. It was an accident. I am fine, do not worry.
Mo Engi susuret her. How serious is it? Mo Anhao inquired.
Her back is covered in bruises. Some are quite dark. It seems severe. Banksia replied honestly. Do not worry. Second brother, it is merely a superficial injury. Once the bruising subsides, all will be well. Mu Engi gently shook her head at Banksia, signaling her to refrain from further comment. Mu Anhao stood just outside the curtain, his lips pressed into a straight line. By the time Banksia finished applying medicine to Mu Engi, she had already fallen asleep. Upon exiting, she did not catch sight of Mu Anhao. After tidying up, Banksia settled down on a small couch outside to rest. Meanwhile, Ini had received news from Shen Yi and, taking advantage of the night, made his way to Shen Mohuai's courtyard, narrowly missing Mu Anhao's arrival. Where did she go after leaving Qiuyu Palace tonight? Shen Mohuai inquired. Although the palace was heavily guarded, for a master like Ini, infiltrating it was not a daunting task. Thus, even within the palace, Mu Engi was under surveillance. Ini handed a pre-prepared note to Shen Mohuai. Having grown accustomed to Ini's taciturn nature, Shen Mohuai silently perused the contents. The note detailed not only Mu Engi's activities in the palace that day, but also what she had been doing in her courtyard days prior.
Shuya courtyard, Mu Anhao.
The ninth master, and Wen Kai Ren. How intriguing, Shen Mohuai mused, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Shen Yi, observing his master's expression, felt a chill run down his spine. Typically, when his master smiled in such a manner, it often heralded misfortune for someone. Which unfortunate soul has been selected this time? Chapter 42. Have her come see me. Shen Mohuai cast the note onto the table and addressed Ini. Ini-san has sent word that he has encountered an insurmountable problem. You are to go personally and bring him back. Understood, Ini replied, and upon noting that Shen Mohuai had no further instructions, he quietly vanished into the shadows. Master, Ini has departed. Should we send someone else to monitor the princess?
Shen Yi invited.
The mention of the princess conjured an image of Mu Engi's resolute demeanor in Shen Mohuai's mind. Her soft lips when she kissed him, the glimmering mist in her eyes after he had kissed her back, and her delicate waist that seemed as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. Master? Shen Yi called, sensing his master's distraction. Shen Mohuai shook off his errant thoughts, replying flatly, send someone clever. He was no longer fixated on discovering what Mu Engi was clandestinely up to through the reports of the shadow guards. The process of engaging with Mu Engi was, in itself, quite fascinating. Investigate what has transpired in Mu Engi's life during my absence from the capital. And also, look into any connections between the ninth master and her. Recalling the words spoken by Xiao Yichen to Mu Engi outside Qiuyu Palace, a cold glint flickered in Shen Mohuai's eyes. That ninth master has extended his reach into my princess's affairs. How audacious. Though surprised by Shen Mohuai's request for such inquiries, Shen Yi unhesitatingly complied. After sustaining a painful injury to her back, Mu Engi found herself unable to heal instantly. No matter her medical prowess, she could only lie obediently on her bed, awaiting the passage of a few days before regaining her freedom of movement. Regrettably, despite her desire for a period of recuperation, there were those who would thwart her wishes. Are you saying that Xia Wanyang has sent someone to summon me to the main hall for something she wishes to discuss? Mu Engi lazily lifted her gaze to Banksia, inquiring. Yes, Your Highness, Banksia confirmed. Mu Engi reflected on whether such an event had occurred at this time in her previous life. The past felt distant, and aside from significant events and the humiliations she had endured in the dungeon at the hands of Xia Wanyang, her memories were vague. However, if her recollection served her correctly, Xia Wanyang had not sought her out at this juncture in her previous life. It was only a short time later that Xia Wanyang would join forces with the second steward, Zhang Deqian, to accuse her before Shen Mohuai of embezzling the household silver and emptying the storerooms. Could it be that her decision to directly hand over the key to the central kitchen to Xia Wanyang had altered the course of events? As Mu Engi pondered this, she stated, send someone to inform Xia Wanyang that as a concubine, she lacks the standing to request an audience with me in the main hall. If she wishes to see me, she should come herself. Xia immediately responded with a smile. Yes, Your Highness. I shall attend to it at once. With that, she turned and made her way outside. At that moment in the main hall, Xia Wanyang was in the midst of tearfully recounting her grievances to Shen Mohuai. Clutching a handkerchief, I wondered how the princess could so readily hand over the key to the central kitchen. It turns out she has embezzled the silver and wants me to take the blame. I come from humble origins. How could I possibly have such a large sum of money to fill this gap? Xia Wanyang wept. Your Highness, you must stand up for me. The storerooms have been emptied, but I assure you, I am not to blame. Shen Mohuai regarded Xia Wanyang's tearful demeanor with growing annoyance. However, his gaze lingered on her abdomen, prompting him to suppress his temper. You claim that you would not empty the storerooms in such a short time. Do you have any solid evidence to substantiate your accusations against the princess? Of course there is evidence. The empty storerooms are the best proof. If there were no foul play, why would the princess so readily relinquish control of the central kitchen to me? Xia Wanyang retorted angrily. Shen Mohuai's mind conjured an image of Mu Engi, her clean and resolute gaze lingering in his thoughts. Even when she occasionally displayed resentment towards him, a sentiment he found inexplicable, he had an instinct that she was not responsible for this matter. She would never stoop to such an act. I demand tangible proof. Shen Mohuai took a sip of tea, his voice cool.
Xia Wanyang, do not forget what I said to you that day.
I detest trouble. If you seek to create issues and irritate me, my temper is not to be trifled with. As he set down his teacup with a sharp clatter, the sound reverberated in Xia Wanyang's heart, leaving her pale with fright. After being warned by Shen Mohuai, Xia Wanyang had indeed resolved to keep a low profile and avoid provoking Mu Engi for the time being. Yet, upon eagerly inspecting the storerooms, she found them devoid of any valuable items. A subsequent review of the accounts revealed scant funds. She nearly fainted with rage. How could the esteemed Wang Fu be reduced to such a pitiful state? What was the point of her aspirations to become the War King's wife if it amounted to nothing? Chapter 43. Help me massage at having finally gained control over the central kitchen. Xia Wanyang had intended to showcase her capabilities to Shen Mohuai and win his favor. Yet, with circumstances unfolding thus, how could she bear it? Therefore, Xia Wanyang resolved to investigate every possible avenue. Eventually, she gleaned from the second steward, Zhang Deqian, that Mu Engi had embezzled the household silver. With such damning evidence handed to her, how could she possibly let it slip away? Thus, she seized the opportunity to report her grievances to Shen Mohuai while he was at home. However, observing his demeanor now left her with uncertainties. Did the War King's attitude suggest disbelief in her claims, intent on protecting Mu Engi? Yet, had it not been widely rumored that the War King harbored no feelings for Mu Engi, his wife? Could it be that the rumors circulating outside were entirely inaccurate? Xia Wanyang's thoughts flickered rapidly in her mind, yet she maintained a facade of certainty as she spoke. Your Highness, the empty storeroom serves as physical evidence, and the second steward, Zhang Deqian, stands as a witness. I have not wronged the princess with baseless accusations. The steward awaits outside. When the princess arrives, you may summon him to confront her, and the truth will inevitably be revealed. Shen Mohuai lightly tapped the table with his index finger. You already have a witness? Is this a premeditated scheme, or is there indeed some truth to it? Just then, the servant dispatched to summon Mu Engo returned, relaying her exact words. Xia Wanyang's face flushed crimson before she burst into tears. Your Highness, look at how excessive the princess is. How could she treat me this way? Xia Wanyang felt genuinely humiliated, which lent her tears a semblance of authenticity. She understood her lowly status as a concubine, yet Mu Engo's words felt excessively dismissive. As she wept, she stealthily gauged Shen Mohuai's expression, attempting to discern his attitude through his subtle reactions. Had he just smiled? The fleeting glimmer of amusement in Shen Mohuai's eyes rendered her momentarily speechless, halting her sobs. However, Shen Mohuai had already risen, coolly stating, If she refuses to come to us, then we shall go to her. I wish to see just how formidable this princess truly is. The words were harsh, and his demeanor was indifferent, yet for some reason, Xia Wanyang felt a nagging sense of unease. Bring the second steward along, Shen Mohuai instructed, leading the way toward Xia. Xia Wanyang hurriedly scrambled to follow, but Shen Mohuai's long strides quickly distanced him from her view. She dared not run for fear of disturbing the child she carried, so she could only proceed slowly. Shen Mohuai's pace was swift, and before long, he arrived at Xia. In the past, when Mu Engo had pursued him relentlessly, He had dreaded encountering her. He would go to great lengths to avoid any place she might be. However, after the incident where Mu Engo had pushed Xia Wanyang into the water, he sensed a significant change in her. No longer was she the infatuated girl who had chased after him. Her eyes now held a clarity and fierce determination, resembling a small beast poised to strike. Filled with vigilance, coupled with the mysterious circumstances surrounding her investigation into Yang Shujin, she intrigued him like an enigma waiting to be unraveled. As Shen Mohuai entered the room, Xia was just returning from the kitchen with breakfast for Mu Engo, and the servants in the courtyard were silent at Shen Mohuai's gesture. Mu Engo lay on the bed, exhausted, having just turned her head from one side to the other. Hearing the commotion, she did not look back but rather plaintively called out, "Xia, I've been lying here for too long, my chest hurts. Could you please give it a rub?" Shen Mohuai was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the fiercely stubborn girl before him would exhibit such a vulnerable side to her maid. Yet, her plaintive tone was rather endearing. But what foolishness was this? She claimed her chest hurt and wanted her maid to rub it? Why should a mere servant be allowed to touch where he had not? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled the previous night when he had pinned her against the corridor, their bodies pressed together, and how soft she had felt. A wave of heat surged through him, leaving him parched. Realizing his thoughts had wandered astray, he quickly reined them in. It was at that moment he noticed something was amiss. Mu Engo had not merely been reclining but lying face down, claiming her chest hurt from being in that position for too long. A frown crossed Shen Mohuai's face as he took a few steps forward. Lifting the silk blanket covering Mu Engo, before him lay her bare upper body. In that instant his breath caught. In front of him was a beauty with skin as delicate as jade, her shoulders and back fair and exquisite, her waist slender and seemingly delicate enough to be grasped in one hand. Yet, this beautiful figure bore an alarming array of bruises across her back, dark and purplish. Some areas tinged with deep violet, a sight that was truly shocking. The bruises were prominently situated between her shoulder blades, making them particularly noticeable. It was evident that any movement would cause her pain, which explained her prone position. No wonder she complained of chest pain from lying too long. Shen Mohuai's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Mu Engo's injuries, and one question echoed in his mind. Who had harmed her? Startled by the sudden uncovering of her blanket, Mu Engo turned to inquire about Xia's presence, only to hear a gasp accompanied by the sound of shattered porcelain. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Mu Engo's mind nearly exploded in disbelief. The one who had lifted her blanket was Shen Mohuai? She attempted to turn her head but felt a large hand pressing down, rendering her immobile.
"Who hurt you?"
he asked in a low, gravelly voice. Overwhelmed, Mu Engo felt a wave of despair. She silently cursed Shen Mohuai's ancestors. This man was indeed her nemesis. In her previous life, he had imprisoned her and ruined her family, and in this life, he appeared whenever she found herself in trouble, truly her fated enemy. The thought that she was only wearing a simple undergarment, with the ties pressing against her wounds, made her feel both angered and humiliated. She had been exposed to her nemesis. Infuriated, she felt faint. Yet, considering what might happen if she lost consciousness, she steeled herself. "Your Highness, you truly have a poor memory. Is this not a consequence of your actions?" Shen Mohuai paused, momentarily taken aback. He recalled the scene of him pinning her against the corridor and frowned. He reached out gently to touch her bruises, softly inquiring, "Did it only take that one time to inflict such damage? This girl's body seems rather fragile." Such fragility made him wonder how she would withstand a more vigorous encounter. Mu Engo trembled from the pain, her muscles tightening in response. What troubled her even more was not only that Shen Mohuai had seen her exposed, but that he had also touched her, leaving her feeling nauseated. She could not help but shout, "Get away from me! Don't touch me!" Hearing her forceful cry, Shen Mohuai suddenly thought that perhaps she wasn't in as much pain as she claimed. Otherwise, how could she muster such strength? Xia, well aware of Mu Engo's current disdain for Shen Mohuai, recalled the last time he had touched her, how Mu Engo had felt sullied, nearly losing her composure. With the injuries on her back so blatantly visible, if she were to throw a tantrum, they would surely worsen. Xia hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Please do not take offense. Your Highness, the princess is in great pain and, in her distress, has spoken out of turn. I apologize on her behalf." As she spoke, she was about to kneel and plead with Shen Mohuai. Shen Mohuai did not take offense and merely inquired of Xia, "How is she injured?" Xia, in truth, did not know. The previous night, when the second young master had summoned her to administer medicine to the princess, her back had appeared in that state. However, she could not voice this, so she cast her eyes downward and replied, "This servant is also unclear." After the princess had stepped out for some fresh air, she did not return to the palace banquet. Later, when she returned home, it was still by the calling of the servant. Upon returning to the residence, the princess mentioned her back pain, and when this servant applied the medicine, her back was already in that condition. Hearing this, Shen Mohuai furrowed his brows. Could it be that such a minor incident had caused such damage? This girl was rather too delicate. Chapter 45. The Prince's Protection. A Princess Unworthy. Seizing the opportunity, while Shen Mohuai was lost in thought, Xia boldly pulled the blanket over Muangwa. Shen Mohuai's hand, still resting on Muangwa's head, was also covered by the blanket. "Might I request the prince to allow the princess to rest, stepping outside for a moment? Once this servant has assisted the princess in dressing, she will be ready to pay her respects to the prince." Xia spoke, her scalp tingling under Shen Mohuai's icy gaze. Perhaps the blanket offered Muangwa a sense of security by obscuring Shen Mohuai's view. Though her head was still pressed down, Muangwa refrained from making a sound. Xia was already making a valiant effort to save her from peril. She could not afford to hinder Xia at this moment. She was filled with anger, and if she spoke, she feared she might unleash a torrent of curses upon Shen Mohuai, only to further incite his wrath and worsen the situation. In her heart, she silently vowed that one day she would see Shen Mohuai kneeling before her, bowing his head and seeking her forgiveness. Imagining his cold visage twisted in desperation eased some of the resentment that had built within her. Finally, Shen Mohuai slowly withdrew his hand and stated coolly, "There is no need. Allow her to rest well. I shall take my leave." Before he could finish, a voice from outside interrupted, "Prince, are you inside? You are leaving too quickly. I cannot keep up." The voice belonged to Xia Wanyang, who barged in with others. Upon seeing Shen Mohuai seated by the bed, and Muangwa lying on it with a portion of her smooth, pale arm exposed, her mind erupted in chaos. Although Xia Wanyang knew that Shen Mohuai had not arrived much earlier than herself, this brief moment was hardly sufficient for anything untoward to occur. Nonetheless, her heart tightened with unease, her complexion turning ashen. "Who permitted you to enter unannounced? Leave." Shen Mohuai, following Xia Wanyang's gaze, noticed the exposed arm of Muangwa and immediately pulled the blanket to cover her, his expression darkening as he spoke coldly. Yes, I have overstepped. I shall take my leave with my people," Xia Wanyang managed to utter, feeling her heart bleed. "The princess is not in a position to discuss matters today. Return and we shall address this another time," Shen Mohuai replied coolly. Upon hearing Shen Mohuai's defense, Muangwa's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Had Shen Mohuai truly lost his senses? How else could he possibly speak on her behalf? Xia Wanyang's heart ached even more. Driven by impulsive rage, she retorted, "Is the prince shielding the princess from punishment, allowing this matter to linger? The princess seems to have the leisure to sleep in. What inconvenience could there possibly be?" Shen Mohuai's gaze sharpened at her accusation, but he was interrupted by Muangwa. "Aunt Xia, I cannot accept such a statement. I am unworthy of the prince's protection." Shen Mohuai was momentarily taken aback by her words. Truly, she was an ungrateful girl. He had shown her compassion for her injury and wished to spare her distress, yet she insisted on complicating matters for herself, utterly oblivious to his goodwill. Anger rose within Shen Mohuai, and he resolved to withdraw from the situation entirely, allowing her to confront the consequences. "Might I request the prince to step outside with his companions for a moment? I am eager to understand what crime Aunt Xia believes I have committed." As she spoke, Muangwa turned to face Xia Wanyang, her lips curling into a slight smile that bore an ambiguous quality. "If in a short while, Aunt Xia cannot produce any evidence to substantiate your claims against me, I shall accuse you of a crime of disrespect." Muangwa's words carried an edge, rendering Xia Wanyang's already pallid complexion even more ghastly. "Rest assured, princess, without solid evidence, I would not dare to slander you in the prince's presence. However, the evidence is irrefutable. You should contemplate how you will explain this to the prince," Xia Wanyang said, suppressing her fury. Her gaze filled with resentment as she shot Muangwa a glare before exiting to await outside. Shen Mohuai cast a cold glance at Muangwa before rising to leave as well. Once they had all departed, Xia hurriedly assisted Muangwa in dressing. "Your Highness, Aunt Xia seems to come with ill intentions. What shall we do now?" Xia asked, a hint of panic in her voice as she helped Muangwa. Her movements careful and gentle, avoiding any contact with the injured area. Let them come. I shall face whatever they bring, Muangwa replied icily. Still feeling a sense of discomfort and revulsion from having been exposed to Shen Mohuai. Life is indeed peculiar. In her previous existence, she had adored him, desperately seeking to remain by his side and longing for intimacy, yet had never touched even a single finger of his. In this life, she loathed him, resented him, wishing for his demise, and sought to sever all ties, yet had found herself embraced, kissed, and exposed before him. Muangwa forced a bitter smile, contemplating that perhaps this was heaven's punishment for her foolishness in her past life, as if divine forces conspired to taint her in this life, deeming her unworthy of purity. Xia swiftly completed Muangwa's attire. Since Shen Mohuai was already aware of her injury, Muangwa made no effort to embellish her appearance and stepped outside with a bare face. Upon her emergence, Shen Mohuai immediately noticed her pallid complexion, furrowing his brows in concern. Chapter 46. The foolishness of love. Muangwa walked straight to the head of the table, taking her seat beside Shen Mohuai at the main position. Aunt Xia, what accusations have you laid against me before the prince? I am keen to hear what you deem my crimes to be. With her presence commanding and regal, Muangwa exuded the authority of a princess, instantly making Xia Wanyang feel diminished. Xia Wanyang felt almost suffocated under Muangwa's imposing aura, her heart swelling with resentment and jealousy. How she wished that it were she seated at the head of the table, with Muangwa being the one to be looked down upon. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Xia Wanyang began. The princess entrusted me with the keys to the pantry, thus I must bear responsibility. Upon visiting the storeroom and examining the accounts, I discovered that both the storeroom and the ledgers are entirely bare. You, princess, govern the entire residence, yet neglect to manage the household properly, instead indulging in personal gain, emptying the prince's treasury. Your intentions are treacherous, and your crimes deserving of punishment. As she spoke, Xia Wanyang grew bolder, her furious gaze seemingly attempting to pierce through Muangwa. Muangwa remained unfazed by her accusations, a slight smile playing on her lips as she inquired, "Oh, you reviewed the accounts? Which year's records did you examine?" "Naturally, the accounts that you entrusted to me," Xia Wanyang proclaimed, holding her head high, akin to a proud rooster that had already won the battle. "Then, did you not notice the date inscribed on those accounts?" Muangwa questioned, amusement glinting in her eyes. Xia Wanyang's expression faltered, her brow furrowing as she remarked, "Since the princess has entrusted the account books to me, they must pertain to recent dates. Is the princess so fixated on the matter of dates because she wishes to evade acknowledgement of her misdeeds, seeking to absolve herself through this pretext?" Muangwa gazed at Xia Wanyang, unable to suppress a sigh. She suddenly felt a sense of foolishness for having been defeated by such an ignorant woman in her past life. How could she have fallen for Xia Wanyang's simplistic schemes? Perhaps it was the fervor of her love for Shen Mohuai that clouded her judgment, rendering her foolishly infatuated. Upon noticing Muangwa's sigh, Xia Wanyang assumed she had hit the nail on the head and, with her excitement bubbling over, exclaimed, "Does this mean the princess has nothing further to say and is prepared to confess? I told you that account book is from 5 years ago." Muangwa interrupted her with a calm demeanor, saying, "Ah,
What do you mean by that?"
Xia Wanyang was momentarily taken aback, unable to process Muangwa's words. Muangwa lowered her gaze to sip her tea. The warm liquid flowed down her throat, warming her stomach and heart, restoring color to her pale lips. Yet her face appeared even more ashen. Shen Mohuai, observing her deteriorating complexion from the corner of his eye, pressed his lips together tightly, a furrow forming on his brow.
"What I mean is,
the state of the account book remains unchanged from the moment it was handed to me by the princess to the moment I passed it to you. If there has been any embezzlement within the royal treasury, that individual cannot possibly be me."
How could that be?
"Are you deliberately saying this to exonerate yourself?" Xia Wanyang exclaimed in alarm. At that moment, she was visibly flustered. She had scarcely examined the account book before and was not adept at reading it, thus had not paid attention to the dates. However, she had noted the discrepancies in the account balances, which were glaringly evident. This led her to believe she had caught Muangwa in a trap, prompting her to report to Shen Mohuai. Shen Mohuai spoke coolly. "Was it not stated that the second steward could serve as a witness? Summon him to clarify the matter." Yes, I have a witness, Zhang Deqian. Quickly, have him come in to reveal the truth." Xia Wanyang shouted. The servants in the courtyard could not stop Xia Wanyang but managed to prevent Zhang Deqian, an outsider, from entering. Thus, when Zhang Deqian finally entered, he was entirely unaware of the preceding conversation. Zhang Deqian, quickly tell the prince that it was the princess who emptied the storeroom and drained the royal treasury. Xia Wanyang urged eagerly. Zhang Deqian sensed Xia Wanyang's disarray, but thought little of it as he recited the prepared statement. During the years when the prince was absent from the manor, the affairs of the household were entirely managed by the princess. I, as the second steward, held no real authority. Therefore, if there are issues with the storeroom or the accounts, they truly have nothing to do with me. I implore the prince to vindicate my innocence. Kneeling before them, Zhang Deqian lamented, I have been unwaveringly loyal to the prince all these years, yet the princess is overly domineering, leaving me powerless. I ask that the prince does not hold me accountable. Are you suggesting that all matters of the manor were under the princess's control during these years? And any issues that arose bear no relation to you? Shen Mohuai spoke coldly. Indeed, my prince. Before Zhang Deqian could finish, Shen Mohuai struck him with a cup, shattering it upon his head. The pain had barely registered when Zhang Deqian felt a blinding flash. Fresh crimson blood mingling with the tea, obscuring his vision. Muangwa, seated nearby, cast a surprised glance at Shen Mohuai, bewildered as to why he had attacked Zhang Deqian. This scene starkly contrasted with her previous life. Chapter 47. You are even worse than a pig. Muangwa endeavored to recall the scene from her past life at this moment. In her previous existence, after Zhang Deqian's lament, Shen Mohuai had been exceedingly impatient. At that time, she had been proud yet foolish, clashing vehemently with Shen Mohuai, leading to a cacophony that ultimately missed the crux of the matter. In provoking Shen Mohuai's ire, she had inadvertently allowed Xia Wanyang and Zhang Deqian to lay the blame squarely on her. Why, then, was Shen Mohuai now attacking Zhang Deqian instead of questioning her? Unbeknownst to Shen Mohuai, Muangwa's thoughts were far from his mind. He merely stared at Zhang Deqian, icy resolve in his voice. Do you think I keep you around merely to idly consume and do nothing? If you are so utterly useless, why not go wallow in a pigsty, awaiting your daily feed? Oh, you are even worse than a pig. At least a pig can be slaughtered for meat, whereas you serve no purpose whatsoever.
Muangwa mused.
Shen Mohuai's sharp tongue was as relentless as ever, perhaps even more so than before. Zhang Deqian, upon receiving Shen Mohuai's scathing rebuke, felt a sense of foreboding creeping in. He cried out, Please, my prince, do not misjudge me. It is not that I do not wish to serve you faithfully, it is the princess who does not allow it. Were it not for her monopolizing power, I would surely manage the manor with utmost diligence. The princess is the rightful mistress of the manor. What issue is there with her managing it? Shen Mohuai retorted coldly. In my view, you have taken advantage of my absence and your age to bully her, have you not? Beside him, Muangwa regarded Shen Mohuai as one would a curious anomaly. Something was amiss. Shen Mohuai was behaving uncharacteristically. To her astonishment, it seemed he was defending her and preparing to deal with Zhang Deqian. Why might Shen Mohuai act thus? Could her rebirth have altered his disposition? In that moment, Muangwa felt a profound confusion. My prince, we are currently discussing the princess's alleged emptying of the storeroom and draining of the royal treasury. This matter of servant misconduct can be addressed later, Xia Wanyang interjected, hastily attempting to steer the conversation back on course. Shen Mohuai shot her a cold glance before inquiring of Shen Yi, Has Uncle Li arrived? Yes, he has just arrived. The elderly Li Yukai responded hurriedly as he entered, his steps brisk. Uncle Li, you were given the account books previously. What is your perspective on Lady Xia's accusations against the princess? Shen Mohuai asked. Li Yukai quickly replied, This matter is in no way the princess's doing. Muangwa regarded Li Yukai with a silent gaze. In her previous life, Li Yukai had not appeared nor spoken on her behalf. It seemed her rebirth had indeed altered many circumstances. Countless events diverged from her past experience. Even Muangwa was uncertain of how this situation would unfold. Li Yukai continued. The account book given to Lady Xia was the one Zhang Deqian provided to the princess 5 years ago, after you departed the capital. Zhang Deqian has been unscrupulous. Initially, he merely tampered with the accounts, but upon realizing no one was monitoring him, he began pilfering from the storeroom. At that time, I was preoccupied with other matters and could not address his misdeeds. Little did I know he would grow increasingly greedy, hoping the princess would cover his losses upon her arrival, ensuring his own comfort. Fortunately, the princess was astute, Upon entering the manor, she promptly sealed the storeroom and accounts, or else he might have successfully evaded responsibility for this mess. The account book you entrusted to me has been thoroughly verified. It accurately reflects the expenditures and social transactions of the royal household over the years, with no discrepancies or issues.
Indeed.
The princess has supplemented the household expenses with her dowry all these years. Li Yukai delivered his explanation without pause, finally taking a breath. Xia Wanyang, standing nearby, was left in stunned silence. What did Li Youcai's words imply? Did they mean Mu Anguish was entirely innocent, and the one orchestrating the deceit was Zhang Deqian? What about her? Did she simply appear as a gullible fool? Chapter 48. Dog bites dog. Zhang Deqian never anticipated that the seemingly invisible steward Li Yukai would possess such prowess and knowledge. Confronted and exposed, Zhang Deqian felt an icy chill envelop him, and his heart raced with terror. This mansion had once belonged to the royal family, and he had been assigned as its steward. After the warlord achieved great merit, the estate was allocated to him, thus becoming the warlord's residence, with Zhang Deqian similarly transferred to serve there. Upon taking residence, the warlord showed little interest in the household affairs, appointing a chief steward but remaining indifferent to the daily operations. Initially, Zhang Deqian harbored resentment for being relegated to the position of a subordinate steward and feared that the chief steward would usurp more power, causing him to tread lightly each day. However, as time passed, he discerned that aside from the title change, little had altered within the estate, leading him to believe that the warlord and his associates were not as formidable as he had imagined, and his actions grew increasingly audacious. Zhang Deqian believed his schemes were flawless, unaware that it was not his cunning that allowed him to evade scrutiny, but rather the disdain of others for his actions. Suddenly, his mind buzzed, nearly collapsing under the weight of his dread. Regaining his composure, he prostrated himself, repeatedly bowing, "Your Highness, please forgive me. These are all misunderstandings. I would never dare to act so boldly. I implore you." Before he could finish his pleas, Li Yukai kicked him aside. Zhang Deqian fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Li Yukai spat at him. "What nonsense. If it weren't for the warlord being away from the capital, I would have already reported you and dealt with your dishonest dealings. You dare to cry injustice? If you conspire with those of ill intent to tarnish the princess's reputation, she would be the one wronged. During the warlord's absence, the princess has devoted herself to safeguarding the estate, and you dare to treat her so? Prepare to face the consequences, you shameless cur." Li Youcai's defense left Mu Anguish bewildered. Everything had changed. It was entirely different from her previous life. Why was this happening? Could her rebirth truly have disrupted the course of events, affecting all those involved? Faced with such vast uncertainty and transformation, Mu Anguish felt a sense of confusion. Concerned that the situation had altered too drastically, she realized her limited knowledge was insufficient to navigate the unfolding events, and beneath her composed facade lay a deep-seated anxiety. Beside her, Shen Mohuai sensed her emotional shift and cast her a sidelong glance. Noticing her furrowed brow and the tension in her demeanor, he assumed her wounds were causing her discomfort, prompting him to resolve matters swiftly. "Zhang Deqian, do you admit your guilt? If you can confess your crimes truthfully, I may consider leniency." Shen Mohuai spoke coldly. Having been thoroughly exposed, Zhang Deqian dared not entertain any further delusions. He had been marked as part of the warlord's residence, and his life hinged on the warlord's decree. Enduring the pain, he crawled to his knees and prostrated himself before Shen Mohuai, pleading, "I am willing to confess. Please spare my life, Your Highness." Li Yukai, witnessing Zhang Deqian's audacity to negotiate, scoffed, "Zhang Deqian, you old dog, have you lost your wits? At this juncture, you still dare to play games with the warlord? Do you think your head is too firmly attached to your neck?" Pale with fear, Zhang Deqian abandoned his attempts to negotiate and hastily confessed to his embezzlement of the estate's funds and those from the lands outside. The more he divulged, the more ashen Xia Wanyang's face became, her mind racing as she struggled to remain composed.
So,
the leverage she believed she held against Mu Anguish was merely an obvious deception? And she, like a fool, had unwittingly leaped into the trap while feeling proud of herself? As Zhang Deqian confessed his misdeeds, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes when he caught sight of Xia Wanyang. It was this ineffectual woman who had caused his downfall. Had she not suggested using the opportunity to discredit Mu Anguish, promising him power in return, he would not have so foolishly walked into this predicament. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he began to embellish his narrative. The old servant was indeed troubled by my conscience over these unscrupulous acts. It was Madame Xia who approached me, urging that I frame the princess for these offenses. She asserted that by accusing the princess, she could incite the warlord's disdain and facilitate her own rise to power, thus granting me authority. It was her machinations that led me to make such unfounded accusations against the princess. Please, Your Highness, see the truth. All of this was instigated by Madame Xia. Otherwise, I would not dare to speak against the princess, even with 100 lives. Zhang Deqian cried out, his display of desperation seemingly genuine. Xia Wanyang leaped up in terror. Shrieking, Zhang Deqian, cease your lies. When did I ever instruct you to wrongfully accuse the princess? It was I who approached you about discrepancies in the accounts, and you claimed it was all the princess's doing. I merely asked you to testify and reveal her true nature before the warlord. You are twisting the truth to drag me down with you, sowing discord between me and the warlord. Your treachery is unforgivable. Your Highness, please do not believe Zhang Deqian's words. I was truly deceived and led astray. Xia Wanyang wept pitifully, trembling on the ground. Chapter 49. The consequences of disposition. Zhang Deqian realized he would not escape this predicament unscathed, and in his desperation, he clung to Xia Wanyang, insisting that she had orchestrated everything. Xia Wanyang staunchly refused to bear the blame, fearing that implicating Mu Engi would only lead to her own disgrace. Thus, they engaged in a bitter exchange akin to quarrelsome street vendors, their voices filling the hall. Until finally, Shen Mohuai, growing impatient, issued a sharp command. Enough. Silence. Both of you. His fury drew Mu Engi's gaze toward him. Zhang Deqian was undoubtedly facing punishment. She was merely curious how Shen Mohuai would deal with Xia Wanyang. Zhang Deqian, having embezzled and plundered the estate's coffers, your crimes warrant execution. All your assets shall be seized and placed into the warlord's treasury. You shall be sent to the capital's judicial office for examination and sentencing. Your Highness, spare me. Please be lenient. Zhang Deqian's despair was palpable as he crawled toward Shen Mohuai, desperate for mercy. If he were sent to the judicial office, he might not lose his life, but he would certainly suffer greatly. Given his crimes of embezzling royal funds, the likelihood of banishment was high, and at his age, such a journey could spell his demise. In his panic, Zhang Deqian could not foresee that Shinichi would not grant him the opportunity to crawl before Shen Mohuai. He signaled for the guards to silence him and drag him away. Seeing Zhang Deqian being taken away, Xia Wanyang trembled in fear, rushing to cling to Shen Mohuai's leg, pleading, Your Highness, spare me. I was deceived by a villain. In my moment of confusion, I misunderstood the princess. I implore you to show mercy. I shall never act recklessly again. Shen Mohuai's brows furrowed tightly, his expression dark with anger and displeasure. Since Xia Wanyang had returned to the capital with him, not a single day had been peaceful. Her presence was indeed a source of irritation. Xia Wanyang trembled before his stormy countenance, her heart racing in terror. Her mind raced with thoughts, and a sudden spark of insight struck her. With tears streaming down her face, she implored, Your Highness, I am acutely aware that I have overstepped and offended the princess, and my death would be no great loss. However, the child within me is innocent. I beseech you, for the sake of my unborn child, please spare me this once. Xia Wanyang, trembling with fear, knelt at Shen Mohuai's feet, repeatedly banging her head on the ground with fervor, quickly reddening her forehead. At 5 months pregnant, her petite frame concealed her condition, and under the heavy winter garments, it was hardly noticeable. Had she not mentioned it, no one would have suspected her pregnancy. Shen Mohuai suppressed the turmoil within and coldly stated, Aunt Xia is unable to distinguish right from wrong, deceived by others, and has affronted the princess. As punishment, she shall be confined for a month as a cautionary measure. I am grateful for your mercy, Your Highness. Xia Wanyang sobbed in thanks, relieved that her life was spared. Shen Mohuai pressed his fingers to his furrowed brow and waved his hand dismissively. Return to your rose pavilion and remain confined there. In the future, without my permission, you are not to leave. While he spoke of a month-long confinement, his added remark rendered it akin to a lifetime of imprisonment. Xia Wanyang's face paled in fear. Yet she dared not protest. Preserving her life was a blessing, and as long as she lived, there remained a glimmer of hope. Supported by Chueya, she exited, leaving only Shen Mohuai and Mu Engo with their respective attendants in the hall. Shen Mohuai turned to Mu Engo, ready to speak. But she coldly interjected, Your Highness has exerted enough authority here. Please take your leave. I am injured and cannot accommodate you any longer. Shen Mohuai's eyes narrowed in displeasure. The day's events had indeed been tumultuous. Her displeasure was understandable. However, he had afforded her an opportunity, which she had spurned. It was unjust for her to blame him for her irritation. Moreover, he had dealt with the necessary matters with fairness. What was the meaning of her disdainful demeanor? Did she truly believe he feared her? Shen Mohuai replied icily, "This entire residence belongs to me. I shall remain wherever I please without needing your approval." His words darkened Mu and Ge's expression further. Yet, he was correct. The Duke's residence was indeed his domain, and she had no right to object. Rising, Mu and Ge strode toward the door. "Ban Xia, let us depart." Being in the same space as him was distasteful and repugnant. The princess, Ban Xia, gasped and, glancing at Shen Mohuai's ink-black countenance, dared not speak, hastily following after. Shen Yi, startled by his master's piercing gaze, hastily positioned himself at the door, offering a nervous smile to Mu and Ge. "Your Highness, do you not have injuries that require rest? Where are you off to? This is the Duke's territory. It would not be appropriate for the princess to occupy it without permission. I wish to make room for His Highness to avoid any unfounded accusations that might land me in the dungeons, which would be a gross injustice. Step aside, Guardian Shen, or do not blame me for being uncivil," Mu and Ge said coldly. Chapter 50. Anger at oneself for harboring unwarranted thoughts. Hearing her intent to leave, Shen Mohuai's expression darkened even further. Shen Yi, witnessing his master's demeanor, dared not relent, awkwardly stating, "What is this, Your Highness? You are the Duke's consort, the mistress of this estate. How can you speak of occupying it?" Seeing Shen Yi's stubbornness, Mu and Ge was prepared to retaliate, but then heard a commotion behind her. She tensed, having resolved that should Shen Mohuai attempt to attack, she would retaliate with poison. She would rather sacrifice herself than allow her family to suffer while she eliminated the malignant presence of Shen Mohuai. However, Shen Mohuai merely bypassed her, casting her a cold glance before striding away. Shen Yi hastily declared, "I shall take my leave now, so as not to disturb the princess's rest. Please recover swiftly." With that, he hurriedly pursued Shen Mohuai. Once they had departed, Mu and Ji's pent-up frustration dissipated. Without that anger to sustain her, the pain in her back intensified, causing her to sway. Ban Xia quickly steadied her, concern etched on her face. "Miss, are you all right?" "I am fine. Just help me inside to rest." Mu and Ge replied softly, not wishing to alarm her. Ban Xia promptly assisted her into the inner chamber, helping her remove her garments before arranging her to lie down. After the earlier commotion, the injury had swelled, appearing a deep shade of purple. Ban Xia, heartbroken, applied ointment while shedding tears. "It's all that wretched Aunt Xia's fault. If she hadn't caused such a scene, you wouldn't have had to exert yourself, and your injury wouldn't have worsened." Mu and Ge comforted her. "Do not cry, it looks worse than it is. In a couple of days, it will cease to hurt. Trust me."
Ban Xia nodded silently,
obediently tending to Mu and Ji's wounds. Mu and Ge pondered the earlier events, remaining silent. Initially, she believed her rebirth had granted her an advantage in many matters, allowing her to leverage circumstances to her favor. However, today's occurrences instilled a sense of unease within her. Her rebirth had altered the course of events, leading to numerous unforeseen developments. For instance, today's events had not transpired in her previous life. Zhang Deqian was dealt with, and Xia Wanyang was punished. From the outcomes, Zhang Deqian received his due, yet Xia Wanyang had been shielded by Shen Mohuai. Otherwise, without evidence of her transgression against the princess, even her pregnancy would not have spared her from suffering consequences. Regrettably, while many things had changed in this life, one remained constant: Shen Mohuai's deep-rooted affection for Xia Wanyang, continuously defending her. Her desire to leave Yuxiu Garden was not solely out of disdain for Shen Mohuai, she was also angry with herself. While witnessing Shen Mohuai's treatment of Zhang Deqian, she had wondered if he would administer justice to Xia Wanyang fairly. To her shame, some expectations had taken root within her. Thus, when Shen Mohuai merely confined Xia Wanyang, her frustration peaked. She chastised herself for harboring unwarranted hopes simply because the developments in this life diverged from the last. She had begun to believe that perhaps he was not as malevolent as she once thought, that perhaps there had been misunderstandings in the past. After all, In her previous life, once imprisoned, she had only encountered Xia Wanyang and heard only her account of Shen Mohuai's actions, never witnessing them herself. She considered, if he truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for her and her family, he would surely take delight in personally humiliating her. Yet, from her imprisonment to their mutual demise, Shen Mohuai had never shown his face. Thus, upon her current interactions with him, she found him markedly different from the man she had known before, leading her to absurdly believe he might be unaware of her previous imprisonment. Fortunately, this thought was swiftly extinguished by Shen Mohuai's actions. His ability to administer justice to Zhang Deqian while favoring Xia Wanyang left her no room to doubt his affections for her. She could not absolve him due to her own errant thoughts, nor could she assume there were hidden truths. She and Shen Mohuai are destined to be eternal adversaries in this life, a fate unchangeable. Meanwhile, Shen Mohuai, having exited Yuan, was consumed with anger. Initially, he felt remorse for injuring Mu Engi, which prompted him to hastily resolve the troubling matter, intending to summon a physician to tend to her wounds. Little did he expect her to act so ungratefully as to dismiss him, which infuriated him greatly. Upon closer reflection, he noted that the wounds on her back were uneven, with several areas indented, indicating deeper injuries. The smooth corridor boards could not have caused such lacerations. Clearly, her injuries were inflicted by Mu Anhao when he had restrained her at Ziyuan, yet Mu Engi had the audacity to deceive him into believing he was responsible for them. This realization only intensified Shen Mohuai's fury. The guilt he felt from taking advantage of her the previous night, mingled with a burgeoning desire kindled by their intimate encounter, dissipated in the face of her provocation. On the other side, Xia Wanyang, supported by Tsuya, slumped on her bed in the Rose Pavilion, her face streaked with tears of despair. Tsuya fetched water to wash her face. "Madam, please wash your face," she gently urged. "Wash what? I've been confined. Do you understand? I have no inclination to wash my face," Xia Wanyang exclaimed, angrily swatting the basin from Tsuya's hands. Water splashed everywhere, soaking both their garments. "The prince has decreed that I cannot leave the Rose Pavilion without his permission. Am I not akin to a concubine cast into the cold palace? I shall never have a chance to rise again," she cried, her fierce demeanor crumbling into a breakdown. Tsuya, initially startled by Xia Wanyang's outburst, softened upon witnessing her breakdown. Having been sold into servitude during her parents' funeral, Xia Wanyang was her sole anchor. Though serving Xia Wanyang often subjected her to indignities, she recognized that in times like these, she could not add to her suffering. Xia Wanyang's turmoil would inevitably affect her as well. Understanding this, Tsuya crouched down and carefully embraced Xia Wanyang. "Do not weep, madam. It is not as dire as it appears. You still have a chance to regain the prince's favor," she whispered reassuringly. "Really? Will there truly be another opportunity?" Xia Wanyang sobbed pitifully. She had originally secured her place beside Shen Mohuai through dubious means, and now, having incurred his disdain, did she still stand a chance at winning his affection? "Indeed, it is true," Tsuya replied calmly. "Do you not recall? You carry the prince's child. As long as you safely bear the child, he is certain to reconsider and treat you well once more." At this, Xia Wanyang placed her hand on her abdomen, her expression a tumultuous blend of resentment, relief, and trepidation. Ultimately, all her emotions coalesced into a flicker of hope as she murmured, "You are right. I still have the child. As long as it remains, the prince shall not abandon me. He cannot." Whether she spoke to herself for comfort or to Tsuya, she repeated this mantra. Tsuya patiently soothed her, and once Xia Wanyang had calmed, she went to fetch water for her to wash up. In the following days, Mu Engi remained indoors to recuperate. Xia Wanyang, confined and undisturbed, had her elder brother climbing through windows each night to converse with her, allowing Mu Engi to glean much about the happenings at home over the past few years. With newfound solace and a sense of belonging, even while lying down to heal,
Mu Angge spirits soared.
In contrast, Shen Mohuai faced a far less favorable situation. Due to his maternal lineage, he was already disfavored by the emperor. Despite clawing his way out from the depths of adversity by achieving military accolades, he had only aroused the jealousy of his brothers. Shen Mohuai found himself ostracized, caught in an unfavorable situation. Although he managed to keep his head above water, his mood was undeniably affected, leaving him in a state of vexation. He preferred the carefree life at the border, despite the lurking dangers, to the treacherous intrigues of the capital. With a frustrated toss, he flung the troublesome documents onto the ground, his face a portrait of suppressed rage. Just then, Shen Yi hurriedly entered, nearly being struck by the papers. He bent down to retrieve the documents, placing them cautiously back on the table, and inquired softly, "My lord, is there a problem you cannot resolve? How may I assist you?" "It's merely trivial matters of the court," Shen Mohuai sighed, pressing his fingers against his temples in annoyance. Although he had no desire for the throne, he was still one of the emperor's sons, and even in an awkward position, he remained a target for others' disdain. Particularly now that he held military power, his brothers viewed him as their greatest rival, eager to eliminate him and constantly seeking to create trouble for him. Had it not been for the investigation into the old case of the Shen family, he would have preferred to avoid returning to the den of wolves that was the capital altogether. "If there is something to discuss, speak," Shen Mohuai commanded, lowering his hand. Shen Yi, holding a stack of documents, responded, "Did you not wish to investigate the circumstances of the princess and the ninth prince? I have gathered the information, and it is all here." "So much?" Shen Mohuai glanced at the stack in Shen Yi's arms, frowning and instantly losing interest. Reflecting on Mu Engi's attitude that day, the disdainful manner in which she seemed to want to distance herself from him only added to his irritation. She had no regard for him, nor did he for her. He was not keen on currying her favor. "Take it away, I do not wish to see it." Shen Mohuai gestured dismissively, his frustration palpable.
Shen Yi,
Having served him for many years, understood that while Shen Mohuai appeared cold and aloof in public, he was somewhat childish, prone to irritability and pride in private, so he paid no mind to his fluctuations. However, he picked up the top document, stating, "This pertains to the entanglement between the princess and the ninth prince. While you may disregard the rest, this is worth your attention." Though Shen Mohuai was filled with anger, he harbored a special sentiment for Mu Engi. She was his wife and the first woman he had kissed, and the tender sensations from that night lingered in his thoughts, compelling him to reminisce. His hands, which had once embraced her soft waist, yearned to feel that warmth again, his fingers twiddling as if to relive that softness. He squinted his eyes, saying, "Bring it forth." Shen Yi, already familiar with the document's content, presented it to Shen Mohuai before quietly stepping back, wary of the fallout. Upon reviewing the document, Shen Mohuai's expression darkened considerably. He scrutinized it with a gaze so icy it seemed capable of burning a hole through the paper. Just as Shen Yi braced for an outburst, Shen Mohuai calmly closed the document and raised his gaze to Shen Yi, asking, "What has the ninth prince been preoccupied with lately?" Shen Yi hesitated, taken aback by Shen Mohuai's unexpected question. Nevertheless, he answered truthfully, "The ninth prince has been frequenting brothels, enjoying himself quite thoroughly." Shen Mohuai scoffed lightly, "That man will inevitably fall victim to women." Shen Yi remained silent, standing by with bated breath. Suddenly, Shen Mohuai instructed, "You must handle a task for me." Shen Yi, upon hearing the command, felt a chill run down his spine. He hesitated slightly. "My lord, might this be too conspicuous?"
There are already many eyes on you.
Shen Mohuai raised his gaze toward Shen Yi. His eyes held no trace of threat or coldness. Yet their unnaturally calm demeanor sent a chill down Shen Yi's spine. His master, the more enraged he became, the more tranquil he appeared. Shen Yi had always believed that his master harbored no feelings for the princess who had been married off yet left aside. However, in this moment, he found himself doubting his previous convictions. "Those who dare to harm me must possess the courage to face the consequences," Shen Mohuai declared coldly. Shen Yi dared not speak further, quietly affirming with a soft yes before attempting to withdraw. "Set those down," Shen Mohuai suddenly instructed. Shen Yi could only turn back to place the stack of documents he held, and then hurriedly left to attend to the tasks assigned by Shen Mohuai. Once Shen Yi departed, Shen Mohuai closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair to rest for a while before he began to sift through the pile of documents left by Shen Yi. Shen Mohuai was not particularly patient. He would much prefer to engage in a fierce battle than to peruse a stack of documents. Yet on this day, he did not exit his study, with his evening meal brought to him by Shen Yi. 3 days swiftly passed, and Mu Engi's injury on her back had nearly healed. Once she regained her freedom of movement, Mu Engi resumed her experimentation with poison. However, she was careful to manage her time, avoiding excessive strain on her health. This day marked the monthly occasion for Mu Engi to venture out to inspect accounts. Just as she arrived at the entrance with Ban Xia, she was intercepted by Shen Yi, who had been waiting there. "Is there something you need, guardian?" Mu Engi inquired coolly. "Princess, the prince is waiting for you in the carriage," Shen Yi replied with a smile. "Waiting for me? For what purpose?" Mu and Go asked, bewildered. Get in. I will take you somewhere, Shen Mohuai said, lifting the carriage curtain. Mu and Go glanced at him and replied indifferently, no. If the prince has somewhere to go, he should go alone. I have accounts to review, and no time to entertain the prince. Her patience with Shen Mohuai was dwindling. Initially, she had thought that remaining by his side might allow her to glean some information to avert potential dangers. But the reality proved to be quite the opposite. His affairs were utterly beyond her reach, and instead, she found herself under his watchful eye. It was by sheer coincidence that she discovered he had sent someone to monitor her. At that moment of realization, her heart turned cold, though her blood boiled with fury, not from excitement, but from anger. It was evident that he had been wary of her long before now. How foolish she had been to entertain the notion that the events of her past life might have been unrelated to him. This realization only fueled her growing disdain for Shen Mohuai. She feared that the remnants of her past infatuation had not completely faded, worried that prolonged interaction might lead her to develop unwarranted expectations of him, which would ultimately result in self-deception. After all, it was exceedingly strange that he had not appeared since she was imprisoned in the dungeons. It was perfectly natural for her to harbor completely different thoughts before understanding the reasons behind his actions. Determined, Mu and Gu avoided looking at Shen Mohuai and proceeded towards the carriage parked behind. Observing her cold demeanor, which indicated she regarded him with indifference, Shen Mohuai's brows furrowed slightly. However, recalling the hardships she had endured over the years, guilt washed over him, and he refrained from expressing anger. He lifted the carriage curtain, exited, and swiftly approached Mu and Go. Chapter 53. If you anger me, I might do something unpredictable, hearing footsteps behind her. Mu and Go furrowed her brow, preparing to turn and speak. Yet, before she could face him, she found herself frozen in place. Shen Mohuai had sealed her acupoint. Realizing this, a surge of anger coursed through Mu and Go, her face flushing crimson. She attempted to break free from the acupoint's restraint using her internal energy, but to no avail. In the next moment, the world around her spun, and she found herself staring into Shen Mohuai's perfect visage. Meeting her gaze, which was filled with fury, his usually icy eyes glimmered with amusement. Such a stubborn temperament. Whatever happened to your previous gentleness? Was it all an act?
Shen Mohuai chuckled softly.
Shen Mohuai, what do you intend to do? Release me or what? He interjected, raising an eyebrow knowingly. Mu and Ji's words were cut off, leaving her seething with indignation. I know you dislike me, and I recognize that my forced marriage was a mistake. If you resent me, let us divorce. It should suffice, shouldn't it? Do you think I am someone you can summon and dismiss at will? Shen Mohuai's expression turned frosty. You once desired to marry me and now wish to part ways simply because your feelings have changed? Understanding that he harbored intentions of his own, and recognizing that a divorce would damage his pride, Mu and Go pressed on. If you believe a divorce is unbecoming of your status, then you may cast me aside. The clause of 7 departures without children will suffice.
Shen Mohuai scoffed,
a smile gracing his lips. He was undeniably handsome, his features seemingly favored by the heavens. Every inch of his skin and bone was meticulously sculpted. Though his complexion bore the marks of years spent in battle, it was not unappealing. His sun-kissed skin exuded masculine allure, and his smile was captivating enough to stir hearts. Confronted with such striking beauty, Mu and Go, if not for her deep-seated resentment, would have fallen for him just as she did in her past life. Are you reminding me, my lady, that we have yet to consummate our marriage? Shen Mohuai leaned closer, smiling as he spoke. Mu and Go was taken aback by his words. Consummate? Not a chance. I have no intention of doing that with you. As she attempted to respond, Shen Mohuai captured her lips with his. The slight pain and the surge of emotions within her made her eyes blaze with fury. This mouth, though undeniably beautiful and soft, could utter words that infuriated her. After biting her, Shen Mohuai lingered on her lips, speaking in a tone that seemed to carry a hint of tenderness, tightening her heart. Mu and Go, I advise you to behave. For I cannot guarantee that I won't act more recklessly. More recklessly? Did he intend to go even further? Mu and Go was nearly overwhelmed with indignation. How had she not realized in her past life that Shen Mohuai could be so shameless? Yet, in her current predicament, she found herself at a disadvantage and remained silent, her face flushed with suppressed rage. Shen Mohuai observed as she closed her eyes, and a brazen smile graced his lips while he embraced Mu Engi, striding confidently towards the carriage. As the two boarded, Shen Yi finally released the mouth of Han Xia, whom he had restrained in his embrace. I apologize, Shen Yi began, but his words were cut short as Han Xia delivered a resounding slap across his face. Tears brimmed in her eyes, which sparkled, yet were filled with indignation. As she seethed, "Scoundrel." Following this, she forcefully stepped on Shen Yi's foot before hastily pursuing the carriage. The pain from her kick made Shen Yi yelp, hopping in place while clutching his foot. Moments prior, when Shen Mohuai had subdued Mu Engi, Han Xia had been poised to offer her assistance. But Shen Yi had swiftly covered her mouth and held her captive. Trapped, she felt utterly wronged, leading to her reaction of slapping him and calling him a scoundrel upon gaining her freedom. Shen Yi felt unjustly accused, for he had only sought the happiness of his master. How could he be deemed a scoundrel? Shen Mohuai escorted Mu Engi to a newly popular tavern, Rui Building, renowned for its Rui wine, which was said to grant a sense of dream fulfillment to those fortunate enough to sip it, thus attracting a multitude of patrons. However, this exquisite wine was available only in limited quantities, making it a luxury for the affluent, leaving the common folk to merely dream. At this moment, Mu Engi found herself in a refined private room on the second floor, by the window, with a sumptuous feast laid out before her. The windows of the room were opened, providing a view of the lively performances on the first floor and the serene boats gliding across the lake outside. Yet, regardless of the picturesque scenery or the lavish spread before her, Mu Engi felt no interest. "What is your intention in bringing me here?" she asked impatiently. Shen Mohuai sipped his wine, his demeanor calm as he regarded the young girl performing below. Noticing his gaze, Mu Engi scoffed. If the prince is enamored, he could simply take her home. Why the need for the charade? Her tone dripped with disdain and sarcasm, causing Shen Mohuai to furrow his brow as he turned to her and suddenly inquired, "Do you truly perceive me as a man driven solely by carnal desires, lusting after beauty? If so, what was it that drew you to me initially? Why did you insist on marrying me?" Shen Mohuai was perplexed. Mu Engi let out a light laugh and replied languidly, "In my youth, I was naïve and besotted by your beauty. It clouded my judgment, compelling me to desire marriage with you. However, after our union, I realized that beauty does not equate to fulfillment, and life lacked meaning, leading to my epiphany. Therefore, should you wish to divorce or dismiss me now, I would be more than willing, promising to cooperate just as I did when I was forced into this marriage." Shen Mohuai was taken aback, believing she had admired his accomplishments and formidable power, only to discover that her infatuation was rooted in his appearance. A realization dawned upon him. He, a man of power, was wed due to his looks? His countenance darkened, for the revelation that his authority paled in comparison to his physical allure was a profound humiliation. As Mu Engi relished in his vexation, Shen Mohuai downed 2 cups of wine in quick succession, glaring fiercely at the young performer below, his expression resembling that of a predator. Mu Engi found his behavior absurd. If he was infatuated with the girl, he could take her home without fear of reproach, yet here he was, glaring menacingly. In the midst of her internal critique, Mu Engi suddenly froze, a frown forming on her brow. "If you do not act swiftly, the girl you desire will be taken from you." If her eyes did not deceive her, the individual approaching the girl was Sanchi, the personal attendant of Xiao Wanyang. Sanchi's presence could only mean he was seeking women for his master. Indeed, Mu Engi watched as Sanchi exchanged a few words with the girl before slipping her a silver ingot, prompting her to eagerly follow him to a private room across from theirs on the second floor. Mu Engi was well aware of Xiao Yicheng's notorious reputation. Any woman who fell into his hands would not escape unscathed, though she herself was an exception. "Who said I was interested in her?" Shen Mohuai took another sip of his wine before speaking languidly. If he was not enamored with the girl, then why had he brought her here to gaze upon her? Mu Engi, perplexed, chose not to press him further, suppressing her curiosity. A silence enveloped the private room, thick with tension and discomfort. After a brief period, a piercing scream mingled with cries of distress shattered the tavern's revelry. Mu Engi, who had been resting her eyes, abruptly opened them to see the girl they had just discussed bursting from the room, shrieking in terror. In her hand, she clutched a bloodied dagger, her face swollen and disheveled, her clothing torn, revealing the ties of her undergarment. Panic-stricken, she cried, "I killed someone. It wasn't he intentional. I swear it wasn't he." Sanchi and 2 guards stationed at the door were momentarily stunned, leading Sanchi to shout, "Ninth Prince," before dashing inside. One of the guards followed him, while the other seized the frantic girl as she attempted to flee downstairs. Clearly in a state of shock, she struggled against her captor, repeating her frantic claims. The commotion escalated, and Mu Engi noticed someone striding forward, revealing a badge. I am Zhao Deqing, the prefect of Jingzhou. What transpired here? Why has someone been harmed? You all need to explain yourselves immediately. Zhao Deqing was a well-respected official among the literati, known for his integrity and loyalty to the emperor. He was a nightmare for corrupt officials and wayward youths, ensuring that justice was served without bias, even against nobility. His presence indicated that Xiao Yichen's misdeeds could no longer be concealed, and even if he himself were injured, he would not escape unscathed. As Mu Engi relished the prospect of justice being served, a realization struck her, prompting her to glance at Shen Mohuai, who remained unfazed as he sipped his wine. His calm demeanor raised her suspicions. He appeared unperturbed by the unfolding chaos. Was it possible that he had orchestrated this entire scenario? Why does Shen Mohuai seek to deal with Xiao Yichen? Has Xiao Yichen offended him, compelling Shen to use him as a scapegoat, or is there another underlying reason? Mu Engi, momentarily perplexed, shifted her gaze to the entrance of the opposite room, eager to observe the unfolding spectacle. At this juncture, the girl, previously paralyzed by fear, appeared to regain her composure. Ignoring the guard still restraining her, she suddenly knelt and began to prostrate herself before Zhao Deqing. Your Honor, please save this poor girl. I did not intend to kill anyone. I beseech your mercy. Zhao Deqing regarded the guard with a steely gaze. Regardless of your affiliations, release this young lady at once. The guard, recognizing Zhao Deqing as authority, hesitated briefly before relinquishing his hold on the girl to avoid causing trouble for his master. Zhao Deqing turned his attention to the girl, his expression grave. If your actions were malicious, you shall face the full brunt of the law. However, if you acted out of desperation, I implore you to speak candidly. If you are indeed a victim, I will advocate on your behalf. Zhao Deqing, a man of over 40 with a well-groomed beard and a square jaw, exuded an air of stern authority. His piercing gaze could intimidate even the most steadfast of individuals, leaving them trembling under his scrutiny. The girl, still shaken, eventually succumbed to tears, sobbing as she recounted her tale. Your Honor, I have only recently come to this place to perform, relying on the patron's generosity for my livelihood. Just before this incident, a gentleman approached me, claiming his master wished to hear me sing privately, offering a generous reward. I accepted, but upon entering the room, he dismissed his attendants and attempted to assault me. I pleaded with him to desist, but he was relentless. In my struggle to escape, I accidentally wounded him with a dagger I kept for protection. As she spoke, she bowed repeatedly, pleading, I truly did not mean to kill him. I was merely frightened. Zhao Deqing's brows furrowed. In broad daylight, to seize a maiden in such a manner is a grave offense, unworthy of pity. Do you recall where you struck him? Was he alive when you fled? I struck him while he was undressing, she replied in despair. I believe I wounded him there. He screamed and bled profusely, but I was too terrified to check if he was still alive. Her anguished cries resonated, causing the men present to shudder in discomfort. Even Zhao Deqing's expression momentarily faltered. Before Zhao could respond, anguished shouts erupted from within the room. Kill that wretched girl. Bring her to me. The furious voice, tinged with desperation, belonged unmistakably to Xiao Yichen. Despite the rage in his tone, it lacked the frailty of a dying man, indicating that he was not mortally wounded. According to the girl's account, she had inflicted a grievous injury upon Xiao Yichen, targeting a sensitive area. Mu Engi could not help but revel in the thought of Xiao Yichen's misfortune, her smile broadening with delight. Chapter 56. Rendered impotent, yet still to be censured, Xiao Yichen, known for his debauched pursuits, would surely be driven to madness should his virility be compromised. The mere thought of his frantic rage amused Mu Engi, causing her to laugh uncontrollably, oblivious to the fact that her restraints had been inadvertently released. Observing her mirth, Shen Mohuai couldn't suppress a faint smile of his own. The commotion outside escalated as Xiao Yichen's guards, responding to his command, attempted to silence the girl.
Fortunately,
Zhao Deqing's loyal attendants intervened, thwarting the attack and subduing the guard after a brief struggle. Enraged, Zhao Deqing led his men into the room to apprehend the instigator. Upon entering, he was met with the shocking sight of Xiao Yichen sprawled on the floor, bloodied and incapacitated. As a prince, he was expected to uphold the highest moral standards. How could he stoop to such abhorrent behavior? Xiao Yichen, barely clinging to life, felt his senses dull from pain. Hearing Zhao Deqing's admonitions, he could no longer contain his fury. "You old fool, be silent. What gives you the right to lecture me? Do you believe I want to have your head?" Zhao Deqing's complexion darkened in response. The emperor held him in high regard, often addressing him with deference. Yet here was Xiao Yichen, a prince of little authority, brazenly defying him. This would warrant a thorough report to the emperor. "Your Highness, cease this foolishness," urged Sanchi, a eunuch by his side. "Zhao Deqing is not someone to be trifled with. We must get you to a physician at once. Delay could be perilous." Sanchi, though aware of his master's faults, wished to prevent him from further disgrace. The prospect of Xiao Yichen becoming a eunuch was terrifying, for his wrath could become unbearable. Despite his pain, Xiao Yichen clung to his pride, refusing to leave the room, fearing humiliation. He insisted that Sanchi summon a physician. As Sanchi prepared to call for help, Zhao Deqing interjected coldly, "Your Highness, your reputation is already in tatters. Instead of stubbornly waiting for a physician here, it would be wiser to return to the palace and summon the royal doctor. Your injury cannot afford delay. If you do not recover, your ability to engage with women may forever be compromised." Zhao Deqing's rare display of concern only deepened Xiao Yichen's embarrassment. He begrudgingly accepted the need to leave, clutching himself for support as Sanchi wrapped him in a cloak. "It would be better for you to carry him," Zhao Deqing remarked, suppressing a smirk. Xiao Yichen, torn between pain and indignation, found himself consumed by rage. However, the recent pressure intensified his pain, and he dared not delay any longer, fearing that it might become irreparable. He could only urge the guards to carry him away from Rui Tower. Mu Engi observed as the guards emerged with Xiao Yichen, shrouded in a cloak, blood still dripping from him, creating a winding trail behind. She couldn't help but smile broadly. Xiao Yichen deserved this. He had always abused his power to harm young women. And if he were truly incapacitated, it would be a blessing for all the women in the capital. Seeing Zhao Deqing escorting the young lady away brought her a sense of relief. With Zhao Deqing present, the girl's safety was assured. Moreover, Zhao Deqing was efficient, and she was confident the girl would be well taken care of. Most importantly, Xiao Yichen had not only been injured but would also face repercussions from Zhao Deqing, meaning his punishment was far from over. "Are you truly so pleased?" Shen Mohuai finally inquired, his tone indifferent. Mu Engi, upon hearing his voice, snapped back to reality from her amusement. She turned to Shen Mohuai and replied flatly, "Did I smile?" "I did not." Shen Mohuai thought to himself that he had never encountered someone so brazen. Just moments ago, she had been beaming, and now her expression had shifted in an instant. "Mu Engi, do you now comprehend why I brought you here today?" Shen Mohuai lifted his chin, awaiting her gratitude. Mu Engi shook her head calmly. "I do not understand. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." While she had witnessed the spectacle surrounding Xiao Yichen, it would be impossible for her to claim she felt no emotion. Yet, believing that Shen Mohuai had dealt with Xiao Yichen on her behalf was a notion she refused to entertain. It was not just reluctance, it was fear. Chapter 57. Not a word of belief in her past life, Mu Engi had endured immense suffering in the dungeons, harboring resentment even at the moment of her death. Had she not been reborn, she believed she would have transformed into a vengeful spirit, dragging Shen Mohuai down into the depths of hell with her. In this new life, her primary obsession was to seek vengeance on Shen Mohuai and Xia Wanyang, the two who had plagued her existence. During her rebirth, Xia Wanyang remained as detestable as ever.
Yet Shen Mohuai appeared to have changed.
His attitude and actions towards her differed greatly from the past. If Shen Mohuai's fury stemmed from the knowledge of her near victimization at the hands of Xiao Yichen, what feelings did he truly harbor for her? And how was she to confront this new version of Shen Mohuai? Bound by the enmity of her family's annihilation, Mu Engi refused to let any distractions weaken her hatred towards Shen Mohuai, thus she deliberately ignored his inquiries. Shen Mohuai was taken aback by Mu Engi's response. He could not fathom that she, with her intelligence, would feign ignorance about the meaning of witnessing Xiao Yichen's downfall. She was fully aware, yet chose to act as if she did not. This left Shen Mohuai stifled, unable to swallow his pride or express his frustration, his expression darkening with anger. Seeing him silent, Mu Engi stood up. "If the prince has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Please enjoy your meal." As she turned to exit, she felt no twinge of regret. Since they were destined to be adversaries, there was no need to invest further thought. No matter what Shen Mohuai did, She would not be swayed. As Mu Engi indulged in self-deception, Shen Mohuai suddenly rose, swiftly approaching her from behind. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Mu Engi's expression turned icy, her fingers deftly slipping a needle from her grasp. Mu Engi, since you feign ignorance, let me clarify. This scheme was devised by me against the ninth prince. If he dares to take advantage of my absence to harm my woman, I shall ensure he pays dearly. The phrase my woman left Mu Engi stunned. Yet, rather than feeling flattered, a sharp pang of pain surged within her heart. His woman? How dare he claim that title? Shen Mohuai was unworthy. Mu Engi, he began but faltered. The surprise in his eyes replaced the usual coldness, revealing genuine astonishment. Slowly, Mu Engi withdrew from his embrace, her gaze devoid of warmth as it met Shen Mohuai's. I do not believe a single word you say. If you wish to confront the ninth prince, there are countless reasons you could cite, but you should not implicate me. It is well known that I was forced into marrying you, which tarnished your reputation and incurred your displeasure. You harbor no feelings for me. We share neither affection nor the bond of marriage. Thus, how can you claim me as yours? I would appreciate it if you could find a more credible excuse next time, rather than this absurdity. After delivering her retort, she brushed past him and strode away. Shen Mohuai stood rooted in place, his expression a mix of rage and astonishment. Despite his martial prowess, he found himself unable to break free from the pressure she had exerted upon him, which was not merely a result of his internal energy, but rather of some other method. Though he felt anger, his curiosity about Mu Engi only deepened. Initially, he had assumed she was merely infatuated with him, trailing behind like a lovesick fool. He had found her bothersome. However, upon returning, he discovered her martial skills were commendable, and her demeanor had evolved. Her gaze was now cold rather than the adoring glimmer it once held. Furthermore, her investigation into Yang Xiujin at the auction had piqued his interest, suggesting she possessed a keen intellect. The intimacy they shared during the Lantern Festival had stirred feelings within him that he struggled to articulate. Having faced battles since the tender age of 12, he had mingled with the lowest ranks of soldiers who often discussed women in crude terms. He had always dismissed such talk, burdened by his own responsibilities, never once considering the idea of seeking a companion or indulging in fleeting desires. Yet, that night of the Lantern Festival, holding her in his arms sparked a thought. If she were the woman by his side, perhaps he could accept it. Beyond that, her blood seemed to counteract the poison coursing through him, deepening their bond. After that night, he found himself dreaming of their embraces and kisses, his yearning for her intensifying. Thus, when he learned that Xiao Yichen had schemed against Mu Engi, attempting to force himself upon her, a fury arose within him that shocked even himself. Chapter 58. He fights for her. She poisons him. Shen Mohuai had never anticipated that upon returning to the capital, his first confrontation with a royal brother would be provoked by a woman. Once, there was a woman whom he had held in disdain. Yet, circumstances unfolded in an unexpected manner. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had defended her with fervor, only to be met with her venomous disdain. Not only did he receive no gratitude or affection in return, but she also rendered him immobile. In that moment, Shen Mohuai felt a degree of humiliation he had never experienced before. However, what rendered him even more speechless was what transpired next. Initially, Shen Mohuai found himself merely immobilized. Gradually, an insatiable itching sensation began to spread from the depths of his heart, permeating through his entire being.
It was a tormenting itch,
one that gnawed at his very bones and made him yearn to tear his own skin apart in an effort to find relief. Yet he was unable to move, deprived of the ability to scratch and alleviate his discomfort. In an instant, Shen Mohuai's neck flushed crimson as he struggled against his condition. When Shen Yi entered, he was met with the sight of Shen Mohuai, flushed and unable to move. "Master, what has happened to you?" Shen Yi exclaimed, rushing forward in concern. Shen Mohuai, unable to speak or move, could only convey his plight through his eyes. Fortunately, Shen Yi had been by his side for many years and quickly grasped his unspoken plea, attempting to find a way to release him from his immobilization. However, the usual methods of unbinding proved futile. As Shen Yi grew increasingly anxious, he noticed a silver needle lodged in Shen Mohuai's lower back, hidden beneath his garments. "Master, there is a silver needle. Who dares to lay such a treacherous hand upon you? Should I extract it? Will there be any repercussions?" Shen Yi's face was etched with worry. If Shen Mohuai could voice his thoughts, He would surely urge Shen Yi to act swiftly and remove the needle, for the itching had become unbearable. But Shen Mohuai was rendered mute, left to watch as Shen Yi deliberated before finally, with a grave expression, he extracted the needle. As soon as the needle was removed, Shen Mohuai regained his freedom. Yet, instead of confronting Shen Yi, his first instinct was to scratch at the incessant itch. Shen Yi could only stare, astonished, as his master flailed about, resembling a monkey. This was far removed from the composed demeanor Shen Mohuai typically displayed. "What are you standing there for, you fool? Hurry!
Help me alleviate this itch,"
Shen Mohuai admonished, doing his utmost to maintain his composure. Otherwise, the overwhelming urge to scratch would surely elicit a public outcry. Mu Engi was indeed ruthless. He had acted with kindness to avenge her, yet she retaliated with an insidious attack. No one could rival her in terms of ingratitude. While Shen Mohuai lamented Mu Engi's actions, she found no fault in her conduct. Given her animosity towards him and the enmity between them, she believed that not killing him outright was a significant act of mercy. Of course, she refrained from taking his life because she understood that should she do so, she would also seal her own fate. If he were to perish, she would undoubtedly be hunted down by his fiercely loyal subordinates. Having been given a second chance at life, she would not willingly throw it away, especially not alongside Shen Mohuai. That would be akin to self-sabotage. Her objective in her rebirth was clear. Her enemies must fall, and she must protect her family and live well. Thus, she would never choose a path of mutual destruction. Upon exiting the Rui building, Mu Engi spotted Banksia waiting by the carriage. The moment Banksia saw her, her expression brightened, and she hurried towards Mu Engi. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "You frighten me," Banksia exclaimed, her eyes glistening with concern. Having witnessed Mu Engi being taken into the Rui building by Shen Mohuai while she was left outside under Shen Yi's watchful eye, Banksia had nearly been driven to despair. However, as a young girl, she had no means to escape Shen Yi's surveillance and seek out Mu Engi, so she could only wait anxiously. "Rest assured I am fine. Let us depart," Mu Engi reassured, gently patting Banksia's head with a serene smile. Banksia, ever devoted, remained concerned for her well-being. With Mu Engi present, the coachman dared not impede their departure, watching helplessly as they vanished into the throng of the crowd. Although Mu Engi's original plans had been delayed due to Shen Mohuai, they were now on the street, and the hour was not yet late. Thus, she decided to visit the nearest shop for an account audit. This establishment was a tavern, performing quite well, and it provided Mu Engi with a substantial monthly income. The tavern's manager was someone she had personally selected and trusted, so the audit was merely a formality to ensure that her prolonged absence had not led to discontent among the staff, ultimately preventing any potential betrayal. After a brief audit, Mu Engi departed the tavern and proceeded to another nearby shop. She owned 11 establishments along the street, all conveniently close to one another, making her inspections quite manageable. As Mu Engi passed by a medical clinic, she narrowly avoided a collision with an elderly woman exiting the premises. Steadying the woman with a hand, she frowned at the irate shop assistant berating the elderly figure at the door. "Old hag, I've already told you. Our master is not here. If you need treatment, bring money. What good is it to seek help without funds? Are you trying to swindle our master?" The assistant shouted. "Our master is kind-hearted, offering free consultations whenever you plead for help with your son's ailments. But today, he is absent, and we are under no obligation to assist you. You and your son are like leeches, draining our master's kindness without a shred of shame. It is utterly disgusting." The onslaught of venomous words left the elderly woman's face flushed with humiliation. She repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I'm truly at my wit's end. I thought since you and my son were once part of the Shen army, perhaps I could seek medicine." "Shut your mouth," the assistant interrupted. "We don't know any Shen army or Zhang army. Spare us your nonsense. If you don't leave, we won't hesitate to show you our displeasure." As the two assistants shouted at the woman, her face turned pale as she realized she had misspoken. Yes, I was wrong. I'll leave. I'm leaving now. I won't come back. Never again." She stumbled to turn away, but Mu Engi did not release her grip. Narrowing her eyes at the elderly woman, she recalled the mention of the Shen army. Was it possible that this was the same Shen army associated with Yang Xiujin from 18 years ago? In an instant, Mu Engi felt a surge of intense curiosity. "My dear lady, I did not mean to bump into you. Please accept my apologies. I implore you, have mercy on an old woman like me. I have a gravely ill son at home who needs my care." I can't endure any more hardships. The elderly woman pleaded, her face pale with fear as she knelt before Mu Engi, bowing her head in desperation. In the capital, many privileged youths took pleasure in tormenting the impoverished for their amusement, and the elderly woman assumed Mu Engi was one of those individuals. Mu Enger, with great strength, held her back, preventing her from kneeling. Dear elder, please remain calm. I merely see your plight and wish to assist you. Shall we find a quieter place to converse? Mu Enger endeavored to soften her tone. The elderly woman, noticing the kindness in her smile, felt a slight alleviation of her fear. She swallowed hard. You wish to help me? How do you intend to do so? The earlier chaos had left her uncertain about the specifics of Mu Enger's predicament. But since she had been expelled from the medical hall, it was reasonable to assume someone in her family was ill. By chance, I possess some medical skills. Perhaps I could tend to your ailing family member, Mu Enger suggested. You know medicine? The old woman was incredulous, her expression devoid of hope. My dear girl, it was wrong of me to bump into you. Please, do not mock me. I need to return home to care for my unfortunate son. Mu Enger recognized the woman's disbelief in her medical abilities, but remained undeterred. With a gentle smile, she replied, I genuinely wish to assist you. Why would you think I am jesting? I understand your skepticism, yet let us do this. Take me to your home to examine your sick family member. If I can heal him, it will prove my skills. If not, I shall give you 10 taels of silver to seek another physician. How does that sound? Is this truly the case? The old woman asked, excitement evident in her voice. While she doubted Mu Enger's medical prowess, the promise of silver thrilled her. With funds for treatment, her son might yet have hope. Ultimately, tempted by the prospect of 10 taels, the woman acquiesced and led Mu Enger to her home. Old lady, I overheard you mention your son was once part of the Shen family army? Mu Enger inquired during their carriage ride. The woman's countenance shifted momentarily, and she swiftly waved her hands. No, that is not the case. You must have misheard, dear. Mu Enger, puzzled, responded, I am certain I did not mishear. Why do you resist speaking of this matter? Let it be. There is no need for your assistance. Please instruct the driver to stop. And I shall disembark and return home on my own, the old woman insisted, struggling to exit the carriage. Mu Enger grasped her firmly, to prevent her from falling. Sighing softly, Dear lady, I understand your fear of invoking trouble by mentioning the Shen family army. After all, the commander was accused of treason, which is indeed terrifying. Upon hearing this, the old woman's face paled further, her gaze trembling as she looked at Mu Enger, her entire being shaking like a leaf. Do not be afraid. For my husband's grandfather was also a member of the Shen family army. He suffered greatly due to the fallout and did not survive. Over the years, my husband has endeavored to assist any former members of the Shen family army he encounters. Having spent much time with him, I have adopted this inclination myself. When I heard your son was part of the Shen family army, I felt compelled to see if I could assist you. If you remain fearful, I will have the carriage take you home to find a doctor for your son. I shall not accompany you. Mu Enger spoke with sincere warmth, her gentle words soothing the old woman's agitation and fear. As she gazed into Mu Enger's innocent eyes, the old woman gradually calmed. Unable to contain her sorrow, she began to weep. It has been so hard. These years have been so difficult, she lamented. Through her fragmented recounting, Mu Enger gleaned the hardships faced by the old woman and her son. A widow, she had only one son, Zhengdali. When he went to war, she remained alone in the village. After serving for 10 years, he returned suddenly, mute and morose. The villagers branded him a coward and a monster. And he never disputed their claims. When news of General Shen's treason spread, the villagers labeled him a traitor and threatened to report him. Fearing for their safety, the old woman moved with Zhengdali to another village where no one knew their past, allowing them to live in relative peace. However, Zhengdali fell ill. Just as their lives began to improve, he developed a fever and weakness, eventually becoming bedridden. Despite numerous doctors and remedies, none proved effective, and she watched helplessly as he grew weaker. Managing a household while caring for her son drained her. After exhausting the local physicians, she resolved to seek help in the capital, hoping that the doctors there would be more skilled. The journey was fraught with hardship, and Zhengdali had insisted they remain silent about his past in the Shen family army, fearing it would bring danger. During a previous visit to seek medical care, Zhengdali was recognized by the owner of the medical hall, who had served alongside him in the army. The owner treated his illness and provided medication, leading to a brief recovery. Yet, Just yesterday, Zhengdali's condition deteriorated, and in desperation, she sought help from his former comrade, which led to the encounter that Mu Anger had witnessed. After hearing the old woman's story, Mu Anger narrowed her eyes, sensing that the medical hall owner harbored ill intentions. She was aware of the Shen family army, connected to Shen Mohuai's maternal lineage. Shen Mohuai's mother was a favored consort, and his grandfather was a renowned general, whose army struck fear into their enemies. Born into privilege, Shen Mohuai was once the envy of many. However, after the treason, the entire Shen family faced exile, and all affiliated with General Shen were purged, while the remaining soldiers were scattered among various forces. Following a fire that claimed the life of the consort, Shen Mohuai too faced repercussions, stripped of his royal lineage and forced to adopt the Shen surname. Mu Anger realized that her earlier words to the old woman were not entirely false. Indeed, Shen Mohuai's grandfather was a figure of great significance in the Shen family army. As this realization dawned upon her, Mu Anger suddenly sat upright, disbelief washing over her. In her previous life, she had never understood the source of Shen Mohuai's animosity towards her family or why he fixated on her father. Was it merely because she had been forced into marriage with him, causing him humiliation, and thus he harbored such a deep-seated vendetta that he sought the complete destruction of her family? Mu Anger had always believed that a commander, respected and revered by the army, could not possess such pettiness. Yet, aside from her forced marriage to Shen Mohuai, her family had committed no other offenses against him. Her recent conversation with the old woman had touched upon the Shen family army. Reflecting on her previous life, Mu Anger recalled that the person responsible for the tragic fate of the Mu family, Yang Xiaojin, was also connected to the Shen family's military. Given that Shen Mohuai is the grandson of General Shen, a wild thought suddenly surged within her mind. Could it be that Shen Mohuai suspected her father of having harmed the Shen family, which is why he has persistently targeted the Mu family? Once suspicion takes root, it tends to sprout numerous associations. Many details that Mu Anger previously found incomprehensible became rationalized under the premise that her father was responsible for the Shen family's tragedy. For a moment, she fell silent, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. If her father truly caused the Shen family's downfall, then Shen Mohuai's relentless pursuit of vengeance against the Mu family might be deemed justifiable. The annihilation of the Mu family would make sense as a form of retribution, but what of her own enduring hatred born from betrayal? Would that too dissolve into the shadows of his perceived justification? The flicker of confusion was soon cast aside by Mu Anger. Regardless of the rationale behind Shen Mohuai's vengeance, it could not alter the grim reality that he had obliterated her family, imprisoned her, subjected her to torment, and caused her a tragic death. Furthermore, Mu Anger could not accept the notion that her gentle, refined, and amiable father would maliciously orchestrate the demise of a loyal and virtuous general without cause, unless the latter truly deserved it. However, the case of General Shen's treason was indeed shrouded in mystery, a truth well known yet deeply concealed among all. Therefore, it is plausible that there lies an intricate backstory to the Shen family's betrayal, one that may very well connect to her father. Mu Anger understood that to fully unravel the enigma of Shen Mohuai's extermination of the Mu family in her past life, she would need to investigate the case of the Shen family's treason. Yet more than a decade has passed since the case, and with evidence long lost, the complexities entwined within would pose a daunting challenge to uncover. Nevertheless, no matter how arduous the task, Mu Anger resolved not to relent. She must ascertain the truth. As long as she can confirm that her father's involvement in the Shen family's affairs is non-existent, then even if she were to seek vengeance against Shen Mohuai and demand his life, she could do so with a clear conscience. As Mu Anger sorted through her thoughts, the carriage arrived at old lady Zheng's home. Following her, Mu Anger disembarked and instinctively surveyed her surroundings. They were at the outskirts of a slum in the outer city. The houses here were lowly, constructed primarily of wooden planks and thatch, while destitute refugees and beggars sat along the roadside. Their gazes were either despondent or vacant, devoid of any vitality, as if they had relinquished all hope for life. The air was thick with unpleasant odors, an amalgamation of foulness, sourness, and sweat that assailed the senses, causing Mu Anger to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing the decay, few would believe such desolation could exist amidst the bustling capital. "Madam, please this way," old lady Zheng said, somewhat awkwardly leading the way. In a hushed tone, she explained, "Dali's health has been poor, and my meager savings were exhausted on the journey to the capital. We cannot afford better lodgings, so we have settled for this place. I hope you can bear with us. It is of no consequence. Let us proceed. Muan-gu gently shook her head, suppressing any hint of disdain. Having been imprisoned in a dungeon in her past life, she had long developed immunity to squalid conditions. Although the environment here was worse than that of her dungeon, at least she was free now, rendering her acceptance of the situation quite manageable. Old Lady Zeng led Muan-gu to a low-thatched cottage. "Madam, this is it. Please come inside." She pushed the door open and stepped in, her face marred by discomfort and shame. It pained her to welcome someone of the Madame's stature into their dilapidated abode. She felt it was an affront to her dignity. A lady of such grace should dwell in a grand residence, not endure indignities here. Muan-gu followed her within. The interior was an independent thatched room, thick with the scent of medicine. The dim light filtered through, and the space was divided by curtains into inner and outer rooms. The outer area featured a stove and kitchenware nestled in the corner by the window, while the opposite wall housed a makeshift bed constructed from 2 benches and a door panel. In the center stood a small table flanked by 2 rickety stools. In this rundown abode, the only redeeming quality was its cleanliness. At that moment, a sharp, painful cough echoed within the room. The sound was urgent and relentless, as if the very lungs of the afflicted were being expelled. Old Lady Zeng's expression changed as she hurried inside. "Dilly, how are you? Why are you coughing so violently?" As Muan-gu entered the inner room, she beheld a man lying on the bed, coughing until his face turned crimson. He was gaunt, a mere skeleton draped in skin, with sunken eyes that conveyed a haunting appearance. He was Old Lady Zeng's son, yet his face seemed to bear even more weariness than hers. He continued to cough violently, his gaze dull and devoid of life. Old Lady Zeng adeptly lifted him, resting him against her shoulder as she patted his back to ease his breathing. The familiarity of her actions suggested they had been performed countless times, ingrained in her very essence. "Are you feeling any better? Would you like some water?" she inquired once Dali's cough began to subside, gradually returning to a semblance of calm. Propped against the head of the bed, Dali shook his head slightly, his gaze towards Old Lady Zeng filled with sorrow. It seemed he was silently conveying, "Mother, I am beyond saving. I no longer wish to live. Why do you persist?" Old Lady Zeng's eyes reddened as she lowered her gaze. "Dali, trust in your mother. Your illness will surely improve, and our lives will get better."
"Dali,
"Do you know? I encountered a benefactor today while in the market. Her husband's grandfather was once part of the Shen family's military. The madam mentioned that her husband has always been willing to assist anyone connected to the Shen family, and upon learning of your condition, she insisted on coming back with me to help treat you." Delight illuminated Old Lady Zeng's face, yet the joy reflected in Dali's eyes felt painfully blinding. His Na'vi mother, how could she believe that such remnants of the Shen family could be so easily encountered? The survivors of that time either remained blissfully ignorant, were silenced upon realization, or, like him, knew little and were rendered mute by poison. His mother had undoubtedly been deceived.
Today,
those who approach him with knowledge of the Shen family's machinations likely harbor sinister intentions. Despite Dali's frail body, his mind remained keenly aware, and his eyes conveyed a sense of wariness towards Muan-gu. Muan-gu could unmistakably detect the vigilance, rejection, and apprehension reflected in Dali's gaze. However, no matter the circumstances, she was already here and could not leave without taking action. "Old lady, allow me to examine your son," Muan-gu offered. Yes. "Madam, he cannot move easily. Please come and sit here to see him," Old Lady Zeng urged. Although Grandma Zeng harbored doubts regarding Muan-gu's capabilities to cure Zengdali's ailment, she was still preoccupied with the promise of 10 taels of silver that Muan-gu had made. It was only after Muan-gu examined Zengdali and determined her inability to heal him that she would provide the silver for him to seek a physician. Thus, Grandma Zeng remained quite cordial. In stark contrast, Zengdali exhibited a vehement aversion to Muan-gu's approach. He clutched Grandma Zeng's hand tightly, casting vigilant and disapproving glances at Muan-gu, resolutely rejecting her proximity. The grip was painful for Grandma Zeng, causing her to furrow her brow. "Dali, what is the matter with you? The lady has come to help you. Why are you being so stubborn? Let her examine you," she urged repeatedly. Muan-gu recognized Zengdali's resistance and could comprehend his feelings. As a remnant of the Shen army, Zengdali was not as easily swayed as Grandma Zeng. She was unaware of the implications of his association with the Shen army, but Zengdali certainly understood. "Grandma, Why don't you step outside and prepare some hot water? I will examine him alone, Mu Engi proposed. After a moment's hesitation, Grandma Zeng acquiesced. Mu Engi appeared to be merely a frail woman, and Grandma Zeng felt no concern that she posed any threat to Zhengdali. There was no animosity between them, and it was unnecessary for Mu Engi to come specifically to harm her grandson. As Grandma Zeng freed herself from Zhengdali's grasp and went outside to boil water, Mu Engi approached the bedside, gazing down at Zhengdali. Zhengdali, I genuinely wish to assist you. You need not fear that I intend to harm you. My encounter with your mother was entirely coincidental. She sought a doctor for you but was turned away. I happened to assist her. Of course, my desire to treat you is also influenced by your identity as a remnant of the Shen army. I cannot believe that General Shen would betray the nation, and I have long harbored confusion regarding the Shen family's treachery, yearning to uncover the truth. Therefore, should I succeed in treating you, might I implore you to share everything you know about the Shen army? Mu Engi inquired, her gaze serene, her voice calm. Zhengdali furrowed his brow, his eyes still wary, yet there was a flicker of contemplation within them. It was evident that he was beginning to weigh the veracity of Mu Engi's words. Mu Engi did not anticipate winning Zhengdali's trust with mere statements. Hence, she continued, I possess medical knowledge, whether you choose to believe me or not. Allow me to examine your condition first. Should I be able to treat you, we may discuss further matters afterward, if that suits you. Though Zhengdali was rendered mute, his eyes clearly conveyed his emotions. Observing his persistent resistance to her approach, Mu Engi pressed on. How can you disregard your own life? What of your mother? She has endured so much suffering to keep you alive. How could you forsake her? Her words struck a chord, and Zhengdali's expression softened, tinged with guilt. Mu Engi continued, you have nothing to lose by allowing me to examine you. If there is even a glimmer of hope and you choose to abandon it, would you not feel remorse towards her? Gradually, Zhengdali's resolve began to waver, and he ceased to resist Mu Engi's approach. After she felt his pulse, Mu Engi frowned slightly. You are not always mute. This condition stems from poisoning, she stated, meeting his gaze. Zhengdali did not shy away, seemingly acknowledging her assessment. Mu Engi elaborated. Your affliction is due to poisoning, and your body has been weakened from years of suffering. I will first extract the poison and stabilize your condition, gradually restoring your health. However, regarding the restoration of your voice, I cannot ascertain when or if it will return to normal. With that, she began administering acupuncture. Lying on the bed, Zhengdali could not move, thus he surrendered to her treatment. Had it not been for Mu Engi's provocation of his mother, he would have been utterly disinclined to accept any form of healing. Mu Engi perceived his despair, yet she remained undeterred. After enduring prolonged hardship, it was natural for one to lose hope. As long as she could alter his condition and instill a sense of hope, Zhengdali would find the strength to rise again. Once she completed the acupuncture, she instructed Xia to take the prescription she had prepared to fetch the medicine for Zhengdali. When Xia had departed, Grandma Zeng returned, her eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing Zhengdali covered in needles. Can you truly heal Dali's ailment? She asked incredulously. Mu Engi nodded slightly. I have examined him. The situation is concerning, but with cooperation in treatment, recovery is merely a matter of time. Grandma Zheng's lips trembled uncontrollably, her eyes reddening with emotion. Just as Mu Engi was about to speak, Grandma Zheng suddenly knelt before her, exclaiming, Thank you, thank you. You are a reincarnation of the Bodhisattva. Thank you for saving Dali. If he recovers, I will serve you for a lifetime. With tears streaming down her face, she bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Mu Engi hurriedly assisted her to her feet. Please do not be so formal. I have merely done what I can. It is merely Dali's good fortune that I can treat him. This is a blessing for both you and him. Zhengdali observed the scene, his eyes reddening, feeling somewhat dazed. Could it be that this lady was genuinely kind, seeking only to uncover the truth behind the Shen family's unjust accusations? But the timing of her arrival felt too fortuitous, almost uncanny. After calming Grandma Zeng, Mu Engi explained the medicinal preparation process and the care required for Zhengdali. Grandma Zeng listened intently, omitting nothing, and as soon as Xia returned with the medicine, she promptly set about boiling it. Soon, the room was filled with the rich aroma of the herbs. Once the time was right, Mu Engi removed the needles from Zhengdali. Noticing that it was getting late, she decided to take her leave. Grandma, I have matters to attend to at home. I shall return in 3 days to check on Dali. Yes, please take care. and travel safely. I will wait for you at the crossroads in 3 days, Grandma Zeng responded eagerly. Mu Engi acknowledged her and departed, while Grandma Zeng remained by the stove, tending to the medicine. However, as she stood watch, fatigue washed over her, and she succumbed to drowsiness, her head nodding before she fell asleep. Just before she collapsed, a hand extended to support her head against the wall for rest. Master, it is done, Shani whispered. Having placed Grandma Zeng comfortably, Shen Mohuai had already entered the inner room. He had just discovered Zheng Dali's dire condition and was dispatching his shadow guards to summon a physician for assistance, only to find that Mu Engi had arrived before the doctor. He and Shen Yi could only hide and observe the situation from the shadows. Upon hearing Mu and Ge claim she possessed medical skills and intended to treat Zheng Dali, his first reaction was to suspect she aimed to eliminate him. This line of thought was not exclusive to Shen Mohuai. Shen Yi evidently shared the same sentiment. Shen Yi even nearly rushed forward to prevent Mu and Ge from administering acupuncture. It was Shen Mohuai who restrained him. Shen Mohuai himself was uncertain why he chose to stop Shen Yi. Though he harbored suspicions about Mu and Ge due to her repeated associations with individuals he was investigating, he inexplicably felt she would not harm Zheng Dali. Thus, they watched helplessly as Mu and Ge treated Zheng Dali, administering needles and prescriptions. Once Mu and Ge departed, they dared to render Zheng A unconscious to assess Zheng Dali's condition.
How do you feel now?
Is there any discomfort?
Shen Mohuai inquired.
Zheng Dali raised his gaze briefly, then averted it without any reaction. Not only was he already mute and unable to speak, but even if he could, he would not believe someone claiming to be the grandson of General Shen who had suddenly appeared before him. Having barely survived all these years, he had endured far too much. The feeling of living in hiding was far from pleasant, yet it had instilled in him a deep-seated wariness towards strangers. Seeing Zheng Dali ignore him, Shen Mohuai furrowed his brows but did not press further. Shortly after, a trusted physician, Zhang Hua, arrived with the shadow guards, just as Zheng Dali had succumbed to sleep. After examining Zheng Dali's pulse, Zhang Hua's expression grew grave. Master, this man has been severely poisoned. His body has suffered extensive damage from the toxins, rendering medicinal remedies ineffective. I fear I may be powerless to save him. Shen Mohuai was taken aback.
Shen Yi,
standing nearby, exclaimed, how can medicinal remedies be ineffective? Just moments ago, someone claimed they could cure him.
How could this be?
Zhang Hua was astonished. Shen Yi continued. But someone just said they could treat him. She mentioned that his decline was due to poison and that she would administer acupuncture to extract it, even providing a prescription. As he spoke, Shen Yi handed the prescription he had obtained from Zheng A P to Zhang Hua. After reviewing it, Zhang Hua's expression shifted repeatedly, and he took Zheng Dali's pulse once more, seemingly confirming something, before finally exclaiming, the medical skills of the person who composed this prescription far exceed my own. They can indeed extract the poison from this individual and have provided a prescription for his recovery. His life is not in jeopardy. As for the extent of his recovery, it will depend on subsequent treatments. Master, when did you acquire such a talented physician? This is a remarkable find. Might I request an audience with them to discuss medical knowledge? Observing the excitement in Zhang Hua's eyes, Shen Mohuai remained silent. He instructed the shadow guards to escort Zhang Hua away, then fell into contemplation while gazing at the slumbering Zheng Dali. Master, I never imagined the princess possessed such formidable medical skills. Shani exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, who could have anticipated such? Shen Mohuai murmured in agreement. Initially, he thought she was merely a frivolous and superficial girl, yet she had brought him so many surprises. She was skilled in both martial arts and medicine, headstrong and resourceful, capable of acting as well. He wondered how many secrets she still kept from him and what other surprises awaited. What shall we do now, master?
Shen Yi inquired.
Shen Mohuai and Shen Yi realized that Zheng Dali was an unexpected variable. Zheng Dali had once been the chief guard of General Shen's military tent. While such a position was not particularly high-ranking, it nonetheless afforded him proximity to General Shen. Logically, individuals like Zheng Dali within the Shen military should have been purged, yet he remained alive. Thus, Zheng Dali, as a remnant of the Shen military, could potentially yield unexpected advantages. After years of stagnation in the old Shen case, they might find a breakthrough through him without needing to locate Yang Xiujin. However, his life could not be saved without relying on Mu and Ge. Shen Mohuai narrowed his eyes. Assign someone to keep watch, ensuring Zheng Dali's safety, and we shall assess other matters as they arise. Are you suggesting we entrust this to the princess? Shen Yi said, astonished. But the princess is a Mu family member. Various indications suggested a deep-seated connection between the downfall of the Shen family and the Mu family, particularly Mu Junyuan. Was the master not concerned that the princess might silence Zheng Dali, thus obliterating this unexpected opportunity? As long as there was no evidence proving that the demise of the Shen family was orchestrated by Mu Junyuan, the Mu family could not be implicated. Furthermore, the princess was merely a child when the Shen family fell. Even if Mu Junyuan were indeed responsible, it would bear no relation to her. Shen Yi found this hard to believe. He understood his master's nature all too well. It was already merciful for him not to implicate the entire lineage of an enemy. When had he ever been inclined to focus solely on the individual responsible? When evidence surfaced suggesting that Mu Xiang might be linked to the Shen family's downfall, what had been his master's reaction? He had declared, if it is confirmed that the Shen family's plight involves Mu Junyuan, I will demand the Mu family's eradication. So, what had happened to that promise of annihilating the 9 clans? The princess was the daughter of Mu Xiang. How could this not concern her? Shen Yi was filled with unspoken words, but dared not voice them in front of Shen Mohuai, fearing retribution, and could only silently process his thoughts. Shen Mohuai and Shen Yi departed together. Shortly after their exit, a group of cloaked figures quietly arrived at Zheng Dali's residence. Before long, thick smoke billowed, flames soared, and the entire house was engulfed in fire. After leaving Zheng Dali's home, Shen Mohuai found himself ensnared by the unfolding events. By the time he returned to the estate, it was already late in the evening. He had just settled into his study when Shen Yi rushed in. Master, there is grave news. Shen Yi's countenance was fraught with anxiety, tinged with anger. What could possibly warrant such alarm? Zheng Dali has met with misfortune. Shortly after we departed, his house caught fire. Neither he nor his mother survived, their bodies charred beyond recognition and already sent to the mortuary. What did you say? Zheng Dali is dead? Shen Mohuai shot to his feet, fury replacing his earlier calm demeanor. Yes, he is dead. The corpses are burnt, and the house is reduced to ashes. Shen Yi replied, his anger palpable. Master, this must be the princess's doing. Zheng Dali has been in the capital for over 2 months, and everything was fine until today. She saw him this morning, and he was in peril by the afternoon. I cannot believe this is unrelated to her.
Shen Mohuai,
Upon hearing this, brushed past him and strode outside. Shen Yi hurriedly followed. Upon entering Yun Xiu Garden, Shen Mohuai made his way directly to the main house. Mu and Go, having worked through the afternoon, was just sitting down for dinner. She had barely taken a few bites when Shen Mohuai stormed in, his expression dark. What are you doing here? Before Mu and Go could finish her sentence, Shen Mohuai reached out to grab her. Mu and Go furrowed her brow but swiftly reacted by slapping his hand away and retreating. What happened this morning? Shen Mohuai's gaze was icy, showing no regard for what she intended to say as he swiftly closed the distance between them. Mu and Ji's pupils dilated, and she instinctively reached for her powder to throw at him. However, Shen Mohuai had learned from previous encounters and would not allow her to succeed. He seized her hand, pinning it behind her back, while his other hand clutched her neck, tightening his grip. In an instant, Mu and Go felt the onset of suffocation. Mu Engi, with great difficulty, grasped Shen Mohuai's arm with her other hand, her voice strained as she spoke. What madness has possessed you? Madness? Have you considered what you've done? Shen Mohuai retorted coldly, his grip tightening as if he wished to snap her neck immediately. He had placed unwavering trust in her, assuring Shen Yi that entrusting Zheng Dali to her would pose no issues, yet within less than a day, Zheng Dali had perished. A sense of betrayal gnawed at him, anger boiling over, urging him to eliminate her in a fit of rage. However, gazing at her pale, grief-stricken face, with brows tightly knitted in anguish, he found himself incapable of inflicting harm, even though he could easily do so with a mere tightening of his hand. Mu Engi was utterly bewildered by the situation, unable to fathom what actions had provoked such irrational fury in Shen Mohuai, who seemed on the verge of killing her. Was it merely because she had played a trick on him by poisoning him earlier that day? How could his temperament be so petty? Before she could contemplate further, a loud shout interrupted her, and Zheng Lapa burst through the door like a frenzied bull, colliding with Shen Mohuai and forcing him to release Mu Engi from his grasp. Shen Mohuai staggered back, momentarily stunned upon seeing Xinglaopa, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Mu Engi, still coughing from the tight grip around her throat, felt tears welling up from the sharp pain radiating from her neck. "Madam, are you alright? Does it hurt? Who is this scoundrel daring to choke you? It's utterly unacceptable," Xinglaopa exclaimed, supporting Mu Engi with anger. Han Xia, who followed closely behind, felt sympathy for Mu Engi but feared Xinglaopa's reckless behavior might cause even more trouble for her. She quickly whispered, "Grandma, please don't speak recklessly. That is His Highness, the War King, our princess's husband." Xinglaopa was taken aback, glancing nervously at the impassive Shen Mohuai, swallowing hard. "A prince? Is he of high rank?" Xinglaopa whispered in fright. Han Xia remarked, "They say that the young and inexperienced fear nothing. It appears ignorance can also render one fearless." "What is a village woman doing here?" Shen Mohuai asked coldly, frowning. Mu Engi, having just recovered from her coughing fit, did not notice the surprise in Shen Mohuai's eyes. When he posed the question, it did not strike her as odd. Gathering herself, she responded in a low, hoarse voice. "I encountered a wretched soul in the street and brought her back to help with the cleaning. What, can't I, as the esteemed princess, keep a servant?" Her tones silently conveyed the treatment she had just endured and the pain she was currently experiencing. Shen Mohuai felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he had acted rashly without understanding the circumstances. Since Xinglaopa was present, it was clear that Xingdali was alive, and the two corpses found in the ruins of their dwelling were not mother and son. He had misjudged her. "If you wish to keep her, do so. I'll let this matter go for today, but should you dare to poison me again, the consequences will be far graver." Chapter 66. The unexpected rescue of mother and son. Shen Mohuai left as swiftly as he arrived, delivering his threat before turning to depart. Once outside Yangxiuan, his expression darkened. Sheni followed him back to the study. Upon entering, Sheni knelt and confessed, "My lord, it is all my fault. I should have sought the truth before making baseless accusations against the princess. I deserve punishment. Please, my lord, reprimand me." Shen Mohuai pressed his lips together and replied coolly, "You are not at fault.
Rise."
If blame were to be assigned, it was he who had erred. He was the one who had doubted her and laid hands upon her. What fault lay with Sheni? As he recalled the bruise encircling Mu Engi's delicate neck, he felt a wave of remorse wash over him. How could he have been so brutal? He had nearly broken her neck. Were it not for Xinglaopa's sudden arrival, he feared what might have transpired. Suppressing his discomfort and dread, he instructed softly, "Investigate the fire at Xingdali's residence today, and look into the two corpses found at the charity house. Seek any clues to determine their identities." "Yes, I understand," Shani replied promptly. "Be mindful of any traces the princess may have left when she brought Xingdali back. If there are any, we must cover them up."
Meanwhile,
Mu Engi gazed at Shen Mohuai's swiftly disappearing figure, struggling to comprehend the situation. So, he truly sought her out to confront her over the earlier incident of poisoning? Was Shen Mohuai genuinely such a petty man? She found it hard to believe. Yet, aside from that reasoning, there seemed to be no alternative explanation. As Mu Engi's thoughts swirled, Han Xia expressed her concern. "Princess, the lord was excessively harsh. Your neck is swollen." Seeing Han Xia's tearful eyes, Mu Engi felt a pang of sympathy and softly reassured, "Do not weep. I am fine. It looks worse than it actually is. You must be deceiving me. Have you heard how your voice sounds? It's utterly pitiful," Han Xia retorted. Though her response lacked decorum, Mu Engi was unperturbed. Compared to the previous life, when Han Xia had fallen silent in a pool of blood to protect her, she preferred this vibrant and spirited demeanor. A smile flickered in Mu Engi's eyes, and she was about to speak when Han Xia interrupted. "Please refrain from speaking. Your throat will only hurt more. Sit still, I will fetch you some medicine."
With that,
she hurried off to find the remedy. "Madam, did I cause you trouble by colliding with your husband? He won't blame you and then treat you even worse, will he? This is all my fault. I acted impulsively and made a foolish mistake. You helped me and Xingdali escape the flames, yet I've only brought you trouble. I feel utterly useless," Xinglaopa lamented, nearly in tears. "This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself," Mu Engi comforted her. The grievances between her and Shen Mohuai were numerous, and today's choking incident was hardly significant in comparison. Nevertheless, she had unexpectedly saved Xinglaopa and Xingdali. A miraculous turn of events. After leaving Xingdali's dwelling, Mu Engi instructed the coachman to take her back to the royal residence. However, as they departed the slums, An overwhelming sense of dread began to envelop her, an unsettling feeling that made her increasingly anxious. Just as she was pondering the cause of her distress, a vivid scene of raging flames flashed before her eyes. In this vision, someone lurked in the shadows, watching a house engulfed in fire. The anguish screams within unmistakably belonging to Zheng Laopa. Mu Engi witnessed Zheng Laopa struggling to carry Zhengdali, unable to drag him away, ultimately collapsing beside him, resigned to perish together in the inferno. In truth, Zheng Laopa had ample opportunity to escape, yet she chose to stay. Her son was her entire world. If she could not save him, there was no reason for her to continue living. As Mu Engi beheld this harrowing scene, she too felt an inexplicable shock. She was bewildered by the vivid scene that flashed before her eyes, yet it undeniably left her in shock. Regardless of whether it was merely her imagination or reality, she commanded the coachman to turn around without a moment's hesitation. As she instructed him to halt the carriage on the main street outside the residence of Old Lady Zheng and Zhengdali, she fortuitously encountered two men in black entering the house, intent on harming the mother and son. Mu Engi swiftly incapacitated the assailants and discreetly led Old Lady Zheng and Zhengdali to safety.
Subsequently,
she positioned the two men in accordance with the locations of Zhengdali and Old Lady Zheng before igniting the oil they had spilled, engulfing the dwelling in flames. Old Lady Zheng, choked with emotion, expressed, "Madam, you have saved my son and me from peril. I shall forever remember your kindness. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice to repay your grace. Should you require anything of me in the future, I shall not hesitate to comply." Chapter 67. He might just be a blade well, as long as I am alive. Everything else can wait, Mu Engi responded. Xia emerged and, upon seeing the two engaged in conversation, chided, "Your Highness, did I not tell you to refrain from speaking? You do not heed my advice, and soon your throat will ache so fiercely that you may find yourself unable to utter a word." Mu Engi flashed a charming smile at Xia. "I am merely feeling bored. Do assist me with the medicine, will you? It pains me greatly, knowing it hurts, yet you still speak?" "Serves you right," Xia retorted, hastening to tend to Mu Engi's wounds. Mu Engi's skin was exquisite, fair and delicate, akin to jade. It would redden with the lightest touch and bruise with a firmer grip. When Shen Mohuai had struck her, he showed no mercy. And under the force that nearly twisted her neck, the severity of her injury was evident. As Xia applied the ointment, tears streamed down her face. "The prince has been too harsh on you. Your neck is swollen and bruised. By morning, you may struggle to speak. After all, you are his legally wedded princess. How could he treat you so?" Mu Engi, her throat aching, was disinclined to speak, and so she lowered her gaze in silence. "Is this truly cruelty? These injuries are but a fraction of the torment I endured in my previous life, far from anything significant. The suffering I faced then was real pain, a torment that resonated through every fiber of my being." Noticing Mu Engi's profound silence, Xia keenly sensed her sorrow, recalling how fond she once was of Prince Wang. Although Mu Engi claimed to despise him upon his return, Xia perceived this as mere pretense to mask her heartache. Indignant on Mu Engi's behalf, she silently cursed Shen Mohuai, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing it would upset Mu Engi further. Once Xia had finished applying the medicine, she suggested, "Your Highness, shall I heat some food for you?" Mu Engi shook her head. "No, just leave it. I have lost my appetite entirely after that altercation with Shen Mohuai, and my throat still aches." "Very well, then I shall assist you with your evening routine. Should you feel hungry later, I will rise to prepare something for you," Xia replied. After tidying up, Mu Engi retired to her bed. That night, the darkness was thick as water, and a figure stealthily entered the garden, approaching Mu Engi's bedside. Observing the tranquil figure asleep, Shen Mohuai's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, her neck bore the marks he had anticipated. Gazing at the injury he had inflicted, he felt a surge of anger and frustration. Silently, he sat at the edge of her bed and retrieved a medicinal vial from his pocket. It was a royal medicinal balm, reputed to soothe pain and expedite healing without leaving scars. Concerned that the application of the ointment might awaken Mu Engi, he even sealed her acupoint. Gently, he applied the medicine, watching her for a moment before murmuring an apology. Following this, he released her acupoint and departed quietly. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he left, Mu Engi opened her eyes. At that moment, she stared blankly at the pitch-black ceiling, her thoughts a tumultuous blend of complexity and confusion. The day had unfolded with such intensity that her mind was in disarray, leading to a restless slumber. Though she had attempted to sleep early, she soon found herself startled awake. She dreamt of the aftermath of old Lady Zeng and Zingdali's demise. In her dream, Shen Mohuai was equally furious, commanding Shen Yi to investigate the matter thoroughly. Yet all evidence pointed to the Mu family, implicating her father. Though there was no concrete proof of her father's involvement, the clues gathered led Shen Mohuai to mentally mark down another grievance against him. As she ruminated on the dream, she began to contemplate the possibility that it may have been a true reflection of events from her past life, of which she had been unaware. In this life, however, her rebirth, her encounter with old Lady Zeng, and the foreboding vision had prompted her timely return to rescue them. Otherwise, the blame would surely have fallen upon her father. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. She sensed that, whether in her past life or this one, unseen forces were guiding Shen Mohuai to harbor animosity towards her father, orchestrating events to divert his suspicions onto her family. If this were indeed the case, then Shen Mohuai might not be the true architect of her father's downfall. Rather, he was but a tool in the hands of someone else, wielded against her family. The true mastermind behind the intention to harm her father and the Mu family remained hidden, skillfully manipulating Shen Mohuai's hatred and leading him astray in his inquiries, revealing the depth of their cunning and the extent of their menace. As Mu Ange contemplated this possibility, she heard a faint sound. Aware of an intruder, she remained calm, lying still in bed, prepared to respond as the situation unfolded. She intended to incapacitate the intruder as they approached the window, only to discover that it was Shen Mohuai. Chapter 68. A slap followed by a sweet in her previous life. Mu Ange had genuinely harbored feelings for Shen Mohuai, thus she was well acquainted with his scent. A subtle fragrance of coldness that was distinctly pleasant, allowing her to identify him effortlessly. As he drew near, she recognized him immediately. Perhaps due to the dream that had instilled in her a different perspective regarding the annihilation of the Mu family, she found herself less resistant to his presence than before. She was curious about Shen Mohuai's intentions for visiting her at such an hour. However, to her surprise, he merely lingered at her bedside, observing her for some time before ultimately sealing her acupoint. Although she had been asleep, the acupoint merely rendered her immobile. She could distinctly feel his long fingers gliding across her neck, the coolness sending her mind into a heightened state of awareness. Yet, paradoxically, her thoughts became increasingly muddled. Didn't Shen Mohuai despise her? Why, then, had he come in the dead of night to tend to her wounds? Was he perhaps unwell? Despite berating him in her mind countless times, she remained baffled as to why he would come to administer ointment. Until he uttered that apology, Mu Ange suddenly realized.
So,
he felt guilty for hurting her, which is why he secretly came in the dead of night to tend to her wounds. How grateful she must be to him. She was not the kind of foolish girl who would be moved by a sweet gesture after receiving a slap. Even if the dream she had just experienced was a true event from a past life, and all her speculations were accurate. Shen Mohuai did not intentionally harm her family, but was merely a pawn. However, he was the weapon that inflicted pain upon the Mu family. How could she harbor no resentment towards him? That night, Mu Ange found herself unable to sleep, drifting between wakefulness and drowsiness, hardly managing to rest at all. The next day, Xia noticed that not only was her neck bruised, but her dark circles also betrayed her sleepless night. Xia, with tears in her eyes, lamented that Mu Ange must have been unable to sleep due to the pain in her neck. Unable to explain the real reason for her insomnia, Mu Ange, feeling too sore to even open her mouth, decided to let this beautiful misunderstanding persist. With her neck injured, she had no desire to go out and chose to stay home to recuperate and experiment with her poisons. Although her previous endeavor was to tease Shen Mohuai, it had yielded satisfactory results. Thus she became increasingly determined to master the art of poison, ensuring it would not be neglected as it had been in her past life. Shen Mohuai, perhaps feeling guilty, did not openly seek trouble but visited her nightly to apply medicine. Mu Ange always knew, yet pretended not to notice, and life continued in this mundane manner. On the third day after her injury, Mu Anhao came to visit. I've started investigating the matter you asked me to look into, but due to the time elapsed, it's proving somewhat challenging, Mu Anhao said. It's fine. Take your time, just don't alert anyone while you investigate, Mu Ange replied softly. What's wrong with your voice? Why does it sound so hoarse? Mu Anhao keenly noticed the change in her tone and immediately inquired. It's nothing, just that I had something spicy a couple of days ago, and my throat feels a bit uncomfortable, Mu Ange offered the excuse she had prepared in advance. If you know you can't handle spicy food, then why consume it? You'll only end up suffering later, Mu Anhao chided. Alright, I understand. Brother, don't come to me until you find something new, lest the hidden guards discover anything. Mu Ange added. Rest assured, I'll be very careful and one tea let them find out. However, it seems our elder brother might not be able to keep this under wraps, Mu Anhao muttered. So soon? Mu Ange was taken aback. Her reaction implied that she thought, Brother, how could you be so inept, allowing our elder brother to discover the anomalies so quickly? Mu Anhao snorted and said, You know our elder brother. He appears gentle and composed, much like our father, but in truth, he is astute. I was careless, and he caught on to the oddity. What could I do? Try to keep it hidden for now. It's not the right time for elder brother to know. If it becomes impossible to conceal. Arrange for me to meet him, Mu Ange said, her eyes flickering slightly. Alright, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave, Mu Anhao said, then climbed out of the window. After Mu Anhao left, Mu Ange quietly sighed in relief, closing the window before unwrapping the silk scarf around her neck, revealing the still healing scars beneath. After 3 days, her neck was not as painful as it had been, but the distinct marks were increasingly purple and black, looking particularly alarming. Who harmed you? Just as Mu Ange intended to rest, she heard Mu Anhao's suppressed yet furious voice. It turned out Mu Anhao had sensed something was amiss with her voice and had connected the dots, returning unexpectedly. After making 2 blunders in front of her oblivious brother, Mu Ange felt speechless. When had her brother become so astute, consistently catching her oversights? Chapter 69. The elder brother knows it's just an accident. I'm fine, really. It's all healing, Mu Ange said softly, seeing the fury in his eyes, aware that he was worried about her.
Mu Ange.
If you're saying your eyes are not functioning properly, then go see a doctor. Otherwise, how can you claim you're fine with those injuries on your neck? Mu Anhao's voice was cold. Brother, I truly am fine. Was it Shen Mohuai who hurt me? Mu Anhao interrupted her question. Seeing the murderous look on his face, Mu Ange dared not confess. This was not the time to fall out with Shen Mohuai. She could not let her brother know, and then confront Shen Mohuai. It wasn't him. Don't overthink it, brother, Mu Ange denied. Who else could have harmed you, my esteemed princess?
Mu Anhao retorted angrily. Mu Ange.
I see that not only your eyes are impaired, but your judgment as well. After he treated you like this, you still protect him? Mu Ange felt helpless at his words. She was not protecting Shen Mohuai. She simply did not want her brother to confront him, because of her. Knowing that her straightforward brother would definitely come to harm. Moreover, if Shen Mohuai was indeed not the mastermind, then the real antagonist would surely relish the conflict between them. She wished to avoid such a painful situation. Brother, this isn't his fault. I was the one who poisoned him first, which caused him to lose control and injure me. Please don't confront him. It would only put me in the wrong. Poisoned him? Mu Anhao was taken aback for a moment, then his expression turned strange. Girl, what are you doing this for? It's hard to find a 3-legged frog. Are there not plenty of 2-legged men around? Why fixate on just him? Mu Ange frowned, about to respond when she heard Mu Anhao mumbling. To be hurt like this over some romantic entanglement, how foolish. Isn't every man the same? At first, Mu Ange did not grasp the meaning behind Mu Anhao's words, but once she did, her face flushed crimson. Unable to contain herself, she slapped Mu Anhao on the neck and scolded, Mu Anhao, what nonsense are you filling your head with? How could I possibly anyway? It's not as you think. Go away, hurry and leave. Alright, I'll go, but sister, you really need to be careful. Don't mess around. Your body is your own. Don't ruin it, he said while retreating. After sending Mu Anhao away, Mu Ange still felt the heat on her face, hot enough to cook an egg. Meanwhile, after Mu Anhao left, he returned to his courtyard in the Xiangfu. So, you returned so late. Where have you been? As soon as Mu Anhao stepped into the room, he heard a calm voice, causing him to stiffen involuntarily. Naturally, I was investigating a case. Why are you here so late, brother?
Mu Anhao replied nonchalantly.
Pouring himself a glass of water. Mu Anchen did not turn on the lights. His dark eyes blended into the pitch-black night, making it difficult for Mu Anhao to discern his expression. How, you know my nature. I will always find a way to uncover what I want to know. So, will you tell me willingly, or shall I investigate myself? Mu Anchen spoke in a gentle tone, devoid of any anger. However, Mu Anhao felt a shiver run down his spine. He had grown up alongside his elder brother, and in terms of both bloodline pressure and intellect, he was utterly overshadowed. Having endured numerous hardships, Mu Anhao was most familiar with his elder brother, including the emotions behind his gentle tone. Even amidst the darkness of night, he felt an unsettling chill enveloping him. He straightened his neck, contemplating a final struggle. However, in the next moment, upon hearing Mu Anchen's slight cough, Mu Anhao instinctively divulged Mu Anja's whereabouts without a second thought. As he spoke rapidly, Mu Anchen narrowed his eyes. His expression remained unchanged. Yet the depth of his gaze intensified. Did the princess instruct you to investigate the Shen family matters? Did she convey any other messages? Mu Anchen inquired once more. She only warned me to be exceedingly cautious, ensuring that no one discovers my intentions, especially the War King. Beyond that, there was nothing else, Mu Anhao replied, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Isn't the princess's request for me to delve into the Shen family's past ultimately for the War King? Not only does she not wish to curry favor with him directly, but she even specifically instructed me to keep it from him. How foolish. You should heed her words. Mu Anchen stated flatly. What do you know?
Mu Anhao retorted instinctively.
Mu Anchen chuckled softly, his warm voice laced with a touch of irony. As if to question, what is it that you know that I do not? I know that the princess was injured. Do you know where and by whom? Mu Anhao instinctively remarked, pride and boastfulness saturating his tone. Raising his gaze to Mu Anhao, Mu Anchen's eyes flickered with a hint of frost, yet his voice remained gentle. Ahao, you are quite remarkable, knowing things that even your elder brother is unaware of. Pray tell, how was the princess injured and where? Chapter 70. The elder brother digs a pit. The younger brother charges ahead. Mu Anhao had never escaped the shadow of his elder brother's dominance since childhood. Nor had he ever received praise from him. Thus, when Mu Anchen complimented him, he momentarily disregarded the lurking danger, his spirits soaring as he eagerly recounted everything. After listening, Mu Anchen remained silent. It was only when Mu Anhao sensed the impending peril that he instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from Mu Anchen. Brother, what are you planning? Mu Anhao asked warily. What am I planning? Mu Anchen raised his gaze to Mu Anhao, smiling gently. Isn't it rather you, who should be asking what you wish to do? Mu Anhao felt an unsettling intuition that his brother intended to set a trap for him. Was it too late for him to make an escape? The day after Mu Ange encountered Mu Anhao, he sought out Mu Junyuan after morning court. Father, you still owe me a favor from the last matter. You mentioned that His Majesty could grant me a wish privately, and I wish to redeem it today. Is that acceptable? Mu Junyuan regarded him calmly. What wish do you wish His Majesty to fulfill? That's a secret. Please take me to see His Majesty, Mu Anhao implored, gently shaking Mu Junyuan's hand. Mu Anhao, with his wild and mischievous nature, had often been reprimanded by Mu Junyuan. Their father-son dynamic was characterized by a constant game of chase, leaving little room for peaceful interaction. Mu Anhao rarely submitted or acted endearingly. Merely avoiding confrontation was considered an improvement, which strained their relationship. The previous incident involving concubine Han showcased Mu Anhao's commendable behavior, earning him significant merit. There was no reason to deny his son the fulfillment of His Majesty's promise. Thus, Mu Junyuan nodded slightly, then follow me. He led Mu Anhao to the imperial study. Upon their arrival, the emperor had just returned and, upon learning from the eunuchs that Mu Xiang had brought the young minister Mu Anhao to pay a visit, he was somewhat surprised but promptly commanded them to be admitted. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. May your majesty be well. Mu Junyuan and Mu Anhao both knelt in greeting. Rise and speak, the emperor replied. Has Mu Xiang come to report an urgent matter after court? There is no pressing matter. It is my son who specifically requested to see your majesty, as he wishes to realize a wish that requires your majesty's assistance. I have come to fulfill a promise, Mu Junyuan said with a smile. His gentle demeanor and courteous speech lacked any overt signs of subservience, resembling more the interaction between friends than that of sovereign and subject. Ha ha ha, so it is for this matter. Very well, since it is a promise I made myself. It should be fulfilled. Anhao, what is your wish? Speak, and as long as I can grant it, I shall certainly do so, the emperor responded with a smile. Mu Anhao was accustomed to the emperor's friendly demeanor towards his father, yet he understood that it was directed at Mu Junyuan, not at him. As a subject, he was aware of his role. Hence, he respectfully knelt once more and requested, Anhao hopes for your majesty to grant permission for the War King to divorce my sister.
Mu Ange,
The moment those words left his lips, both the emperor and Mu Junyuan were taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a precious promise would be used in this manner. Requesting a divorce for Mu Ange? Wasn't that a waste? 5 years prior, Mu Ange had gone to great lengths to secure this marriage herself. Now, after Shen Mohuai's return from the borders, one would expect her to be overjoyed. How could she possibly agree to a divorce? Is this request of your own volition, or is it Mu Ange's wish? The emperor asked, his tone grave. It is my own wish, Mu Anhao replied softly. The war king has no intentions towards the princess. You must be aware of the woman he brought back from the borders who is with child. My sister has been doted on by our father and us brothers since childhood. Knowing she has suffered such indignity pains me, which is why I seek to exchange your majesty's promise for my sister's freedom. Since it is your own desire, it cannot be granted. That girl is quite stubborn. She has set her heart on the war king, having gone to great lengths to marry him. It is unlikely she would consent to a divorce now. As for the woman the war king has brought back, she need not concern herself with that. As long as I do not acknowledge her, she shall never be part of the royal family. You are a man. You should understand that a man having multiple wives is quite normal, especially for the war king. A concubine can never replace the rightful wife. It is said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to break a single marriage. This matter ends here. Your achievements will be noted for the future. Come to me again when you think of something else. The genial smile had vanished from the emperor's face, replaced by a calm demeanor that conveyed an undeniable authority, making it clear that he did not support the idea of the war king divorcing Mu Ange. Mu Anhao's heart sank, realizing that he would not succeed in this endeavor today. However, according to his elder brother's advice, as long as he could rely on their father, there remained a glimmer of hope. Chapter 71. Requesting her divorce, Mu Anhao consistently remembered his elder brother's teachings, bowing respectfully to the emperor 3 times. Your Majesty, I am aware that my request may seem excessive, and you may harbor disdain towards me for it. But such matters pale in comparison to my sister's life. I implore you to grant my request, allowing my sister to divorce the war king. Otherwise, the war king will take her life. If allowing my sister to divorce the war king ensures her safety, then I am willing to accept any punishment your Majesty sees fit to impose upon me. Having spoken, Mu Anhao pressed his head to the ground, embodying a resolute demeanor. Originally a mere observer, Mu Junyuan's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness upon hearing these words, the warmth of his demeanor now tinged with tension. Upon hearing this, the emperor furrowed his brow. And how, have you gone too far? Even if the war prince is reckless, he would never commit such a heinous act. Though he may not favor the son of his, he knows him well. Shen Mohuai may be a god of death on the battlefield, but he would never kill indiscriminately, especially when the victim is his own wife. If I do not possess evidence, I would not dare to speak so rashly. Your Majesty, if you doubt my words, you may summon my sister to the palace. The wound on her neck remains, and you shall understand why I harbor such concerns. The emperor's gaze flickered as he cast a glance at Mu Junyuan. Mu Junyuan calmly replied, Your Majesty, while my son may be erratic, he is not a liar. It would be prudent to summon both the war prince and the war princess to the palace. A simple inquiry will reveal the truth. Consequently, the emperor ordered an attendant to relay the message, summoning Mu Ange and Shen Mohuai to the palace for an audience. Thus, after the court had dispersed, and while Shen Mohuai had yet to return to the war prince's residence, he was summoned back into the palace. Upon entering the emperor's study, he noticed both Mu Junyuan and Mu Anhao present, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. After offering his respects, Shen Mohuai inquired, May I ask, Your Majesty, why have I been summoned? Since the death of his mother, he had ceased to refer to the emperor as father or father emperor. They were bound by blood, yet now stood as sovereign and subject. Wait and see. You will know once everyone has arrived, the emperor replied coldly, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Shen Mohuai instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze toward Mu Anhao. Upon meeting his eyes, Mu Anhao snorted coldly and averted his gaze. Shen Mohuai understood the implications and silently lowered his eyes, standing opposite the two. At the war prince's residence, Mu Ange was equally astonished to receive the message from the attendant regarding the emperor's summons. She signaled to Ban Xia, who promptly fetched some reward money for the attendant. Once the money was accepted, Mu Ange asked, May I inquire, esteemed eunuch, why has the emperor suddenly summoned this humble princess? The attendant, named Shishan, had been present in the emperor's study and was aware of the entire situation. He discreetly glanced at the wound on Mu and Ji's neck and smiled. The princess is indeed fortunate to have such a loving father and brother. The emperor's summons are undoubtedly a good omen. Please prepare yourself to accompany us to the palace. Mu and Go, keenly observing his expressions and reactions, realized that the mention of her father and brother, coupled with his glance at her neck, indicated that her second brother was behind the commotion. However, the extent of the chaos and the current state of affairs in the palace remained unknown to her. When she first received the summons, she contemplated whether to conceal her wound, but now it seemed unnecessary. Regardless of her feelings, her brother's actions were motivated by concern for her, and she could not hinder him before the emperor. Thus, Mu and Ge nodded slightly, saying, "Please wait a moment, esteemed eunuch, while I prepare to accompany you to the palace." After changing her attire, she followed Shishan into the palace. Upon entering the emperor's study, Mu and Ge immediately spotted the individuals present. She quickly averted her gaze from her father, not daring to linger, and knelt respectfully before the emperor. "I pay my respects to your majesty. May your majesty be well." "Gur, you need not be so formal. Rise and speak," the emperor instructed. Mu and Ge stood, quietly lowering her gaze. Even without raising her head, the bruises on either side of her neck were evident.
Mu Yunyuan,
who had previously distanced himself from her and even declared her banishment from the family, now fixed his unwavering gaze upon Mu and Ge. The usual calmness on his face had vanished, replaced by a rare display of sternness, his once handsome features now shadowed by a sense of gravity.
"Dear,
"Raise your head so that I may see you clearly," the emperor commanded in a low voice. Chapter 72. A Parting of Ways. Each unconcerned Mu and Ge complied with the emperor's request, slowly lifting her head. However, she dared not meet his gaze directly, instead staring at the floor. As she raised her head, the injury on her neck was fully exposed to all present. Upon seeing the wound on Mu and Ji's neck, Mu Junyuan's expression hardened for the first time, his cold gaze flickering toward Shen Mohuai before returning to silently inspect Mu and Ji's injury. Lips pressed together in silence. The emperor, witnessing the scene, also frowned in displeasure. Mu and Hao knelt once more, speaking solemnly, "Your Majesty, you have witnessed the evidence of my sister's injury. With such undeniable proof, can we allow her to remain married to the war prince?" Shen Mohuai had anticipated this outcome upon Mu and Ji's entrance, so he remained unperturbed, his demeanor still collected. The emperor ignored Mu and Hao's plea and directed his inquiry towards Shen Mohuai, demanding, "What do you have to say regarding the injury on the war princess's neck?" "I have nothing to say," Shen Mohuai replied coolly. "Is the injury on the war princess's neck not your doing?" the emperor pressed. "It is," Shen Mohuai affirmed. As soon as the words left his lips, the emperor seized a nearby teacup and hurled it at him. The cup grazed his forehead, causing a gash that allowed blood to mingle with the tea, staining his garments and presenting a disheveled appearance. "You scoundrel! Gur is your rightful wife, your princess, not some nameless woman to be trifled with. How dare you treat her thus? If you have harmed her life, I shall demand your head. Do you believe I would not?" The emperor's voice thundered with fury, reverberating through the study with an intensity that instilled fear. "Of course I believe it. Why would I not? You are the ruler of a nation. You can do as you please. Who could possibly stop you?" Shen Mohuai wiped the blood and tea from his brow, a sardonic smile curling his lips. His maternal grandfather had devoted himself to the nation, only to be vilified by the emperor, who, swayed by slander, had executed all male members of the Shen family and exiled the women and children to a life of hardship, never to return. His mother had merely requested a thorough investigation into the matter to prevent the loyal from being disheartened, yet she was consumed in flames. And he, the emperor's own son, had been stripped of his rightful surname and cast into the battlefield to fend for himself at the tender age of 12. Who could possess such a heartlessness? What father would treat his son in such a manner? His exalted father, in seeking to curry favor with Mu Junyuan, might even resort to eliminating an unfavored son like him. The emperor appeared momentarily taken aback by Shen Mohuai's reaction, his lips parting in silence. After a prolonged pause, he lowered his gaze and murmured, "Speak. How do you intend to resolve this matter?"
Shen Mohuai replied nonchalantly.
"It is merely a trivial quarrel between husband and wife that led to her accidental injury, which has been exaggerated before your majesty. What is there to resolve? Shall we not simply return to our respective lives?"
"Gur, what do you say?"
In the final inquiry, Shen Mohuai's voice was particularly gentle, evoking a sense of tender affection. Mu Engi raised her gaze to meet his, remaining silent. The emperor spoke softly. "Gur, how do you perceive this matter? Regardless of your decision, I shall support you, and ensure that your will prevails." Mu Engi, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke. "Is it true that no matter what I choose, your majesty will act on my behalf?" "Of course," the emperor affirmed. "Would I ever deceive you?" Kneeling on the ground, Mu Anhao anxiously turned to look at her. His eyes filled with concern. Just yesterday, she had defended Shen Mohuai in front of him, stating that her injuries were unrelated to him. Surely, she wouldn't act foolishly again today by continuing to shield Shen Mohuai and refusing to part ways with him, would she? Shen Mohuai, however, seemed unfazed, as if he had already anticipated Mu Engi would choose him. Meanwhile, Mu Junyuan had not uttered a single word since Mu Engi's arrival. Yet his gaze had not strayed from her for even a moment. Mu Engi scanned the faces around her before straightening her back and slowly kneeling beside Mu Anhao. Shen Mohuai, who had initially been confident that she would not leave him, now felt his heart race, a wave of unease washing over him. "Lady Shenmu, the wife of the War King Shen Mohuai, respectfully requests your majesty's permission to part ways with His Highness the War King, so that we may separate amicably and remain unconnected henceforth," Mu Engi declared, her hands raised above her head before lowering them to the ground, her voice hoarse yet resolute. As her words echoed in the imperial study, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone astonished at Mu Engi's unexpected response. Shen Mohuai was particularly taken aback. Why would she agree to a separation? Just yesterday, she had defended him in front of Mu Anhao. He had believed she would steadfastly choose to remain by his side, as she had 5 years ago. To his disbelief, Mu Engi had boldly proposed their separation without hesitation. Overwhelmed by shock, a look of confusion crossed Shen Mohuai's eyes as he regarded Mu Engi. The emperor also took a moment to recover, eventually clearing his throat to ask, "Gur, 5 years ago, it was you who insisted on marrying the War King. After finally obtaining your wish, are you truly resolved to part ways?"
"Yes."
"I harbor no feelings for the War King, and we have not shared a bed in 5 years. Parting now would be for the best, sparing us the discomfort of living as a bitter couple," Mu Engi replied without hesitation. Her unwavering demeanor made Shen Mohuai acutely aware that if he did not act decisively, he would indeed lose her. "I do not consent to this separation," Shen Mohuai declared firmly. His words drew the attention of everyone in the study. The calm exterior he had maintained moments ago was replaced by a dark scowl as he repeated, "Mu Engi, I do not agree to part ways." Mu Engi turned to him, her gaze tranquil and devoid of emotion. The absence of joy or sorrow in her expression made it impossible for Shen Mohuai to see the bright-eyed girl who had once chased after him. A pang of anguish pierced his heart, and his complexion paled slightly. "Your Highness, 5 years ago, I unwittingly hindered you. Now that I have awakened to my true feelings, I wish to part ways and allow you the freedom to pursue your happiness. Why do you refuse to let go?"
Mu Ange inquired calmly.
Initially, she had hoped to remain by Shen Mohuai's side, anticipating that proximity would afford her opportunities to uncover secrets related to the Mu family. However, the events of her rebirth, coupled with her covert inquiries, had revealed the naivety of her original intentions. Extracting anything from Shen Mohuai was an impossible endeavor. Since staying close to him would not yield further insights, why should she continue to force herself to remain near her adversary? Even though she had begun to question the truth behind the annihilation of the Mu family in her past life, her resentment towards Shen Mohuai, the instigator of her hatred, persisted. Now that her elder brother had fought for her chance to leave, why should she remain to torment herself? "I have already stated that I will not part ways with you." Shen Mohuai's voice was icy. He reiterated his refusal with increasing conviction, silently conveying his determination. After a moment of silence, Mu Engi nodded slightly. "If you refuse to part ways, then let us proceed with the divorce." Her words stunned everyone in the imperial study. Yet they clearly articulated Mu Engi's intent. Just as Shen Mohuai was unwavering in his refusal to separate, Mu Engi preferred to be cast aside rather than remain with him. Observing her composed and indifferent demeanor caused Shen Mohuai's heart to ache profoundly. In some respects, she now resembled the girl from 5 years ago. The only difference was that the former Mu Engi had been eager to marry him, while the present one was determined to leave. Taking a deep breath to quell his inexplicable agitation, Shen Mohuai suddenly knelt beside Mu Engi, bowing his head to the emperor. Upon returning to the capital, Your Majesty kindly mentioned that I could request any reward for my contributions in quelling unrest. I now wish to exchange all my military achievements for a decree that forbids Your Majesty from intervening in my marriage. His words were a clear declaration. The Emperor must not issue a decree for his separation from Muangi. The Emperor felt a long-lost sense of frustration. One side demanded that he utilize his promise to facilitate Shen Mohuai's divorce, while the other insisted he honor his pledge to refrain from meddling in their marriage. Neither agreeing nor disagreeing was a viable option, and for the first time, the ruler of a prosperous empire found himself in a dilemma. War King, why must you persist? Since we both harbor no affection for one another, wouldn't it be better to part ways and grant each other freedom? The atmosphere in the imperial study grew heavy. The couple, who should have been the closest of allies, found themselves in silent opposition, one willing to be cast away rather than remain, the other sacrificing his hard-won military achievements to keep her by his side. The roles had seemingly reversed, with Shen Mohuai now unwilling to let go, while Mu Engi sought to escape. She noted the wisdom etched into his aging yet refined features. As his gaze fell upon her, the previously feigned aloofness vanished, replaced by a tenderness that made Mu Engi's heart ache. Feeling an overwhelming wave of regret, she nearly wept. How foolish her past decisions had been. Had she not insisted on marrying Shen Mohuai, they would not have found themselves in this predicament, unable to even consider a separation. As Mu Engi grappled with her emotions, Mu Junyuan stepped forward to stand behind her, bowing to the Emperor and speaking gently. Your Majesty, this stalemate cannot persist. Since the couple holds opposing views, might it be prudent to adopt a more conciliatory approach?
Oh.
What solution do you propose, my esteemed minister? The Emperor inquired immediately, nearly overwhelmed by a headache. When Muangwa insisted on marrying Shen Mohuai, it had already caused him considerable distress. After much deliberation, he concluded that their union was not entirely detrimental. At the very least, it could serve to lure the serpent from its lair, and thus he acquiesced. Little did he anticipate that the serpent would remain hidden while the bait he cast would create such turmoil. Given that the couple each harbors their own thoughts, perhaps it would be best for the princess to return to her family home for a period, allowing them both to cool their heads. Once they have attained sufficient clarity, we may revisit the topic of their separation. What do you think, Your Majesty? Mu Junyuan suggested casually. Before Shen Mohuai could voice his dissent, the Emperor interrupted him. Very well, I find Minister Mu's proposal quite agreeable. It shall be decided thus. The couple shall return to their respective residences to reflect for a time. Once you both have reached a thoughtful conclusion, we shall reconvene to discuss the matter of separation. Your Majesty, Muangwa furrowed her brows, eager to resist the decision. Unexpectedly, the Emperor placed a hand on his forehead and exclaimed, Oh dear, I am unwell. I did not rest well last night, and my head aches terribly. I must retire now. Please, all of you, take your leave. With that, the Emperor, nearly in a state of panic, hastily exited. The attendants in the study remarked, He truly plays his part convincingly. Had they not seen him depart with such vigor, they might have been swayed by his claims. With the Emperor gone, the others felt compelled to leave the study as well. Sister, let us depart to the residence of the Prince of War and gather your belongings. I shall escort you home, Muonhao declared loudly, glaring at Shen Mohuai. Although they had not succeeded in facilitating the separation between Muangwa and Shen Mohuai today, Muonhao felt quite satisfied. After all, this outcome aligned with his elder brother's expectations. He had long claimed to possess an abundance of insight, predicting various possible reactions and scenarios with remarkable accuracy. Clearly, he must remain cautious henceforth, lest he incur his elder brother's ire and find himself ensnared in unforeseen machinations. Shen Mohuai stepped forward, attempting to grasp Muangwa's hand. What does the Prince of War intend? Is he seeking to intimidate the princess before our eyes? Muonhao forcefully swatted Shen Mohuai's hand away, glaring at him. The force of his blow left Shen Mohuai's hand stinging red, the pain mingling with a tingling sensation that coursed through every nerve, gradually bringing him back to his senses. He turned to Mu Junyuan and spoke. Did you not declare that you would disown this daughter? Why, then, this sudden change of heart today? Chapter 75. A temporary stay and a permanent residence. Mu Junyuan met Shen Mohuai's piercing gaze with his own, calm and composed, yet unwavering. 5 years ago, the princess insisted on marrying His Highness, the Prince of War, compelling me to engage in acts of political manipulation. This has weighed heavily on my conscience, and I have indeed proclaimed my disavowal of her as my daughter, choosing to sever ties with her. If she were living a life of happiness, it would be one matter. However, now that I know she is unhappy and has come to a realization, I am willing to forgive and accept her. My salary may be modest, yet it suffices to support her. Should I find myself unable to provide, she has several elder brothers. Thus there is no need for His Highness to worry. Shen Mohuai and Mu Junyuan locked eyes for a prolonged moment before Shen Mohuai finally tempered the intensity in his gaze, directing it toward Muangwa. She returned his gaze with indifference, her eyes devoid of emotion, revealing not a hint of disturbance. Shen Mohuai felt an unsettling discomfort within him. He could not fathom why she was acting this way. Just last night, she had defended him in front of Muanhao. Why, then, was she so adamant about seeking a separation in his presence? Are you truly intent on returning to the Prime Minister's residence for a temporary stay? Shen Mohuai asked in a low voice. If His Highness is willing to relinquish his hold and proceed with the separation, I would be open to residing permanently at the Prime Minister's residence, Muangwa replied coolly. Muangwa, remember your choice made today. In the future, even if you plead with me to return to the Prince of War's residence, I shall deliberate further. Shen Mohuai spoke, unable to contain his emotions, a hint of irritation coloring his tone. He resembled a petulant child throwing a tantrum. Muangwa laughed, her upturned lips tinged with mockery. Fear not, Your Highness. That day shall never come. Why would she cling to someone who had caused her family such ruin in her past life? She was not so foolish. Shen Mohuai, with a flick of his sleeve, straightened his back and departed. His long strides and the cold aura emanating from him betrayed his fury. Muangwa paid little heed to his reaction, raising her gaze to Mu Junyuan, her lips moving as she softly uttered, Father. This was the first time she had addressed him as father since she had been forcefully wed to Shen Mohuai in her previous life. And not once had she uttered it again until both of their tragic deaths. At last, in this life, she could call out to her father in the presence of a healthy man, tears welled in her eyes, overwhelmed by emotion. The regrets of 2 lifetimes appeared to coalesce into fulfillment in that moment, rendering her speechless with joy. Upon seeing her in tears, Mu Junyuan's gaze softened as he approached and gently ruffled her hair. Now that you are married, why do you still cry at the slightest provocation? Have you no shame? Unable to contain herself, Muangwa threw herself into his embrace and wept openly. No matter how resilient she had been, or how consumed by vengeance she felt, she could not maintain her composure when facing the father she had lost in her previous life. That was her beloved family member, the one she had lost in her past existence. How could she remain unaffected? Mu Junyuan had not expected her to break down so completely in the palace, holding him and crying so bitterly. What had this child endured that she could not contain her sorrow? His heart ached with pain, leading him to question the wisdom of his earlier decisions. He gently patted her back, whispering soothingly, Enough now, my dear child. Do not cry. We are still in the palace. It would be unseemly for others to witness this. Once we return home, you may share any grievances you have with your father and your brothers, and we shall advocate for you and help you find resolution. No grievances to speak of. I simply miss you, father, and momentarily lost my composure, Muangwa replied, shaking her head and struggling to compose herself. No grievances, yet you weep so profusely? You've become a little kitten, Mu Junyuan remarked, supporting her shoulders and gently pushing her away, reaching to wipe her tears. You are in such distress, and yet claim no grievances? Surely you do not now regret your decision to separate from the Prince of War, nor wish to return to him?
Muangwa interjected, frowning.
No, I would never regret it. Muangwa sniffled, her voice trembling as she replied, I am aggrieved. Yet that is because of you. Father, you are truly heartless, declaring you no longer wish for me. After all these years, you have not acknowledged me when we met. And you, my 2 brothers, also abandoned me. Since father disavowed me, you too have neglected me. How could you bear to forsake me? Muangwa expressed her grievances, revealing the petulant and willful nature of the girl who had once been doted upon by her father and brothers. In the past, a mere glare from Muanhao would have prompted her to retort. Mu Junyuan cast him a glance, successfully silencing him, before turning his attention back to comforting Muangwa. You are right, dear daughter. It is indeed father's fault, and he has been too harsh. Over the years, I have allowed you to suffer unjustly. But that will not continue. No matter what occurs in the future, father will keep you by his side and protect you well. Mu Junyuan's voice was gentle and tranquil, flowing like a spring breeze that soothed Muangwa's emotions, enveloping her in his tender affection, rendering her oblivious to the profound implications of his words. All right, let us return home. Once there, we shall sit down as a family and converse properly, Mu Junyuan said softly, patting Muangwa's head. She nodded in agreement. And just as the three of them were about to leave, the chief eunuch, Gongfu, approached them briskly. Sir, please hold on. Sir, His Majesty requests your presence, Gongfu said, smiling as he advanced. Very well, Mu Junyuan replied, seemingly unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this moment. He turned to Mu Anhao and Muangwa, instructing, You two should head to the War King's residence to gather your belongings. I will return home after meeting His Majesty, and we shall see each other there. Understood. Father. You need not worry about us. I will take good care of my sister, Mu Anhao replied promptly. Sister? Keep a close eye on your second brother and prevent him from acting recklessly, Mu Junyuan admonished. Once Mu Junyuan and Gongfu had distanced themselves, Mu Anhao finally reacted, turning to Mu Angwa with incredulity. Sister, how could father do this? Who does he look down upon? Mu Angwa chuckled, her eyes warm and sparkling. Perhaps it's because you are rather unreliable, which is why father feels uneasy about you. The harmonious scene of a father and brothers together was something she had only experienced in her dreams since her rebirth. Now that this dream had suddenly materialized into reality, her heart brimmed with joy. Nonsense. Where am I unreliable? Mu Anhao intended to argue that if he were truly unreliable, he would not have seized the opportunity for Mu Angwa to leave the War King's residence today. However, realizing that mentioning this would only hurt his beloved sister, he instinctively fell silent. Seeing his silence, Mu Angwa understood his thoughts but chose to feign ignorance. Although her rebirth had led her astray from the original path, resulting in events unfolding entirely differently from her past life, she had yet to suffer harm. Her brothers and family were safe, and she had temporarily escaped the confines of the War King's residence and the clutches of Shen Mohuai. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. She believed that as long as she remained cautious, she could alter the tragic outcome of her previous life.
Observen mo anguish boyant de minor.
Mu Anhao felt that the grievances he had endured were trivial. After all, it was not the first time he was disregarded by their father. He had long grown accustomed to it. Thus, he collected his thoughts and cheerfully followed Mu Angwa. Sister, what kind of gift would you like? I shall present it to you as a celebration for your return home. I want nothing, Mu Angwa replied, shaking her head. The presence of her family, whole and harmonious, was the greatest joy she could wish for. One should not be overly greedy. Otherwise, not only might they lose what they possess, but they could also forfeit even more. In her previous life, despite having loving and doting brothers, she had been greedy for a perfect romance, yearning for a husband who was both exceptional and willing to cherish her. Perhaps it was this greed that led to her punishment from the heavens, resulting in her family's tragic fate. In this life, she resolved to be content, wishing only to protect her brothers and lead a peaceful and prosperous existence. In the Qianqing Palace, the Emperor and Mu Junyuan sat across from each other. Before them lay a chessboard, with one commanding the white pieces and the other the black, engaged in a fierce match. As the battle intensified, the Emperor suddenly inquired, What prompted you to suddenly turn against us and support your daughter today? Had we not agreed to use them as bait? Just as things seem to take a turn, you've jeopardized all our efforts. How could I bear to let my child continue to suffer when she has already endured so much? Mu Junyuan replied, his expression calm. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's demeanor stiffened, and he awkwardly said, I apologize on behalf of my son, who has wronged your daughter. What good does your apology do? Will it erase the scars on her neck, as if nothing ever happened? Mu Junyuan placed a piece on the board, capturing several of the Emperor's white pieces. The Emperor's lips twitched at this, realizing that Mu Junyuan, despite his gentle exterior, held on to his grievances firmly. Having lost a considerable portion of his territory in this game, he lamented, How can I continue playing when you have taken so much? With a dismissive gesture, the Emperor scattered the pieces across the board, muttering, I shall not play anymore. I cannot win against you anyway. Mu Junyuan, accustomed to the Emperor's tendency to sulk when bested, likewise cast aside his pieces and remarked, Since your Majesty no longer wishes to play and has no further instructions, I shall take my leave. As Mu Junyuan strode confidently towards the exit, the Emperor belatedly realized that Mu Junyuan was taking out his frustration over Shen Mohuai's actions on him. Wait, Junyuan. Do not leave just yet. I still wish to discuss the arrangements for the future. Why are you running away? Stop. The emperor called out repeatedly, but Mu Junyuan continued to walk away, seemingly deaf to his pleas. Watching Mu Junyuan's figure disappear entirely from the hall, the emperor was left speechless. This was a matter of great importance, and he had dismissed everyone in hopes of strategizing with Mu Junyuan alone, yet he had not anticipated that Mu Junyuan's temper would lead him to abandon their discussion. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor muttered, "This old fellow is still the same as ever, showing no signs of change. Your Majesty treats Minister Mu exceptionally well. Even when he disrespects you and departs, you remain unperturbed. Such benevolence is undoubtedly a blessing for our great song," Gongfu remarked cheerfully as he entered. One cannot entirely fault him. It is all the War King's doing. Although I claimed not to acknowledge him, he is, after all, my child. He nearly harmed Minister Mu's precious daughter. I cannot simply let my anger go unacknowledged. Indeed, Your Majesty, Gongfu responded with a smile.
Well,
I have no desire to handle state affairs today. Let us take a day of rest, the emperor declared, his interest waning. Gongfu promptly agreed and approached to serve the emperor, engaging him in light conversation. After Shen Mohuai returned to the War King's residence, he grew increasingly agitated, feeling an overwhelming discomfort. Lacking experience in matters of the heart, he was oblivious to why he was so preoccupied with Mu Ongua. With his hands on his hips, Shen Mohuai paced back and forth in his study, feeling a sense of vexation that refused to dissipate. Why was it that Mu Ongua could remain so carefree, showing no signs of attachment or concern, while he was left here fretting over her? When Shen Yi entered, he found Shen Mohuai pacing the room with a furrowed brow, an expression of distress etched on his face. He had never before witnessed his master so agitated over a woman. During the time when the princess had been forcibly married to him, he had been vehemently opposed, yet now that she sought to leave, he appeared to care. Not daring to ponder further, Shen Yi spoke softly, "Master, the princess and her brother have gone to Yushio Garden to collect their belongings." Shen Mohuai halted his pacing and turned to look at him, his gaze icy and his expression unchanged. "If she wishes to leave, let her. What does it have to do with me?" Had Shen Yi not seen the anxious demeanor of his master as he paced, he might have believed the master's words. The capricious and contradictory nature of the master truly brings ruin upon oneself and others. It is quite the torment. "What shall we do if the princess intends to take away Xingdali as well?" Shen Yi inquired once more. "If she wishes to take him, let her. After all, she will not harm him, only rescue him. She has never harmed Xingdali before, having gone to great lengths to save him. And it is even more improbable that she would do so now." "Indeed," the subordinate acknowledged. Shen Mohuai seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly strode outside. "Master, where are you going?" Shen Yi hurriedly followed, questioning. Shen Mohuai paid him no mind as he focused on his path. When Shen Yi caught up to him outside the Rose Pavilion, he was utterly dumbfounded. "Master, what do you intend to do with Aunt Xia? Are you planning to provoke the princess while she is still moving her belongings?" Though he had yet to marry, he understood that such actions should be avoided, for they could truly transform a wife into a widow. Shen Yi attempted to call out to Shen Mohuai, only to find that he had already vanished into the distance. "Very well, if the master seeks his own demise, I cannot stop him. I shall let him be." When Mu Ongong returned to Yuan with Mu Engo, Xia was astounded. "Second young master, why are you here in broad daylight?" She was aware of Mu Engo's previous nocturnal visits to Yuan, but she never anticipated seeing Mu Ongong and Mu Engo together during the day. With a beaming smile, Mu Ongong declared, "Xia, quickly gather our belongings. We are going home. Home to the Wangfu. Or are we returning to the Xiangfu?" Xia asked in astonishment as realization dawned upon her. "Yes, to the Xiangfu, to our home." Mu Engong's face radiated joy. "Xia, ensure that we leave nothing from the Wangfu. Only our own possessions must be collected. Once everything is in order, we shall return home. I will begin gathering my belongings. You all must be swift." As Mu Ongong dashed back to her room to collect her tools and vials used for poison making, items that were toxic and could poison an ordinary person with mere contact, Mu Engo followed her inside, muttering, "You appear so joyous now, yet who could have imagined you would remain out of touch for years, not returning home while living in the same city?
Now,
You seem to be playing the part quite well." Their father, Mu Junyuan, had forbidden his sons from interacting with Mu Anong and nurturing their relationship with her, which left them with grievances. Nonetheless, They would secretly observe Mu Ongong or gather information about her, constantly keeping her in their thoughts. Yet, after 5 years of marriage, Mu Ongong had cut ties with her family, not once visiting them, which left Mu Engo feeling quite unsettled. During these 5 years, each family member bore their own thoughts, troubles, and grievances. Mu Ongong understood this and did not blame Mu Engo for his complaints. With a gentle demeanor, she reassured him, "Indeed, second brother is correct. It is my fault, my callousness. I shall not let it happen again. I will improve if that pleases you. Please do not be angry with me. What is this?" Mu Engo curiously reached for the peculiar bottles and jars Mu Ongong was organizing. "Second brother, do not touch that." Mu Ongong chided him, her voice stern enough to make Mu Engo instinctively withdraw his hand. He then frowned in dissatisfaction. "Isn't it just an odd-looking bottle? Why can't I touch it?" "Second brother, that is used for making poison. If you wish to poison yourself, go ahead and touch it. I will not stop you," Mu Ongong said, a smile playing on her lips as she observed him. Mu Engo, taken aback, asked, "Since when did you learn to make poison?" "For quite some time, really. I was just too lazy before, but I've recently become more diligent." As she continued to organize, Mu Ongong explained, "Once we return home, I will make some poison for self-defense. In times of trouble, poison can serve as a means of protection." Mu Engo understood this concept, though he found it hard to believe that his sister was now capable of such things. What had she experienced during these years? How much had she learned? What other surprises awaited them? Chapter 78. Xia Wanyang Central has been released. Well, my sister has made quite an achievement, even mastering the art of poison making. It seems my life will depend on her skills, Mu Engo chuckled. He did not truly believe that Mu Engong's poison-making abilities were remarkable. He was merely supporting his sister. Little did he know, his words would come to fruition, and during a dire moment, he would indeed rely on the poison Mu Ongong provided to save his own life. Mu Ongong easily packed her belongings, and just as Xia entered to inform her that the packing was nearly complete, she asked if there was anything special to convey. Eager to return home, Mu Ongong replied, "There is nothing particular to mention. You are already aware of everything in our courtyard. So, just manage the packing as you see fit. I shall wait for second brother at home, all right?" In both this life and the previous one, Xia had been Mu Engong's most trusted maid, managing all the possessions within the household, better than Mu Ongong herself. Xia had not seen her mistress in such a light for a long time. Her brows were relaxed, her eyes sparkling with joy, radiating a vibrant energy. She could not help but smile, saying, "Very well, miss, you may return home with the second young master. I will finish up here and return shortly." Mu Ongong instructed her servants to load her packed items onto the carriage, and then departed with Mu Engo towards the Zhanwangfu. As they approached the garden, they spotted Xia Wanyang Central and Shen Mohuai taking a stroll not far away. Shen Mohuai walked alongside Xia Wanyang Central with his hands clasped behind his back, while she trailed a step behind, her cheeks flushed, exuding shyness and excitement. Her gaze was fixed intently upon Shen Mohuai, her eyes brimming with delight and infatuation. Mu Ongong paused momentarily, narrowing her eyes slightly. "What is it?" Mu Engo noticed her sudden silence and followed her gaze. Upon seeing Shen Mohuai engaged in light-hearted conversation with an unfamiliar woman, he frowned. "Is that the woman brought back by the Zhanwang?" he asked.
"Indeed."
Mu Ongong replied calmly, then stated nonchalantly, "Let us proceed. We need not concern ourselves with them." With that, she continued forward, appearing unfazed. As they exited the Wangfu, they had no choice but to pass through the garden, since they were destined to cross paths with Shen Mohuai and Xia Wanyang Central. There was no need to avoid them. Mu Engo stole a glance at her, his lips pressed together in silence. Although Mu Ongong maintained a calm demeanor, he knew her well enough to recognize that if she truly did not care, she would not have hesitated even for a moment. Determined, Mu Engo resolved that when they encountered each other, he would protect her at all costs. Soon, they met at the intersection of the garden path. Upon seeing Mu Ongong, Xia Wanyang Central's expression shifted. She instinctively glanced at Shen Mohuai, whose face remained impassive, and thus refrained from acting recklessly. Bowing respectfully, she addressed Mu Ongong. "I have seen the princess." Though only a few days had passed since her confinement, Xia Wanyang Central's temperament had softened, making her hesitant to test Shen Mohuai's boundaries or undermine Mu Ongong. "Isn't this the once restricted Lady Xia? In just a few days, she has been brought out by His Highness the War King. It seems she has regained his favor." "Congratulations, indeed." Mu and Ge replied cheerfully, her face beaming with smiles. Yet, while her demeanor appeared untroubled, her words dripped with a hint of acidity, causing a flicker of intrigue in Shen Mohuai's eyes. Shen Yi had claimed this method would be ineffective and counterproductive, but clearly, Mu and Ge was envious. Shen Mohuai remarked lightly, Lady Xia is with child. Prolonged confinement would be detrimental to the baby. Thus, I have permitted her to take a stroll. Thanks to your highness's compassion, I am spared from punishment. I shall heed your words and be more discerning in the future, never again allowing myself to be swayed by partiality. I misjudged the princess last time, and I ask for her forgiveness, Lady Xia Wanyang said, bowing slightly to Mu and Ge. What happened last time? What did you do to the princess? Mu and Hao suddenly inquired. Only then did Lady Xia Wanyang notice his presence, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of him. The children of the Mu family had inherited Mu Junyuan's striking features, each possessing their unique charm, yet all undeniably handsome. Despite Mu and Hao's seemingly reckless and impulsive nature, his countenance was undeniably striking. With fair skin, sharp brows, and bright eyes, he exuded an air of carefree confidence that could easily captivate the hearts of young ladies. Unfortunately, his sole interest lay in solving cases, and he had no intention of marrying, leaving countless noble women in the capital heartbroken. Who is this? Lady Xia Wanyang asked, her expression now one of confusion. Chapter 79. The phrase he loathes most is divorce. Mu and Ge felt a wave of nausea at the evident admiration in Lady Xia Wanyang's gaze. Was this woman devoid of shame? Clinging to Shen Mohuai, pregnant with his child, and yet gazing at her second brother with such infatuation, what was she trying to achieve? She would never disdain anyone for harboring feelings for the opposite sex. Having once pursued Shen Mohuai herself with reckless courage, stirring quite a commotion, she had the audacity to chase love, and even if she no longer felt that way, she would never look down upon those who shared her former sentiments. But Lady Xia Wanyang was different. Coveting her second brother was unacceptable. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu and Ge positioned herself protectively in front of Mu and Hao. Startled by her actions, Mu and Hao heard her say, Lady Xia Wanyang, control your gaze. My second brother is not someone you can desire. Lady Xia Wanyang flushed with embarrassment at Mu and Ji's words. What are you implying, princess? I have merely met your second brother for the first time. How could I possibly harbor such thoughts? Moreover, I am his highness's concubine, bearing his child. With the prince right beside me, how could I ever think of another man? While your second brother is indeed impressive, the prince surpasses all men in my heart. Your words not only insult me, but also humiliate his highness. Are you implying that I am jealous because his highness has lifted my confinement? Lady Xia Wanyang's eloquence revealed her indignation, grievances, and affection for Shen Mohuai. Most critically, she had planted a seed of jealousy in Mu and Ji's heart. Once the stigma of envy took root, shedding it would prove quite difficult. Upon hearing Lady Xia Wanyang's words, Shen Mohuai's heart stirred. His gaze fixed intently on Mu and Ge. Indeed, she was jealous. He knew she still cared for him. What does your release from confinement have to do with me? Why would I feel envious? Mu and Ge replied, her expression perplexed. His highness is kind to me. It is only natural for the princess to feel jealous. However, you needn't worry. His highness does not regard me as you imagine. At this, Lady Xia Wanyang seemed to realize she had misspoken, lowering her gaze and softly adding, His highness possesses a kind heart and is a wonderful person. Please do not take my opinions of him to heart, regardless of how well he treats me. It does not alter the fact that you are the rightful consort, and I pose no threat to you. Rest assured. She wore a face of feigned sorrow as if Mu and Ge had dealt her a grievous injustice. Meanwhile, Shen Mohuai regarded her with an expression that suggested he found her quite reasonable. It was as if he believed her every word. Mu and Ge rolled her eyes in frustration at the two of them. She was genuinely repulsed by Lady Xia Wanyang's pathetic act and deemed Shen Mohuai foolish for being so easily deceived. How could he not see through Lady Xia Wanyang's tactics? It was sheer stupidity. Initially, she had contemplated following Lady Xia Wanyang's path, leaving her with no options. But now, as she prepared to return home, she had no patience for such theatrics. Thus, she decisively stated, Since you are so enamored with him and cannot bear to be beneath others, why not urge your prince to divorce me? Once we are divorced, His Highness will be yours alone, and you can ascend to your desired position. Upon hearing this, Shen Mohuai's expression darkened instantly. Divorce, again with the word divorce. Did she truly wish to part ways with him? Lady Xia Wanyang was momentarily taken aback, then elated, unable to contain her curiosity. Princess, do you truly wish to divorce the prince?
Why is that?
She discreetly stole a glance at Shen Mohuai's displeased countenance, masking her delight as she whispered. His Highness is so wonderful. Why would you want to part with him? This was a question that intrigued Shen Mohuai as well. Thus, he remained silent, awaiting Mu and Ji's response.
Why?
Simply because I no longer love him, Mu and Go replied nonchalantly. Shen Mohuai felt a pang in his heart, a bitter sensation spreading throughout his being, rendering him utterly distressed. He narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting Mu and Go. It was you who fought tooth and nail to marry me. Now you claim not to love me? Do you truly believe I am someone you can summon and dismiss at will? Mu and Go met Shen Mohuai's gaze, her expression unwavering as she replied. Of course not. Hence, I wish to divorce. That is not yet accomplished. Shen Mohuai's disdain for the word divorce intensified. His chest heaved with anger, his expression growing colder. Just then, he spotted servants from Yushio Garden carrying items out and coldly inquired, Have you taken all your belongings? Have you perhaps taken anything that does not belong to you? His words prompted Mu and Ji's eyes to narrow. What do you mean, Your Highness? Do you think I would take anything from the War Prince's residence? Shen Mohuai pressed his lips together, refraining from responding. That was not his intention. He merely wished to avoid hearing her speak of divorce and had unwittingly diverted the conversation. His silence led Mu and Ge to believe he indeed meant what he said. And she spoke with a tone full of sarcasm. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will not claim anything belonging to the War Prince's estate. Everything I take is my own from the Xiang residence. If you are concerned, feel free to verify. We shall not disturb you and your favored concubine stroll any longer. Second brother, let us depart. With that, Mu and Ge turned away, her face cold, pulling Mu and Hao along with her. Chapter 80. He refuses to divorce. As Mu and Ge stormed off in anger, Shen Mohuai furrowed his brow, instinctively wanting to chase after her. Xia Wanyang quickly grasped his arm. Shen Mohuai turned, frowning coldly at her. What is the meaning of the princess's earlier words about wanting to divorce me? Did the princess intentionally say such things out of displeasure with your existence? Xia Wanyang felt intimidated by his imposing presence, yet she feigned concern for him and Mu Engi. I shall not consent to a divorce, so you need not worry about it, Shen Mohuai stated coldly. Why should Mu Engi be able to marry whenever she wishes and divorce whenever she pleases? A mere dream. If she desires a divorce, I will not acquiesce. Instead, I will endure and see what she does. Xia Wanyang felt a chill in her heart upon hearing this, instantly engulfed by disappointment. Just moments ago, when Mu Engi expressed her intent to divorce Shen Mohuai, Xia Wanyang had thought it was merely a ruse. After all, it was common knowledge that Mu Engi had gone to great lengths to marry Shen Mohuai, and having finally achieved her wish, how could she possibly wish to divorce him? She never anticipated that Mu Engi genuinely desired a divorce, while it was Shen Mohuai who was unwilling to let her go. But hadn't Shen Mohuai claimed to dislike Mu Engi? Why then did he refuse to divorce her now? Unable to fathom this, Xia Wanyang softly suggested, If the princess is indeed upset with you because of me, perhaps you should reveal the truth to her. Knowing the truth may alleviate her concerns regarding my existence, and she might choose to live harmoniously with you, abandoning thoughts of divorce. Upon hearing her words, Shen Mohuai appeared contemplative. Xia Wanyang's heart sank. He genuinely considered revealing the truth. What would she do if he did? Fortunately, Shen Mohuai ultimately shook his head, stating, Such an action is inappropriate. The truth must remain concealed. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Focus on nurturing the child within the estate. I shall handle everything else. Yes. I shall heed your words, my lord, Xia Wanyang replied softly, relieved. Delayed by Xia Wanyang's comments, Shen Mohuai lost the urge to pursue Mu Engi and said, I shall escort you back to the Rose Pavilion to rest. Meanwhile, Mu Engi was pulling Mu Anhao onto a carriage. Observing Mu Engi's cold demeanor, Mu Anhao could not help but remark, If you still care for him, why then do you seek a divorce? Who cares for him? I certainly do not. Mu Engi retorted, frowning immediately. If you don't care, why wear such a sour expression?
Mu Anhao countered.
At this, Mu Engi pouted. I'm merely upset that I could not successfully divorce him. Is that truly the case?
Mu Anhao pressed.
Of course. What else could it be? Mu Engi replied, adding, "Moreover, that Xia Wanyang dares to covet your beauty, that alone infuriates me." In truth, Mu Engi was most upset by Shen Mohuai's suspicion that she would pilfer items from the Wang residence. She understood that he did not harbor affection for her, nor did he comprehend her, yet to question her character in such a manner provoked her ire. However, at this moment, she found herself calm. After all, she no longer held any affection for Shen Mohuai, his opinions of her held no significance, and thus, she felt no pain. Consequently, Mu Anhao watched as his sister transitioned from a visage of icy fury to one of serene contentment, her anger diffused. It is no wonder that I have heard it said that women are the most formidable. Their moods shift like the weather, and one can never truly understand their thoughts.
Mu Anhao mused.
I believe you may be overly sensitive. I, your second brother, am quite handsome, and she merely glanced at me. Why become so agitated? If others were to learn of this, they would mock you, he continued. You do not understand that woman Xia Wanyang, Mu Engi scoffed. You think her a harmless little rabbit, but she is a cunning viper, ready to strike at any moment, capable of bringing you to ruin. In her previous life, she had suffered greatly due to such naivety. Had she been more vigilant around Xia Wanyang, she might have avoided such a fate. Such exaggeration. She hardly appears to be formidable. Mu Anhao expressed disbelief. Regardless, if you trust me, keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you may find yourself ensnared without realizing it, Mu Engi warned, pouting. Very well. I shall heed your advice and maintain a distance of 10,000 miles from her, Mu Anhao conceded, exasperated. You truly are a worrywart, meddling in everything. Mu Engi chose to ignore him, opting for silence instead. The Wang residence and the Xiang residence were not far apart, and soon Mu Engi and Mu Anhao returned to the latter. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Mu Engi immediately spotted her elder brother Mu Anqing waiting for them at the entrance. Mu Anqing had received word from Mu Anhao that matters had been resolved, and Mu Engi would be returning to the Xiang residence. He had promptly arranged his affairs and awaited their arrival. Now, finally seeing his sister return, warmth surged in Mu Anqing's eyes. Sister, welcome home. Elder brother, I missed you so much. Mu Engi exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop him in a grand hug. Mu Anqing embraced her, his smile growing wider. I missed you as well, it is good to be home. He gently patted her back, his tones soothing and composed, exuding the scholarly elegance reminiscent of their father, Mu Junyuan. Indeed, she clearly favors elder brother. Upon seeing him, she clings to him without wanting to let go. Mu Anhao interjected with a hint of jealousy. That is not true. Second brother, you are unjustly accusing me. I hold much affection for you as well, Mu Engi replied, turning to face Mu Anhao. Mu Anhao rolled his eyes. When have you ever shown me affection? You only engage in verbal sparring with me. Could it be that your personality is the reason our interactions are thus? Mu Engi suggested with a smile. Look at elder brother. He stands there radiating the essence of a gentleman, refined and graceful. With such demeanor, how could one argue with him? I certainly cannot.
Mu Anh's candid observation left Mu Anhao speechless.
How flattering. Yet it is merely your bias towards elder brother. You are undeniably partial to him, Mu Anhao grumbled. Seeing the two siblings bickering, Mu Anqing chuckled softly, gently patting Mu Engi's head. Enough of the banter. Let us head inside. When father returns, we shall sit together as a family and have a good conversation. Mu Engi happily agreed, following Mu Anqing into the residence. Meanwhile, Mu Junyuan, having concluded his discussions with the emperor, soon emerged from the palace. Upon returning home, he found Mu Anqing, Mu Anhao, and Mu Engi engaged in light-hearted conversation in the garden. Their voices intertwined, Mu Anhao's loud, Mu Engi's bright, and Mu Anqing's gentle, creating a symphony of tranquility, harmony, and warmth. Aside from the youngest sibling stationed at the border, the Mu family was reunited. This marked the first time since Mu Engi's marriage that such a complete scene had unfolded in the Mu household. Mu Junyuan observed from a distance, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. It was Mu Anqing who first noticed Mu Junyuan calling out, "Father has returned. Come, take a seat." Father. Both Mu Engi and Mu Anhao chimed in unison. Mu Junyuan smiled gently and nodded, approaching his three children. As soon as he settled down, Mu Anqing poured him a cup of tea and handed it over. Mu Junyuan accepted it, and after he took a sip, Mu Engi softly inquired, "Father, did the emperor summon you regarding my divorce from the warlord? If the emperor is unwilling for me to part ways with the warlord, and thus causes you trouble, I am more than willing to remain married. Mu Junyuan raised his gaze to observe his daughter, whose face was etched with concern. And the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipated quietly. He set down his teacup and inquired, Gij, please speak honestly with your father. Why do you suddenly wish to part ways with the War King? 5 years prior, at her coming-of-age banquet, Mu Ange had laid eyes on Shen Mohuai and was taken aback by his extraordinary presence, leading her to harbor an unrelenting desire to marry him. In her pursuit of Shen Mohuai, Mu Ange resorted to every conceivable means. The rumors circulating outside were but embellished versions. During her most tumultuous moments, she had even contemplated ending her own life for him. She had threatened to leap into lakes, to jump from rooftops, and to hang herself. She had tried it all. And later on, she resorted to fasting for 5 days. Had he not feared she might truly starve herself to death, he would not have acquiesced to finding a way for her to wed Shen Mohuai. He knew his daughter well. Raised in indulgence, she was kind-hearted and intelligent, yet stubbornly resolute. Once she set her mind on something, she would pursue it to the end. Even though she was acutely aware that Shen Mohuai held no affection for her 5 years ago, she still fought fiercely for their union, and even now, despite his return to the capital with another woman, her nature would compel her to remain by his side, devising ways to win his affection rather than seeking a divorce. Unless, of course, something had transpired unbeknownst to him. Though Mu Junyuan's gaze was serious, yet gentle, Mu Ange felt the sharpness within it, as if he could dissect her very being and lay bare the painful experiences of her past life under the sun.
Regaining her composure, Mu Ange softly replied.
It is nothing much. I simply feel that he will never come to love me, and that I shall never possess him. I am weary, and wish to let go. Mu Junyuan merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, evidently unconvinced by her words. Meanwhile, Mu Anhao interjected indignantly, what is so great about that War King? Gij should divorce him sooner rather than later to escape this suffering. Father, you cannot imagine how unreasonable he is. When Gij returned to collect her belongings, he showed no concern whatsoever, casually strolling in the garden with that concubine of his. And to think he even suspected Gij of stealing from his palace. Does our residence lack any rare treasures that we need to pilfer from him? Mu Anhao continued to berate Shen Mohuai vehemently, while he scolded Shen Mohuai. Mu Ange remained silent, her gaze cast downward, appearing distressed. In truth, she had long since drifted into her own thoughts. With Mu Anhao's interjection, Mu Junyuan's attention was finally drawn away. After listening to Mu Anhao's grievances, he furrowed his brow in rare contemplation. Could it be that he was truly so outrageous?
Mu Junyuan asked.
Indeed, he is that outrageous. Just look at the marks on her neck. They must have been there for several days. If you go back 2 days further, the injuries would have appeared even worse. In my opinion, what use is such a man? A prompt divorce would be the most sensible course of action to prevent Gij from wasting her chance at happiness, Mu Anhao replied disdainfully. Mu Junyuan's gaze fell upon the lingering bruises on Mu Ange's neck, and he suddenly lost his desire to delve deeper into the matter. As Mu Anhao had stated, the reasons behind Mu Ange's wish for a divorce had become irrelevant. What truly mattered was that Shen Mohuai could not provide her with happiness and would only hinder her pursuit of it. Once Mu Junyuan came to this realization, he looked towards Mu Ange and said gently, it matters not, since the desire for divorce comes from you, no matter how difficult it may be. Your father will assist you in achieving it. Just as I once compelled Shen Mohuai to marry you, I can now ensure your separation from him. It is merely a matter of exerting some effort. Nothing is more important than your happiness, my dear Gij. Startled, Mu Ange lifted her head to meet Mu Junyuan's gaze. Her eyes reddened and glistening with unshed tears. It was she who had wished to marry Shen Mohuai, and now it was also she who sought a divorce. She had anticipated reprimand from her father and brothers upon returning home, yet to her surprise, neither her father nor brother showed any sign of blame. When she declared her desire for divorce, they immediately sought ways to facilitate it. Their kindness struck her deeply. How had she, in her past life, allowed a man to lead to such dire consequences for them? Gripped by anguish, Mu Ange covered her face, fearing her perceptive father and brothers might discern the intensity of her emotions. Seeing her quietly sobbing, Mu Junyuan, along with the other men, felt somewhat at a loss. Rarely flustered, he furrowed his brow and spoke with a slight urgency. Gij, please do not cry. Did I not promise to help you with your divorce from the War King? Why are you still in tears? Do not cry, my dear. Mu Ange's mother had passed away early, leaving Mu Junyuan to raise the siblings alone. Mu Anchuan, Mu Anhao, and Mu Anyu were all boys. All he needed to ensure was that they were well-fed, morally upright, and not indulging in vice or arrogance. Thus, he raised them in a rough manner. Fortunately, as they grew, they turned out well, each excelling in their own way, unlike the debauched offspring of other noble families. However, Mu Ange was a girl, and he could not apply the same upbringing to her, so he indulged her a bit more. Thankfully, Mu Ange was fundamentally good-hearted, though somewhat spoiled and stubborn. She could discern right from wrong. With his 3 sons, a few firm words would suffice, and they would not shed a tear. But when his daughter cried, Mu Junyuan found himself at a loss. He approached Mu Ange and gently patted her back, saying, "Good Gidge, darling, do not cry. If you have grievances, speak to your father. I am here and will ensure your wishes are honored." Unable to contain herself, Mu Ange turned and enveloped Mu Junyuan's waist in a tight embrace. Weeping profusely, as she cried, her heart ached profoundly. Little did her father and brothers know that the more they cared for her, the more she recalled her previous life. And the deeper her sorrow and guilt became. Those whom she had once burdened, she only wished to protect in this life, to shield them from any further storms and worries. After a time of weeping, her eyes swollen and red, Mu Junyuan, witnessing her state, felt a mix of heartache and helplessness. He escorted her back to Yushio Garden, instructing her to rest well and that the family would gather for dinner later. Allowing for deeper conversation, Mu Ange obediently agreed. Returning to the residence that was her home, her spirits soared, and the oppressive hatred that had weighed upon her heart seemed, at that moment, to have been lifted, fading into mere memories. Mu Ange enjoyed her first truly restful sleep since her rebirth, slumbering until the following morning, when she awoke to find her brothers had already left for court. Upon learning of their departure, she felt no sense of loss. After all, she was home now, and their family could gather at any time, not strictly bound to the previous evening. After allowing Han Xia to assist her with her morning routine, Mu Ange reclined on a beauty couch in the courtyard, reflecting on the events that had transpired since her rebirth, piecing everything together bit by bit. This life had already diverged significantly from the last, and she remained uncertain if the future would unfold in the same manner as before. Regardless of how events may unfold, her resolve to thwart Shen Mohuai and prevent the downfall of the Mu family remains unshaken. The lack of news from the hidden pavilion indicates that Yang Xiujin has yet to be located, thus there will be no immediate developments regarding him. What, then, transpired during this period in her previous life that contributed to the decline of the Mu family? As Mu Engi pondered, a sudden realization struck her. She recalled another crucial matter. Time flew by, and soon Mu Engi had been back at the Prime Minister's residence for over 10 days. During this time, she remained indoors, dutifully recuperating. The injury on her neck had finally begun to fade under the watchful care of her father and brothers, and was now completely healed. One day, an invitation arrived from the Duke of Ronggua's residence, announcing that the birthday celebration for their daughter, Zhao Siyuan, would be held in 5 days. The Mu family was cordially invited to attend the festivities. The Duke of Ronggua's family, a long-standing noble lineage, had produced several prominent figures in the court over 3 generations. However, perhaps succumbing to the adage that wealth does not last beyond 3 generations, the family had gradually fallen into decline. By this generation, the Duke of Ronggua had merely inherited the title without any real power. Zhao Siyuan, the sole legitimate daughter of the Duke's family, was seen as a potential pawn to restore their fortunes. The family hoped to marry her off to a man of influence, thereby regaining their former glory. In her previous life, Zhao Siyuan had set her sights on Mu Angchen, Mu Engi's elder brother. Mu Engi had anticipated this development days ago. Although she had not ventured outside recently, she had been secretly strategizing her response. Thus, upon receiving the invitation, she felt no apprehension and patiently awaited the day of the banquet. When the day of the banquet arrived, Mu Engi set out with Mu Angchen. As the Duke's family had fallen on hard times, Mu Junyuan would not attend, and Mu Anhao, preoccupied with investigations, could not go either. Thus, it fell to Mu Angchen to make the trip. However, he was surprised when Mu Engi insisted on accompanying him. "Are you truly eager to go?"
Mu Angchen inquired softly.
"Yes, brother. I have been cooped up at home and long to explore outside. Is it inappropriate for me to accompany you? If it truly cannot be, I can stay home," Mu Engi replied, feigning innocence. "There is no reason you cannot join me," Mu Angchen replied, shaking his head. "It is just that rumors about you and Prince Jean have been circulating. If you were to appear at the banquet now, it might lead to complications. Upon hearing this, Mu Engi laughed lightly. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's of no consequence. Let them create their troubles. I have faced such disdain before, and I shall simply ignore it. Having previously insisted on marrying Shen Mohuai, she had already endured the scorn of others and become the center of gossip, so she was unperturbed at the prospect of facing it again. Nevertheless, she had compelling reasons to attend, and no matter what Mu Ongchen said, she was determined to go. Seeing her resolve, Mu Ongchen's eyes reflected a mixture of exasperation and affection. You ought to temper your words, lest someone hears and it tarnishes your reputation.
Mu Angge, intrigued,
responded, brother, do you believe I still possess a reputation worth preserving? With her self-awareness and lack of sorrow, Mu Engi left Mu Ongchen at a loss. He sighed and said, very well, if you wish to go, then go. Just be cautious. I may not be able to look after you amidst the social dynamics. Ensure that Bansha remains vigilant and does not allow anyone to bully you. Rest assured, brother, I understand. Mu Engi replied with a cheerful smile as they arrived at the Duke of Ronggua's residence. At that moment, the estate was bustling with activity, filled with nobles from the capital. Despite its decline, the Duke of Ronggua's family still retained its title, and as long as the title remained, the family would continue to be a focal point of social interaction. Zhao Xiyuan's elder brother, Zhao Xiaowa, greeted the guests at the entrance. Upon spotting Mu Ongchen, his expression brightened, and he hurriedly approached. Mu brother, you have arrived. I waited a long time, fearing you would not come. Mu Ongchen returned the greeting warmly. I hope I have not kept you waiting too long. How could you ever doubt my attendance? I was merely concerned that you might be too occupied to attend my sister's birthday feast. Please come inside, Zhao Xiaowa urged with a smile. Mu Ongchen nodded in acknowledgement, offering a token gift through his attendant before leading Mu Engi inside. Zhao Xiaowa, taking the lead, noticed Mu Ongchen's attentive care toward Mu Engi and inquired, is this your younger sister? Indeed, this is my sister, Mu Engi. Sister, this is Zhao Xiaowa, my colleague from the Hanlin Academy, Mu Ongchen introduced. Although both belonged to the Hanlin Academy, Mu Ongchen had earned his position through merit while Zhao Xiaowa had benefited from family connections. While entering the Hanlin Academy is often viewed as a step toward the cabinet, Zhao Xiaowa was more of a figurehead, occupying a position devoid of real authority. Greetings, Zhao brother, Mu Engi said coolly. You and Mu Ongchen are siblings, so if you ever encounter difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I shall assist you in any way I can, Zhao Xiaowa promptly offered. How affectionate you are in calling each other brother and sister, Zhao Xiaowa. Do you truly think yourself worthy of that title? A mocking voice interjected from the side. Turning towards the sound, they beheld Shen Mohuai and the 15th prince, Xiao Qiyun. The speaker was none other than Xiao Qiyun. Zhao Xiaowa, what are you? Everyone in the capital knows your true nature. It would be a blessing if you did not cause trouble for my sister-in-law. Xiao Qiyun scoffed dismissively. Zhao Xiaowa's expression soured at the remark, but as the 15th prince, his noble status was not something he could afford to offend. Thus, he could only force a smile and reply, it was merely a polite remark. How could the 15th prince take it so seriously? The title of Princess Jean is esteemed, and I would not dare to genuinely claim her as a sister. Seeing him back down, Xiao Qiyun huffed, turning his attention to Mu Engi. His eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed, sister-in-law. It has been ages since I last saw you. I missed you so much. At just 12 years of age, the 15th prince had a mischievous spirit, having been saved by Mu Engi when he was 9. This encounter had forged a bond, making him quite attached to her. Xiao Qiyun disregarded others' comments, but he would always heed Mu Engi's words. Seeing him, Mu Engi's gaze softened as she reached out to ruffle his hair, laughing gently, I missed you too. Have you been diligent with your studies? Have you faced any reprimands from the emperor? The 15th prince had lost his mother at a tender age and struggled to survive within the palace, leading to his seemingly unruly behavior as a means of self-preservation. If not for his strong and rebellious nature, he would have long been devoured by that voracious palace. The nature of the 15th prince is inherently good. He possesses a kind heart and a resilient spirit. Thus, after Mu Eng saved him and came to understand him, she treated him as a younger brother. And their bond has always been strong. Indeed, after listening to fourth sister-in-law's advice, I obediently returned to do my homework, which made Father Emperor very pleased. He praised me and rewarded me with gifts, which filled me with joy. Today, as I left the palace, I specifically brought a set of jewelry to present to fourth sister-in-law. It was only upon arriving at the War King's residence that I discovered fourth sister-in-law was not there. So, I kept it in the carriage, intending to give it to her when I saw her. As he spoke, Xiao Qiyun scrunched his little face and tiptoed closer to Mu Ange's ear, whispering, "Fourth sister-in-law, I heard that you plan to divorce my fourth brother. Is that true?" Mu Ange bent slightly to allow him better access to her ear. Xiao Qiyun's words successfully shifted Mu Ange's gaze, landing on Shen Mohuai, who was unexpectedly looking at her, their eyes meeting directly. Mu Ange casually averted her gaze, nodding slightly. "It's true."
How can that be? If you do that, what will happen to me?
Xiao Qiyun exclaimed, his eyes wide with grievance. Despite his tender age, he was astute enough to understand that the matter of divorce was not yet confirmed, and thus he whispered his inquiries. Shen Mohuai, coldly interjecting, remarked, "Little 15, we should go inside. We are blocking the way." Their presence caused a backlog of people hesitant to pass by, resulting in a crowd gathering at the entrance. Mu Ange, not wishing to be the center of attention, gently patted his head and whispered, "Let us go in first. When the banquet concludes, we will discuss this matter." Xiao Qiyun obediently agreed, following Xia Wanyang and others toward the men's seating area, while Mu Ange was guided to the women's section. Once seated at the men's table, Shen Mohuai turned to Xiao Qiyun and asked, "Little 15, when did your relationship with her become so good?" "Her? Who?" Xiao Qiyun feigned ignorance, deliberately inquiring about fourth sister-in-law. Shen Mohuai shot him a cold glance. "Speak." Xiao Qiyun, intimidated by his fourth brother's ever-cold demeanor, which seemed capable of instilling fear, nonetheless held a fondness for him. Unlike other siblings who bullied him, fourth brother would protect him when he was wronged. The same could be said for fourth sister-in-law. Thus, hearing about their impending divorce caused Xiao Qiyun immense sorrow. "Fourth sister-in-law has saved me and treated me so well. I truly admire her," he lamented. Shen Mohuai's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the warmth in Mu Ange's gaze when she first saw Xiao Qiyun and the gentle way she ruffled his hair. Such tenderness was a sight he could never expect from her directed at him. Yet he found it oddly pleasing. Initially, he speculated that Mu Ange's proposal for divorce stemmed from jealousy over his association with Xia Wanyang, a means to manipulate him. However, after her departure from the residence for over 10 days, he understood that she was not attempting to control him. She genuinely wished to sever ties and distance herself from him. But why had she suddenly made such a decision? Despite her evident displeasure at Xia Wanyang's presence when he entered the capital, she had still gazed at him with a look of infatuation. Her transformation was too rapid and conspicuous, igniting his curiosity to uncover her underlying motives. Chapter 85. Not having fourth sister-in-law is your loss. She treats you well? In what ways does she show her kindness? Pray do tell, Shen Mohuai remarked casually, sipping his tea. Having had no close acquaintance with Mu Ange, he was unaware of her true nature. Although he had previously conducted inquiries when Eni was present, he always felt that the cold, lifeless words on paper could not encapsulate her essence. Now that he had a seemingly close ally in Little 15, he aimed to glean insights into her character and disposition, making the most of this valuable resource. Indeed, fourth sister-in-law is remarkably kind. 3 winters ago, during a bitterly cold day, I accidentally fell into the water. Without regard for her own safety, fourth sister-in-law jumped in to save my life. Were it not for her, I would have perished. Furthermore, whenever I leave the palace and face bullying, as long as fourth sister-in-law is present, she stands up for me, shielding me from much distress. She is incredibly patient as well, introducing me to various childlike amusements and imparting wisdom, Xiao Qiyun exclaimed, his face alight with exuberance as he recounted Mu Ange's virtues. Shen Mohuai listened quietly, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. The Mu Ange described by Xiao Qiyun seemed entirely different from the one he knew, a stranger, yet so charming that he found himself yearning to draw closer. After a prolonged narration, Xiao Qiyun, exhausted, rested his head on the table, his countenance contorted with despair. "Fourth brother, please do not divorce fourth sister-in-law. She is truly wonderful. If you spend more time with her, you are bound to grow fond of her. Why must you insist on this divorce? Is it because of that woman in your residence?" Xiao Qiyun's brow furrowed, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes as he spoke flatly. Shen Mohuai met his gaze, replying coolly, "No, do not entertain thoughts about the people in my household. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action." As the only brother with whom he maintained a somewhat intimate relationship, Shen Mohuai treated Xiao Qiyun kindly and understood him well. Despite his youthful arrogance and impulsive nature, Shen Mohuai knew that beneath his veneer, Xiao Qiyun harbored a ruthless side. Should Xiao Qiyun genuinely threaten Xia Wanyang, it would only complicate matters for him. Intimidated by Shen Mohuai's warning gaze, Xiao Qiyun abandoned his violent thoughts, pouting. Do you truly favor that woman so much that you must protect her? No wonder fourth sister-in-law has chosen to leave you. Upon hearing this, Shen Mohuai narrowed his eyes slightly. How do you know she has affections for me? Fourth sister-in-law herself said so, Xiao Qiyun replied, still resting his head on the table. His expression despondent. She mentioned that the most outrageous and reckless thing she has done in her life was to love you without reservation, even causing a rift with her family to marry you. She vowed to love you forever, to make you genuinely love her, to bear children for you, and to spend a joyful lifetime together. Shen Mohuai felt as though his heart had erupted with a resounding thud, an indescribable thrill radiating from deep within, tightening around his heart and rendering his breath uneven, nearly suffocating him. After a prolonged silence, he quietly inquired, did she truly say that?
Indeed.
She has stated it several times, and I remember it distinctly. Therefore, losing fourth sister-in-law would undoubtedly be your loss, fourth brother. How could you bear to let her go when she loves you so? Xiao Qiyun looked at him, his expression filled with disapproval. Upon hearing these words, Shen Mohuai felt a twinge of grievance stir within him. It was she who insisted on the divorce. Why, then, did it appear as though he was the one rejecting her? It was she who had chosen to part ways first. Shen Mohuai, reflecting on her resolute desire for divorce, felt a profound discomfort in his heart. Suddenly rising to his feet, he said calmly, I shall take a stroll. You remain here quietly and refrain from wandering about, lest you attract trouble. As he strode away, Xiao Qiyun initially appeared lethargic, but soon his spirits lifted. Did his fourth brother believe that he would simply obey and not run off? Was he truly that obedient? Thus, once Shen Mohuai's figure faded from view, Xiao Qiyun, taking advantage of his still youthful stature, stealthily made his way to the ladies' section. Meanwhile, upon being ushered to her seat, Mu Ange felt the collective gaze of the assembly fixate upon her. The noble circle of the capital was relatively small. Although the Duke of Rong's household had fallen from grace, it still clung to the remnants of nobility, and those present were persons of considerable standing, all sufficiently acquainted with Mu Ange. Whether it be the audacious Mu Ange before her marriage, the one who insisted on marrying Shen Mohuai to the point of uproar, or the genteel and dignified Mu Ange post-marriage, she had perpetually been a topic of great interest within the circle.
Now,
the rumors of her impending divorce from Shen Mohuai had elevated her to the center of attention. Chapter 86. The enthusiastic admirer. I heard she is to be divorced by the war prince. Is that true? Surely not. She was so adamant about marrying His Highness the War Prince. I suspect it is he who wishes to divorce her. I concur with your assessment. What pride can a woman who has been married hold? If His Highness no longer desires her, how dare she mention divorce? It is utterly absurd. She went to great lengths to marry His Highness. Would she truly be willing to part ways with him? What a laugh! A throng of noblewomen, believing themselves to be whispering discreetly, remained oblivious to the fact that Mu Ange had heard every word. Unfazed by their chatter, she calmly surveyed the room and chose a quiet corner to sit. Accustomed to being the subject of scrutiny, she paid little mind to their idle gossip. However, trouble soon approached her. Mu Ange, I hear you are to be divorced by His Highness the War Prince? It seems your retribution has finally arrived. A voice laced with mockery reached her ears. Mu Ange lifted her gaze, her expression unperturbed. What does my fate have to do with you? Do you need to come here to pontificate? Perhaps you should first consider whether your own affairs are in order. The speaker was Yan Qingyan, a young lady from the Marquis of Zhongyong's household and a fervent admirer of Shen Mohuai. Yet, her admiration stemmed not from affection, but from respect for his prowess in battle. To Yan Qingyan, Shen Mohuai was akin to a celestial being, far too elevated for mere mortals. Thus, when Mu Ange stubbornly insisted on marrying him, Yan Qingyan viewed her as a blight, dragging him into the mundane world and tainting his purity. For years, their enmity had been well known in the capital. What indiscretion have I committed?
Mu Ange retorted,
Her tone sharp. Yan Qingyan glared at her, internally perturbed. Could it be that Mu Ange had uncovered that secret? Yet, there had been no witnesses, and the matter had not escalated. How could Mu Ange possibly know? While Yan Qingyan pondered, Mu Ange, with a slight smile, remarked, You called me shameless for pursuing His Highness the War Prince, yet you willingly intercepted the newly minted scholar, Yan Zhen's confession.
How do you justify that?
Yan Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly gasping. How did you know? She glanced around, noting that many feigned indifference while straining to hear their exchange. Fortunately, Mu and had chosen a secluded corner, and their conversation had not been loud enough for anyone to grasp the specifics. How did you learn of this?
Who told you?
Yan Qingyan demanded, her voice laced with tension. Mu and smirked. Does it matter how I found out? What's important is that I possess knowledge of your secret, your leverage. Though Yan Qingyan had often sought to trouble Mu Ange, she was generally forthright and honorable in her conduct. For instance, her disdain for Mu Ange stemmed from the belief that she sullied Shen Mohuai's sanctity, and she expressed her feelings openly, unlike those who would smile while harboring malice. In contrast to such duplicitous individuals, Yan Qingyan's straightforward nature was, in fact, rather endearing. What are you really after by bringing this up? Are you attempting to threaten me? Yan Qingyan seethed, lowering her voice. Had she not feared escalation, she would not have kept her tones so restrained. I do have a task I wish for you to accomplish, but judging by your demeanor, I wonder if you are capable of fulfilling it, Mu Ange remarked. Her disdain evident. Yan Qingyan's hair nearly bristled with indignation. What do you want? I refuse to believe I cannot accomplish it. If I fail, then I am your servant. Now it was Mu Ange's turn to be speechless. This girl was incredibly easy to provoke, falling into her trap with mere words. The audacity of her claims would surely lead to her downfall. In hushed tones, Mu Ange divulged a few words. Yan Qingyan regarded her as if she were unhinged. Meanwhile, onlookers observed the two, who moments ago were engaged in a fiery exchange, now seemed unable to contain their anger, culminating in a physical altercation. The situation escalated rapidly. Both young women were skilled in martial arts, and their brawl was far from the typical hair-pulling of ladies. As they clashed, they overturned tables, sending fruits flying and inadvertently involving bystanders. A cacophony of screams erupted from the noble women, who hastily retreated in chaos. Chapter 87. A Fight for Shen Mohuai. Are you out of your mind? After finally catching me on a misstep, you wish to engage me in a brawl? Yan Qingyan hissed, her voice low amidst the uproar. Genuinely perplexed, Yan Qingyan struggled to comprehend Mu Ange's motives. Given their well-known animosity, a fight seemed a natural course of action. Why waste an opportunity for leverage? In their circles, a secret was a powerful tool that demanded careful handling, not something to be squandered lightly. Realizing the implications, Yan Qingyan's wariness heightened.
Mu Ange.
You cannot be serious. Are you planning to renege on your word and use the secret to coerce me into doing your bidding? As she spoke, her grip tightened. If Mu Ange truly harbored such intentions, she could seize this moment to eliminate her rival. Rest assured, I stand by my word. If you agree to this duel, I shall never bring up this matter again. I promise to bury it deep within, Mu Ange assured her. Mu Ange skillfully continued to counter the barrage of questions from Yan Qingyan, finding her incessant inquiries somewhat irksome, and responded with an impassive acknowledgement. Her intent was never truly to engage Yan Qingyan, yet she required her cooperation to perform a charade. Otherwise, she would have been disinclined to converse with someone as muddled as Yan Qingyan. With Mu Ange's words, Yan Qingyan felt reassured, yet she still threatened. Mu Ange, remember what you said. If you dare deceive me, I shall have my brother deal with you. And mind you, today you are the one seeking a fight. Should you lose and I hurt you, do not come crying to me. Just bring it on and don't weep later. I disdain such theatrics, Mu Ange retorted. While it was true that Yan Qingyan had practiced martial arts, her skills were merely ornamental. She might manage against a couple of ordinary opponents, but she was no match for Mu Ange, who barely ranked among second-tier martial artists. Stung by Mu Ange's disdainful demeanor, Yan Qingyan intensified her assault, gritting her teeth and vowing to teach Mu Ange a lesson. Unfazed, Mu Ange deftly dismantled her attacks, her gaze discreetly scanning the surroundings. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the master of the Rong Guogong mansion. As the guest of honor for today's birthday banquet, Zhao Xiyan hurried to the scene. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene of overturned tables, scattered fruits, and pastries due to the altercation between Mu Ange and Yan Qingyan, she nearly lost her composure in fury. Striving to maintain her composure, she forced herself to shout, "Sisters, can we not resolve this peacefully? Must we resort to violence? This is nothing but a farce for all to witness. Please, Cease this, and let us speak properly. Zhao Xiyan's voice grew hoarse from her efforts, feeling as though she might lose her voice altogether.
Hey.
Has the Zhao family arrived? Should we stop? Yan inquired. After such a prolonged bout, she realized that her martial prowess paled in comparison to Mu and Goes, who had clearly been holding back. Recognizing the futility of continuing, Yan felt her enthusiasm waning, now merely playing the role of a supporting character in Mu and Ji's performance. I will halt only when I choose. Mu and Go replied coolly. Yan shrugged, having no objections, as she was acutely aware of the leverage Mu and Go held over her. Yet, even in her passive role, Yan was not entirely devoid of gain. She diligently observed Mu and Ji's techniques, hoping to glean some knowledge. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiyan, nearly boiling over with frustration from her futile attempts to intervene, was finally calmed by her mother, Zhao Zhongshi, who arrived at the scene just in time to prevent her daughter from losing her temper. Enough shouting. Send someone to the male guest area to summon the lord and the elders of these two young ladies. If this continues, the entire birthday banquet will be ruined, Zhao Zhongshi stated with composure. Today was not Zhao Xiyan's coming-of-age ceremony, which would have been marked by solemnity. However, for Zhao Xiyan, this birthday celebration was of utmost importance and could not afford to fail. Now 18, Zhao Xiyan had faced various scrutiny from the Rong Guogong mansion, all aimed at securing a suitable match for her. Yet, as she aged, her prospects dwindled, and the families deemed acceptable by the Rong Guogong became even fewer. Thus, today's banquet was essential. It had to succeed to avoid jeopardizing her future marriage. News soon reached the Rong Guogong of the commotion involving the young lady of the Zhongyong mansion, Yan, and the princess of the Battle King's residence, who were embroiled in a fierce altercation in the female guest area, creating a scandal that could not be contained. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Rong Guogong promptly instructed his servants to fetch the newly appointed Zhongyong Yan Jian, the Battle King, Shen Mohuai, and the Battle King's elder brother, Mu Chen. When Shen Mohuai and the others were summoned before the Rong Guogong, they were puzzled, unsure of the reason for their assembly. These three young gentlemen, all of similar age, were distinguished figures, admired for their stature, appearance, and lineage, qualities that placed them above their peers. Not only did they possess remarkable family backgrounds, but each was also exceptionally talented, standing as the pinnacle among their contemporaries. As they stood before the Rong Guogong, he marveled at their exceptional demeanor. If only his own wayward son had half their charm, he would not be so troubled about the future of the Rong Guogong mansion. May I inquire why you have summoned us? Yan Jian finally asked, taking the initiative. It was not impatience that drove him to speak, but rather the need to break the silence among the others. Shen Mohuai was notoriously aloof and taciturn. Getting him to speak voluntarily was nearly impossible. As for Mu Chen, the eldest son of the esteemed Mu family, who had entered the Hanlin Academy at a young age and was reputed for his exceptional abilities, he was equally unlikely to voice an inquiry. After considering the circumstances, Yan Jian concluded that he was the most suitable person to pose the question. It seems my wife has informed me that the sister of Zhongyong and the princess of the Battle King have engaged in a brawl amongst the female guests, causing quite the uproar. Since I cannot intervene directly, I have summoned you three to see if you might persuade them to cease their fighting. They are fighting? The trio exclaimed in unison, then promptly added, lead the way, your lordship. With that, they exchanged glances before returning their focus to the task at hand. The Rong Guogong said nothing further and led the three towards the female guest area. The separation between the male and female guest areas was considerable, and by the time they arrived, the chaos wrought by Mu and Ge and Yan had already left much of the area in shambles. As they stepped into the courtyard, a teacup unexpectedly hurtled towards the Rong Guogong. Startled, he widened his eyes, his mouth agape in shock, rendered speechless by the sudden danger. Shen Mohuai, expressionless, caught the teacup deftly, sparing the Rong Guogong from harm. Relieved, the Rong Guogong exhaled deeply and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Shen Mohuai. Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I might have suffered a grievous injury today. While the Rong Guogong was relieved, he was also filled with indignation. The sight of the disarray in the courtyard only intensified his ire. How could guests wreak such havoc during a banquet meant for celebration? This was utterly uncouth and unacceptable. With his anger simmering, Shen Mohuai remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the two combatants engaged in their duel in the nearby pavilion. Yan, clad in a fitted outfit that allowed for swift movement, struck with fierce precision, targeting Mu and Ji's vulnerabilities. In contrast, Mu and Ge, adorned in a flowing pale yellow gown with wide sleeves, moved gracefully, her attire swirling elegantly with each gesture. The voluminous sleeves, which ostensibly hindered movement, were cunningly employed by her to obscure Yan Qingyan's line of sight and impede her actions. Having crossed swords with Mu Engi before, he immediately discerned that she was not exerting her full strength at that moment. Were she to unleash her full capabilities, it would take but 3 moves to subdue Yan Qingyan. Yet the chaotic scene, resembling the aftermath of a fierce battle, unmistakably indicated the intensity of their earlier confrontation. The fact that a seemingly easy opponent had deliberately prolonged the fight and even wreaked havoc upon the banquet setting could only suggest that she was acting with intent. Before Shen Mohuai could unravel Mu Engi's motivations, he heard Yan Jian softly warn, "Sister, be careful." Almost instantaneously, as her words fell, Mu Engi struck Yan Qingyan's shoulder with a palm, sending her flying backward. Alarmed, Yan Jian rushed forward, catching Yan Qingyan in her arms as she descended. "Sister, are you all right? Are you hurt? Does it hurt? Are you fine?" she inquired anxiously upon landing. "What the hell? Mu Engi, are you a lunatic?" Yan Qingyan snapped, regaining her senses after being knocked back. She had long recognized Mu Engi's superiority in their skirmishes and even harbored the audacity to learn from her techniques. However, she had not anticipated Mu Engi's prowess to be so formidable. The force of Mu Engi's strike felt less like an attack and more as though she had been propelled away, for she felt no pain from the impact. This required a high level of skill and control from the one delivering the blow. She had believed that her abilities were only a notch below Mu Engi's, but the reality was shockingly disparate. Yan Qingyan was astounded, while Mu Engi, with a flick of her sleeve, coldly addressed her, "Miss Yan, if you cannot learn to speak cleanly, I would have no qualms about stitching your mouth shut." Upon hearing Mu Engi's words, Yan Qingyan realized the charade was still ongoing. Recalling her prior agreement with Mu Engi, she could only comply and continue the act. "What is wrong with me? Was what I said earlier not true? You are the one with a guilty conscience. Otherwise, why would you lash out at me in anger?" Yan Qingyan glared at her. Their sudden altercation had unfolded without any prior arrangement, so Mu Engi was somewhat surprised that Yan Qingyan was able to counter her aggression. However, Yan Qingyan's cooperation was indeed ideal, alleviating many of Mu Engi's troubles. Mu Engi let out a cold laugh. "Do you think that because someone is protecting you, I would not dare to lay a hand on you?
You are not beyond my reach."
As she spoke, Mu Ongchen swiftly approached her, scanning Mu Engi's form with concern. "Sister, are you injured?" he inquired softly. Mu Engi, aware of her brother's worry, quickly shook her head. "No, rest assured, brother." Uncertain of what her sister had said to provoke the wrath of the princess consort of the War King, Yan Jian interjected, "Please, consort, temper your anger. I apologize on behalf of my sister for her actions." Yan Jian understood Yan Qingyan's tendencies, knowing she often instigated conflicts with Mu Engi. Today's incident was likely instigated by Yan Qingyan's provocations, thus, she would feign weakness. With time spent on this pretense, the Duke of Loyalty would do well to invest more effort in properly educating his sister. Otherwise, she will inevitably suffer due to her own words, Mu Engi stated bluntly. Her demeanor was impassive, revealing a reluctance to settle matters amicably. Currently, the Duke of Loyalty's household consisted solely of Yan Jian and Yan Qingyan. Though still bearing the title of a duke's family, they were among the declining nobility, their situation marginally better than that of the Earl of Rongwa. The advantageous aspect was Yan Jian's formidable capabilities, which could potentially restore the Duke of Loyalty's former glory. The downside, however, was the multitude of peculiar relatives that plagued the household, instilling a sense of dread. As a result, both Yan Jian and Yan Qingyan were adversely affected, having reached a marriageable age yet receiving no suitors. Lacking support from their maternal family, they were unable to forge advantageous alliances to bolster their own standing. Thus, their circumstances were dire. Yan Jian was protective of her sister. She could criticize Yan Qingyan, but she would not tolerate others doing so. Consequently, her expression cooled, and she said flatly, "How I choose to discipline my sister is not a matter for the princess consort to concern herself with. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs first. As for the reason behind your altercation with my sister, we shall set that aside for now. However, the fact that your brawl disrupted the birthday banquet of the Earl of Rongwa must be addressed. It is my suggestion that we each compensate half, and allow the Earl to continue the festivities. What say you, consort?" Since the Duke has proposed it, I have no objections. Let it be so, Mu Engi replied. Then turned to the Earl of Ronghua, who had nearly been struck by her earlier actions. She slightly inclined her body, her expression now composed. I apologize for the disruption caused to your banquet due to my momentary loss of control. I am willing to compensate accordingly. However, given the current chaos, it may take time to restore order. Perhaps we could temporarily relocate the female guests to the male section, partitioned by a curtain, for the time being? Instead of adopting an overbearing demeanor, Mu Engi maintained a gentle and calm attitude, offering to compensate while also proposing a solution, which alleviated some of the Earl's frustration. Initially troubled by how to accommodate the female guests, the Earl found Mu Engi's suggestion to be a splendid idea. He nodded slightly. The princess consort speaks wisely. We shall address the compensation after the birthday celebration. I will have someone prepare the male section to welcome the ladies. Subsequently, the Earl and his wife proactively apologized to the startled female guests and invited them to join the main hall alongside the male guests. The main hall was spacious enough to accommodate both genders, but due to the customary separation, a larger courtyard had been prepared for the female guests. Given the unforeseen incident, they had to make special arrangements. Although the men and women sat together, the curtain provided a semblance of propriety, having been shielded by her brother throughout. Yan Qingyan contemplated the resolution. Was Mu Engi's primary objective to mix the genders at the banquet? But what could be her motive? Yan Qingyan pondered, glancing at Mu Engi, whose calm demeanor revealed no hint of deviation. Under the Earl's direction, the main hall was swiftly restored, and the female guests were seated under the guidance of the Earl's wife. The birthday banquet commenced shortly thereafter, with the Earl and his wife delivering speeches. And guests quickly began to engage in toasts and pleasantries, as though the earlier commotion involving Mu Engi and Yan Qingyan had never transpired. Mu Engi, with a serene expression, sipped her fruit wine while her gaze remained fixed on Zhao Siyuan and her brother's movements. Noticing Zhao Siyuan rise to leave the banquet hall, she turned her gaze toward her brother, only to find him absent from his seat, which caused her heart to sink. Mu Engi had not anticipated that the tumult caused by the destruction of the female guest seating and the mingling of genders would not alter the Earl of Rongwa's intentions toward her brother. Was it their aim to strip her innocent brother of his innocence? How preposterous! With a derisive laugh, Mu Engi set down her glass and rose to leave. As she strolled outside, she feigned nonchalance, casting a furtive glance towards a certain spot in the male guest section. Having consumed some wine, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her eyes glistened with a misty allure. At first glance, her delicate face appeared both shy and timid, imbued with an enchanting innocence that evoked a sense of tender desire. It seemed as though she was searching for someone, yet her gaze lacked a definite target, inadvertently stirring the hearts of two men. Shen Mohuai squinted, observing Mu Engi's silhouette as it vanished alongside the servants of the Duke of Ronghua, his mind awash with thoughts. She clearly exhibited signs of inebriation, and following the Duke's entourage, one could only wonder if she would fall prey to the schemes of others. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Mohuai rose and stepped outside, assuring himself that his concern was not for her, but to prevent any misfortune that might tarnish his own reputation. After all, they had not been formally divorced. They remained husband and wife, and as the princess consort of the War King, any scandal would reflect poorly upon him. Once he had calmed his tumultuous emotions, Shen Mohuai found solace in the act of following her. Mu Engi, accompanied by a maid from the Duke's household, visited a cleansing chamber, instructing the maid to wait outside before discreetly escaping through another exit. As she circled back towards the corridor leading to the main banquet hall, she chanced upon a figure peering curiously from the nearby garden, seemingly searching for something. Leaning against a pillar, she closed her eyes, pretending to be inebriated. Just before closing her eyes, she deliberately ticked a stone into the bushes, creating a sound that startled a man nearby. Upon witnessing Mu Engi's profile, the man hastened towards her. Mu Engi, at last, I have found you. Xiao Yichen spoke coldly, his voice laced with bitterness. His gaze fixated on Mu Engi's exquisite face, devoid of his usual greed and infatuation, now replaced with madness and resentment. It had been over a month since his injury. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the imperial physician, he had managed to preserve his manhood, avoiding the fate of being a eunuch. However, the stitches were uneven and grotesque, rendering him a shadow of his former self. The injury had left him impotent, causing him pain each morning, and he was now unable to indulge in the carnal pleasures he once relished. This was a devastating blow for someone like Xiao Yichen, who thrived on his conquests of women. In his frenzy, he sought the woman responsible for his plight, longing to capture her and subject her to torment, forcing her to wish for death. Yet, Zhao Deqing had shielded her too effectively. He could not locate the wretched woman. In his moments of impotent rage, he began to question the entire situation, initially believing it to be mere misfortune. However, as he delved deeper, he sensed an underlying conspiracy. This was no accident. It was a calculated scheme against him. Recalling the icy gaze of Shen Mohuai during the Yuan festival banquet, his first suspicion fell upon him. Yet, the meticulous execution of the plan left no trace for him to uncover. Xiao Yichen had already concluded that Shen Mohuai was behind this, seeking to avenge Mu Ange, especially since he had once taken advantage of her in Shen Mohuai's absence. Thus, when he learned that Mu Ange would attend the Duke's banquet, despite his lingering injuries, he forced himself to appear. Shen Mohuai, if you dare strike at me, I shall make you witness your woman being humiliated under another's embrace. With that, Xiao Yichen leaned in to embrace Mu Ange. As his hands made contact and her chin rested on his shoulder, she abruptly opened her eyes. In that instant, Xiao Yichen froze, collapsing to the ground. Shen Mohuai, poised to act from the shadows, tightened his grip on the concealed weapon, his gaze flickering at the unfolding scene. Had she orchestrated this? Mu Ange knelt beside Xiao Yichen, extracting a silver needle from the nape of his neck. Did you think you could scheme against me? Not in this lifetime, she remarked coolly. After retrieving the needle, she produced a box of ointment, applying it to the spot where the needle had pricked him. Soon, the marks would vanish entirely. Completing her task, Mu Ange secured the ointment and hoisted Xiao Yichen onto her shoulder, hastening towards a side path. Shen Mohuai silently followed, intrigued by her intentions. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiyuan had arrived at the designated guest quarters prepared for those who had indulged in drink or required a moment to refresh their appearance. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of Mu Anqin, flushed and unconscious on the bed, causing her cheeks to redden. Mu Anqin, with his striking features, had long been her dream lover, and now that she was on the verge of obtaining him, her excitement was palpable. Zhao Xiyuan's brother, Zhao Xiyuan, awaited her anxiously, his face lighting up as he saw her. "Sister, you've finally arrived," he exclaimed in a hushed tone. "Brother, keep your voice down. What if you wake him?" Zhao Xiyuan chided softly. "Fear not, he is utterly inebriated and will not awaken," Zhao Xiyuan assured her, grinning. "Is that truly the case?" Zhao Xiyuan questioned, her concern evident. Although she wished to ensnare Mu Anqin in such a scheme to marry him, she was apprehensive about him discovering her plot, fearing his displeasure. Indeed, when he first began drinking, he was cautious and attempted to leave, but I detained him and poured 2 more glasses down his throat. The potency of the concoction will ensure he remains unconscious. Even if he senses something amiss, it matters not. Once he awakens, the deed will be done. You need only weep. I, along with our parents, will handle the rest. Thank you, brother, Zhao Xiyuan whispered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although she was a maiden, the machinations she was part of filled her with both shame and unease. I shall proceed ahead to avoid raising suspicion among friends. You must keep a tight rein. Mother will be bringing people shortly, Zhao Xiyuan instructed hastily before departing. He could dismiss Mu Anqin's potential awareness of the situation, but he could not afford to slip up in front of others. One must enact the entire performance flawlessly. What outsiders thought or suspected was inconsequential. But if caught in a compromising position, it would spell disaster. Without concrete evidence, even if Mu Anqin held suspicions, they would be futile. He would have to swallow this humiliation in silence. However, should evidence arise, the Xiao family and Mu Anqin could deny the events, sacrificing Zhao Xiyuan's virtue in the process, leading to a disastrous outcome that he could not allow. Seeing her brother hastily depart left Zhao Xiyuan blushing furiously. After dispatching a maid to wait outside, she tiptoed towards the bed. Sitting at the bedside, Zhao Xiyuan reached out with an expression of infatuation to touch Mu Anqin's face. However, just as she was about to make contact, her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and she collapsed onto Mu Anqin. Despite being struck, Mu Anqin lay on the bed, utterly oblivious, a testament to the potent drugs administered to him by the Zhao family in their quest for success. Mu Anguo first lifted Zhao Xiyuan off her brother, and then tossed the unconscious Xiao Yichen aside onto the bed. He was surprisingly heavy.
Mu Anguo adustet her shoulders.
Muttering in annoyance, the large bed now felt crowded with 3 bodies. After her brief complaint, Mu Anguo wasted no time and knelt beside the bed, Intent on disrobing Xiaoyichen. She aimed to strip him completely, but when she reached his undergarments, she hesitated. As a young maiden herself, she had yet to behold a man in such a state and had no desire to offer her first glimpse to someone like Xiaoyichen, whom she deemed unworthy. Instead, Muonghua shifted her focus to Zhao Xiyuan. With Zhao Xiyuan, Muonghua held no reservations and swiftly stripped her bare. Although both were women, Muonghua felt no remorse for her actions against Zhao Xiyuan. The events of the day were orchestrated by the Zhao family, and Zhao Xiyuan had consented to their schemes. She was merely replacing the male protagonist in Zhao Xiyuan's narrative. There was no reason for her to feel guilty. In her previous life, her brother's reputation had been ruined due to their machinations. He had suffered exile and, later, during her imprisonment, she learned from Xia Wanyang that her brother had been unable to hold his head high, becoming a subject of ridicule and a cautionary tale. Consequently, he had never been able to marry a good woman and enjoy a harmonious life. Why should such a noble person as her brother suffer a tragic fate because of the Zhao family's selfishness? If fate were to exact retribution, let it fall upon her instead. As long as she could alter her beloved family's destiny in the slightest, she would face any consequences without qualm. After stripping Zhao Xiyuan, Muonghua administered 2 pills to both her and Xiaoyichen. Once her tasks were complete, she grasped Muonchen, preparing to carry him away. Though Muonchen had been unconscious with his eyes tightly shut as she seized his arm, he suddenly gripped her wrist with surprising force. Chapter 92. Rewriting Brother's Tragedy. Muonghua thought Muonchen had awakened and softly called out, "Brother, it's me." However, he appeared not to hear her. His eyes wide and bloodshot, clouded with confusion. He rasped, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" At that moment, Muonchen was thoroughly disoriented from the effects of the drug. It could be said that he was entirely unconscious. The fact that he could reach out to grasp Muonghua and utter a question was a testament to his formidable willpower struggling against the drug's influence. This act of reaching out was his final instinctive attempt to protect himself, the only action he could muster. Seeing this, Muonghua's heart ached. Her brother, such a good man, had been ruined by Zhao Xiyuan and her ilk in her previous life, and the thought of it incensed her. Her gaze swept over the stripped Zhao Xiyuan, now lying beside Xiaoyichen, and her anger diminished somewhat. These 2 scoundrels were fated to be bound together. After the previous incident, Xiaoyichen was already diminished. Although the imperial physician had managed to stitch him up, preserving his appearance, his capabilities were compromised. After administering the drug today, and with Zhao Xiyuan's further torment, he would likely lose even his semblance of masculinity. Without that part of him, Xiaoyichen would surely descend into madness, and Zhao Xiyuan would ultimately face the consequences of marrying him, enduring various torments. The thought of these 2 adversaries finding themselves together, potentially causing each other unrest for the rest of their lives, brought a sense of relief to Muonghua. She leaned closer, gently applying pressure to Muonchen's acupoints to soothe him. In a soft voice, she reassured him, "Brother, do not fear. It is I, Gij. With Gij here, no one can bully you." Perhaps Muonghua's voice provided some solace to Muonchen, or perhaps her acupressure technique calmed him, but he eventually relaxed. He released his grip on her wrist, his wide eyes closing as he fell back into a tranquil slumber. While she had hefted Xiaoyichen, Muonghua was far more gentle with Muonchen, choosing to carry him on her back instead. His towering figure loomed over her. Even though she was considered tall among women, she was nearly obscured by him, with only her legs visible. Muonghua disappeared from the room, carrying Muonchen to a secluded spot in the garden, a place where guests could rest after a lavish feast. Since recalling the incident involving Muonchen at the Duke of Rong's residence, she had been devising a plan. Over the past few days, she had stealthily infiltrated the Duke's estate, eavesdropping on their gatherings and discovering the layout of the premises, including the main hall for banquets and the garden for guests' leisure. To facilitate her actions, she had meticulously familiarized herself with the estate's geography, crafting the most impeccable rescue plan and route. Subsequently, she devised a way for Xiaoyichen to associate his near castration with Shen Mohuai, while also hinting at her intention to attend the Duke's banquet. Had Shen Mohuai chosen to divorce her directly, Xiaoyichen might have redirected his anger toward him, never considering her as a target. However, Shen Mohuai's reluctance to part ways with her created the illusion that she held significant importance in his life. Based on her understanding of Xiaoyichen, it was certain that he would not miss the opportunity for revenge. He would undoubtedly embark on this journey bearing wounds, all in a bid to retaliate against her and cause Shen Mohuai pain as well. She was aware that Shen Mohuai harbored no feelings for her, but Xiao Yichen remained oblivious to this fact. Thus, her elaborate scheme had been set into motion, meticulously calculating every individual involved. Her plan was not particularly sophisticated. It merely capitalized on her prior knowledge of the outcome, allowing her to ensnare everyone in her web. Before executing her plans, Mu Ange had been strung taut with anxiety. She feared that any misstep or unforeseen variable could alter her fate, leading her elder brother to repeat the mistakes of his past life. Yet, as she gazed upon her elder brother, languidly resting against the pavilion's column, his complexion flushed and eyes closed, Mu Ange could not help but smile. Her brother was undeniably handsome. Regardless of circumstances, he remained the most striking figure. Chapter 93. As long as she is happy. When Mu Anchen opened his eyes again, he was met with the sight of Mu Ange's smiling face. "Sister, how is it you?" he asked, momentarily taken aback and puzzled. He recalled that just before losing consciousness, he had been with Zhao Sihua. At that moment, a heavy sensation weighed upon his chest. The world around him spun, and his consciousness began to fade. He had sensed that something was amiss. His surprise and anger flared as he realized that Zhao Sihua had dared to drug him during a banquet within his own residence. He was uncertain of what would transpire after he was rendered unconscious, but he had braced himself to confront the loss of his dignity, only to awaken and find a sister by his side. "Who else would it be, dear brother?" Mu Ange replied with a playful smile, before adding, "Drink some water slowly. You might still have a tough battle ahead." Mu Anchen obediently accepted water from her hand. "What exactly happened?" he inquired after quenching his thirst. Mu Ange succinctly recounted the events. She explained how, upon discovering his absence, she set out to find him and inadvertently overheard Zhao Siyuan and her confidant plotting against him. She had stealthily followed them to the guest room, where she incapacitated Zhao Siyuan, who intended to harm him. The esteemed Duke of Rong's household had sunk to such treacherous depths, and Mu Anchen was livid, his expression darkening. A man typically refined and composed, he found himself at a loss for words, his handsome visage flushed with indignation. "This is utterly disgusting, morally reprehensible, and shameless," he thought, staring in disbelief at his sister, who seemed to express her outrage without hesitation. "Brother, if you feel embarrassed to curse, allow me to do so for you. It feels quite refreshing, doesn't it?" Mu Ange teased after delivering her scathing remarks. Mu Anchen instinctively nodded, then cleared his throat, saying, "Sister, as a lady, it would be best to refrain from such coarse language in the future. If others were to hear, they might speak ill of you. Would you disapprove of me for that?" Mu Ange tilted her head in inquiry. "Of course not," he replied without a moment's hesitation. Though he added with a hint of resignation, "It is merely that public opinion can be formidable. What others say does not matter, as long as our family does not disdain you." Mu Ange beamed with delight, knowing that her brother would unconditionally indulge her. After a moment of rest, Mu Anchen suggested, "Let us return to the main hall to avoid any tricks from the Duke of Rong's household." "It is too late, brother. Those who were sent to catch us should have already arrived," Mu Ange replied, twirling the jade bracelet on her wrist with a smile. Mu Anchen frowned and then remarked nonchalantly, "Very well. Since we were not caught in the act, they cannot implicate me." Mu Ange chuckled at the thought of the chaos that must have ensued in the guest room. "Indeed, they cannot blame you. If anyone bears responsibility, it will fall on Xiao Yichen." "Fourth sister, I have finally found you," came a cheerful voice belonging to the 15th prince, Xiao Qiyun, drawing the attention of the siblings. With Half-Summer standing behind Mu Ange and signaling that all was going smoothly, Xiao Qiyun approached. Despite his lingering fatigue, Mu Anchen rose to greet him respectfully. "Your Highness, it is good to see you." "No need for such formalities. Please take a seat." Xiao Qiyun waved his hand casually, pulling Mu Ange down beside him. "Fourth sister, you are quite elusive. I have been searching for you all afternoon. Were we not seated together? How could you not find me?" Mu Ange responded with a laugh.
"Well,
before we were seated together, I attempted to sneak over to the ladies' section to find you, but I nearly got lost. By the time I returned to the main hall, you had vanished," Xiao Qiyun explained, his eyes darting around, looking somewhat sheepish. "Fortunately, Half-Summer found me, or else I would still be searching for you," he added with a pout. Mu Ange sighed in exasperation. "You are 12 years old now. Why are you still so mischievous? How could you wander into the ladies' section? If discovered, it would only earn you a reputation for disrespecting propriety. Imagine the trouble you would face from His Majesty." Xiao Qiyun sighed dramatically like an adult. I had no choice. The men's section was dreadfully dull, and fourth brother is as entertaining as a stone. I simply could not endure it any longer. Which is why I thought to sneak over to find you. Xiao Qiyun, it seems you are courting trouble, a cold voice interjected, startling Xiao Qiyun into a rigid stance, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 94. Why the shift from affection to hostility? How could fourth brother be here? Xiao Qiyun wondered, filled with trepidation at the thought of facing punishment for his earlier remarks. He cast a pleading glance at Mu Ange. Mu Ange had not anticipated Shen Mohuai's arrival and felt her smile fade upon seeing him approach. From a distance, he had observed her engaging in light-hearted banter with Xiao Qiyun. The moment he arrived, her demeanor shifted, and she frowned. What was his interpretation of her behavior? Was she so averse to him that she would smile at the young prince while turning coldly towards him? Fourth brother, what brings you here? Did you come specifically to find me? Xiao Qiyun asked, adopting a look that seemed to plead for rescue, while turning to Shen Mohuai, who wore an expression of feigned innocence. How else would I know how you have been tarnishing my reputation behind my back? Shen Mohuai retorted coldly. Fourth brother, as long as I am with fourth sister, I will be fine. There is no need for you to come searching for me. If you wish to engage in drinking and socializing, please go ahead. I will be perfectly safe, Xiao Qiyun continued, ignoring Shen Mohuai's words and speaking for himself. The art of evasion displayed by Guzwa made Shen Mohuai almost laugh in exasperation. At this moment, everyone had stepped out for a breath of fresh air. Whom did he expect her to drink with? As Shen Mohuai uttered these words, a gaze laden with meaning fell upon Mu Ange. Mu Ange was bewildered by his scrutiny, yet she remained silent. Aside from the matter of divorce, she wished to say nothing further to Shen Mohuai. As for vengeance and other matters related to him, those could be executed discreetly, without engaging in direct confrontation. At this juncture, Shen Mohuai pondered how precisely Mu Ange timed her actions. She had perfectly synchronized her movements with the moment when the female guests wandered into the garden for leisurely strolls and conversations, while she conversed with Xiao Shi and her brother in the pavilion. Any guests arriving at that entrance would easily spot them. Thus, all who had visited the garden would become witnesses to the absence of the two siblings. Consequently, when the Duke of Ronggua's people attempted to cast blame upon Mu Anchuan, they would find it futile. After all, there were guests who had seen Mu Anchuan impeccably dressed, while Zhao Xiyuan was entangled with Xiao Yichen in a disheveled state. And anyone with discernment would swiftly grasp the implication, ensuring that Mu Anchuan could not be held accountable. It seemed she had meticulously orchestrated the entire affair. Xiao Qiyun, upon hearing this, could only twitch his lips in dismay, feeling utterly unfortunate. Why had the intermission arrived so soon? It was truly disastrous for him. His eyes darted around, and when he noticed the crowd nearby suddenly stir and surge in one direction, a glimmer of excitement sparked within him. What was happening over there? It seemed there was a spectacle to behold. Fourth brother, shall we go to witness the commotion? His instinctive response of I shall not go was nearly on his lips. Yet upon catching a glimpse of Mu Ange's gaze frequently sweeping over that direction, Shen Mohuai instinctively swallowed his words. She had meticulously orchestrated this performance, and naturally, she would wish to witness its culmination. If he chose not to accompany her, he would miss out on much of the unfolding drama. Fourth brother, being aloof, has never favored such gatherings. I shall not press you. Fourth sister-in-law, let us go watch the spectacle, Xiao Qiyun declared, pulling Mu Ange toward the throng. Prince Shi, do slow down. This is rather unbecoming. And what of my elder brother? Wait for a moment. Mu Ange called out in a flurry. Elder brother, do hurry up. If this continues, we shall miss this spectacle. Her voice was filled with a blend of urgency and affection, exuding warmth and ease. Yet, directed at him, she adopted an icy demeanor, filled with vigilance and wariness, as if guarding against an adversary. He could not fathom how he had transitioned from being the object of her affection to becoming her adversary. Shen Mohuai, reflecting upon this, narrowed his eyes slightly, suppressing all feelings of displeasure and dissatisfaction. Your Highness, the Prince of War, is at leisure. I shall take my leave first. Mu Anchuan bowed to Shen Mohuai before hastening to catch up with the two. Your Highness, Princess, do mind your steps. Be cautious not to fall. As he walked, Mu Anchuan called out, his voice tinged with urgency. Brother, do hurry. At this pace, we shall miss the show. Mu Ange shouted without looking back. Her voice reached Shen Mohuai's ears, prompting an involuntary scoff from him. What a little rascal she was. Indeed, a rascal, Shen Mohuai murmured to himself, taking leisurely strides to follow. His long legs allowed him to match Xiao Qiyun's pace, appearing to amble, yet keeping a close distance without falling behind. Xiao Qiyun and Mu Ange raced ahead, glancing back at Shen Mohuai before quickly averting their gazes. You frighten me. I thought fourth brother was about to spank me in public. Xiao Qiyun whispered, hand pressed against his chest. Seeing this, Mu Ange couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you supposed to be fearless? Why do you act like a mouse before a cat when he is near?
Besides,
Weren't you saying how protective he is of you and how fond you are of him? Why the fear? Like is one thing, fear is another, Xiao Qiyun replied softly. But both emotions are directed toward the same person. Don't you find that curious? Mu Ange raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Not at all. My affection for fourth brother stems from the fact that he is the kindest among my siblings, never bullying me and always protecting me when others do. But fear. Xiao Qiyun instinctively lowered his voice. Fourth sister-in-law, don't you find his cold demeanor rather frightening? Mu Ange instinctively turned to glance at Shen Mohuai before nodding. Indeed. It can be quite intimidating. Though Shen Mohuai possessed striking features, his lack of a smile rendered him unapproachable, making one feel as if they owed him a considerable debt. How blind had she been to have once been infatuated with him? Yet, regardless of her past feelings, they did not hinder her current disdain. Was it not akin to Xiao Qiyun's simultaneous affection and fear of him? What use was striking beauty if one bore a cold expression? It was no wonder he struggled to find a spouse. Only fourth sister-in-law seemed unbothered and willing to marry him. Xiao Qiyun mused, then cautiously ventured, by the way, fourth sister-in-law, you have yet to inform me if the rumors about your divorce from fourth brother are true. Mu Ange replied coolly, they are indeed true. Xiao Qiyun's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. But fourth sister-in-law, didn't you say you cherished fourth brother? Willing to wait a lifetime for him to return your feelings? Why, there are many reasons. Primarily, I have grown weary, Mu Ange stated plainly. Shen Mohuai was akin to a stone, cold from the outside in, and no warmth could reach him. She had ample evidence from her past life to support this claim. Even if there were no blood feud between them, given a second chance at life, she would never again devote herself to him, loving him. That would be too exhausting. Love should be mutual. The fervor of one alone would inevitably lead to disappointment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiyun glanced at Shen Mohuai, his expression laced with sympathy. He had not anticipated fourth sister-in-law would truly abandon fourth brother. Given fourth brother's temperament, would he not end up lonely for life? Shen Mohuai felt puzzled by their exchanged glances. What mischief were these two plotting about him? Fourth sister-in-law, do you truly no longer harbor feelings for fourth brother? If you were to divorce him, what would become of me? Xiao Qiyun said, his eyes reddening with distress. Though he appeared to belong to a noble lineage, the stigma of his mother's lowly status cast a shadow over his birth, rendering it a source of shame. Having lost his mother at a young age, he endured much suffering and humiliation within the palace. The world outside was where he found solace, free from the burdens of court life, as he was shielded by fourth brother and fourth sister-in-law from harm. If fourth sister-in-law were to part ways with fourth brother, would she still treat him with the same kindness? Mu Ange, sensing his anxiety, reached out to tousle his hair, chuckling softly. What is there to fret about? Things will remain as they were. I may divorce your fourth brother, but the bond between you and me will not change. You can still come to the residence to find me when you leave the palace, and I will continue to take you out to play, protecting you in times of trouble. At that moment, I transformed from your fourth sister-in-law into your elder sister. Don't you think that brings us closer together? While Xiao Qiyun may harbor suspicions and engage in intrigue with others, he harbors complete trust in Mu and Ge. Upon hearing Mu and Ji's words, he felt as if whether she chose to stay married or not would not affect him. The only difference would be whether his fourth brother had a wife. He was indifferent to his fourth brother's marital status as long as the bond between him and Mu and Ge remained unchanged. Shen Mohuai remarked, I truly thank you. You heartless little creature. With this thought, Xiao Qiyun's mood lifted, and he cheerfully began to share recent happenings in the palace with Mu and Ge. Observing his swift return to happiness, Mu and Ge couldn't help but smile as well. As they conversed, the two had already made their way to the courtyard adjacent to the guest rooms, following the throng of people. Even at the entrance of the courtyard, they could hear heart-wrenching cries, furious rebukes, and the sounds of objects being smashed, accompanied by the hushed whispers of the crowd gathered around. The commotion was palpable. Without needing to squeeze in for a closer look, Muenge could vividly imagine the scene unfolding within. Casting a glance at the densely packed courtyard, Muenge felt slightly embarrassed. Typically, the noble women from affluent families looked down upon common women, believing that the latter were merely good for making a scene, stirring trouble, and gossiping. They even deemed that common women tarnished the reputation of their gender and were unworthy of existence in this world. Yet now, as these noble women crowded together to witness the spectacle, what distinguished them from the very women they scorned? Pondering this, Muenge gently tapped a young woman on the shoulder and inquired, "Dear sister, could you enlighten me about the happenings inside?" The girl turned to glance at her, not scrutinizing her closely, and with a gossiping expression replied, "You don't know." Muenge, feigning innocence, shook her head. "I just arrived with my younger brother, so I am unaware." "Oh, dear, you have arrived late. The commotion has already subsided. I'll tell you, it was quite the spectacle." The girl's eyes lit up, and she eagerly began to divulge the details. Chapter 96. As if present at the scene earlier. The elderly Princess Kong had indulged a bit too much at the banquet and, feeling slightly unwell, the Duchess of Rome led her to the guest room for a brief respite. Unexpectedly, as they entered the courtyard, they were met with sounds of intimacy from within, resulting in a most embarrassing situation. The Duchess of Rome immediately felt mortified, apologizing profusely to the elderly princess for the oversight in managing the servants, which had sullied her ears. She ordered someone to enter the room, intending to restrain the individuals involved and cover up the scandal. However, it turned out that the people inside were far from mere servants. They were individuals who could not be restrained, making it impossible to conceal the matter. "Do you know who was caught in the act?" the young girl asked with animated curiosity. Muenge observed the girl's lively demeanor and couldn't help but smile. "I do not know. Who is it? You wouldn't believe it. Inside, it's a young lady from the Duke of Rome's household and His Highness, the 9th Prince." The girl leaned closer, exclaiming, "The 9th Prince was infamous for his romantic escapades, but no one expected him to be so audacious as to engage in such behavior in the guest room of the Duke of Rome's estate during the birthday banquet of a young lady. Was he not trampling the dignity of the Duke's household?" At that moment, Muenge happened to approach and caught Muenge's eye. He was aware of Zhao Xiyuan's presence, but was taken aback to learn that the 9th Prince was also involved and had indeed been entangled with Zhao Xiyuan. Given the situation, the Duke's household could hardly lay blame at his feet. Yet, was the connection between Zhao Xiyuan and the 9th Prince merely coincidental? Muenge feigned astonishment. "Really? That is utterly outrageous." "Oh, but it gets even more outrageous. Would you like to hear?" the girl asked gleefully. Muenge nodded eagerly. "Yes, please share." Her enthusiasm delighted the girl, who immediately recounted, "I heard that when the servants entered, they discovered both individuals were not to be trifled with, so they hurriedly reported the matter to the Duchess of Rome, inquiring how to handle it. However, before the Duchess could respond, the elderly Princess Kong, unable to resist her curiosity, rushed in to witness the unfolding drama. Given her age and status, the Duchess of Rome could not prevent her, resulting in the 9th Prince and Zhao Xiyuan being caught red-handed. Rumor has it that when they entered, neither of them was covered by a blanket and were exposed for all to see. Muenge felt her ears flush with embarrassment. Although she was married, she had never encountered such a scandalous affair. "Dear lady, such sordid matters are best left unspoken, lest we tarnish our dignity," Muenge interjected gently. Despite his calm demeanor, he too felt his ears warming. Though he had yet to marry and had not engaged in intimate gestures with a lady, he had certainly heard enough tales of romantic escapades from his peers to conjure vivid images in his mind. Tung Huan, observing the awkward interaction between the two, could not contain her amusement, especially the man, who, with his handsome features and innocent demeanor, blushed like a lamb. Truly charming. "You want to let me speak? Then I shall speak anyway." Tung Huan stuck her tongue out at Muenge and proceeded to continue her gossip. "I must tell you, the climax is yet to come. You'll regret not hearing it. Though, fair warning, some parts are quite disgusting. Do you wish to hear?" "Miss, we shall refrain from such lewd tales. There is nothing delightful about them," Muenge asserted firmly. Muenge glanced at him, then turned to Tung Huan. "Pray tell, what transpired next? What was so distasteful?" "Well, after the 9th Prince and Zhao Xiyuan realized someone had entered, they attempted to separate. In a moment of panic, the 9th Prince pulled away too forcefully, and it resulted in, well, let us just say it was quite a mess, with blood everywhere. As Tung Huan animatedly relayed the story, her gestures painted a vivid picture as if she had witnessed the events firsthand. Mu and Chen exchanged glances, both appalled. Indeed, that sounds rather revolting. Not just revolting, but gruesome, Mu and Chen muttered. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Tung Huan chuckled. I must return to see how the situation unfolds. If anything new happens, I shall come back to share. With that, she squeezed her petite frame into the throng of people. Mu and Chen leaned closer to Mu and whispered, Sister, could this be your doing? Absolutely not. How could you think so? Mu shook her head resolutely. She knew they could never admit to such a thing. Or it would drive her elder brother to madness. Behind them, Shen Mohuai cast a cool glance in their direction. A hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. What a little deceiver she was, lying without batting an eye. Chapter 97. The ninth prince's fragility. Mu sensed someone watching her and looked up to meet Shen Mohuai's gaze. Seeing the mockery in his eyes left her puzzled. However, she was disinterested in engaging with him and turned to Mu and Chen. Brother, what should we do now? Shall we continue to observe the spectacle? For the time being, this is the only way. The residence of the Duke of Rong is in chaos, and it would be unwise for us to leave prematurely.
Mu Chen murmured.
Primarily, he was the one being plotted against. If he were to depart first, the Duke's household would surely suspect him of wrongdoing, thinking that he was the one who led the ninth prince to the room. Although today's events could not be entirely divorced from him, he saw no need to create further turmoil at this critical juncture. Just then, Xiao Qian made a startling remark. So, has the ninth imperial brother become a eunuch? Muangwa quickly covered his mouth, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture of silence. Little 15, we cannot speak of this matter, do you understand? Xiao Qian, perceptive as he was, nodded slightly in understanding. Rest assured, fourth sister-in-law, I comprehend, and I promise not to speak recklessly. The surrounding crowd was in disarray, all engaged in their own discussions, and no one paid attention to their conversation, allowing Muangwa to finally relax. However, just as she released Xiao Qian, he spoke again with reckless abandon. The ninth imperial brother loves women most. If he has become a eunuch, won't he be utterly miserable?
Muangguo, Mu Chen,
and Shen Mohu exchanged silent glances, and it was Shen Mohu who finally silenced Xiao Qian with a stern warning. Little 15, utter another word, and I will have you sent back to the palace. Xiao Qian promptly fell silent. Before long, the Duke of Rong and Zhao Sihua were summoned by the servants. Although the female guests had dispersed to allow the male guests to converse and relax in the garden, contrary to Shen Mohu's assertion, many acquaintances and those seeking to forge connections remained gathered, drinking together. Shen Mohu, impatient with such social gatherings and eager to be by Muangwa's side, had expressed his discontent. The news traveled more slowly among the male guests, and it was only now that the Duke of Rong and Zhao Sihua were called. They had been involved in the plot against Mu Chen, and the servant who delivered the news only mentioned that something had occurred without specifying the details, leading both to assume it concerned Mu Chen and Zhao Ziyan. Especially inebriated, Zhao Sihua felt immensely pleased. Regardless of Mu Chen's talents, youth, or the emperor's favor, he would ultimately be forced to become a son-in-law to their duke's household, contributing to their interests. As Zhao Sihua happily followed his father, he caught sight of someone familiar in the crowd. He glanced over, initially not paying it much mind, but when he realized who it was, he was struck with shock. He quickly turned and squeezed his way to the individual, his expression changing drastically, his voice rising in pitch. Mu Chen, weren't you inside? How could you be here? If you are here, then who is the man inside? Zhao Sihua, already somewhat dim-witted and tipsy, blurted out his thoughts without restraint. A cold glint flashed in Mu Chen's eyes, but he maintained a gentle smile. I had indulged a bit too much earlier and was merely in the garden to sober up, with my sister looking after me. What do you mean by that, Brother Zhao? I failed to comprehend. His polite demeanor remained unchanged, as if he were entirely oblivious to the plot against him. However, this only sent chills down Zhao Sihua's spine. The servant had previously reported that the young lady was in trouble, but had been vague, leading him to believe it was a prearranged message. Now that Mu Chen appeared perfectly well, who was the man in the room? Did Mu Chen simply substitute a random man for his escape? As Zhao Sihua contemplated this, his face paled, and he hurriedly turned to rush back into the courtyard. In his haste, he even shouted, "What are all you idle women crowding here for? Get out of my way." The courtyard was not only filled with married noblewomen but also many unmarried young ladies, who were left blushing and furious at his words. Zhao Sihua had effectively alienated a significant portion of the upper-class unmarried women in the capital, given his already tarnished reputation. Offending these noble women might jeopardize his own prospects for marriage. Upon entering the room, Zhao Sihua was taken aback by the scene before him. What on earth was happening? He grabbed a servant present in the room and demanded an explanation. The servant, having been there from the beginning and aware of all that transpired, quickly relayed the events. After hearing the account, Zhao Sihua was nearly rendered speechless. If they had not managed to ensnare Muanshan and, by some twist of fate, had paired Zhao Ziyan with the 9th prince, it would have been acceptable. After all, the 9th prince held a noble status, with a favored consort and a powerful maternal grandfather. If Zhao Ziyan were to become the 9th prince's consort, it would be advantageous for the duke's household. The trouble lay in the fact that the 9th prince's manhood had been compromised. It had broken during the act with Zhao Ziyan.
Now,
not only was the prospect of Zhao Ziyan marrying the 9th prince and elevating their status dashed, but the duke's household could also be blamed for the mishap, which would bring them considerable disgrace. Zhao Sihua was utterly perplexed. How could the 9th prince's member be so fragile, breaking with the slightest removal? Chapter 98. Fourth sister-in-law. Save me. Fourth brother is about to eat someone. The commotion resulting from the Duke of Rong's household was significant and could not be concealed. As the matter involved a prince, the duke's household dared not hide it and promptly relayed the news to the palace, seeking the emperor's intervention. Upon hearing that his son's manhood had been compromised, the emperor was taken aback and immediately dispatched the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau to the Duke of Rong's residence to assess whether any remedy could be found. The birthday banquet was undoubtedly cancelled, and the duke and his wife could only smile politely as they sent their guests away. Muangwa sat in the carriage, observing the addition of a large and small figure beside her, her expression indifferent. Fourth sister-in-law, are you unhappy? Do you resent having to share a carriage with me? Taking up your space? Xiao Qiyun, ever perceptive, noticed her cool demeanor and cautiously took her hand, anxiously inquiring. Seeing his little face filled with apprehension, Muangwa softened her expression. She gently flicked his forehead and said, "What are you thinking, child? You are so small. How much space do you occupy? I would be delighted to share a carriage with you. Why would I resent it? It's just that some people, knowing they take up space, still insist on tagging along, which is rather inconsiderate." Muangwa pouted as she spoke. Once Shen Mohuai entered the carriage, his gaze remained fixed on Muangwa. Upon hearing her words, a smirk crept onto his lips. After only a brief stay at her family home, she seemed to have grown quite proud, her disdain for him becoming more apparent. How amusing to see her so smug. If he didn't put her in her place, she might truly believe she could act as she pleased. Resolving to disregard Muangwa's subtle jibes, Shen Mohuai closed his eyes to rest. Xiao Qiyun, blissfully unaware, recognized that Muangwa bore no ill will toward him and immediately brightened, disregarding Shen Mohuai's presence as he candidly remarked, "Fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law says you take up space. Why not return to your own carriage?" Inside the carriage, the other 3 occupants, Muanshan had heard of the notorious reputation of the 15th prince. Known for his eccentricity and mischievous nature, coupled with a fierce temperament that particularly inclined him to bully others. However, after spending time together today, he found the prince to be refreshingly candid and charming, with a pure disposition. It was remarkable that such a good-hearted child had been maligned in such a way. It truly validated the wisdom of the ancients. Rumors are indeed untrustworthy. Upon hearing this, Muangwa nearly felt compelled to embrace Xiao Qiyun and plant a fervent kiss on his cheek. This younger brother was simply too adorable, so audacious in his speech. It would be splendid if he could make Shen Mohuai feel embarrassed enough to dismount from the carriage immediately. Muangwa's thoughts were delightful, but unfortunately, Shen Mohuai showed no inclination to cooperate. He opened his eyes, his cold gaze locking onto Xiao Qiyun, and with a slight parting of his thin lips, he remarked, "Xiao Qiyun, I see you're getting a bit too cheeky. Do you wish for this prince to teach you a lesson?" Xiao Qiyun dreaded Shen Mohuai calling him by his full name, as it signified the prince's irritation. Instinctively, he shrank back, seeking refuge beside Muangwa. "Fourth sister, save me. Fourth brother wants to punish me." Muangwa shot a glance at Shen Mohuai and smiled as she replied, "Your fourth brother is a renowned warrior. He would never stoop to bullying his own kin. You are merely overthinking it." Shen Mohuai, however, paid no heed to her words, narrowing his eyes as he watched Xiao Qiyun nestling against Muangwa's arm. In truth, it was merely that Xiao Qiyun was resting against her arm, Yet Shen Mohuai found it inexplicably irksome. He reached out toward Muangwa, who instinctively raised her hand in a defensive posture. To her surprise, Shen Mohuai seized Xiao Qiyun by the shoulder and pulled him beside himself, ceasing any further actions. Xiao Qiyun, you are already 12. You ought to understand the boundaries between men and women. Do not cling to your fourth sister so shamelessly. He felt it unjust that his wife could not be as close to him, yet this impudent boy could take advantage of her. After delivering his admonition, his gaze shifted to Muangwa, and he scoffed. Muangwa, what heinous act have I committed to warrant such wariness from you? I merely extended my hand, and you seem ready to defend yourself as if I were about to strike. What kind of terrible image did she hold of him in her mind that warranted such caution? Mu Anshin also noticed the discord in Muangwa's attitude toward Shen Mohuai. The stark contrast could not simply be dismissed with a casual remark about weariness. Yet, as her brother, he naturally sided with Muangwa, choosing to remain silent while observing everything unfold. When confronted by Shen Mohuai, Muangwa remained unfazed, her tone light as she remarked, Your Highness, the warrior king, is overly concerned. The suffering and trial she endured in her previous life, the torment her family had faced, and the painful sacrifices made, were they not all a result of his and Xia Wanyang's cruel actions? She had no desire to respond to such inquiries and preferred to ignore him. Xiao Qiyun could distinctly sense that after Muangwa's reply, the atmosphere around Shen Mohuai grew even colder. Fear gripped his heart, prompting him to cautiously inch closer to Muangwa. However, before he could move much, Shen Mohuai shot him a frigid glare. Stay put, or I will break your legs. Xiao Qiyun's eyes widened in terror, seeking help from Muangwa. Fourth sister, save me. Fourth brother looks like he might eat someone. Chapter 99. Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Having just had a disagreement, Muangwa truly wished to disregard Shen Mohuai. Yet, seeing Xiao Qiyun's pitiful expression, his little face nearly in tears, she could not bring herself to be unkind. 15th Prince, come sit beside me. Let us converse. Delighted. Xiao Qiyun eagerly moved to comply. Shen Mohuai, however, firmly grasped his shoulder. You may not go. Stay put. Xiao Qiyun's expression fell, the joy replaced by a frown. Your Highness, it is unbecoming to take out your frustrations on a child. Do you not feel it lacks grace?
Muangwa remarked, her brow furrowing.
This prince is merely a rough soldier, unaware of what grace entails, Shen Mohuai replied lazily. Muangwa felt a surge of irritation, nearly rolling her eyes. With a serious expression, she asked him, What would it take for you to permit Xiao 15 to come over to my side? Beg me, and I shall allow him to join you, Shen Mohuai replied with a teasing smile, seemingly aware of her vulnerabilities. Muangwa's demeanor turned icy, her gaze directed at Shen Mohuai growing increasingly frigid. At that moment, Xiao Qiyun, sensing the tension, suddenly became more composed, no longer casting her pitiful glances. Without needing Shen Mohuai's interference, he sat up straight. Fourth sister, I am fine here. Did you not just say you wanted to rest? You may lean and sleep. Do not mind me. Seeing him like this, Muangwa felt a pang of sympathy. Beside them, Mu Anshin gently suggested, Your Highness, the warrior king. If you care for the 15th prince, why must you provoke him so? Shen Mohuai ignored him, focusing solely on Muangwa, eager to see how she would respond. Would she truly lower herself to plead with him for Xiao 15? Their eyes met for a moment, after which Muangwa averted her gaze, lowering her voice to calmly state, What would you have me do, Your Highness? Should I kneel and beg or bow my head a few times before asking? Her tone was nonchalant, as though she held no regard for the humiliation such actions implied, or perhaps she simply did not consider Shen Mohuai worthy of her respect. Because of this indifference, even his attempts to belittle her became inconsequential. Shen Mohuai suddenly lost interest in maintaining their standoff. He tossed Xiao Qiyun towards her side with a dismissive scoff, finding the interaction boring, then leaned back against the carriage wall, closing his eyes to rest. Muangwa caught him amidst Xiao Qiyun's exclamations and settled him beside her. She looked at Shen Mohuai with confusion, unable to comprehend why he had relinquished his upper hand so abruptly. Little did she know, while she was willing to plead for the 15th prince, she was unwilling to engage in a proper conversation with him, which left Shen Mohuai feeling deeply frustrated, robbing him of any desire to engage in a verbal spar with her. The carriage soon arrived at the gate of the Xiang residence. Mu Anshin disembarked first, assisting Xiao Qiyun down, but as he reached for Muangwa, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Shen Mohuai grasped Muangwa's arm. Release me. Muangwa turned to Shen Mohuai, frowning. Your Highness, I have a few matters to discuss with my wife. Surely my brother-in-law would not be so unkind as to refuse? Shen Mohuai inquired, casting a cool glance at Muanshan. His voice was frigid yet imposing, asserting his status, while conveying an urgent pressure that signified his authority. Muangwa wished to avoid any confrontation between her brother and Shen Mohuai. Moreover, as long as she had not divorced Shen Mohuai, she would remain entangled in her fate with him, bearing the title of the warrior king's wife. She did not wish to involve her family in her personal matters. Therefore, surrendering her resistance, she offered a reassuring smile to Muanshan. Brother, you and Xiao 15 should return home and wait for me. I will join you once I have finished speaking with the warrior king. Fourth sister, Xiao Qian called out anxiously. Be good, Xiao 15. Go with my brother. Do not worry, your fourth brother is not a man-eater, Muangwa reassured him, though Xiao Qian whispered, but fourth brother looks like he could eat someone.
Muanshan,
Seeing that Muangong had made her decision, took Xiao Qian's hand and said, Then we shall return to the residence and await your arrival. Watching the two walk towards the manor, Muangong lowered the carriage curtain and turned her gaze to Shen Mohuai. If the Prince of War has something to say, now is the time. Muangong, come back to the palace with me. If your intention to divorce is merely a tactic to entice me, you have successfully piqued my interest. It is time to cease the charade. Continuing this farce serves no purpose. Shen Mohuai spoke with a calm demeanor, yet inwardly, he felt a sense of foreboding. Given her disposition, such words would likely only harden her resolve, and currently, she was genuinely steadfast, rather than pretending. Shen Mohuai was baffled by his own words, as they had driven the situation to its nadir. Indeed, upon hearing his remarks, Muangong let out a cold laugh and replied, Why not draft a divorce decree for me, your highness, and affix your name? Let us see whether I shall sign it, as if I were playing a game of entrapment. Chapter 100. That day shall never come. Shen Mohuai, initially irked at himself, found his anger redirected upon hearing her words. Muangong, you desire a divorce, yet I refuse to comply. Why should you dictate when to marry, or to divorce? I shall not yield to your whims. His disdain for the word divorce had doubled upon hearing it from her lips.
Muangong frowned.
Was it not true that you were forced into marriage with me, harboring a deep resentment? Why now, when you finally have the opportunity to rid yourself of me, do you hesitate? Logically, since Shen Mohuai was still in the phase of investigating her family, he should be inclined to divorce her. Yet, he was inexplicably resistant to the idea. Upon hearing her question, Shen Mohuai chuckled, his expression dripping with sarcasm. You fought tooth and nail to marry me. Yet now you insist on a divorce. Why the change? If you can transform, why can't I? His retort was bold, leaving Muangong momentarily speechless.
Indeed.
In her previous life, she had been ensnared by him, acting as his devoted follower. Her transformation stemmed from the painful experiences of her past. She refused to repeat foolish mistakes that could doom her and her family. But why did he not wish to part ways? Could it be that he, like her, was a reincarnated soul, cherishing the memories of her unwavering love? No, that was implausible. Setting aside the rarity of reincarnation, Shen Mohuai's demeanor and attitude did not suggest he had experienced such a phenomenon. If he had indeed been reborn, his focus would solely be on annihilating the Mu family, rather than hesitating to divorce her. Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, Muangong remarked, Since we hold differing views and cannot reach an agreement, let it be. Your Highness may release me now. I have stated that you shall return to the palace with me. Shen Mohuai replied with displeasure, perplexed by his own desire to keep her close. He wished to ensure her distance did not hinder his investigation into whether her blood could mitigate the poison within him. Thus, he insisted on bringing her back. Shen Mohuai found numerous justifications for his persistence, yet failed to realize he had unknowingly become ensnared. Yearning for her proximity without any substantial reasoning, merely for the sake of understanding her better. That is not possible. Muangong, losing her patience, coldly asserted, I absolutely refuse to return to the palace, and if I do, it shall be solely for the purpose of divorcing you. At her words, Shen Mohuai's expression grew even colder. The two exchanged unwavering glares, and Shen Mohuai's lips curled into a slight smile. If the princess does not wish for today's events at the Duke of Rong's residence to become common knowledge, it would be wise to obediently return with me. What are you talking about? I do not understand. Muangong feigned calmness, though her heart raced. What if I were to inform the ninth prince of everything? Shen Mohuai's smile brimmed with malice. The ninth prince, having suffered a complete loss due to today's events, should he discover that you orchestrated this? Would he not seek to kill you? If he were to act against you, could you guarantee your safety? Mu Onglong felt a chill run down her spine. Shen Mohuai's smile mirrored that of a devil. He observed her with a cold gaze, as if awaiting her submission, to return to his domain and accept his protection. Yet he was unaware that his protection was merely a poison that would lead her to ruin. Should the ninth prince learn the truth, she would only face obsession, hatred, and pursuit. At least then she could seek a path to survival. If she returned to his side, she would endanger her entire family. Thus, as Shen Mohuai believed he held the upper hand, Mu Onglong calmly stated, "My life is in my own hands. How I choose to survive is my own concern. And there is no need for the Prince of War to worry. As for what you wish to discuss with the ninth prince, feel free to do so. Your mouth is your own, and it has nothing to do with me. I reiterate, should I return to the palace, it will only be to divorce you. There shall be no other circumstance." With that, Mu Onglong lifted the carriage curtain, preparing to exit the carriage. Shen Mohuai, infuriated, raised his voice. "Mu Onglong, your stubbornness will surely lead to your regret one day." Ignoring him, Mu Onglong resolutely stepped away from the carriage.
Mu Onglong.
"There will come a day when you will plead for me to accept you back into the palace," Shen Mohuai declared, watching her retreating figure. Mu Onglong did not look back, coldly replying, "Rest assured, that day will never come in this lifetime." Seeing her depart without a backward glance, Shen Mohuai angrily slammed the carriage curtain. He sat in silence for a moment before calling for the driver to return to the palace. "Your Highness, this is the carriage of the Xiang residence. The carriage from the War Prince's residence is waiting not far off. Would you kindly move?" The driver outside cautiously suggested. Shen Mohuai, Chapter 101. Finding something for him to do. As Mu Onglong stepped through the gates of the Xiang residence, she spotted Mu Onchen and Xiao Qiyun waiting in the courtyard. Upon seeing her, Xiao Qiyun's eyes lit up as he rushed over to embrace her. "Sister-in-law, are you all right? Did fourth brother give you trouble?" His anxious demeanor softened Mu Onglong's heart, and she gently shook her head, smiling. "Do not worry, I am fine. He does not bite and did not trouble me." Xiao Qiyun scrutinized her expression, and seeing nothing amiss, he felt relieved. "That's good. I was worried fourth brother would be difficult with you. You such a clever little imp at your age, thinking so much. Be careful not to stunt your growth." Mu Onglong teased him. "How could I not grow tall? Sister-in-law, please do not scare me. I do not believe it." Xiao Qiyun replied, somewhat displeased. Despite his words, a hint of apprehension crossed his face, as if he genuinely feared the possibility. After a brief pause, Xiao Qiyun could no longer contain himself. "Father and my brothers are all quite tall. There's no reason I shouldn't be too, right?" The innocent and naive tone made Mu Engo unable to suppress a chuckle. A hint of mirth also flickered in Mu Onchuan's eyes. "Your Highness, do not heed the nonsense of the young lady. She is merely trying to frighten you," Mu Onchuan remarked. "Why does brother Mu call fourth sister Gage?" Xiao Qiyun inquired, feeling somewhat reassured yet puzzled. "It is a pet name given to me by my mother. Everyone in the family calls me that," Mu Engo explained. As it was Xiao Qiyun's first visit to the Xiang mansion, Mu Engo took him on a tour around the estate. Once Xiao Qiyun grew weary, she led him to Yushio Garden to rest. While enjoying the pastries prepared by Xia, Xiao Qiyun curiously asked, "Fourth sister, the courtyard you reside in at the Xiang mansion shares the same name as the one in the royal palace?" "Yes, my father chose that name. Do you find it pleasing?" Mu Engo inquired with a smile. "It is lovely," Xiao Qiyun replied cheerfully, then added, "Fourth sister, will I truly be able to visit you every time I leave the palace?" Since Mu Engo rescued him, Xiao Qiyun had become attached to her, insisting on visiting her at the Zhanzhong Wangfu whenever he left the palace. Initially, Mu Engo felt a bit unaccustomed to this, but as he visited more frequently, she saw him as merely a naive child with no ill intentions, and thus allowed it. Over the course of 2 to 3 years, they grew to resemble siblings, forming a strong bond. "Of course, as long as I am in the mansion when you leave, you are always welcome to visit," Mu Engo responded with a gentle smile. Xiao Qiyun was still young, and for at least 5 more years, there was no need for concern. However, after 5 years, he would have matured to an age where he could be embroiled in the struggle for the throne, and with her father being a high-ranking official, she would need to exercise caution. Being too close to a prince had always been a taboo among the esteemed officials of the court. Moreover, Since her father was a significant figure among them, every action he took was under scrutiny. Even a minor misstep could lead to a tarnished reputation. Mu Engo did not wish for her actions to implicate her father. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian felt content and began chattering about other topics with Mu Engo. She patiently listened until he had eaten and drunk his fill, and noticing that it was getting late, she arranged for someone to escort him back to the royal palace. After sending Xiao Qian away, the smile that Mu Engo had been maintaining faded. She knitted her brows slightly, reflecting on what Shen Mohuai had said earlier in the carriage. He had witnessed her actions at the Rongwood Duke's mansion today, and it was understandable that he would want to use this to his advantage. At that moment, Mu Engo pondered whether she had left behind any incriminating evidence or leverage that could be used against her. If not, she would have no reason to fear. After all, everyone possessed a mouth, and with a mere clash of lips, one could articulate whatever they wished. If Shen Mohuai claimed she had done something, she could refute it, and as long as there was no evidence, it would merely be a war of words. No one could hold her accountable. At least, on the surface, it would be impossible to convict her. As for any covert attacks, she was unconcerned. She would simply counter them as they came. After careful consideration, Mu Engo reassured herself that she had left no incriminating evidence today, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Looking out at the night sky, her thoughts turned somber. It seemed she needed to find Shen Mohuai some tasks to occupy him, lest he spend his days fixating on her. While Mu Engo contemplated how to keep Shen Mohuai busy, he had already been summoned to the palace. Inside the royal palace, the atmosphere erupted in chaos following the deposing of the ninth prince, Xiao Chen, who had become a eunuch. Unable to accept his complete transformation, he had been causing a ruckus since being brought back from the Rongwood Duke's mansion, throwing objects around his chamber, leaving it in disarray. Previously, although he had been in a state of disgrace, at least there had still been something left, as long as he remained silent. No one would know he was rendered incapable. But now, he had lost everything, resembling a eunuch in every way. How could he possibly bear it? Though the emperor was busy with state affairs, upon learning of his son's disgrace, he made time to check on him. However, as he approached the chamber door, he narrowly dodged a bowl that came flying toward him. The emperor managed to evade the projectile, but the young eunuch behind him was struck and cried out in pain, blood immediately oozing from a wound on his head. The emperor ordered for the injured eunuch to be taken away for treatment, his expression darkening as he strode into the chamber. Inside, Xiao Chen was in a fit of rage, shouting, "Get out! All of you, get out! I refuse to take the medicine. It is useless. Why should I drink it? I might as well die to avoid the shame of living." His biological mother, Consort Fuguei, was also present in the chamber. Seeing her son in such distress, her heart ached, tears brimming in her eyes. "Chnr, do not act this way. Nothing is more important than living. Please calm down. Let us drink the medicine, all right?" She coaxed, her voice choked with emotion. Consort Fuguei had been by the emperor's side since he was a prince, yet her offspring were few. Aside from Xiao Chen, she had only one daughter. With her son now rendered incapable, this was a colossal blow for her as well. However, regardless of her own suffering, she had to first soothe Xiao Chen. Otherwise, if he were to take his own life in despair, she would lose him forever. "I will not take the medicine. It won't help anyway. Let me die in pain. Living is worse than death." Xiao Chen cried out. "If you truly cannot bear it, then go die. Do not disturb others with your wailing," the emperor rebuked coldly. Upon the emperor's arrival, everyone in the room quickly knelt to pay their respects, saying, "We greet your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal prosperity and peace." Xiao Chen, unable to move due to his injury and propped up against the head of the bed, felt a surge of grievance as he saw the emperor. "Father, your son has been rendered incapable and has been bullied. You must stand up for me." A grown man, now weeping like a child before his father, was indeed a poignant sight. Even the emperor, who had been filled with rage moments ago, found his heart softening. As a man himself, the emperor understood the deep anguish one must feel when stripped of their masculine identity. His heart softened, and he gestured for the others to rise. Before speaking to Xiao Chen, "You are a man. If you did not harbor ill intentions towards a maiden, how could anyone force you into such a situation?" The emperor assumed that Xiao Chen was implying that today's incident was not of his own volition, but rather a scheme against him. However, the next words from Xiao Chen left him utterly astounded. With a flash of resentment in his eyes, Xiao Chen declared, "Today, I was indeed schemed against. The Mu siblings have harmed me, and so has the Zhanzhang Wang. This affair cannot be separated from him. Xiao Yichen recalled how he had followed Mu Engo away from the banquet, intending to carry her away when he was suddenly knocked unconscious. The one who incapacitated him had to be someone from Mu Engo's side. It could very well have been Shen Mohuai. Furthermore, he had learned while at the Rongwood Duke's mansion that the original target of the scheme was Mu Anchuan, who had been drugged and taken to a guest room, before Zhao Xiyuan was also knocked unconscious. In the end, it was he who ended up in a compromising situation with Zhao Xiyuan. Due to his well-known penchant for women, it was universally believed that he and Zhao Xiyuan had long engaged in an illicit affair, using the birthday banquet as a pretext for their tryst in the guest room. No one considered the possibility of others orchestrating this scenario, which left Xiao Yichen feeling utterly frustrated. Not only had he been rendered incapable of fathering children, but he was also being blamed for someone else's conspiracy, a burden he found unbearable. Therefore, upon seeing his father, the emperor, his first act was to lament his plight and seek redress. What connection did this have with the Mu siblings and the War King? The emperor, though furious, was not the type to heed every word spoken by others, and he maintained his composure while listening. Meanwhile, concubine Fugui diligently noted the names mentioned by Xiao Yichen, vowing not to let anyone who had harmed her son escape her wrath. Suppressing her own hatred, concubine Fugui urged, "Darling, express your grievances to your father. He is here, and will certainly stand up for you. Even if those who have wronged you wield immense power, they cannot surpass your father. Speak up. Tell your father everything." Her words were laden with implications, subtly suggesting to the emperor that the individuals Xiao Yichen had mentioned were a threat to his authority. The emperor understood her insinuations but refrained from expressing his anger until Xiao Yichen had finished. Once Xiao Yichen had recounted the events, the emperor inquired, "Are you implying that you were merely intoxicated and stepped outside for fresh air, only to be knocked unconscious and placed in the guest room, subsequently drugged, leading to the ensuing events? You were wrongfully accused of involvement with the miss of the Rongwood Duke's residence?" "Yes, father," Xiao Yichen replied, his voice choked with emotion. "Although I have acted foolishly, I have never denied my deeds. Today, I am truly wronged. You must seek justice for me." His despair was palpable as he thought of his future, reduced to the status of a eunuch, unable to engage with women ever again. The thought of his condition filled him with rage, particularly toward Shen Mohuai, who had caused him such irreversible harm. He vowed to take revenge, believing he could not find peace until Shen Mohuai was eliminated. Chapter 103. The Imperial Inquiry. Why did he assist her? As a result of Xiao Yichen's complaints, the emperor summoned those he had accused to the palace. Shen Mohuai and the members of the Rongwood Duke's household were the first to arrive, followed shortly by Mu Anchen and Mu Anghua. Once everyone was gathered, a palace attendant recounted Xiao Yichen's claims. The emperor rapped the table with his knuckles and coldly said, "This matter involves all three parties. Now, each of you shall explain the circumstances." Despite Xiao Yichen's current state, having been rendered a eunuch, the Rongwood Duke's residence still found itself tied to him, and thus they promptly laid out their plans and actions. In this precarious moment, they had little time for shame and were focused solely on clearing their names by exposing the collusion between the Mu siblings and Shen Mohuai against Xiao Yichen. "I cannot believe you truly resorted to drugging me. How despicable and shameless!" Mu Anchen exclaimed, his face turning crimson with shock. "Are you implying that the statements from the Rongwood Duke's residence hold some truth?" Concubine Fugui inquired coldly. Mu Anchen bowed to her, replying solemnly, "Your Majesty, I do not mean to imply that the claims from the Rongwood Duke's residence contain both truth and falsehood. I ask that you and the emperor hear my account."
"Speak."
Mu Aiqing, the emperor prompted. Since he had summoned everyone, he intended to clarify the matter and would not only listen to one side of the story. "After drinking with Xia Wanyang, I felt dizzy and overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol. Fearing I might disgrace myself, I hastened to leave the banquet and took refuge in a pavilion in the garden to sober up. Many witnessed my departure and can attest to it. While I was in the pavilion, my sister, Mu Anghua, worried for me and followed, administering a remedy to hasten my recovery. Thus, there was no question of the ninth prince's claim that my sister had succumbed to intoxication. Shortly thereafter, the female guests departed, and everyone rushed into the garden. The pavilion where I rested was visible from the entrance, and many saw my sister and me there. They can also vouch for my whereabouts. Furthermore, the timing of the guest room incident was too close for us to have committed any wrongdoing. According to Zhao Wenhua's confession, he drugged me, causing me to lose consciousness. How could I have possibly attacked the ninth prince and moved him to the guest room in that state? Moreover, the ninth prince claimed my sister was incapacitated against a pillar. If she were indeed unconscious, how could she later appear lucid in the pavilion? Mu Anchen methodically refuted the testimony from the Rongwa Duke's residence and Xiao Yichen's accusations, maintaining a composed demeanor despite his indignation, leaving both parties momentarily stunned. Unable to contain his fury, Xiao Yichen shouted, "If it wasn't you two siblings, then it must be the War King." The Rongwa Duke stated that the War King disappeared after the War Princess left the banquet. He must harbor resentment towards me and deliberately attacked me in retaliation. The inquiry was conducted in Xiao Yichen's chamber, where he was present, watching as Mu Anchen meticulously disentangled himself from any involvement. Panic welled within Xiao Yichen. "This is my first visit to the Rongwa Duke's residence. I am unfamiliar with their sordid intentions and schemes. How could I have been so easily led into their trap?" Shen Mohuai retorted coldly. "And you claim I resent you? What have you done to offend me?" Muangwa had remained silent, initially worried that Shen Mohuai might side with Xiao Yichen against them, potentially leading to their ruin. To her surprise, the man who had previously threatened her showed no inclination to strike while they were down. Instead, he seemed to subtly defend them, leaving her feeling perplexed. Xiao Yichen's gaze flickered, and instead of answering, he asked, "If you didn't knock me out, then where were you when you left the banquet?" Shen Mohuai glanced at Muangwa. Her heart sank, her body tensing. Yet, Shen Mohuai explained, "My wife was upset with me and expressed a desire for divorce.
Today,
After a long absence, I sought to reconcile with her, to coax her back to my side. Is there a problem with that? Furthermore, she was not unconscious. She left to care for our intoxicated elder brother in the garden. Do not slander her." Hearing this, Muangwa felt a weight lift from her chest. Yet she remained bewildered by Shen Mohuai's demeanor. Why was he aiding her? "Your testimony is merely one-sided. You are lying." Xiao Yichen could not help but shout in outrage. He had never been particularly composed, often acting impulsively, and his previous arrogance had been bolstered by concubine Fugui and his maternal grandfather, Duke Qi. He had expected that with his accusations and the Rongwa Duke's testimony, the guilt of Shen Mohuai, Mu Anchen, and Muangwa could be swiftly established. Yet, to his astonishment, they displayed no signs of panic, their words calm and indifferent, effectively exonerating themselves, a reality he found intolerable. Chapter 104. Deliberate provocation. The emperor regarded Xiao Yichen's loss of control with disappointment. As I observed Shen Mohuai's calm and unflustered demeanor, a sense of relief washed over me. The emperor sighed inwardly, recognizing that this was the composure and grace befitting a prince. Though both were princes raised in the same environment, the fourth prince outshone the ninth prince. Every situation has two sides, and it is perfectly natural for each party to hold steadfast to their perspectives. What purpose does it serve to become enraged? Are you afraid that your arguments cannot withstand scrutiny, and thus seek to portray your injury as a sign of weakness that grants you reason? Shen Mohuai's tone dripped with subtle sarcasm. I harbored no such intentions. Yet the fact remains that I've been rendered incapable because of today's events. Someone must take responsibility for this matter. You cannot simply dismiss the situation with mere words. Moreover, you and Mu Engi are married, and Mu Anqing is your brother-in-law. You three form a close alliance, and your testimonies lack credibility," shouted Xiao Yichen. Shen Mohuai regarded him with a faint smile, saying, "Very well, let us assume, for argument's sake, that everything you claimed is true. If I were the one who rendered you unconscious and left you in a guest room with Zhao Siyuan to engage in a tryst, then your situation would merely add another scandal to your repertoire and would not lead to such a drastic outcome. Unless, of course, there were pre-existing issues on your part. Otherwise, how could it have come to this? If there were indeed issues, the resulting incapacity would solely be your own doing. And how could you lay the blame at our feet?" Shen Mohuai's demeanor remained indifferent and languid, his expression one of disdain. Xiao Yichen's countenance, already unpleasant, grew even darker due to his retorts. Following his injury, although his mother had summoned the imperial physician for a consultation, she had insisted on keeping it from the emperor, leaving him unaware of Xiao Yichen's prior condition. The reason for his injury was something that could not be disclosed to the emperor, or he would certainly face dire consequences. As Xiao Yichen contemplated this, a feeling of panic washed over him, prompting him to cast a desperate glance at noble consort Fu. However, the emperor, having been stirred by Shen Mohuai's words, did not afford her the opportunity to intervene, immediately questioning, I too find myself perplexed by this matter. Why is it that you, the ninth prince, are so fragile? How could you have severed it so easily? The emperor's inquiry left Xiao Yichen momentarily speechless, his mind blank. Replying to your majesty, I. The emperor, discerning that there was more to the story, turned to Mu Anqing. This is a matter I am somewhat familiar with. Xiao Yichen's expression tightened at this. He had sealed off all information regarding the previous incident at the tavern, ensuring it did not circulate. How could Mu Anqing possibly know? Was he present at the scene?
Oh.
You know something? What is it that you know? The emperor directed his gaze at Mu Anqing. Mu Anqing glanced at the visibly pale Xiao Yichen and replied softly, I have merely heard a passing mention from Lord Zhao, the governor of Jingzhou. The specifics, however, remain unclear to me. If your majesty wishes to know more, it would be best to summon Lord Zhao. How does this involve Zhao Deqing? The emperor frowned at the mention. Zhao Deqing's temperament was such that even the emperor found him tiresome, often wishing to avoid him altogether. Yet Mu Anqing offered no further explanation, leaving the emperor no choice but to summon Zhao Deqing. By coincidence, Zhao Deqing was with Mu Junyuan when summoned, and the two arrived together. The ninth prince's chamber, though spacious, suddenly felt crowded with the presence of two high-ranking ministers. Upon entering, they first paid their respects to the emperor. After the formalities, Zhao Deqing spoke up, Why does your majesty summon me in the ninth prince's chamber today? With so many present, what has transpired? A nearby eunuch quickly recounted the events. Even seasoned ministers like Zhao Deqing and Mu Junyuan, accustomed to great upheavals, found their expressions complex upon hearing of Xiao Yichen's predicament. After the eunuch finished, Zhao Deqing turned to Xiao Yichen and sighed. It appears the ninth prince has ultimately failed to safeguard himself. Xiao Yichen's already pale countenance transformed into a remarkable spectrum of colors, white, red, and blue, fluctuating dramatically. Noticing the emperor frown at his words, Zhao Deqing proceeded to recount the earlier events. In truth, I was in the process of gathering evidence against the ninth prince for oppressing common women, intending to bring it before the court. However, given the grave circumstances surrounding the ninth prince now, I shall spare him some dignity and present the evidence directly to your majesty, rather than addressing it in front of the court. Zhao Deqing spoke with utmost seriousness, yet Xiao Yichen felt as though he might bleed from the mouth. Was he to thank Zhao Deqing for not bringing this matter before the court? Nonetheless, by submitting the evidence directly to his father, he would still face repercussions. The distinction lay only in the public versus private nature of the accusation. Beside him, Shen Mohuai scoffed, I told you so. No man can be so feeble as to break so easily. Clearly, there is a reason behind it. Even half of what you possess is in disarray. Yet you still expect us to bear the blame, ultimately causing your own downfall. The ninth prince's strategy leaves much to be desired. Mu Engi perceived Shen Mohuai's comments as deliberately incendiary. Xiao Yichen's injury was indeed the result of Shen Mohuai's actions, and he seemed intent on exacerbating Xiao Yichen's distress, pushing him toward madness. As anticipated, upon hearing Shen Mohuai's words, Xiao Yichen's eyes blazed with fury. Shen Mohuai, cease your mockery. Were it not for you, how could I have been injured? If I had not been injured, this situation would not have arisen. You are the cause of it all, yet you feign ignorance. Do you possess no shame? Xiao Yichen was so furious he nearly rose to strike him. In his agitation, he inadvertently aggravated his wound, causing him to scream in agony. Physician, physician, come quickly to examine my son. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. Noble consort Fu cried out in desperation. The emperor frowned but nonetheless commanded the physician to attend to Xiao Yichen. After a flurry of chaos, Xiao Yichen managed to regain his composure, though his expression grew increasingly grim. Once the commotion settled, Shen Mohuai leisurely remarked, the ninth prince's words lack reason. Although I have been unjustly accused, I am still a brother to you. As brothers, what motive could I possibly have to harm you? You are clearly to blame because of that wretched Mu Engi. Xiao Yichen was beside himself with rage, attempting to lay the fault squarely at Shen Mohuai's feet, his words unfiltered in his fury. You know, I once sought to harm Mu Engi while you were away from the capital. Thus, you retaliated by sending someone to mutilate me. Before Xiao Yichen could finish, he was abruptly silenced by a slap. Mother, why did you strike me? Xiao Yichen was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with shock and indignation.
Noble consort Fu.
A mixture of anger and concern, admonished, Qing'er, I fear you have truly lost your senses due to your injury. Otherwise, How could you speak such nonsense? She had never anticipated that Xiao Yichen would be so provoked by Shen Mohuai as to voice such scandalous thoughts. How could one speak of having impure thoughts regarding their own sister-in-law? It was unthinkable. Had there been a way to implicate Shen Mohuai in today's events, Xiao Yichen's fixation on Mu Engi would have overshadowed any blame directed toward Shen Mohuai. To speak plainly, even if Shen Mohuai were indeed responsible for both incidents, as long as Xiao Yichen's infatuation with Mu Engi was known, Shen Mohuai would remain exempt from punishment. Moreover, in speaking of this matter, it is not only Shen Mohuai who would be offended, but also Mu Xiang and the entire Mu family. Although Mu Xiang is referred to as the Confucian Prime Minister, who in this generation does not know that he is a man of ruthless disposition, and who does not know that he is a devoted father to his daughters? Despite his anger over Mu Ange's forced marriage to Shen Mohuai, declaring he would disown her, not long ago, when the news of her desire to divorce Shen Mohuai emerged, did he not eagerly bring her back to the Prime Minister's residence? Does this attitude truly reflect disowning his daughter? As the favored concubine was in a state of distress, she heard a gentle voice say, "What did His Highness the Ninth Prince just say? I am of an advanced age, my hearing is not as keen, and I did not catch it clearly. I would kindly request His Highness to repeat it." Mu Junyuan's voice was not only gentle, but his face bore a warm smile, albeit one that did not reach his eyes, making him appear somewhat fearsome. Xiao Yichen suddenly found himself unwilling to pursue Shen Mohuai any longer.
Mu Xiang,
who appeared so amiable, now struck him as genuinely terrifying. How could he have momentarily lost his senses and revealed the improper thoughts he once harbored towards Mu Ange? Surely, Mu Xiang would not retaliate against him. Noticing Xiao Yichen's silence, Mu Junyuan remained unperturbed and turned to Mu Ange, saying, "Miss, since His Highness the Ninth Prince is unwilling to speak, perhaps you would enlighten us. I am listening intently and surely will not mishear." Mu Ange glanced at her father. Though he smiled, she was acutely aware of his growing anger. If she acknowledged even a single word, he would surely retaliate against the Ninth Prince. In truth, the incident had long since passed and Mu Ange had moved on. Yet, considering that this opportunity to retaliate was sparked by Shen Mohuai's provocation of Xiao Yichen, and her father had clearly taken a stance in her defense, she could not afford to retreat at this juncture. To do so would betray their expectations. While she held no particular regard for Shen Mohuai, she could not disappoint her father. Thus, Mu Ange gently nodded and said, "Indeed, there is truth to this. At that time, His Highness the Ninth Prince administered some disreputable drug to me, intending to take advantage of me. However, he was unaware that I always consume an antidote before attending banquets, which thwarted his intentions." Upon hearing this, Mu Junyuan's expression remained unchanged. Yet the curve of his smile widened. "This is your folly. How could you not have taken precautions?" He chided playfully, as if suggesting that had she been more prudent, the Ninth Prince might have succeeded. The room fell into an uneasy silence due to Mu Junyuan's response, while the favored concubine spoke sharply. "The War King's wife must speak with caution. A woman's virtue is of utmost importance. Do not tarnish my son with such unfounded accusations." Unfazed by the rebuke, Mu Ange replied coolly, "Given that His Highness has acted thus, does the esteemed concubine believe that I would sully my reputation to slander him?" As she spoke, a sardonic smile graced her lips, her chin raised with an air of defiance and inviolability. "Your Highness, do you recall what I said when I kicked you?" She continued, "I remarked that your insatiable lust for women, even daring to covet your own sister-in-law, disregarding ethical and moral boundaries, would inevitably lead to your downfall at the hands of a woman. Does it not seem that my words have come to fruition? Actions have consequences," she declared, "and the heavens bear witness. It is not that retribution is absent, but that the time has yet to arrive. Thus, the current plight of His Highness is merely a consequence of his own misdeeds. To claim that we seek revenge is laughable, is it not?" As she uttered this, Mu Ange discreetly cast a glance at Shen Mohuai. Her father was a selfless man, devoted to the nation and its people, having proposed numerous beneficial policies that served the welfare of the populace. In both national and civic terms, he was a virtuous and illustrious minister, deserving of divine favor and recognition. Yet, in her previous life, he had been unjustly accused of treason by Shen Mohuai, resulting in his family's annihilation. If there exists a deity, she believed her rebirth must ensure that such slander would not tarnish her father's name again. As for Shen Mohuai, who had wronged her family, he would surely face the repercussions of his actions. She would not allow herself to be swayed by any slight kindness he might show now, as if that could erase the sins he had committed. Shen Mohuai was bewildered by her demeanor. He had anticipated that by exposing the wrongdoing of the ninth prince against her, she would feel gratitude towards him, perhaps even fostering a bond. However, he was taken aback to find that her gaze towards him had not softened in the slightest. No, it had shifted to one of heightened wariness and vigilance. It was as if he had presented her with poison cloaked in sweetness, and she was terrified of being fatally harmed. How wicked must he be to evoke such fear of his goodwill? In that moment, Shen Mohuai found himself almost amused by the absurdity of it all. "Your Majesty," he implored, "this is undoubtedly a deliberate slander against Chinner, orchestrated to absolve themselves. Even if Chinner has his faults, how could he possibly commit such a foolish act?" Any quarrel was merely a matter of heated words. The favored concubine, wretchedly weeping before the emperor, endeavored to exonerate Xiao Yichen. Yet the emperor was not deceived. If Xiao Yichen had truly done nothing wrong, why had he carelessly mentioned such a matter? Zhao Deqing, perhaps harboring a strong aversion to Xiao Yichen, presented evidence he had uncovered at this critical moment. These are merely a portion of the verified facts, with many more awaiting investigation. But they sufficiently indicate that the ninth prince is indeed capable of harboring designs against his sister-in-law. Although Zhao Deqing did not explicitly state it, his actions conveyed his belief in Shen Mohuai's claims and his disdain for the ninth prince. The emperor, upon reviewing the evidence submitted by Zhao Deqing, felt seething rage within him. The misdeeds of this scoundrel left him no option for leniency. "Summon the guards," the emperor bellowed. "Your Majesty," Mu Junyuan interjected suddenly. "What business do you have, Prime Minister? Rest assured, this scoundrel shall be severely punished, providing you, and Ange, with the justice you deserve," the emperor retorted. At this,
Mu Junyuan smiled faintly.
He understood the emperor would impose a harsh punishment upon the ninth prince, subjecting him to some physical chastisement, perhaps a fine, or a few months of house arrest. Yet, such a penalty, though severe in the emperor's eyes, seemed far too lenient to him. Anyone who dared to harm his precious Ange must be prepared to pay a grievous price. "I request an audience with your Majesty. Perhaps it would be prudent to hear my counsel before passing judgment." Mu Junyuan's demeanor was gentle and composed, devoid of any overtly aggressive emotion. Yet the emperor sensed a simmering anger beneath. After a brief silence, the emperor acquiesced to his request. The two then departed the inner chamber, leaving the others in the room unaware of their conversation, only to soon hear the sound of shattering objects from outside. The continuous clattering of broken porcelain sent chills down the spines of those within, prompting speculation about what Mu Junyuan had said to provoke such wrath from the emperor. Lying on his bed, Xiao Yichen felt a profound sense of unease. A foreboding sensation loomed over him, as if his fortunate days were drawing to a close. Soon enough, the emperor and Mu Junyuan returned from outside. Mu Junyuan maintained his gentle smile, yet the emperor's face was devoid of expression. The imperial edict was proclaimed, "By my command. The ninth prince, lacking in virtue and character, has abused his princely status to bully the weak and engage in nefarious acts. His crimes are numerous and unforgivable, and thus, I strip him of his princely title, reducing him to commoner status and banishing him to the northwestern territories, where he shall not return to the capital for life without decree." Upon the issuance of this decree, shock rippled through the entire palace, including Zhao Deqing, who had seized the opportunity to present evidence against the ninth prince. Zhao Deqing had anticipated that the emperor might enforce a severe punishment due to his influence, but he never expected the emperor to demote the ninth prince to a commoner and exile him outright. Zhao's intuition suggested that the evidence he had submitted, along with Mu Ange's accusations, were not the primary reasons for the ninth prince's banishment. The true catalyst lay in the private conversation between Mu Junyuan and the emperor. Glancing at Mu Junyuan, Zhao was met with the latter's unperturbed demeanor, and to his surprise, Mu Junyuan even offered him a subtle smile. A chill coursed through Zhao Deqing. It seemed unwise to offend this seasoned ally, for behind that seemingly amiable facade lay a ruthless disposition. Chapter 107. The sole arbiter of justice in the previous life, Xiao Yichen was rendered speechless by the emperor's decree, unable to fathom that his father could be so heartless as to disown him. Meanwhile, concubine Fugue, in disbelief, collapsed to the ground, pleading desperately, "Your Majesty, please retract your command. Regardless of his faults, he is still your flesh and blood. How can you bear to treat him this way? You should be grateful that this miscreant is my flesh and blood, Otherwise, the emperor's cold glance at Xiao Yichen conveyed unspoken threats, making it clear that his life was at stake. This realization sent chills through everyone present. Indeed, the fickleness of a monarch is akin to dancing with a tiger. In a moment of fury, he could easily discard his own son, let alone others. Silence enveloped the room as all remained mute, while concubine Fuguei continued her anguished pleas for leniency toward Xiao Yichen. The emperor, however, commanded her to be escorted back to her quarters, effectively placing her under house arrest. As for Xiao Yichen, the emperor graciously granted him a 7-day respite for recuperation. However, after this period, regardless of his recovery, he would be sent to the northwestern territories. Finally regaining his senses after the shock of the emperor's decision, Xiao Yichen understood the gravity of the situation. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, he felt a surge of anger and frustration, which culminated in him spitting blood before losing consciousness. The emperor ordered everyone to leave, and those summoned to the palace departed in unison. Mu Ange and her brother Mu Anchen trailed behind Mu Junyuan, the trio presenting an arresting sight as they walked, their presence impossible to ignore. Observers could not help but steal glances at their striking figures, with the men tall and handsome and the woman possessing an elegant grace. Shen Mohuai followed them at a distance, squinting as he observed the girl, suddenly noting that she bore traces of Mu Junyuan's demeanor. She stood tall among women, even exceeding the height of some shorter men, making her appearance beside the tall men seem harmonious. Her slender form, poised like a pine tree, accentuated her alluring curves, and her waist appeared so delicate that it seemed it could snap with a mere grasp. Most notably, she exuded a steadfast and refined aura, reminiscent of winter's red plum blossoms, radiating an air of proud uniqueness. Previously, he had dismissed her as foolish and tedious, merely a lovesick girl trailing behind him, oblivious to her beauty and grace. It was clear she would be regarded as an unattainable gem by others. The thought of men coveting her stirred an unsettling darkness in Shen Mohuai's heart, and he felt a pang of displeasure. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zhao Deqing approached Mu Junyuan and inquired, "Minister Mu, what did you say to the emperor that led him to forsake his own son and decree his exile?" "Minister Zhao, I do not comprehend your words. The 9th prince's actions have angered his majesty, who has resolved to banish him. What relation does this have to me?" Mu Junyuan replied with a gentle smile and earnest demeanor. Zhao Deqing was irked by Mu Junyuan's demeanor. Despite being aware of the wrongdoing, Mu Junyuan maintained an air of indifference, as though the matter did not concern him. "Only a few days ago, my son mentioned that during his investigation, he discovered that your beloved son seemed to be entangled in the matter. Though not the main perpetrator, he is nonetheless implicated. If true, it could lead to complications. I suggest you return home promptly to ascertain the specifics from your son. Even if you intend to act impartially, it would be prudent to prepare yourself," Mu Junyuan advised. Feigning concern for Zhao Deqing, Zhao Deqing's expression shifted slightly. He had always been a man of integrity, serving the state and its people without remorse. However, he bore guilt towards his family. With his beloved wife having passed away early, he had raised his only son alone, lacking the knowledge of nurturing a child. His busy official duties had led to neglect, and by the time he realized his son's wayward nature, it was too late. His only child had become a debauched youth, the sole blemish on Zhao Deqing's otherwise pristine reputation, and the only point his political adversaries could exploit. Had it not been for the emperor's trust and support over the years, his position as the governor of Jingzhou would have long been untenable. Thus, upon hearing Mu Junyuan's words, Zhao Deqing felt a surge of urgency and, after expressing his gratitude for Mu Junyuan's counsel, hastily departed. After taking a few steps, Zhao Deqing hesitated, as if struck by a sudden thought. His face contorted with anger, he turned back to Mu Junyuan, pointing an accusatory finger and exclaiming, "Hypocrite! Shameless! False gentleman! Since you were aware of this matter days ago yet failed to inform me, it indicates that the situation is not severe. At least the boy's life is not in jeopardy. But you chose this moment to mention it, solely to incite my anxiety and divert my inquiries about your conversation with the emperor. What a treacherous scholar you are." Mu Junyuan merely raised an eyebrow. But before he could respond, Zhao Deqing, having finished his tirade, turned on his heel and hurried away. Mu Ange watched Zhao Deqing's retreating figure with a flicker of warmth in her eyes. Despite the apparent animosity between her father and Zhao Deqing, as well as their differing political views, she recalled how, in her previous life, when the Mu family faced ruin and all sought to trample upon them, It was this very political adversary who had spoken a word of justice on her father's behalf. He had even risked his position to advocate for a thorough investigation into the Mu family's alleged treason, asserting his belief in Mu Junyuan's loyalty, claiming that it was the work of malicious slander. Unfortunately, his pleas went unheard, and he was ultimately labeled as a member of the Mu faction, resulting in his banishment. He lost his career and status, but retained his integrity. In the end, as he was being exiled and passed through the capital's gates, he proclaimed, "I am sorry.
Minister Mu.
I apologize to the Mu family. To wrong the loyal and virtuous shall incur divine retribution." He then struck his head against the gate, sacrificing his life to defend the Mu family's honor. When Mu Eng learned of this from Xia Wanyang, she etched Zhao Deqing's name deeply in her memory. She was a person who would repay both grievances and kindness in kind. Chapter 108. You did well, but don't do it again. Does Gij have a fondness for Zhao Deqing?
Mu Junyuan inquired gently.
Mu Eng withdrew her gaze and spoke with a smile. Lord Zhao, like my father, is a commendable official devoted to the nation and its people. How could I not admire him? For the nation and its people?
Ha!
He remains oblivious to the grievances of his own child. Such an official is utterly meaningless.
Mu Junyuan scoffed softly.
His usual gentle smile replaced by a clear expression of displeasure. He had no intention of pretending around his daughter, openly conveying his dissatisfaction.
Mu Ana blinked.
Understanding that he was reproaching her for not informing him about nearly being bullied by Xiaoyi Chen. Yet back then, she had only been married to Shen Mohuai for 2 years, still waiting earnestly for him to return to the capital, while her relationship with her family was strained. Given her character, how could she possibly report her grievances? Moreover, the one who had wronged her was Xiaoyi Chen, Shen Mohuai's royal brother. If she spoke out, it would clearly indicate her discontent with her marriage to Shen Mohuai, which she had insisted upon. Such a proud person, as she was unwilling to slap her own face. Mu Eng leaned closer to him and whispered, "Father, please don't be angry. In truth, the 9th prince gained nothing from me. He was almost exposed by me. Had I not been coerced today, I would not even wish to bring this up." Mu Junyuan cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "So you think you can resolve your troubles without your father? That is impossible." Mu Eng immediately countered, then wrapped her arms around Mu Junyuan's, saying, "Father, you are my greatest support. I have resolved to depend on you for life. How could I not need you?" Upon hearing this, Mu Junyuan finally smiled. He patted her hand gently, saying, "You must not think that because you have grown up, you no longer need your father. If you face grievances in the future, you must always tell your family. If I am not home, your brothers will be there. If they cannot protect their sister, then they are unworthy of being called brothers." "I understand, Father," Mu Eng replied obediently, her heart warming immensely. This was her father, who would unconditionally protect her at all times. Such a wonderful father and family. She vowed to safeguard them throughout her life, ensuring no harm would come to them. Yet, she wondered if her father had any connection to the troubles that befell the Shen family back then. If she were to directly ask her father, would he even consider telling her? As they exited the palace, the Mu family's carriage arrived before them. When Mu Junyuan saw Shen Mohuai standing not far away watching them, he asked Mu Eng, "My dear, have you truly decided to part ways with the War King and have no regrets?" "Indeed, I have no regrets," Mu Eng responded without hesitation. She turned a glance at Shen Mohuai and then said to Mu Junyuan, "Father, brother, you may board the carriage first. I wish to speak with him for a moment." "Go ahead." Mu Junyuan did not stop her, nodding slightly before bending down to enter the carriage. Mu Eng turned and walked toward Shen Mohuai. She would turn back to find him. Shen Mohuai, surprisingly, raised an eyebrow. He had thought this ungrateful person would ignore him entirely. "Thank you for what you did in the palace," Mu Eng said. Shen Mohuai clicked his tongue lightly. "I am surprised. I thought you were ungrateful and lacked appreciation. Your Highness, your willingness to help is commendable. But I hope you direct your kindness to those in need next time." Shen Mohuai narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of coldness in them. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I have meddled?" "You did well, Your Highness. But please refrain from doing so again. I do not require it." Mu Eng tossed out her words lightly and turned to leave. Seeing her turn away without a hint of mercy, Shen Mohuai felt a surge of frustration. He stepped forward to grab her hand, but Mu Eng seemed to anticipate it. Turning to look at him with a calm expression, "If Your Highness wishes to avoid experiencing the discomfort of being immobile and itchy once more, it would be wise not to touch me." Shen Mohuai's hand involuntarily clenched into a fist, slowly falling by his side as he regarded her with cold eyes. Mu-Ange, what exactly have I done wrong to warrant such a drastic shift in your attitude? From love to indifference, I can understand. After all, you married me for my appearance. And after being abandoned for 5 years, it is natural for you to feel disappointed and cease to love me. But from love to hatred? That I cannot comprehend. Aside from neglecting you, I have not wronged you in any way. Why do you harbor such animosity? Your Highness, you are blameless. Throughout, I have been the one at fault. If you wish to maintain some semblance of dignity between us, it would be best to agree to a divorce soon, to avoid further entanglement, which benefits neither of us. With that, Mu-Ange left without any intention of lingering. Their marriage had always been a forced union, and now she merely sought to rectify the situation and restore order. When the time came, whether Shen Mohuai sought revenge or demanded retribution, she would face it all. As Shen Mohuai watched her board the carriage, the Mu family's vehicle slowly departed. He could not help but let out a cold laugh. A divorce was out of the question. As long as he held on, she would not escape. Mu-Ange had piqued his interest, and he was determined to uncover the reason behind her drastic change in attitude. Chapter 109. Stalemate. The ninth prince's deprivation of his royal status and exile to the northwest sent shockwaves through the court and the populace. Yet as the news spread, it brought unbridled joy to those who had suffered, who hailed the emperor as wise and a sage ruler for generations. When Mu-Ange heard such rumors in her residence, she could not help but smile. The current emperor is indeed a good ruler. Alas, he met an untimely death in the last life. Otherwise, the Mu family would not have been wronged and fallen into disgrace. With a thought, Mu-Ange rose to find Xingdali. After a period of diligent care from Mu-Ange, Xingdali's health had improved significantly. No longer confined to bed, he was now able to perform simple tasks. Uncle Zeng, I have come to see you, Mu-Ange greeted upon entering. Xingdali, flustered, waved his hands in alarm. Come here. I will check your pulse to see if you need a change in the prescription. Mu-Ange beckoned him. Xingdali obediently approached her, and Mu-Ange felt his pulse and examined his throat before writing out a prescription. Start using this prescription today. Have Annie take it to the pharmacy to get the medicine. I have already arranged it. Auntie Zeng, unable to remain idle, felt embarrassed to eat and drink without contributing, so she was now helping in the kitchen with some rough tasks. Xingdali clasped his hands in gratitude upon hearing this. Your throat has yet to show improvement. I wonder when you will fully recover, Mu-Ange said, frowning. Uncle Zeng, can you read? Can you write to communicate? I have some questions to ask. Xingdali shook his head, indicating he could not write. Seeing this, Mu-Ange felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to glean some information and clues from Xingdali, but it seemed her aspirations were overly optimistic. That's all right. Focus on your recovery. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. I shall visit you again in a few days. With that, Mu-Ange departed. Xingdali watched Mu-Ange's retreating figure, a look of hesitation on his face. He silently opened and closed his mouth several times, attempting to chase after her, but ultimately refrained. As Mu-Ange left the courtyard where Xingdali resided, she sensed that the situation had reached an impasse. She needed to find a breakthrough. With no news from the hidden house and no progress on Xingdali's side, she had not dared to directly inquire about her father, only cautiously probing his attitude toward Shen Mohuai. However, her father's inscrutable responses left her unable to glean any insight. Just as Mu-Ange was feeling a headache coming on, she suddenly recalled the medical clinic from which old Madame Zeng had been expelled that day. The old woman had mentioned that the owner of that clinic was also a former member of the Shen family army. Mu-Ange had previously suspected that the owner might not be a good person, ostensibly providing Xingdali with medicine, yet covertly poisoning him, hastening his physical decline and premature death. With this thought in mind, Mu-Ange could no longer sit still and promptly called for Xia to accompany her out. Across from Pingji Clinic stood a tavern, and Mu-Ange requested a private room on the second floor, positioning herself by the window to silently observe the comings and goings at the clinic across the street. From this vantage point, she could see the scene in the clinic's main hall clearly. Miss, are you watching Pingji Clinic? Isn't that the place that expelled old Madame Zeng? Xia leaned closer to Mu-Ange, finally recalling and asking after a while. Yes, Mu-Ange replied softly. Pingji Clinic appeared to be doing brisk business, with a steady stream of patients and a bustling atmosphere. Besides the two attendants from before, a middle-aged man now sat in the hall. Likely a former comrade of Xingdali from the Shen family army, judging by his unremarkable appearance and similar age to Zingdali. What are you watching that clinic for? Miss? Are you observing someone or waiting for someone? Xia inquired, puzzled. Just sit quietly and don't ask too many questions, Mu Ange said, glancing at her with a hint of exasperation. Xia, ever curious, complied and settled down beside her. Mu Ange lingered in the tavern for the entire morning, even having lunch there, yet throughout the afternoon, she saw no unusual behavior from the middle-aged man. Realizing that her visit had been fruitless, Mu Ange rose to leave with Xia. As they exited the tavern, Mu Ange unexpectedly bumped into a group of young men, likely around 17 or 18 years old, brimming with youthful arrogance. Wishing to avoid trouble, she instinctively stepped aside. However, trouble sought her out instead. This young lady is quite beautiful. Why not accompany us upstairs for a drink? One of the men, with a lewd expression, approached her with a flirtatious tone. Xia quickly moved to shield Mu Ange and admonished, "How dare you? Show some respect to my young lady."
Mu Ange,
dressed in the fashionable hairstyle of an unmarried young woman rather than the traditional married woman bun, was stunningly beautiful. With this change, those who did not know her would have no idea of her marital status. "Hey there, we just want to get to know your young lady. Step aside," the man said, reaching out to push Xia aside. Mu Ange realized they were dealing with a group of ruffians. Frowning, she caught a glimpse of Pingji Clinic across the street and devised a plan. She grasped the man's hand tightly and coldly retorted, "Do not touch my maid with your filthy hands. Quite feisty, aren't you?" The man's interest only grew stronger, and he reached out with his other hand to touch Mu Ange's face. His companions cheered him on, clearly accustomed to such antics, without any intention of intervening. Seeing this, Mu Ange's expression hardened as she swiftly kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying onto the street. He landed with a groan, writhing in pain. His companions were left dumbfounded, staring at Mu Ange in disbelief. They had expected an easy target, only to discover she was a formidable opponent. "Brothers, seize her. If I don't take her down today, I'll change my surname," the man on the ground shouted, regaining his composure. His companions all turned their attention to Mu Ange. Mu Ange turned to Xia and instructed, "Stay back. I don't want you getting hurt." Xia nodded hurriedly, understanding that her lack of martial prowess would only be a burden to Mu Ange, and promptly hid behind a nearby pillar. The group of young men, clearly spoiled and accustomed to bullying girls, did not think twice about attacking a woman. They shouted as they charged at Mu Ange. She moved with speed and precision, swiftly sending each of them tumbling onto the street, piling them up like a tower. The first man to harass her was at the bottom of the heap, rolling his eyes back and fainting under the weight. Mu Ange brushed off her skirt and approached the group, stating, "A bunch of useless brutes. And this is all the courage you possess to openly harass a respectable woman? Do you not deserve a good beating?" They groaned in pain, pleading, "We want to do it again. We promise." Used to having their way, they typically preyed on young women who appeared attractive but were of lesser social standing, never crossing the line too far, merely coercing them into drinking or chatting. With their wealthy or influential backgrounds, they had always gotten away with their antics. Little did they expect to encounter someone like Mu Ange today. As they lamented their misfortune, Mu Ange declared, "Since I have dealt with you today, to prevent you from falsely accusing me later, I shall kindly escort you to the clinic across the street to ensure you are unharmed. Once the doctor confirms your condition, I will take my leave." The group was momentarily bewildered. They had sought to bully her, only to be beaten. And now the one who had defeated them was offering to take them to see a doctor? This felt utterly surreal. As the group of ruffians struggled to comprehend their predicament, Mu Ange had already instructed her companions to carry them into the clinic. Upon entering, Peng Junhua observed the pile of groaning young men in the main hall and felt a headache coming on. He turned to Mu Ange and asked, "What is the meaning of this, young lady? Our clinic is about to close, and we are no longer accepting patients." He wished to avoid attracting trouble and simply wanted to see them gone. "Please have the doctor examine these young gentlemen to determine whether they are seriously injured. I do not wish to be harassed by these rascals later," Mu Ange replied, feigning a look of annoyance. "Yes, old man, you better check us quickly. If we're seriously hurt, I'll make sure to deal with this little lady," one of the young men threatened. Mu Ange raised an eyebrow, her expression turning cold. "What did you just say? Have the courage to repeat that." The young man flinched, recoiling slightly as confusion washed over him. He yearned to engage in a spirited exchange with Mu Engi, yet the intensity of her gaze and the pain emanating from his body rendered him speechless. forcing him to turn his head away and reluctantly seal his lips. Peng Junhua glanced at the sky, furrowing his brow in concern that the ruckus made by these individuals might delay matters, ultimately conceding. Very well, I shall attend to a few of you. Mu Engi had been discreetly observing Peng Junhua from the corner of her eye, noticing his apparent preoccupation with time, which stirred her curiosity. Was he awaiting someone? Or was he anxious to attend to some urgent matter? Peng Junhua swiftly assessed the group of young masters, confirming that they had sustained no serious injuries, merely superficial wounds that would heal within a few days. He instructed the attendants of the rascals to carry them away. The young masters, though skeptical, were deterred from causing further trouble by Mu Engi's steadfast presence, realizing that their attendants would likely be overpowered if they resisted. They resigned themselves to being escorted away. Once they had departed, Mu Engi flashed a radiant smile at Peng Junhua and expressed her gratitude. I apologize for troubling you, doctor. Though he felt an urgency in his heart, Peng Junhua maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. It is my duty to heal and save lives. He had observed their raucous behavior earlier, and it was evident that their status was not trivial. He had feared that the doctor might succumb to their intimidation and fabricate falsehoods. To his surprise, the physician proved to be remarkably impartial, and he felt compelled to apologize to Mu Engi. Forgive me for my suspicions. Peng Junhua was momentarily taken aback by her apology. Had she not voiced it, he would have remained oblivious to the thoughts concealed within her mind. Initially perceiving Mu Engi as fearsome, he now found her somewhat naive. With a gentle smile, he replied, There is no need for such formality, Mississippi. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. It is getting late. I must close for the evening. Please take your leave. Peng Junhua insisted on her departure, and Mu Engi did not press the matter further. After bidding him farewell, she exited. Once outside, she sought out Xia, instructing her to return home with a coachman while she attended to some business, promising to return later. Xia, though concerned, understood that Mu Engi was more than capable of handling any situation without her presence, and thus obediently followed the driver. After watching the carriage depart, Mu Engi located a nearby establishment, changed into a fitted male outfit, and stealthily slipped away. That night, as silence enveloped the world, the back door of the Prung Medical Hall creaked open, and a figure emerged. The individual glanced around to ensure no one was watching before swiftly departing in a particular direction. Hidden in the shadows, Mu Engi silently followed. Initially, she had intended to seize the opportunity presented by the injured young masters being brought to the medical hall to observe Peng Junhua closely, witnessing his demeanor and mannerisms. However, she inadvertently discovered his apparent urgency regarding the passage of time, as if he were waiting for something. Thus, she instructed Xia to return home while she remained behind, poised for action. As the hours grew late, Mu Engi began to doubt her judgment when she finally spotted Peng Junhua exiting the clinic. This sight filled her with both trepidation and anticipation. If she could glean more clues through him, it would be fortuitous indeed. Following him through winding streets, Mu Engi halted as he paused at the entrance of an alley. Soon after, she observed a cloaked figure approach him, taking cover on a nearby rooftop. She strained to listen to their conversation, but their voices were too faint. She could only discern fragments of names like Zhengdali, Shen Mohuai, and the Shen family. Just as Mu Engi furrowed her brow and considered how to move closer to eavesdrop, a flash of cold light caught her eye. Startled, she instinctively hurled a silver needle to thwart the assailant's actions. Alas, it was too late. The swift blade struck, unleashing a spray of crimson mist, and Peng Junhua, standing with his back to her, stiffened, clutching his neck, staggering back before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 112. The cunning and the foolish Mu Engi could no longer remain hidden. She leapt from the rooftop and dashed towards the two figures. The cloaked assailant, with fierce intent, aimed a dagger at Peng Junhua's heart, seeking to deliver a fatal blow. Mu Engi delivered a powerful kick to the assailant's hand, forcing him to retreat while she crouched to assess Peng Junhua's wounds. His throat had been slashed. Though he was still alive, his vitality was swiftly fading. In an instant, Mu Engi determined that Peng Junhua was beyond saving. Recognizing the futility of lingering, she pivoted and pursued the fleeing figure. However, despite her efforts, she lost ground and could not catch up. Turning back to the alley where Peng Junhua had fallen, she hoped to uncover clues from his lifeless body. Yet, upon approaching, she spied two individuals crouched over his corpse. Caught off guard, she was spotted. Upon seeing Shen Mohuai's face, Mu Angi exhibited no hesitation and fled. She sprinted with all her might, but Shen Mohuai's skills surpassed hers, trailing her closely, rendering her efforts futile. In a moment of desperation, she cast a pouch of powder behind her, hastening her escape. Shen Mohuai held his breath, swiftly retreating to avoid the powder's effects. As the powder settled and the street lay empty, he narrowed his eyes. Initially, he had merely found the figure familiar, reminiscent of Mu Angi, but after the powder incident, he was certain that the fleeing individual was indeed her. After all, it was not unusual for Mu Angi to wield poison. But why was she here? Could she be the one who killed Peng Junhua? What motive could she have for such an act? Was it possible she had uncovered some secret and sought to silence him? Yet that reasoning faltered. If she had indeed slain Peng Junhua, why would she return to the scene? With Peng Junhua dead, she had no need to engage in such futile endeavors. My lord, where is she? Shun Yi arrived. Noticing Shen Mohuai deep in thought alone, she escaped. Shen Mohuai replied tersely, turning back, his mind racing. Escaped? Shen Yi found this hard to believe. Someone managed to evade you? Their skills must be extraordinary. Shen Mohuai was convinced that the fleeing figure was Mu Angi, yet for reasons unknown. He withheld this information from Shen Yi, instead inquiring, did you uncover any clues? He was slain by a single cut to the throat, likely during a conversation, without any sign of struggle. Regrettably, the trail grows cold. Bring the body back. Have it thoroughly examined for any markings or other clues. No detail can be overlooked. Yes. My lord, Shen Yi acknowledged, observing as Shen Mohuai departed in a different direction, his expression one of surprise. Master, are you not returning to the manor? There is something urgent I must attend to. You should return first. With that, Shen Mohuai vanished into the night. Shen Yi was left to bear the weight of Peng Junhua's lifeless body back home. Meanwhile, Mu Angi, after shaking off Shen Mohuai, took a longer route, ensuring no one was following her before heading back to the manor. Hidden in the shadows, Shen Mohuai watched as Mu Angi returned, a cold sneer escaping his lips. What a cunning little girl. Returning so late must mean she took a detour. How could he have ever thought her a foolish simpleton? With this thought, Shen Mohuai silently infiltrated the Xiang Manor, following Mu Angi to Yuxiu Garden. He was slightly taken aback to find that her chamber in the Xiang Manor shared the same name as her quarters in the Wang Manor. After a brief pause, he stealthily entered the courtyard. Once inside her room, Mu Angi did not disturb Han Xia for her evening ablutions. She simply washed her face with the water prepared in the room, changed out of her male attire, and, having tidied herself, lay down in her inner garments. The day's failure to track down Peng Junhua, coupled with the encounter with Shen Mohuai, intensified her sense of impending danger. It suddenly dawned on her that the annihilation of the Mu family in her previous life was likely not as straightforward as it seemed, possibly implicating more than just Shen Mohuai's family. Shen Mohuai's presence today indicated he had uncovered something about Peng Junhua, heightening her urgency. Tonight, she had finally managed to shake Shen Mohuai, maintaining her covert position while he remained in the open. However, if he were to discover her own inquiries into the Shen family's past, he would undoubtedly grow more vigilant and might hasten his actions against the Mu family. The mere thought of this possibility left her breathless. She could not bring trouble upon her family. She needed to break the deadlock swiftly. She found no openings with her father, and her third brother's investigations into the Shen family had yielded no progress. Perhaps she could enlist her elder brother's assistance? He was astute and held a position in the Hamlin Academy, which would grant him access to numerous contacts and texts. As Mu Angi pondered this, a sudden gust of wind alerted her, followed by an abrupt assault. Chapter 113. He overpowered her. Mu Angi's heart raced as, before she could react, someone lunged onto the bed, pinning her down and seizing her arms, instantly rendering her immobile. I advise you not to scream. If you do, by morning, the entire Xiang Manor will know of the War King's clandestine rendezvous with his wife, entangled in affection, with no intention of separation. Hearing Shen Mohuai's amused voice, Mu Angi froze, the cry that had risen in her throat stifled. After a moment, she found her voice and hissed in anger. Shen Mohuai, are you insane? Why are you making a scene in the middle of the night? Do you truly not understand my purpose for coming here? My dear princess? Shen Mohuai's tone remained playful as he leaned closer, their foreheads touching, his nose brushing against hers, exuding an air of intimacy. Had there not been a prior chase, Mu Angi might have believed he held genuine feelings for her. sneaking into her room at such an hour. But given the circumstances, if she still entertained such thoughts, she would be a fool. Muangwa was bewildered about how Shen Mohuai recognized her, but was resolute in not admitting it. What do you think is on my mind? How could I possibly know? I'm not a mind reader, she retorted, struggling.
Shen Mohuai.
Let me go and get out of my room, or I will truly call for help. Go ahead, scream. If you do, I will strip you bare, and let everyone witness how we entangle ourselves on this bed. Shen Mohuai whispered this in her ear, his warm breath sending a shiver down her spine, igniting both embarrassment and rage within her. You shameless scoundrel, she muttered through clenched teeth. They were so close that Shen Mohuai inadvertently brushed her face, feeling its heat and expressing surprise. Muangwa, your face is quite warm. Are you blushing? Taking a deep breath to suppress her anger, Muangwa forced herself to respond calmly. What brings His Highness to my room at this late hour? If there is nothing significant, please leave. I wish to rest. Are you truly attempting to deceive me? Did we not just meet?
Shen Mohuai squinted, bemused.
Did this girl truly believe he was unaware? I have no idea what your highness is talking about. Muangwa feigned ignorance, determined to maintain her facade. As long as she refused to admit anything, Shen Mohuai would be at a loss. Muangwa, I saw where you hid your night clothes. Would you like me to retrieve them for you?
Shen Mohuai suddenly remarked.
At his words, Muangwa stiffened. If he knew where her night clothes were hidden, it meant he had been observing her every action since her return. Had he seen her change? The thought sent her mind spiraling. She cursed under her breath, shameless wretch. Thank goodness, she had not changed out of her undergarments. Otherwise, he would have seen everything. The night was dim, yet the fire of her anger shone brightly in her eyes, illuminating the darkness. Are you denying it? No longer pretending?
Shen Mohuai chuckled softly,
his voice tinged with delight. He found her fury captivating, a refreshing contrast to the apathy and disdain she usually directed at him. What do you want? If you intend to harm me, then do so. Just spare my family, Muangwa conceded. Shen Mohuai's intellect and martial prowess surpassed her own, and she acknowledged her inferiority. However, if her demise could protect her family, she would accept it willingly. After all, she had been granted a second chance at life. Should her death ensure their safety, she would find peace in that. But Muangwa, you seem convinced that I would harm you and the Mu family. What has led you to this conviction? Shen Mohuai inquired, narrowing his eyes. 5 years of marriage and his absence from the capital had indeed left her neglected. Yet he had never harmed her. Though he had investigated the Mu family, he had never sought to bring them to ruin. What, then, had instilled this belief in her that he would cause them harm? Shen Mohuai, if you had no intention of harming me, why are you in my room?
Muangwa retorted coldly.
Her certainty stemmed from the tragic fate of the Mu family in her previous life, but she could not divulge this truth. Even if it meant facing death today, she had to divert the conversation. Have you ever seen the person who killed Peng Junhua? Shen Mohuai suddenly inquired. Chapter 114. Your eyes are not blind, are they? Shen Mohuai's question left Mu and somewhat astonished. She paused, her gaze filled with disbelief as she looked at him. Do you not think I am the murderer? Do you not believe I am the killer? Then in your heart, Mu Ange, do you regard me as a fool? Shen Mohuai narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and biting. Even in the dim light of the night, although Mu Ange could not discern his expression, she felt his palpable displeasure. Mu Ange pressed her lips together in silence, yet her demeanor clearly conveyed her thoughts to Shen Mohuai. He nearly chuckled in frustration. Leaning closer to her, their noses almost touching, the proximity enveloped them in an intimate tension. Mu Ange felt an overwhelming pressure, a striking sense of vulnerability. With a cold tone, she retorted, what do you want by standing so close? If you have something to say, say it. If you wish to kill me, do it. Just don't linger so near. Shen Mohuai replied, Mu Ange, your eyes are quite lovely, and they appear quite perceptive. Yet, when you look at me, you seem blind, unable to comprehend. At his words, Mu Ange could not help but let out a cold laugh. Wasn't she indeed blind? Hadn't her past affections for him nearly cost her and her family their lives? Reflecting on her previous life, her gaze turned even colder. Shen Mohuai, having struck a nerve, noticed her expression harden, yet remained unfazed. He reached out to press a pressure point on her body, rendering her immobile, then reclined beside her. Mu Ange, I am neither foolish nor naive. If you were indeed the murderer of Peng Junhua, why would you return to the scene when you could have easily dealt with me? He playfully twirled a strand of her hair around his finger. His voice languid as he continued, "Your presence at the scene indicates that you witnessed his murder and even encountered the killer. Therefore, when you pursued the assailant, did you see his face?" Mu Ange was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Shen Mohuai would rationally analyze her presence at the scene and even deduce her intent to chase after the killer. For some reason, the initial aversion she felt towards his presence in her room began to dissipate. When others reasoned with her, she found it difficult to act obstinately, even if she harbored deep resentment towards them. "Speak properly if you wish to converse, and refrain from touching me," Mu Ange said, her impatience evident at his playful gesture with her hair. Although she intended to discuss the true murderer, her words came out with reluctance. Shen Mohuai paused, seemingly reluctant to release her hair. After murmuring a complaint about her being stingy, he finally said, "Now we can talk. I indeed witnessed Peng Junhua's murder. The assailant was masked, and I couldn't see his face. He fled while I was checking if Peng Junhua could be saved, and I couldn't catch up. I returned to see if there were any clues related to the killer, only to encounter you." Mu Ange recounted the events plainly. They were the truth, and she had nothing to conceal. "Then why were you targeting Peng Junhua? What connection do you have with him?" Shen Mohuai inquired further. "Do you remember the old woman I took in last time?" Mu Ange asked, her eyes lowering slightly. She could never reveal to Shen Mohuai, her enemy, that she was investigating the tragic events surrounding the Shen family, so she needed a plausible excuse to divert his attention. After much thought, she decided to use Xingdali as her rationale. After all, Shen Mohuai had no way of knowing Xingdali was part of the Shen family's military. If she crafted her explanation well enough, she could likely deceive him. Shen Mohuai's eyes flickered. Then he replied nonchalantly, "You mean the old woman who bumped into me at the Wangfu? I have some recollection." He wore an air that suggested no one dared to confront him, thus leaving a memorable impression. Even though he believed Mu Ange could not discern his expression in the night, he managed to control his demeanor exquisitely, acting with remarkable authenticity. For reasons unknown, he unconsciously wished to keep Mu Ange unaware of his knowledge regarding Xingdali's existence. In truth, had it not been for the old woman's timely intervention last time, he might have lost control and taken her life. That old woman's son was once treated by Peng Junhua, but after taking the medicine from him, the son's condition worsened. I discovered a rare poison in his body, and out of curiosity, I decided to investigate. I happened to see him sneaking out from the medical hall, and, intrigued, I followed him, only to witness him meeting with a cloaked figure, after which he was murdered. Mu Ange refrained from mentioning Xingdali's name or revealing that both Xingdali and Peng Junhua had served in the Shen family's military. However, her reasoning stood firm. "You just asked me several questions, all of which I answered. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Why were you present there in the dead of night? And what connection do you have with that doctor named Peng Junhua?" Mu Ange shifted the conversation, her tone resolute. Chapter 115. The expression of one who wishes to devour. Mu Ange had woven her tale convincingly, and Shen Mohuai held no suspicions. Yet, when it came to answering her question, he found himself at a loss. His investigation into Peng Junhua stemmed from the fact that Peng had once been a member of the Shen family's military, as he sought to uncover the truth behind the downfall of the Shen family. However, given the complex connections surrounding Mu Junhuan, he had not fully ruled out his suspicions regarding him, making it impossible for him to disclose his true motives to Mu Ange, a member of the Mu family. Thus, Shen Mohuai merely replied coolly, "This person has some relation to the case I am investigating. I intended to see if he had any clues, but unexpectedly, he was murdered." Mu Ange's heart skipped a beat at his words, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. Indeed, Shen Mohuai was already investigating the downfall of the Shen family at this moment. Perhaps even earlier, he had begun his inquiries into the Shen family matters. In her previous life, Shen Mohuai's indifference towards her might not have been solely due to his dislike. It could have been intertwined with his investigations into the Mu family, where he remained uncertain of his stance. When then, had Shen Mohuai begun his investigation into her father? Had it started even before their marriage? The reason her father opposed her union with Shen Mohuai might have been that he discovered Shen Mohuai was investigating him, fearing that she would become a pawn in Shen Mohuai's schemes against the Mu family. Was that why he vehemently opposed their marriage? Her father's declaration that if she married Shen Mohuai, he would no longer recognize her as his daughter was perhaps his way of attempting to protect her. He hoped that when Shen Mohuai eventually clashed with him, Shen Mohuai would spare her for severing ties with the Mu family. Thus, Shen Mohuai's sudden agreement to the marriage, after initially refusing, might not have been solely due to the emperor's decree, but rather a calculated move to get closer to the Mu family and her father. Could it be that his reluctance to part ways in this life stemmed from the same reason? In that moment, Mu Ange felt a chilling sensation envelop her as myriad possibilities swirled in her mind. If her coerced marriage was merely a scheme orchestrated by Shen Mohuai from the very beginning, then her previous life cannot be merely described as tragic. It is a profound folly, a foolishness akin to that of a swine. Mu Engo, what has become of you? Observing the person who had just been conversing amiably with him suddenly fall silent, her aura shifting into a heavy gloom, Shen Mohuai was taken aback and hastily reached out to push her. Mu Engo regained her composure, gazing at the face of Shen Mohuai, which was uncomfortably close, her eyes brimming with resentment. The proximity rendered her unable to control her emotions, and the palpable animosity was unmistakable to Shen Mohuai. He was perplexed by the sudden intensity of her hatred, leaving him momentarily in a daze. As Mu Engo steadied herself, she concealed her resentment and spoke in a detached manner. Your Highness pursued me to uncover the truth behind Peng Junhua's murder. Now that you are aware, may I leave? Shen Mohuai narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued by her newfound calmness. He longed to inquire why she harbored such deep-seated animosity towards him. Why she seemed resolute in her desire for enmity, but having already sought an answer twice without success, he refrained from asking again. Instead, Shen Mohuai pressed on with another question. When you confronted the assassin, did you discern his martial art style? Can you identify his sect? Mu Engo shook her head. It was merely a brief exchange. I could not ascertain anything. Is it possible to recognize someone at a later meeting?
No.
In the dark, with a mask obscuring his face, how could one discern anything? Irritated, she added, Your Highness, if your inquiries consist solely of such trivial, meaningless questions, I would prefer not to answer. Shen Mohuai acknowledged the lack of substance in his queries, yet her dismissal felt like a slight against him, stirring his frustration. Despite her having returned to the residence for nearly half a month, he had finally seized an opportunity to be alone with her and wished to prolong their time together. He was at a loss regarding his feelings. Ever since that kiss at the night banquet, he had found her haunting his thoughts. Could it be that she was the first woman he had embraced and kissed? Shen Mohuai was tormented by his emotions, maintaining a silent, intense gaze on Mu Engo. Feeling the weight of his stare, she felt unnerved and blurted out, What do you want?
Just say it.
His silent contemplation, resembling the demeanor of someone pondering how to devour her, sent shivers down her spine. I wish to kiss you. Shen Mohuai blurted out, his suppressed longing spilling forth. Mu Engo first froze, then regarded him warily. You wishful thinker. We are to part ways. How can you be so bold? In her flustered state, Mu Engo struggled to find the right words. In contrast, once Shen Mohuai had vocalized his desire, he quickly regained his composure. Witnessing Mu Engo's expression as if the sky would collapse if he kissed her ignited a flicker of irritation within him. You mentioned separating, yet you have not done so. Until that time arrives, you remain my wife, my woman. Why should I refrain from kissing you? Shen Mohuai countered. Do you dare? Mu Engo was momentarily taken aback by the intensity in his eyes, instinctively threatening him. However, her warning never left her lips as the pressure and warmth of his mouth silenced her. Shen Mohuai had kissed her. In that fleeting moment of contact, a spark ignited in Shen Mohuai's eyes. Without hesitation, he pursued her lips, even attempting to part her mouth to taste the sweetness within. Mu Engo would not allow him to have his way so easily. Bound and unable to resist, she stubbornly pressed her lips together, refusing to yield, letting him indulge in his desires. Shen Mohuai, displaying the patience of a skilled hunter, tenderly caressed her lips, trying to coax her into relaxation. Yet Mu Engo remained resolute, her eyes flashing with indignation. It seemed to her that being kissed was an unspeakable humiliation. Stung by the fire in her gaze, Shen Mohuai bit her lightly. The pain caused her to instinctively loosen her grip, and in that fleeting instant, he seized the opportunity to deepen the kiss. He seductively encouraged her to join him in the dance of passion, attempting to draw her into the depths of his desire. With a fierce determination, Mu Engo bit down hard. Shen Mohuai grasped her chin firmly, yet the taste of blood lingered between their lips. He withdrew slightly, his desire waning as he murmured, Do you truly despise me so? Do you hate me enough to risk biting your own tongue rather than allow my touch? Indeed. Mu Engo shot him a disdainful glare, her face a mask of revulsion. Shen Mohuai, I shall reiterate. My desire to part ways is sincere, not a ploy. Do not engage in meaningless actions to test me. Especially not such intimate gestures reserved for lovers or spouses. I find them repulsive. Shen Mohuai had never before encountered such unabashed disdain directed at him, particularly from someone who had once adored him. It was a blow to his pride, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet, he struggled against his own unwillingness to accept this rejection, his fingers gently tracing her lips as he murmured, "Is it because of Xia Wanyang? You believe I have sullied myself through her, do you not?" "Yes and no."
Muango retorted coolly.
"Your Highness, with your esteemed status, even without Xia Wanyang, there would be others. I was young and naive once, infatuated by your appearance. However, during the 5 years of waiting for your return to the capital, I came to realize that I cannot accept a husband who would take multiple wives. I desire a lifelong companion, one who will share my life exclusively. You cannot provide what I seek, and I no longer love you. Thus, I beg you to cease your pursuit, lest I feel tainted and unworthy of my future husband." Shen Mohuai had been listening to Mu Engo with a calm demeanor, but upon hearing her declaration of feeling unworthy and tainted, the tension in his mind snapped. Clutching her chin with an icy grip, he spoke with a voice laced in frost. "Mu Engo, you wish to marry another? So your insistence on separating from me is driven by this intent." At that moment, Shen Mohuai was overwhelmed with fury. He could never have anticipated that the woman who once filled his heart could so easily declare her indifference, her desire to sever ties and seek another. It left him feeling abandoned, reminiscent of the loneliness he had endured when his maternal family fell from grace. And he was left to struggle in solitude. It is undeniable that although he has always found Mu Engi's affection towards him puzzling and superficial, he nevertheless relishes the sense of unwavering companionship that accompanies it. This feeling is quite subtle. It is as if he does not like her, even finds her annoying. Yet during the 5 years following their marriage, when he left the capital, he did not feel repulsed when he occasionally reminisced about the capital and the Wang family. In fact, knowing that she remained steadfastly waiting for him at the Wang residence provided him with a sense of reassurance and stability. Thus, despite keeping his distance from Mu Engi due to his investigation into Mu Junyuan, he never contemplated divorcing or abandoning her. He even mused that if he could ascertain the truth of the matter, confirming that Mu Junyuan had no connection to the downfall of the Shen family, and if Mu Engi were to remain devoted to him, he might attempt to accept her and embrace a genuine marital relationship. Therefore, when Mu Engi expressed her desire for a divorce, Shen Mohuai was utterly incredulous and found it profoundly unacceptable. The notion that she would seek to remarry post-divorce was even more intolerable. Shen Mohuai grasped Mu Engi's chin to prevent her from biting her tongue. He pressed his forehead against hers, his obsidian eyes fixated on her as he spoke each word with piercing clarity.
"Muange."
"Remember this. It was you who recklessly pursued me, insisting on coming into my life. If you wish to begin, then do not fantasize about an ending. This union shall not be severed by my decree, and you shall never escape it. You wish to find another husband after our divorce?"
"Ha."
Shen Mohuai let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with venom. "You are dreaming. You shall forever be my Shen Mohuai's wife, the princess of the Wang family. And you can never marry another. Do not think I will relinquish you. Even if I were to let you go, who would dare to marry you?" After delivering his final words, Shen Mohuai stormed out in a fit of fury, leaving Mu Engi lying rigidly on the bed, motionless, her gaze fixed on the dark ceiling, her eyes desolate. Her insistence on divorce stemmed solely from a desire to escape the predetermined tragic fate of her previous life, not from an intention to remarry.
Yet,
despite lacking such thoughts, she remained wounded by Shen Mohuai's words. Deep down, she understood he was correct, having held the title of Wang family princess. Even if she were to gain her freedom through divorce, no one would dare to marry her. Was it possible that, even in her rebirth, she could not escape Shen Mohuai, destined to be forever tied to his name? The mere thought of such a possibility left her feeling suffocated. "I will surely divorce him, without fail. In this lifetime, unless I choose willingly, no one can force me to bear their surname, not even you, Shen Mohuai." After a long while, Mu Engi finally murmured resolutely, her voice filled with determination and ferocity. She was determined to divorce Shen Mohuai at any cost. Meanwhile, a fuming Shen Mohuai returned home, still engulfed by a lingering frustration. He, who was not one to indulge in drink, found himself unable to resist retrieving a fine wine from the cellar. Pouring it for himself, The more he drank, the more agitated he became, until he ultimately resorted to downing it straight from the jug. When Shen Yi entered the study, he was taken aback to find his master seated on the floor, embracing a wine jar, drinking. "Master, what troubles you?" Shen Yi inquired with surprise. Though Shen Mohuai was not fond of alcohol, he possessed a considerable tolerance, so even after consuming a fair amount, he remained lucid. He glanced at Shen Yi and beckoned him over. "Shen Yi, you have arrived. Come, share a drink with me." Shen Yi had never witnessed his master in such a despondent state. Although Shen Mohuai maintained his usual icy demeanor and did not exhibit drunken revelry, Shen Yi, having accompanied him for many years, could perceive the gloom that enveloped him. Concerned yet empathetic, Shen Yi spoke softly. "Master, are you troubled by the broken lead? You need not worry. I have just received news from Zhonghua regarding the murder of Peng Junhua. There is a lead." Recalling the events of the night, he continued. Upon hearing this, Shen Mohuai's gaze sharpened, exuding an intense pressure as he regarded Shen Yi. "What lead?"
Speak.
Setting the jug aside, Shen Mohuai inquired calmly.
Shen Yi replied.
Zhonghua, who has been monitoring Mu Xiang, reported that Mu Xiang dispatched dark guards tonight to kill Peng Junhua. Shen Mohuai narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression unwavering. "Oh? Did Zhonghua provide any specific details?"
Shen Mohuai asked. He did.
He has been closely tracking Mu Xiang and his subordinates. So when Mu Xiang sent his dark guards into action tonight, they observed the entire event. They witnessed Peng Junhua's murder, without intervening? Shen Mohuai arched an eyebrow. Zhonghua responded that they were unaware we were watching Peng Junhua, so they did not wish to alert Mu Xiang's people and thus did not intervene, Shen Yi explained. Shen Mohuai lowered his gaze, tapping his fingers on his long legs. "Are the individuals still outside?" "Master, fearing you may inquire about specific details, I had him wait outside."
Shen Yi replied.
"Clean this place up and let him in to report." As Shen Mohuai spoke, he rose to change into a clean outfit in the inner chamber of the study. When he returned, having tidied himself, the study had been arranged, and a cloaked figure stood before the desk, the very Zhonghua mentioned by Shen Yi. Upon seeing him, the cloaked figure knelt and saluted. "I have come to pay my respects, master." Shen Mohuai scrutinized him for a moment, feeling an unsettling chill, before saying, "Rise and report." Zhonghua promptly stood. "Who was watching Mu Junhuan's dark guards leave today?" Shen Mohuai inquired. "It was I," Zhonghua replied respectfully. Shen Mohuai paused momentarily, raising his gaze to meet Zhonghua's. "Did you witness the scene of Peng Junhua's murder? Describe the circumstances to me." Zhonghua recounted the scene, explaining that Mu Junhuan's dark guards had used a dagger to slit Peng Junhua's throat, killing him instantly while he was speaking. "Were there others present at the scene?" Shen Mohuai asked once more. Zhonghua shook his head. "There were none." Shen Mohuai nodded slightly, affirming, "I understand. You may return." Zhonghua, upon hearing this, did not inquire further, and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Mohuai's piercing gaze followed his retreating figure, filled with icy intent. After Zhonghua departed, Shen Yi entered and was taken aback to find Shen Mohuai's expression cold. He quickly realized that such a reaction was understandable, after all. His father-in-law might very well be the culprit behind the destruction of his grandfather's family, indirectly responsible for the death of his mother, and the root cause of his current plight. No one could accept or harbor no resentment toward such a truth. Shen Yi spoke softly. "Master, tonight's events indicate that Mu Junhuan is indeed connected to the downfall of the Shen family. What should we do now? Shall we continue to bide our time, or begin to eliminate the Mu family's influence?" Shen Mohuai regarded him for a moment before unexpectedly breaking into a smile. Shen Yi was perplexed by this sudden display of mirth, his confusion deepening. Shen Mohuai leaned over the table, unable to contain his laughter. "Master, what is the matter? If you have something to say, please speak plainly. Your demeanor is unsettling." Shen Yi remarked softly, feeling a chill at the sound of Shen Mohuai's laughter. He had never seen his master in such a state. If it weren't for the fear of disrespect, he would have thought his master had lost his mind from some kind of stimulus. Shen Mohuai gradually subdued his laughter, gazing at Shen Yi as he spoke slowly. "No, tonight's events not only failed to prove that Mu Junhuan is connected to the downfall of the Shen family, but rather, they lead me to believe that Mu Junhuan is innocent and has been wronged." Shen Yi looked at Shen Mohuai, his eyes filled with terror. Was his master truly mad? Otherwise, how could he exonerate Mu Junhuan in light of the ironclad evidence presented by the dark investigator? Shen Mohuai continued, "Do you know what Zhonghua just told me?" He claimed to have personally witnessed the murder of Peng Junhua. He also stated that besides him, there were only Mu Junyuan's shadow guards and Peng Junhua at the scene, with no one else present. Shen Yi was taken aback. Is there anything wrong with that statement? Oh, nothing at all. There were indeed 3 people at the scene. However, the assassin was not Mu Junyuan's shadow guard, and the person who witnessed Peng Junhua's murder was not Zhonghua. He came here only to inform me that the one who killed Peng Junhua was indeed one of Mu Junyuan's men, Shen Mohuai remarked quietly. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi's expression changed. Are you suggesting that Zhonghua has betrayed us? Shen Mohuai remained silent, but Shen Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself. But how could Zhonghua betray us? He is one of the shadow guards, utterly loyal to you. He has been monitoring Mu Junyuan for 7 years, providing us with so much valuable information and evidence. How could he possibly betray us? What benefit would he gain from it? Who is he even following now? Chapter 119. A pawn for 6 years. Shen Yi. Do you recall when we first began to suspect Mu Junyuan? Shen Mohuai asked, resting his chin on his hand as he sat in a chair. Shen Yi pondered for a moment before uncertainly replying, 6 years ago? Indeed. That was the 2nd year Zhonghua was monitoring Mu Junyuan. He sent back word that something was amiss with Mu Junyuan. Subsequently, based on the information he provided, we conducted investigations and each time uncovered concrete evidence. Gradually, we became increasingly suspicious of Mu Junyuan, believing he was involved in the destruction of the Shen family. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. But what if all these so-called pieces of evidence are fabricated? Shen Mohuai suddenly smiled, stating, I had found it rather strange how, regardless of our investigations, everything always circled back to Mu Junyuan. No matter the evidence, it seemed to point to him as the one who harmed the Shen family. Yet, those fragmented so-called pieces of evidence could not form a complete chain to definitively incriminate Mu Junyuan. For years, I have felt some confusion. The investigations against Mu Junyuan appeared straightforward and smooth, while the events surrounding the downfall of the Shen family were shrouded in a fog that obscured my vision.
Now,
I finally understand. Someone has been deliberately leading us astray, weaving a web of deception to make me believe that Mu Junyuan is the culprit behind the Shen family's demise. They intend to use my hand to eliminate Mu Junyuan and destroy the Mu family. As Shen Mohuai spoke, his expression turned cold, devoid of any trace of a smile. Shen Yi listened, stunned into silence. He swallowed hard and asked, who would be so audacious as to use you as a pawn? I do not know, Shen Mohuai replied coolly, casting a glance at him. If I had known, I would not have been used as a pawn for 6 years. During these 6 years, he had secretly placed numerous obstacles for Mu Junyuan. Thankfully, despite his resentment, he remained rational. Even with suspicions, lacking concrete evidence, he was reluctant to strike against Mu Junyuan, the revered scholar. After all, he recognized Mu Junyuan's contributions to the entire Detsang. If he was a martial king, stationed at the borders alongside other generals to protect the realm from foreign invasion, then Mu Junyuan was the civil general, maintaining order in the court and assisting the emperor in governing the nation, leading to its prosperity. Deep down, he was loath to believe that Mu Junyuan was responsible for the annihilation of the Shen family. Thus, even the obstacles he placed in Mu Junyuan's path were minor inconveniences, mere expressions of frustration when investigations yielded no progress. Not actions that would cause significant harm to Mu Junyuan. In retrospect, he was grateful for his remaining reason. Had he allowed his investigations to drive him into an irreconcilable conflict with Mu Junyuan, he would have truly fulfilled his adversary's intentions. Shen Yi still struggled to comprehend, but how could you be so certain of the circumstances surrounding Peng Junhua's death? How did you know Zhonghua was lying and had betrayed us? As soon as Shen Yi posed the question, Shen Mohuai was reminded of Muan Ge. He knew because he had previously encountered Muan Ge and had learned the truth from her. Otherwise, he would have, like in the past 6 years, blindly trusted Zhonghua and once again attributed Peng Junhua's death to Mu Junyuan. Thinking of Muan Ge, a wave of frustration surged within Shen Mohuai. His expression darkened as he pressed his tongue against his molars, causing one side of his cheek to swell slightly, a rare sight. Shen Yi, witnessing this, was taken aback. Chapter 120. Has she also been misled? Having grown up alongside Shen Mohuai, Shen Yi was arguably the individual who understood him best. Prior to the age of 12, Shen Mohuai was the cherished prodigy of all, characterized by his generous, outgoing nature, innocence, and compassion, though he occasionally displayed childish mischief. However, after experiencing a significant upheaval at 12, Shen Mohuai completely sealed off his heart, presenting a cold demeanor to the world. To outsiders, he was eternally the aloof prince. As unyielding as the ice of Tianshan, residing atop his sacred mountain, untouched by the mundane world, devoid of warmth. Even he rarely witnessed fluctuations in Shen Mohuai's emotions. Over the years, even when angry, Shen Mohuai's fury was always laced with coldness. Yet, at that moment, Shen perceived a semblance of injured composure on Shen Mohuai's face, akin to someone stifling pain without an outlet for expression. For a brief instant, Shen raised his hand to rub his eyes, unsure if he was mistaken. His reaction brought Shen Mohuai back to reality, and he quickly masked his expression. Stating calmly, "I have my own methods of discerning the truth. You need only to know that Zhonghua has betrayed us."
Observing Shen Mohuai's indifferent demeanor.
Shen felt that he must have misjudged, as he could not believe Shen Mohuai exhibited any emotion beyond his usual coldness. Should we recall Zhonghua and his subordinates for strict interrogation? Unnecessary. Just send someone to keep watch. I wish to see who harbors such hatred for Mu Xiang and dares to use me as a pawn to act against the Mu family. Should I discover the identity of the mastermind, I shall ensure they pay dearly for their treachery. If he were truly led by resentment against Mu Junyuan, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Mu family, it would not only distance him from uncovering the truth behind the downfall of the Shen family, but also turn him into a mortal enemy of Mu and Go. As this thought crossed his mind, Shen Mohuai felt a sharp pang in his heart. Although Mu and Ji's recent actions had infuriated him to the brink of madness, he wished to eliminate her to spare himself further irritation. The very notion of becoming a sworn enemy with Mu and Go was something his reason and emotions vehemently opposed. This desire was profound, so intense that it could not be overlooked. Reflecting on this, Shen Mohuai suddenly recalled Mu and Ji's transformation from love to hatred towards him, his gaze deepening. He was misled into opposing Mu Junyuan, but what about her? Could she also have been misled? Believing he intended harm towards Mu Xiang and the Mu family, feeling that her heartfelt affection was misplaced, thus transforming her love into hatred, harboring such resentment against him. The more Shen Mohuai contemplated this, the more he found this possibility plausible, and he couldn't help but strike the desk with a powerful fist. Damn it! Shen Mohuai uttered a low growl of anger. He spoke coldly to himself. You had better ensure that you can remain hidden in the shadows forever, lest I catch you. Otherwise, I shall make you wish for life and death. Shen Mohuai thought of all the grievances he had endured recently, all of which stemmed from that unseen puppet master. And each word he uttered was laden with intense hatred and coldness. If he truly managed to seize that person, there was no doubt that Shen Mohuai would dismember them. Thankfully, Shen had already left. Otherwise, witnessing Shen Mohuai's expression would undoubtedly frighten him. Meanwhile, Mu Engi in the Xiangfu was blissfully unaware of the events transpiring on Shen Mohuai's side. She too was simply a victim of fate's cruel jest. At this moment, she was preoccupied with devising ways to escape Shen Mohuai and seek her revenge against him. After a sleepless night, Mu Engi appeared haggard. Xia, upon seeing her state, was taken aback and asked, "Miss, what time did you return home last night? Why do you look so terrible?" Her complexion was not merely poor. It was as if she had not slept at all. Had it not been for the fear of being too forward, Xia might have inquired if her mistress had been out with someone, for her face was in such disarray. "Xia, help me get ready. We need to head out shortly," Mu Engi said, leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed. Due to Shen Mohuai's visit and his actions, Mu Engi had hardly slept all night. Now, the back of her head throbbed painfully, and she felt utterly drained, unwilling to utter a single word. Xia had intended to ask, "Are we going out again?" But upon seeing Mu Engi's exhausted visage, she decided against it. Silently, she assisted Mu Engi in covering her fatigue with makeup and styled her hair neatly. "All done, Mississippi." At the sound of Xia's voice, Mu Engi opened her eyes and looked at her reflection in the mirror, stunningly beautiful, adorned with the latest youthful hairstyle. Yet her eyes were filled with weariness. After observing herself for some time, Mu Engi reached up and removed the hairpin from her hair, saying softly, "Let us style it in a mature woman's bun."
"Ah?
Why is that, miss?" Xia queried, puzzled. Since returning to the Xiangfu, she had always styled her mistress's hair in a youthful manner, and this was the first time Mu Engi requested a mature style. Had she not grown tired of Prince Jean, intending to part ways with him? Why then would she still wish to style her hair for him?
Muange.
Well aware of Banxia's sentiments, revealed a wry smile and sighed softly. Banxia, I've just come to realize that since the day I married Shen Mohuai, the title of Princess Jean has been etched upon me, even if I do not style my hair in a mature manner. Those who know me will not perceive me as a young girl. Rather, the style may provide an opportunity for those with ulterior motives to create trouble for me. Therefore, there is no need for drastic changes. Let us style it in a mature manner. When the day comes that I truly part ways with him, I shall rightfully return to my youthful style. Only then will Mu Engi be the true Mu Engi. Any superficial alteration before the divorce is merely an act of self-deception. Only by completely severing ties with Shen Mohuai will I attain true freedom, and I believe that day will arrive soon. Reflecting on the significant events she had contemplated the previous night, Mu Engi felt a sense of assurance. Seeing her in this state, Banxia felt a pang of sympathy and silently styled her hair into a simple mature bun. Though simple, Banxia's skilled hands ensured the bun was neat, and with the addition of a hairpin, it beautifully complemented Mu Engi's extraordinarily lovely face. Miss, you look splendid. Any hairstyle suits you, Banxia said, leaning closer to Mu Engi's side, smiling. You, with such sweet words, who will marry you? They would surely be enveloped in a honey pot, Mu Engi teased, playfully patting Banxia's cheek. Upon hearing this, Banxia replied with mock annoyance, Miss, don't say such things. I have no intention of marrying. I wish to accompany you for a lifetime. You can still accompany me after you marry. Do you think that once married, you can sit at home, tending to your husband and raising children? That would be too naive. I am not that kind-hearted a mistress. I cannot bear to part with you, my devoted maid. Even when you marry, you must stay by my side. If you become pregnant and need to give birth, I will arrange a room for you in my courtyard. And we can spend our days together, chatting and playing. I have medical knowledge, so when the time comes for you to give birth, I will personally ensure your safety. After your child is born, I will design meals for your confinement and find a wet nurse to care for your baby. As your child grows, we can play with them together, and I shall impart all my skills to ensure they become capable and unassailable. Banxia, in this life, I will ensure you live happily and peacefully, free from worries, Mu Engi said, her eyes sparkling with dreams and aspirations. In her previous life, Banxia had suffered tragically to protect her, a memory that remained etched in her mind, impossible to erase. It seemed that merely recalling it brought back the suffocating sensation of being enveloped in Banxia's blood. Banxia was so good, yet in her past life, she had endured such hardship, dying to shield her. In this life, having been reborn, it was her duty to cherish and protect Banxia, ensuring she experiences profound happiness. Only the most exquisite happiness in the world could match the goodness Banxia had shown her. The idyllic vision Mu Engi painted was so enchanting that even Banxia could not help but indulge in it, dreaming of the future. When Banxia finally regained her composure, she was struck by the realization that while Mu Engi had meticulously planned her own life and happiness, she seemed to have forgotten about her own. Mu Engi spoke of marriage and children, a life filled with happiness and peace, but what of Mu Engi herself? Did she not deserve the same profound happiness throughout her life? Surely, a person as kind as her mistress should be blessed with happiness and a life of peace. Just as Banxia was about to speak, Mu Engi had already gathered herself, rising to lead her outside. Banxia, from now on, do not call me miss. I am not fond of princess. Address me as madam, as it suits my status and is not inappropriate. Yes, madam, I understand, Banxia replied obediently. Mu Engi took Banxia to Rui Lu. Madam, did you not say last time that the dishes at Rui Lu were mediocre? Why are we here again today? Banxia asked, as Mu Engi guided her to a seat. Rui Lu was famed for its Rui wine, and after Mu Engi had previously brought Banxia, she had deemed the food and drink merely average, not worthy of a special visit. Banxia was thus surprised by Mu Engi's choice to return. There are other matters to attend to, Mu Engi replied. She did not lead Banxia to a private room but instead requested a table in a corner of the second-floor hall. This location, while somewhat secluded, offered an excellent view, allowing them to observe the entire second floor and see the guests ascending from the lower level. Mu Engi's words prompted Banxia to refrain from further inquiries, sensing the subtlety of the moment. Observing Mu Engi searching for someone, and noting her lack of inclination to order dishes, Banksia took the initiative to request several items from the waiter, efficiently sending him on his way. Her master had grown increasingly enigmatic, and Banksia recognized her limitations in assisting. Thus she focused on the small tasks within her capacity. Suddenly, Banksia noticed a glimmer of recognition in her master's eyes, as if she had spotted her target. Chapter 122. A discrepancy in her understanding instinctively. Banksia followed Mu Engi's gaze and beheld a group of men ascending from the first floor, their boisterous laughter filling the air. Their attire was unremarkable, yet their demeanor exuded a certain boldness and camaraderie. While ordinary folk might perceive them as affable and open-hearted, members of noble families would likely deem them uncouth. Most of these individuals appeared to hail from a martial background. As this thought crossed her mind, Banksia felt a sudden pressure at the back of her head, forcibly redirecting her attention. "Madam?" Banksia's startled expression turned towards Mu Engi, who wore a look of exasperation. "Little girl, do refrain from staring so intently. You might frighten them away." Banksia, taken aback, whispered, "Madam, I did not mean to. I hope I haven't jeopardized your affairs." While Banksia fretted, she sensed the volume of conversation nearby increasing, catching a glimpse of the group settling at a table not far from them, the waiter attending to their orders. "Do not fixate on them. They are quite perceptive," Mu Engi remarked, gently ruffling Banksia's hair in a comforting gesture. Banksia nodded obediently, promptly averting her gaze. Mu Engi's eyes drifted over to the group, her expression momentarily distant. It was unnecessary for Banksia to look closely. The loud voices from that table carried clearly, even across two intervening tables. Banksia, in astonishment, murmured, "Miss, they seem to be soldiers under the prince." Since Shen Mohuai's return to the capital, he had taken on responsibilities in the western suburbs military camp. The group at that table consisted of soldiers from that very camp, enjoying a rare day of leisure in the city. Indeed, Mu Engi replied with a hint of indifference. She recognized those individuals from her previous life, having encountered them approximately 2 months later. At that time, Shen Mohuai had not returned to the prince's residence for an extended period, and she had assumed he was avoiding her, unwilling to endure her persistent affections. Though she loved him and wished to await his return, seeking ways to win his heart, her temper often flared, especially with Xia Wanyang's provocations. Additionally, Shen Mohuai's disdain for her due to the internal conflicts only heightened her anxiety. Thus, after one particularly trying encounter with Xia Wanyang, she could no longer contain her anger and stormed into the western military camp to confront him. In her boldness, she attempted to enter without the proper authorization, only to be intercepted by the guards, leading to a scuffle that ultimately drew Shen Mohuai's attention. When he arrived, she was disheveled from the altercation, filled with rage and indignation, proclaiming him a heartless scoundrel. Shen Mohuai's expression darkened, yet perhaps her pitiful state evoked his sympathy. For he did not have her expelled. Instead, he approached and took her hand, leading her to his tent. It was the first time he had initiated such closeness, leaving her utterly bewildered. He even arranged for warm water for her to clean up and provided her with his own clean clothes. In her naivety, she found warmth in his small gestures, believing that he harbored feelings for her, merely struggling to express them due to his usual aloofness. It was through that experience that she learned his absence was not to evade her, but rather due to pressing matters concerning several of his soldiers in the camp. As Mu Engi reminisced, her vision darkened momentarily, and upon lifting her gaze, she was met by one of the very individuals she had been observing at the table. "I am Lu Sheng. I noticed you were watching our table. Did our raucousness disturb you?" The newcomer spoke with a courteous smile. Lu Sheng was not unremarkable in appearance. Though tall and robust, his features were soft, and despite his darker complexion, his voice was gentle and his gaze warm, standing out among his rougher companions. In her previous life, during a confrontation with Lu Sheng, he had shown her considerable leniency, leaving her with a favorable impression. Realizing she had been lost in thought while recalling her past life, Mu Engi collected herself and nodded slightly. "Perhaps a little. It was unintentional on our part to trouble you, madam. I shall drink in penance for our indiscretion and hope for your forgiveness." With that, Lu Sheng raised his cup and drank it down, clearly prepared for this moment. Mu Engi had no desire to impose difficulty upon him and gently shook her head. "There is no need. You may continue your gathering, but do be mindful not to disturb other guests. The capital is rife with influential figures, and offending them may lead to your misfortune." "Thank you for your counsel, madam," Lu Sheng expressed with sincere gratitude. He then returned to his table, where he evidently shared a few words with his companions, resulting in an immediate reduction in their volume. Even with 2 tables separating them, the noise had diminished significantly. This unexpected change caused Mu Engi to narrow her eyes slightly, sensing a discrepancy between what she knew and the current situation. Chapter 123. A trap in the previous life. Upon her arrival at the Western military camp in her previous life. Learning that Shen Mohuai had not returned due to issues within the camp, Mu Engi had sought information from the soldiers there, specifically Lu Sheng. According to Lu Sheng, the troubles had arisen when they, on their day off, visited Rui Tower for drinks, leading to an altercation due to their loudness and a sense of injustice. One of Shen Mohuai's soldiers had inadvertently killed a son of a noble during the fray, resulting in an uproar that brought significant trouble to both the Western military camp and Shen Mohuai himself. The soldier responsible was imprisoned, and the opposing party demanded that Lu Sheng and his companions be punished in kind, seeking retribution for their loss. Consequently, Shen Mohuai had to personally oversee the camp to prevent further chaos and to apprehend Lu Sheng and the others involved, ensuring that the camp would not face repercussions from the emperor. At the time, Mu Engi had not gathered much information, so she had taken Lu Sheng's account at face value. Yet now, having simply been momentarily distracted by their presence, Lu Sheng approached to apologize and promptly instructed his companions to lower their voices, indicating that he had the authority to manage them. With someone as rational as Lu Sheng among them, how could they possibly commit such a grievous error? Mu Engi squinted slightly, sensing something amiss. In her previous life, Lu Sheng and his associates had undoubtedly been manipulated, with the target being Shen Mohuai behind them. Just as this thought crystallized, Mu Engi realized the implications. Even if there were ulterior motives at play, what did it matter? What relevance did Shen Mohuai's predicament hold for her? She came this time with the intention of hastening the conflict, bringing forth Shen Mohuai's troubles sooner, and providing him with some distractions to prevent him from fixating on her. Therefore, whether there were any peculiarities was of little concern to her. Shen Mohuai's demise would be inconsequential to her. No, his death would indeed be relevant. She would undoubtedly revel in joy, celebrating with a drunken spree lasting 3 days. Madam, is something troubling you? Half Summer, noticing the sudden change in Mu Engo's expression, inquired softly. It's nothing. I'm not unhappy, Mu Engo replied nonchalantly. After dismissing Half Summer, her mind began to contemplate how to expedite the conflict involving Lu Sheng and the opposing party. Based on the previous life, where Shen Mohuai was delayed, it appeared that Lu Sheng and his associates were ensnared in a trap deliberately set by the other side, intended to ensnare Shen Mohuai. Thus, the party orchestrating the trap had undoubtedly been monitoring Lu Sheng and his group, aware of their habits upon entering the capital and knowing precisely how to provoke them into conflict. Perhaps at this very moment, the schemers were observing Lu Sheng and his companions. Mu Engo's gaze swept across the second floor of the tavern, but she did not spot any suspicious individuals. Additionally, although she was aware that Lu Sheng and his associates had clashed in her previous life, she remained ignorant of their adversaries. Therefore, even if she were to shadow Lu Sheng and his group, it would be futile. Alternatively, should she intervene and deliver Lu Sheng and his companions into the fray? The thought briefly crossed Mu Engo's mind before she swiftly extinguished it. There are no secrets that remain concealed. Every action leaves a trace. If she were to take the initiative against Lu Sheng and his group, and subsequently, like the previous life, provoke them to create trouble for Shen Mohuai, it would be impossible for Shen Mohuai not to uncover her involvement. Once he realized she was targeting him, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly retaliate with fervor. It was not that she feared his vengeance. Rather, she deemed it unnecessary to confront Shen Mohuai head-on at this juncture, for she possessed a clear understanding of her own limitations. The strength she currently held, including various hidden forces, would not suffice to match Shen Mohuai. Inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while harming herself in the process was not a path she wished to tread. She merely desired to see certain inevitable events unfold sooner, without wanting to bear the direct consequences of initiating them herself. As Mu Engo pondered these matters, her peripheral vision caught sight of an individual. She noticed that this person occasionally glanced toward Lu Sheng and his companions, which brought a smile to her lips. She had been troubled, uncertain of who was monitoring Lu Sheng's group, and now the answer was apparent. Mu Engo observed the individual entering a private room behind him. Before long, the door to that room swung open, and a group of young men emerged.
Mu Engo froze.
For among them were the very ruffians she had confronted outside Peng's medical hall the previous day. Seeing the individual who had been observing Lu Sheng now mingling among the ruffians caused Mu Engo to instinctively feel uneasy. She slightly turned her body and lowered her head, attempting to avoid drawing attention from the group. The ruffians laughed and jostled one another as they made their way toward the staircase. Just as they were about to descend, a hurried individual collided with them. The leading ruffian was knocked backward. The person who had collided with him quickly reached out to steady him, preventing a fall. However, the others behind him were not as fortunate, toppling over in a heap. "My apologies, I didn't mean to," the man who had collided with them exclaimed, hastily offering his apologies while releasing his hold on the ruffian and extending a hand to help the fallen.